Chapter 1. Survival in the Territory, starting with a mechanical factory. Welcome to the Territory survival game. You have been assigned to Area 88,888. A mechanical voice resonated within Su Ming's mind. As he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the wooden floor of a dilapidated cabin. Survival game? What is happening? Su Ming rubbed his throbbing head, taking a few moments to comprehend his current predicament. Had he been unwittingly thrust into some form of survival game? Just then, the mechanical voice echoed once more. The beginner's guide and starter pack have been distributed. Please strive to survive within the territory, expand your domain, and become a sovereign ruler. Su Ming realized that additional information had surfaced in his mind, and with a mere thought, the beginner's guide materialized before his eyes. 1. You're currently in a novice zone, which has a 7-day protection period during which you will not suffer any harm within the territory. 2. You may explore in 4 cardinal directions upon completing exploration. You can claim the area as your own territory. 3. The explored regions contain various resource chests, traps, treasures, and unknown creatures. Proceed with caution. 4. After the novice protection period concludes, the first wave of beasts will assault during this time. Endeavor to expand your territory and lead your soldiers to fend off the impending onslaught. Upon completing the reading, the beginner's guide automatically transitioned to the next page, revealing Su Ming's basic information. Su Ming. Strength, level 0. Territory range, 1 unit. Troops, none. Buildings, none. He continued flipping through the pages, uncovering the chat channel and trading area, which were further divided into regional chat and private chat. The regional channel was abuzz with activity, with many individuals expressing their thoughts. Survival game, what is going on? Does anyone understand what this is about? I was just at a Taoist temple. How did I suddenly end up here? I need to report this. Who is responsible for this heinous act? I just won 5 million in the lottery and hadn't even begun to enjoy it. 5 million. That's a fortune. What should I do if monsters are blocking the door at the start? Seeking help online. It's urgent. I feel amazing. I was in the late stages of cancer, and now am completely cured. I feel fantastic. Brothers, heed my advice. Do not venture outside. The area is swarming with monsters. Su Ming remained silent as he noted the number of participants in the regional chat. 10,000,10,000. Each area could accommodate 10,000 individuals, and given that he was in an area with over 80,000, it suggested that at least 800 million people from across the Blue Star had been forcibly transported here. He continued flipping through the pages to view the regional map. Su Ming observed that only his area was illuminated on the map, surrounded by an expanse of darkness. The map's dimensions were noted in the upper right corner, 256 by 256. Having grasped the essential information, Su Ming exited the reading, recalling the existence of a starter pack. Where's the starter pack aside from the beginner's guide? Su Ming glanced around, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the previously empty cabin now contained an iron box. This must be it. Su Ming promptly opened it. Acquired building, mechanical factory. Acquired talent, holographic IA structure, and a talent. Su Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "Shouldn't I have received a unit instead? Why a building?" At that moment, the sound of machinery whirring echoed from outside, indicating that the mechanical factory was operational. Su Ming stepped outside. Beginner mechanical factory level. First tier beginner daily free production. 10 RX 78 mechanical dogs production time required. 3 minutes per unit storage. 0-20 upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 10. Mechanical dogs? Is this my unit? Su Ming pondered, internally reflecting. I had anticipated summoning my units, yet it appears I must produce them instead. Nevertheless, receiving 10 for free each day is quite advantageous. With a storage limit of 20, any additional creations will necessitate materials. Materials will likely need to be gathered outside the territory. As Su Ming awaited production, he glanced at his talent holographic eye. A talent that reveals item information. This seems rather lackluster. A talent that enhances machinery or accelerates production would have been preferable. He scoffed lightly while surveying his dilapidated wooden abode. Information began to appear one by one. Dilapidated wooden house, barely habitable. Heroes do not inquire about origins. This is your starting point for territorial expansion. Upgrade requirements. Wood 100. Territory range 5. Upgrading will shorten mechanical production time and increase mechanical storage. Wood is manageable, but upgrading necessitates 5 territorial zones. Survival will be challenging. Moreover, there's only a week to improve. 3 minutes later, the RX-78 mechanical dog was completed and automatically stored in the warehouse. Ming examined the mechanical dog now residing in the warehouse. It was merely the length of an arm, equipped with 4 mechanical legs, lacking a wheeled module, with a round head resembling a camera. RX-78 mechanical dog self-destruct type level. First tier, beginner attack method. Self-destruction production materials required. Energy crystal 1 attacking by self-destruction. Ming felt a spark of anticipation for the mechanical dog. He instructed the mechanical factory to continue production, while he ventured to explore the nearby region. The warehouse was portable, eliminating the need to remain and await production. Arriving at the edge of his territory, he found the area ahead shrouded in mist. Yet within Ming's line of sight, words floated ethereally above the fog. Front, no danger present. A beginner's resource crate awaits, containing essential supplies for survival. Upon reading the floating text, Ming was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't hallucinating. Not only can I see item information, but also details about unexplored areas. The misunderstanding was resolved. This talent was far from trivial, it was utterly formidable. It could prevent numerous hazards. Ming shifted his gaze to the left, as text gradually materialized. Left, a Tier 3 beginner giant wolf patrols its territory. You may become its breakfast. Venturing there is ill-advised. To the right, a group of 10 Tier 2 beginner gnawing mice resides here, along with a limited supply of energy crystals. Exploration of this area is currently not recommended. Behind and back, a swamp. I presume you lack the desire to explore this. After comprehensively absorbing all the information, Ming boldly and confidently advanced. As he entered, the mist dissipated. Following the clues, Ming commenced a thorough search in this area and soon discovered the supply cache. Supply cache contains bread and bottled water, ensuring you won't go hungry for the time being. Food. Ming promptly opened it. Acquired. Bread X5, bottled water X5. Food is an essential component for survival. Having been forcibly transported here without any provision of sustenance, one is subtly coerced to abandon their territory and venture outward. Otherwise, one would perish from starvation before the impending beast tide in 7 days. Of course, one could resort to grazing if they so desired. After obtaining the supply cache, another prompt emerged before Ming. Would you like to claim this area? Without hesitation, he selected yes. Immediately, Ming felt his territory expand, now encompassing 2 squares. So this is how one claims territory, and the protective range enlarges accordingly. Quite advantageous, he mused as he continued to explore and extend his dominion. Ahead, 3 level 1 brown wolves are forging attempt to eliminate them. Left, there is nothing here. Right, a level 7 snake demon resides here. Do not harbor any foolish thoughts. Ming chose not to pursue the left path and proceeded straight ahead. With the beast tide looming in 7 days, mere evasion would not suffice for survival. One must continually vanquish foes to enhance their strength. The 3 brown wolves ahead presented an excellent opportunity to test the prowess of the mechanical dogs. Chapter 2. The first exploration, acquiring food. Upon entering the new area, Ming refrained from advancing further, maintaining a safe distance to retreat back to his territory. He retrieved 3 freshly produced RX-78 mechanical dogs from the warehouse and released them. The mechanical dogs sprang in place a few times before receiving their command and began to move forward step by step. Observing their movements, Ming noted their apparent lack of agility. Their commands were singularly focused on advancing. The sound of the mechanical dogs quickly attracted the attention of the brown wolves. The 3 brown wolves swiftly encircled them, baring their teeth and issuing warnings to the encroaching mechanical dogs. Ignoring the warnings, the mechanical dogs continued their relentless advance until they entered the wolves' attack range. An ominous glint flashed in the wolves' eyes as they howled and lunged forward. Just as their claws were about to make contact, the mechanical dog's eyes glowed red in the next instant. Boom. The explosion sent the wolf flying, meeting its demise a distance away. The remaining 2 were also caught in the blast. What immense power! Instant annihilation, Ming exclaimed. The remaining two mechanical dogs approached the injured wolves at a steady pace. Though the wolves attempted to flee, their injuries rendered them too slow to escape. They could only watch helplessly as the mechanical constructs drew near and the flames of the explosion consumed them. Indeed, the power is formidable, and the speed is not lacking. However, the self-destruct range is too limited, requiring close proximity to trigger. A creature with any sense would have evaded it long ago. They lack agility and can only execute a singular command, Ming reflected, analyzing the mechanical dog's shortcomings. Yet he could not alter the situation at hand. His hopes rested solely on the upgrading of the mechanical factory, perhaps enhancing the capabilities of the mechanical dogs as well. He collected the corpse of the brown wolf, and inscriptions began to materialize upon it. The section yields, Wolf Meat 2, Energy Crystal 1. Indeed, only by vanquishing monsters can one acquire energy crystals. Ming promptly proceeded with the dissection, garnering 6 pieces of wolf meat and 3 energy crystals. The losses sustained by the mechanical dogs were once again replenished. After thoroughly exploring the area, Ming claimed it as part of his territory and pressed onward. Once more, information shrouded in mist appeared before his eyes. Ahead, Brown Wolf Den, inhabited by a Tier 1 novice wolf pack, quantity 5. Perhaps you might consider a challenge. Left, there is nothing here. Feel free to enter. Right, an elite stone, giant slumbers in the ground. Please do not disturb. 5. The 3 I just defeated couldn't possibly have emerged from that den, could they? Ming murmured, then glanced towards the warehouse. He had already amassed 6 mechanical dogs. Inwardly, Ming pondered, I have a slight numerical advantage, but if there is a wolf king, cunning and quick to react, perhaps 6 mechanical dogs may prove insufficient. Exercising caution, he decided to wait a few minutes until the mechanical dogs were fully produced before venturing into the area ahead. Ming approached the left region, where no danger awaited. Eating bread as if meandering through a garden, he continued onward, finding the path below equally devoid of threats. After swiftly occupying the 2 areas, his territory expanded to 5 grids, fulfilling one of the requirements for upgrading the wooden hut. As for the wood required, it posed no significant challenge. One could simply fell trees. Returning to the front of the wolf den, the 10 mechanical dogs in the warehouse were poised for action. Upon entering the forward area, the mist dissipated. This time, Ming did not linger at the edge of his territory. Instead, he cautiously approached the wolf den, contemplating a clever strategy. Arriving within 100 meters of the den, it was evident that there were no actual caves. Rather, it was an expanse of open land with 5 brown wolves lounging upon the grass. Just 5, how convenient. Ming retrieved a mechanical dog from the warehouse. At that moment, the brown wolves lifted their heads, scanning their surroundings as if sensing an impending threat. Since you are slow, allow me to assist you. Taking aim at the brown wolf's position, Ming hurled the mechanical dog with force, striking one squarely on the head as it landed. The sudden assault startled the brown wolf, causing it to leap as if startled like a small dog. However, upon spotting the intruder in their territory, they promptly launched an offensive. The mechanical dogs activated, detecting the unknown creatures encroaching upon their explosive range, and immediately initiated self-destruct protocols. Boom, the charging brown wolf was obliterated on the spot. Before the remaining wolves could react, mechanical dogs descended upon them, and they too were swiftly annihilated. Once the battle concluded, Ming emerged, rolling his shoulders and remarking, "This method is effective, albeit somewhat taxing on the arms." Moreover, exchanging 5 mechanical dogs for 5 energy crystals equates to merely acquiring food. Pursuing this path will not suffice for upgrading the mechanical factory. Upgrading the mechanical factory requires merely 10 energy crystals. Although the quantity is not excessive, the production of mechanical dogs also demands energy crystals. Despite the daily allowance of 10 crystals, time is of the essence, with only 7 days remaining to expedite the upgrades. The equipment has yet to be upgraded, and production must commence once more. This cannot continue, Ming pondered. Suddenly, he recalled a certain location abundant in energy crystals. Securing it would likely resolve the upgrade dilemma. The territorial range had expanded to 6 grids. Ming returned to his dilapidated wooden hut. Dilapidated wooden hut. Barely habitable heroes are not judged by their origins. This is your starting point for expansion. Upgrade requirements. Wood 100, territorial range 5. Upgrading will shorten mechanical production time and enhance storage capacity. Only wood is lacking. Su Ming gazed at the nearby trees. Robust trees, 20 wood obtained upon felling. It seems the survival game indeed begins with gathering wood, but Su Ming hesitated. Felling a large tree by himself would consume a considerable amount of time. Attempting to do so with bare hands was utterly implausible. Utilizing the mechanical dog for the task would result in a significant loss. Directly trading what seems prudent, many must be lacking in food. In addition to bread and water, he possessed 16 pieces of wolf meat, which could be considered a substantial fortune in this food-scarce environment. Su Ming opened the regional channel and noted a decrease of nearly 500 individuals. 946810000. Such a rapid decline in less than half a day. I wonder how many will remain in 7 days. He glanced at the conversations taking place and realized that food was indeed in short supply, with numerous individuals already requesting provisions. He also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The troops summoned by other lords required sustenance, as well. Without food, their loyalty would wane, ultimately leading to betrayal over time. Upon contemplating this, Su Ming cast a glance at his own storage. Mused, mechanical units are far superior. They require no food or drink and pose no concerns regarding loyalty. Chapter 3. Factory Upgrade. Action Modules. Su Ming closed the chat channel and proceeded to the trading area. As it was still the first day, no one had listed any items yet. He retained 2 pieces of wolf meat while placing the rest for sale. Su Ming set the price at 200 wood or 2 energy crystals for a piece of wolf meat. He subsequently listed the remaining 4 loaves of bread, pricing them at 100 wood or 1 energy crystal each. Regarding water, Su Ming had no intention of listing it unless he found a water source or more bottled water. Before long, attention was drawn to the food items available in the trading area. How exorbitant! It takes 200 wood to exchange for a piece of wolf meat. One would have to fell 20 trees. And bread costs 100 wood or 1 energy crystal. This is outrageous. A scheming merchant. Everyone refrain from purchasing. We must curtail this brazen profiteering. Are there truly individuals affluent enough to sell food already? Who is so quick on the draw? I hesitated for but a second on whether to buy, and now it's all gone. Please, more food items be listed. I am on the verge of starvation. And my goblin is too. Having listed the food, Su Ming exited the trading area and was immediately inundated with various trading notifications. Sold 1 piece of wolf meat. Received 200 wood. Sold 1 piece of wolf meat. Received 2 energy crystals. In less than 3 seconds, all listed food items were sold out. He garnered a total of 2,700 wood and 5 energy crystals. Such swift accumulation of resources was indeed gratifying. Observing the wealth he had amassed, Su Ming reflected on the implications of being able to exchange energy crystals. This indicated that others had begun their explorations. However, they still lacked food, as they needed to sustain not only themselves but also the troops they had recruited. In contrast, he was different. When he was well fed, his entire household was secure. Su Ming chose not to linger in the chat channel any longer and began upgrading his dilapidated wooden house. Ordinary wooden house provides shelter from wind and rain. Heroes are not judged by their origins. This is your starting point for expansion. Upgrade requirements. Wood 500. Territory range 10. Upgrading reduces mechanical production time and increases mechanical storage capacity. The wooden house, once constructed from years' worth of timber, now appeared brand new, as if it had just been erected. Su Ming glanced at the mechanical factory. The time required to produce a mechanical dog decreased from 3 minutes per unit to 2. 9 minutes. Well, it was only a reduction of 0.1 minutes. The warehouse capacity increased to 25, adding 5 additional spaces. Su Ming accessed his personal information and discovered a shift in his capabilities. Su Ming, Strength, Level 1, Territory Range, 6 squares, Troop Type, RX, 78 Mechanical Dog. Building, Mechanical Factory. Was my level tied to the level of the wooden house? Now aware of how to enhance his own level, Su Ming encountered yet another dilemma, which could also be deemed a choice. The Mechanical Factory is now eligible for an upgrade, yet it demands the expenditure of all energy crystals, leaving me with merely 5. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming resolved to allocate all 10 energy crystals towards the production of mechanical dogs. Upgrading the mechanical factory would not yield stronger mechanical dogs. Thus, it would be more prudent to invest in production, crafting a greater number of mechanical dogs to expand territories and acquire additional energy crystals before contemplating an upgrade. After quenching his thirst and transforming wolf meat into jerky, Su Ming continued exploring the area once he replenished his mechanical dogs to a count of 10. Venturing to the right, words materialized. Right, a group of 10 second-tier, initial stage grinding mice resides here, containing a limited quantity of energy crystals. Exploration of this area is currently not advised. Although they were second-tier, mice should not pose a significant threat. Or so Su Ming mused, harboring a flicker of hope as he stepped inside. He dispatched one mechanical dog ahead to scout, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. The rhythmic patter of the mechanical dog's footsteps swiftly attracted the grinding mice's attention. Several, the size of human heads, emerged from the earth. Upon sighting the slender mechanical dog, they emitted sharp cries before launching their assault. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted into a crater, and a grinding mouse was reduced to a pile of charred remains, plummeting to the earth. Simultaneously, the explosive force dislodged the concealed, grinding mice from their subterranean hideouts. A splendid chain reaction ensued. Su Ming promptly dispatched more mechanical dogs. Although the grinding mice were second-tier creatures, their defensive capabilities appeared lacking, and as for their offensive prowess, he could not ascertain, given that any contact caused explosions, rendering their attack's strength indiscernible. The grinding mice exhibited a fierce territorial instinct, perhaps motivated by a desire to protect their possessions. Witnessing the mechanical dogs emerging from the ground, they launched their offensive. Yet, facing the cold, unfeeling machinery, the kind that detonated upon impact, their charges were tantamount to suicide. The cacophony of explosions continued until Su Ming succeeded in exterminating the entire nest of grinding mice at the cost of 6 mechanical dogs. Post-dissection yield, mouse meat 1, energy crystal 1. Su Ming proceeded with the dissection. Upon completion, he began searching for the energy crystals buried within this vicinity. Their nest, concealed underground, should lie within this area. Su Ming excavated the soil, employing his innate talent to identify potential storage locations. Regrettably, with a limited number of mechanical dogs, he could not unleash a barrage of explosions to expedite the search. 5 minutes later, after digging a meter deep, an inscription emerged. This area conceals energy crystals. A smile crept upon Su Ming's lips. He had finally discovered them. He swiftly unearthed the crystals. Acquired energy crystals 10. To his astonishment, he had struck a veritable windfall. Su Ming exclaimed, this exploration had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. After securing the area, he opted not to continue exploring but returned to his territory, as it was not far. Upon his return, Su Ming immediately upgraded the mechanical factory. Initial mechanical factory, level, second tier initial. Daily free production of 10 RX, 78 mechanical dogs. Production time required, 2. 9 minutes per unit. Storage, 0 out of 35. Upgrade requirement, energy crystal 20. Upon witnessing the newly upgraded mechanical factory, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. It had merely increased storage by 10 units. There were no new machines, which was understandable given that it was only at the second tier, yet the production time remained unchanged. Was this not rather stingy? At that moment, a notification appeared. RX 78 action module unlocked. An action module? Su Ming's eyes brightened as he promptly summoned the beginner's guide and turned to the page about his information. Discovering that the RX 78 mechanical dog now included an additional action module, with AV next to the term module. He immediately clicked on it. Action module, pounce. Upon the enemy entering range, it launches a ferocious leap. This was quite promising. At least it did not require close proximity to self-destruct, providing a semblance of ranged attack capability. With the addition of this module post-upgrade, Su Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. He also noted that the action module possessed new abilities yet to be unlocked, necessitating further elevation of the mechanical factory's level. Chapter 4. The merchant and his bountiful gains within the trading channel. many vociferously denounced Su Ming as a mercenary, selling rat meat for an exorbitant price of 200 wood and 2 energy crystals. Despite their verbal condemnations, their actions betrayed their words. The moment the rat meat was listed, it was swiftly sold out. Numerous individuals who failed to acquire any wailed in despair, pleading for Su Ming to list more provisions. Paying them no heed, Su Ming continued to expand his dominion. Where did this fellow procure such an abundance of food? Does his army not require sustenance? In a particular territory within the region, a man fed the hard-earned rat meat to his earth dragon. When he successfully obtained the earth dragon nest, he erupted into laughter, envisioning himself as a ruler. Although the earth dragon is not a true dragon, its name implies extraordinary might. Indeed, as he anticipated, the earth dragon proved formidable in battle, swiftly enlarging its territory. However, the accompanying problems soon became apparent. The earth dragon had an insatiable appetite. The creatures he hunted were barely sufficient to sustain one earth dragon, and he himself was on the verge of starvation, having consumed only a few strands of meat. The sole comfort was that the earth dragon nest reproduced slowly. Otherwise, with 1 or 2 more dragons, he would likely be unable to sustain them. In a fit of hunger, they might even devour him. His army surely did not require an abundance of food to justify such sales. Damn it, why won't this fellow respond to my messages? If we joined forces, we could dominate this place. Respond swiftly. The man simmered with anger, having reached out to Su Ming multiple times without receiving a reply. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant. After selling the rat meat, Su Ming once again amassed 600 wood and 14 energy crystals, a significant increase in the proportion of energy crystals compared to the last time. Numerous lords began to explore, and their reserves of energy crystals grew increasingly bountiful, suggesting that next time, prices might rise further. Su Ming mused quietly. Wolf meat and rat meat. Those who could choose would undoubtedly prefer the former, as their prices differed. Yet this time, Su Ming deliberately set them at the same price. The audacious would thrive, while the timid would perish. With food so scarce now, even outrageous prices would find willing buyers, provided they remained within an affordable range. If set too high, they would be unaffordable, rendering the listings meaningless. As for friend requests, he disregarded them all. Su Ming glanced at his considerable wealth. Wood, 3,200. Energy crystals, 14. RX, 78 mechanical dogs, 19. There was no immediate need for production. 19 mechanical dogs were sufficient for now. He continued to expand his territory and upgrade his dwelling. Returning to the location where he discovered the grinding rat, 3 directions of mist revealed text. Forward, there is a supply box that can be collected. Left, there is nothing here. Right, a marshland. I presume you would not enter. Not bad. No hazardous areas. Su Ming confidently entered the mist. Shortly, he located the supply box and, upon opening it, acquired an energy crystal. While the energy crystal was a commendable find, it was regrettably not water. After securing this location, Su Ming proceeded to complete the occupation of the leftward area. At this moment, Su Ming's territory had expanded to 9 squares. If memory serves me right, the area ahead seemed to harbor a 7th-tier serpent demon. Su Ming cast a glance towards the unexplored region behind him. Warning, a 7th-tier juvenile serpent demon resides here. Do not harbor any reckless thoughts. The presence of such a formidable creature sent shivers down his spine. He could scarcely imagine the dire consequences of misstepping. He aimed to eliminate this serpent demon within the span of 7 days. Once the protection period lapsed, allowing this demon to linger in the heart of his territory would be intolerable. It must be dealt with. Continuing his exploration while deftly avoiding stronger beings and perilous traps, Su Ming's territory steadily grew. With the incorporation of a new action module, the agility of his mechanical dog surged considerably. Although it was merely a first-tier creature, it could easily vanquish certain second-tier beings. By nightfall, Su Ming's territory had expanded to 15 squares, though the mechanical dog had sustained considerable losses, leaving only 5 remaining. During this endeavor, he amassed a bountiful haul: 10 rabbit meats, 8 wolf meats, 7 beef cuts, and 20 energy crystals. Nightfall is imminent. Nocturnal creatures are even more ferocious. It is advisable to remain within the territory. This warning quashed Su Ming's intentions to continue exploring. Given the circumstances, he decided to return for rest and to upgrade his factory and dwelling. Upon arriving back at his initial location, Su Ming set aside 5 pieces of rabbit and beef, valuing their palatable quality, fearing he might encounter scarcity later. The remaining meat was all converted into jerky and placed on shelves. The price had surged to 300 units of wood or 3 energy crystals. Food was available. Quick, seize it. A cunning merchant indeed, a true schemer. Merely roasting the meat had inflated prices by 100. The upstairs residents need not concern him. If they managed to procure any, they could relish their fortune quietly. The trees in his territory were nearly stripped bare. He hoped the prices would stabilize. After all, they were all part of the same region, and collaboration would be more fitting. Su Ming glanced at the regional chat, choosing to disregard it. He briefly scanned the requests from those wishing to add him as a friend. They were either begging for food or lamenting their plight in hopes of receiving sustenance, all of which he ignored. Engaging in monopolistic trade was undeniably gratifying. Su Ming beamed at his bountiful harvest, which exceeded his expectations from prior ventures. Wood, 2,400. Energy crystals, 22. His wealth had surged to wood, 7,600. Energy crystals, 57. Su Ming upgraded his wooden cottage 2 levels, transforming it from an ordinary dwelling into a luxurious abode, furnished with a plethora of amenities. At least now, he would not have to sleep on the floor. The production time at the mechanical factory was also reduced by 0.2 minutes, and its storage capacity increased to 45. Luxurious wooden cottage, a comforting residence that offers an enhanced pastoral lifestyle. Upgrade requirements. With 2,000, territory range 20, upgrading will shorten mechanical production time and enhance storage capacity. Gazing at his newly refurbished home, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a place fit for habitation. He then proceeded to upgrade the mechanical factory, painfully expending 50 energy crystals to elevate it to the 4th tier. Beginner mechanical factory, level, tier 4, beginner, daily free production, 10 RX, 78 mechanical dogs, production time required, 7 minutes per unit, storage, 0.65, upgrade requirement, energy crystals 40, upon completion of the upgrade. Su Ming noticed that 2 additional capabilities had been added to the action module of the mechanical dog, running and jumping. This significantly enhanced the agility of the mechanical dog. He invested all 7 remaining energy crystals into production, and with the free production on the following day, the quantity of mechanical dogs was barely sufficient. Chapter 5, Indigenous. The mechanical hound strikes after a night's rest. Su Ming satisfied his hunger with some jerky. His provisions and water were sufficiently abundant, alleviating any fears of starvation. With 6 days remaining before the beast tide, it was imperative to enhance his strength without delay. This time, instead of veering to the right, Su Ming opted for the opposite direction. To the left, a Tier 3 initial giant wolf is patrolling its territory. Vanquishing it promises a bountiful yield of sustenance. A Tier 3 creature was manageable. Su Ming, accompanied by his mechanical hound, boldly ventured forth. The giant wolf, possessing keen olfactory senses, detected Su Ming the moment he stepped into its domain, lunging toward him with tremendous force. With a subtle smile, Su Ming unleashed his mechanical hound. As the colossal wolf charged, the hound met it head-on in a fatal embrace. Boom! Artistry manifests as an explosion. When the giant wolf crashed to the ground, it had been reduced to a charred carcass. Upon dissection, rewards: wolf meat X10, energy crystal X2. The size was advantageous, and the meat was plentiful. Su Ming promptly proceeded with the dissection. Once completed, as he prepared to claim the territory, an unexpected notification emerged. Territory acquisition failed. Astonished, Su Ming pondered this unforeseen circumstance. It was his first encounter with such an occurrence. Could there be other creatures lurking nearby? He deemed it unlikely. If there were, his innate skills would have signaled their presence upon his entry. Rustling, a sound emanated from the underbrush, hinting at movement. Heightened in alertness, Su Ming deployed his mechanical hound. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had other creatures arrived mere moments after he dispatched the giant wolf? Were they perhaps other lords? Uncertain of the situation, he understood one principle. The first strike ensures advantage. Regardless of whether they were lords or mere beasts, he would act decisively. As the mechanical hound swiftly approached, a spear suddenly thrust forth from the foliage. Boom! An instant explosion ensued, accompanied by a cry of agony. Indeed, other creatures were present. Su Ming's vigilance intensified. At that moment, a severed green arm, propelled by the explosion, landed at his feet. A goblin's arm? Was it from another lord or a native creature? Uncertain, Su Ming continued to deploy his mechanical hound. He followed closely behind as it approached the underbrush, revealing a goblin corpse sprawled on the ground. In the distance, several green-skinned goblins were seen fleeing. He resolved to pursue them. 3 mechanical hounds received the command and charged forth. Upon dissection, rewards: rotting flesh x2, energy crystal x2. Collecting rewards: worn stone spear, white, x1. Su Ming swiftly completed the goblin dissection and collection. Holding the newly acquired weapon, he could immediately perceive its inferior quality, a rough wooden stick affixed with a sharpened stone. Yet, it could fetch a modest price. After stowing the items, Su Ming followed the path taken by the fleeing goblins. The goblins were swift, but the mechanical hound, equipped with a running module, surpassed their speed, quickly catching up to one of the goblins. Upon reaching a sufficient distance, the mechanical hound leapt forward, landing directly upon a goblin, resulting in a resounding explosion that left nothing but charred remains. The remaining 2 goblins, witnessing this fate, fled with even greater haste. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the edge of the area, where words began to materialize through the mist. Ahead lies a horde of goblins, numbering 20, including a large 5th-tier goblin, while the others are of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. He halted, commanding the mechanical hound to stop, surveying the unexplored territory ahead without rushing in. The presence of a goblin group, with the strongest being merely 5th tier, sparked a flicker of interest within Su Ming. Although he lacked a 5th-tier mechanical dog, the majority of his mechanical hounds were 4th tier, giving him a distinct advantage in combat. Just as he prepared to engage, a green-skinned figure returned, a goblin that had previously fled, brandishing a stick it had scavenged. The area was still unclaimed, thus considered fair game for the goblin to return. Before long, Su Ming understood the reason behind the goblin's audacity. Behind it emerged more goblins, with the last one being twice the size of a typical goblin, wielding a stone axe. I had not sought you out, yet you come to me. What a delightful convenience, saving me considerable time. The largest among them was likely the Chieftain. Utilizing his holographic eye ability, Su Ming gleaned information. Large goblin, level 5, beginner. Possesses a modicum of intelligence, remarkable strength, and excels in attacking with a stone axe. Nothing particularly extraordinary, just larger in stature, which alleviated Su Ming's concerns. With a guttural roar, the large goblin bellowed, swinging its stone axe forward, inciting the other goblins into a frenzy. They, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, seized nearby wood and stones, charging towards Su Ming's position with wild abandon. Su Ming, embracing a straightforward approach, unleashed the mechanical hounds to engage in a deadly embrace. Explosions erupted continuously, toppling several trees in the process. Rather than fixating on the frontal battlefield, he dispatched a few mechanical hounds to flank the large goblin from either side. Noticing the 4 mechanical hounds racing towards it, the large goblin, possessing a modicum of intelligence, recognized the threat and attempted to evade. Yet, the mechanical hounds were swift. With a series of leaps, they closed the distance, and one pounced, landing within the self-destruction radius. Quick-witted, the large goblin hurled its stone axe, striking one mechanical hound and sending it crashing away to explode in the distance. However, it lacked the capacity to defend against the remaining hounds. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, leaving the large goblin bloodied and kneeling, smoke billowing from its mouth. Witnessing their leader's demise, the goblins scattered in terror. Su Ming, seizing the opportunity, commanded the mechanical hounds to pursue relentlessly. Dissection yields: putrid flesh 15. Energy crystal 5. Collection yields: worn stone axe, white 1. The larger the body, the greater the bounty. Su Ming swiftly completed both dissection and collection. The remaining goblins were systematically dispatched by the mechanical dogs, after which dissection and collection were finalized. In total, he acquired putrid flesh 35 and energy crystals 25. Including those previously defeated goblins, he now possessed 29 energy crystals, a remarkable haul. Su Ming promptly initiated production. The expenditure from this battle was relatively modest. With 15 mechanical dogs still operational, the goblins tended to cluster together during their charge, allowing a single explosion to eliminate several foes at once. Upon completing these tasks, Su Ming quickly secured the area. He once again gazed towards the information shrouded in mist, which had now transformed. Ahead, a goblin colony once resided here, but has been eradicated. Perhaps remnants of what you seek remain. Chapter 6. Rare Blueprints, New Models. Arriving at the goblin camp, one encounters several makeshift tents, disheveled and reeking, with remnants of uneaten bones strewn across the ground. After a thorough search, Su Ming discovered an iron box, rusty and bearing signs of having been smashed open. Unknown iron box, a box scavenged by goblins, with a chance to yield rare items. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the prospect of acquiring rare items. What a fortunate find. Acquired. RX, 30 mechanical dog blueprint, purple 1. A blueprint for production. Su Ming gasped and quickly verified the details. RX, 30 mechanical dog blueprint, purple, can be crafted by goblins, dwarves, and human artisans. It was indeed a production blueprint. There were no prerequisites. Production could commence immediately. With a thought, the novice guide opened, flipping automatically to the page on mechanical factories. Su Ming noticed that the mechanical factory now included a production section, allowing direct initiation of production after learning the blueprint. Beginner mechanical factory, level, tier 4, beginner. Can produce 10 RX 78 mechanical dogs daily for free. Can produce RX 78, RX 30. Production time required 2. 7 minutes 1 unit. Storage 0.65. Upgrade requirement. Energy crystals 40. When he attempted to produce both simultaneously, a prompt appeared. Currently unable to produce 2 types of mechanical creation simultaneously. Upgrading to an intermediate mechanical factory will allow for dual production lines. He could not produce 2 models at once. Only one type of mechanical dog could be manufactured per session. Although he could switch production at will, it was still somewhat inconvenient. Should he upgrade to intermediate? Sumin Pandiv. Casting a glance at the quantity of mechanical dogs, he noted that, including the one currently in production, there were already 20 in total. He promptly switched to producing the RX 30 model mechanical dog. Upon completing the last RX 78 production, the factory began crafting the new model. The information regarding the mechanical factory subsequently changed. Beginner mechanical factory, level, tier 4 beginner, can produce 10 RX 30 mechanical dogs daily for free. Can produce RX 78, RX 30, production time required 4. 7 minutes 1 unit. Storage 0.65. Upgrade requirement. Energy crystals 40. Producing that model allows for a daily free yield. Su Ming was astonished. This was indeed a new discovery. Previously, he had been unaware, as he could only produce one model of mechanical dog. Crafting one RX 30 requires 5 minutes and consumes 2 energy crystals. The consumption was not excessive. During the RX 30 production, Su Ming did not squander time and continued to explore the unknown territories. Ahead, a group of 5th-tier ogres is roaming, quantity 20. I trust you have no intention of approaching them, unless you desire to be devoured. Upon encountering 25th-tier ogres, Su Ming immediately abandoned the notion of entering the fray. With his current prowess, he could contend with 5th-tier creatures, but facing a multitude was beyond his capacity. He turned his gaze to the other 2 directions. To the left, a flock of 10 3rd-tier magical swamp sheep grazed, the whereabouts of their shepherd unknown. This presented an opportunity to eliminate them and procure delectable mutton, though he needed to act swiftly lest the shepherd return. Behind him lay a marsh, which he surmised would hold no allure for exploration. Sheep? He certainly wouldn't let this chance slip away. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he led his mechanical dogs into the leftward region. This area lacked towering trees. However, the grass was notably more verdant than elsewhere. After advancing a short distance, Ming spotted the flock of magical swamp sheep leisurely munching their grass, blissfully unaware of the impending threat. A swift and decisive strike was imperative. Ming promptly deployed 4 mechanical dogs, surrounding the sheep from all directions and quickly converging upon them. The sheep sensed danger and bleated in alarm, attempting to flee in the opposite direction, but they scarcely got far before encountering the mechanical dogs' blockade. They rapidly altered their course, yet every escape route was sealed by the mechanical hounds, the frightened flock huddling together and emitting anxious bleats. At that moment, 2 mechanical dogs lunged into the sheep, creating an explosion that sent debris flying. As the smoke cleared, 10 magical swamp sheep lay sprawled on the ground, their wool singed. The remaining 2 mechanical dogs also charged forward but were a moment too late, landing ineffectively and scanning the area for new targets. A significant bounty had been secured. Ming approached the fallen sheep, and pertinent information materialized. Dissection yields: mutton 3, sheep milk 1, energy crystal 1. Sheep milk? Quite splendid. As mineral water dwindled and new water sources remained elusive, sheep milk served as a commendable substitute. After dissecting 1 magical swamp sheep, Ming suddenly realized a pressing concern: the shepherd. The shepherd's whereabouts were unknown, but if he returned to find his sheep slaughtered, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. It was prudent to refrain from lingering here to dissect. He needed to return to his territory. Occupying the area required thorough exploration, which was time-consuming. With no knowledge of when the shepherd might return, it was wiser to retreat to safety. Transporting so many sheep alone would take considerable time. Ming glanced at his mechanical dogs, which also turned their camera-like heads in his direction, their red lights flashing as if awaiting new commands. Yet, they lacked any transportation capability. Understanding this, Ming resolved to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, the mechanical factory completed the production of the RX-30 model, and upon seeing the new mechanical dog's information, Ming exclaimed in delight, promptly retrieving it from the warehouse. RX-30 mechanical dog, transport type, level 4 beginner, ability, transport module, materials required for production. Energy crystal 2, what fortuitous timing to acquire a transport type mechanical dog. Ming promptly issued a command to the RX-30. The transport type mechanical dog approached the flock, extending 2 metal plates from its sides. Mechanical claws emerged from its underbelly, deftly grasping each magical marsh sheep and placing them onto the metal platform. In less than 30 seconds, 9 magical marsh sheep were stacked securely on the RX-30's back, setting forth steadily towards their territory. Such remarkable transport capabilities are indeed a testament to the rarity of the blueprints from which it was constructed. Witnessing the mechanical dog's efficiency in transport, Ming couldn't help but marvel. In the future, should the hunt yield a substantial number of creatures, there would be no need for hasty dissection. They could be transported back and processed at leisure, thereby conserving valuable exploration time. Rather than continuing to explore and secure the area, Ming opted to return to his territory, primarily out of caution, as the strength of the shepherd remained uncertain. Chapter 7. The Transport Module. Continuous advancement. Upon returning to the territory, Ming examined the RX-30 module. The transport module boasted attributes of weight-bearing, stability, agility, overload, and excess capacity. Truly, it was commendable for its rare classification, possessing 5 distinct capabilities. Ming marveled at this, noting that the RX-78 only had 3. He also discovered that transporting 9 magical swamp sheep posed little challenge for the RX-30, which could carry objects weighing 1,000 times its own mass. Soon, Ming completed the dissection of the 9 magical swamp sheep, yielding 27 units of mutton, 9 units of sheep milk, and 9 energy crystals. Observing that the RX-30 was still in production, he decided to redirect it to manufacture explosive mechanical dogs. For the time being, he required only 1 or 2 transport units. After drinking a bottle of freshly acquired sheep milk, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The milk was remarkably fresh, devoid of any gamey taste, and palatable enough to keep. Subsequently, he retained 10 pieces of mutton and placed the remaining 20 pieces on the trading platform, along with 39 pieces of rotten meat, 2 old stone spears, and 1 stone axe. Naturally, the prices would rise as well. Mutton, 500 wood, 5 energy crystals rotten meat, 300 wood, 3 energy crystals old stone spear, 300 wood, 3 energy crystals stone axe, 400 wood, 4 energy crystals once the items were listed for sale. Su Ming turned his attention away and resumed his exploration. Returning to the goblin camp, he glanced towards the area where he had previously discovered the magical swamp sheep, noting that the information had changed. Left, the shepherd is searching for his lost sheep, quite enraged. Do not approach casually. Indeed, he had returned. Fortunate that I had fled swiftly. Su Ming decisively altered his exploration route. Certain creatures do not remain fixed to one area. They roam freely, much like the goblins before and the shepherd now. When he first entered, the shepherd was absent, and to avoid a confrontation, it was wise to keep a distance. He returned to the location of the wolf den and continued his exploration in that direction, aiming to discover several regions today and upgrade his dwelling. The food and weapons Su Ming had listed stirred a commotion in Area 88888. The merchants, pure scoundrels, had raised their prices once again. Cursed be these greedy traders. Everyone, please refrain from hoarding. Leave some for me, for my wolves are ravenous, their eyes gleaming with hunger, ready to devour me. Rotten meat sold for 300 wood, 3 energy crystals, is highway robbery. Who could put these merchants in their place? Goodness, even basic weapons are priced exorbitantly. Has this fellow gone mad with poverty? No one competes with him, and thus he dictates the prices alone. Ha ha! I managed to snag 3 pieces of mutton. Splendid. Wishing the merchants above encounter a 9th-tier creature upon their departure. 600 wood, 6 energy crystals. I will message you privately to buy from you. While the quantity of food listed was greater than before, the speed of sales remained largely unchanged. Even the basic weapons had been completely sold out. A man fed the stolen mutton and putrid meat to a nearby earth dragon, glancing at his private messages from Su Ming with irritation. He still hasn't replied. This fellow is truly insufferably arrogant. He pondered the nature of Su Ming's troops, noting that they required no weapons nor sustenance. What kind of units could possibly exist that functioned without these basic needs? Could they be celestial beings or demons, those rare and exalted species? Yet, even they would require nourishment. Or perhaps Su Ming had explored vast territories, amassing enough food to sell. This was the only plausible explanation for his abundant provisions. Suddenly, the earth dragon, having tasted the putrid meat, spat it out in disgust, casting it aside and growling in discontent. The man, witnessing this, grew enraged and shouted, "With such limited food, you still dare to be picky." Despite having expanded his territory and gathered a fair amount of food, it was insufficient to satiate the voracious appetite of the earth dragon. Moreover, with a second earth dragon soon to emerge from its nest, he could hardly afford to sustain 2 such gluttons. This situation was untenable. He needed to expedite his food procurement. In Area 88888, a young girl perched on a vine, swinging her small feet as her fingers danced rapidly over the trading zone. Yet, she was unable to compete with those seasoned individuals, who had been single for 30 years and possessed lightning-fast reflexes. It's gone again. How can they be so quick? She fumed. Failing to secure food meant she would go hungry that day. As for Su Ming, he surely had plenty of food, but refused to part with it. When she messaged him, he ignored her, exuding an air of superiority. She had already consumed the bread she had snatched the day before, and now, with nothing left to eat or even a drop of water to drink, her situation was dire. Just then, a fairy fluttered nearby, delivering a harvested purple orb into her hands. Upon gazing at the orb, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, I could trade with him. He would surely be interested in what I have. With this thought, she messaged Su Ming once more, this time not merely requesting food, but offering her own trading item. As night fell, Su Ming's territory expanded to 31 grids, progressing at a considerably faster pace than before, primarily due to the assistance of the RX-30 transport unit, which allowed him to forego time-consuming dissection until he returned to his domain at night. However, the losses were significant. He had depleted 30 mechanical dogs, but thankfully, the sale of food had compensated for the energy crystals he had lost. Upon returning to his residence, Ming tallied his day's gains, including the provisions sold before departing. He had collected 5,000 units of wood and 350 energy crystals. The proportion of energy crystals was increasing, as even defeating the weakest creatures yielded 1 crystal. While wood had become a scarce commodity, he contemplated whether he should adjust the ratios slightly. After finalizing the resource inventory, Ming's wealth had amassed to an impressive total: 11,000 units of wood and 480 energy crystals. This was sufficient to elevate his abode several levels. Without further ado, Ming promptly commenced the upgrade. He ascended 3 levels, depleting a substantial 500 units of timber. The formerly luxurious wooden house was elevated to a grand courtyard, ample enough to accommodate over 10 residents. The grand courtyard, a lavish dwelling, is typically reserved for affluent families. The requirements for the upgrade included 500 units of timber and a territorial range of 35. Following the upgrade, the duration of mechanical production was significantly reduced, enhancing storage capacity as well. The production time at the factory diminished by 0.3 minutes, with the creation of a single RX-78 now requiring only 2 minutes. The warehouse storage capacity increased to 80. Previously abundant, funds now barely sufficed for a single-level upgrade. Timber had indeed become a scarce commodity, explaining the dwindling number of willing traders. Ming gazed upon his territory, where the trees had remained largely untouched, serving as a reserve resource. Chapter 8. A Friend. Tao Yao Yao. As the house level increased, Ming's information underwent a transformation. Ming, strength, level 6, territory range, 31 squares, units, RX 78 mechanical dogs, RX 30 mechanical dogs, building, mechanical factory. Gazing at his level, Ming felt a surreal sensation. Although he had reached level 6, he felt incapable of defeating creatures of levels 2 or 3. In contrast, his mechanical dogs boasted commendable combat prowess. The level of the house was intrinsically linked to his own level. While its effects might not be immediately apparent, they would likely prove significant in the future. Mean speculative. Setting aside these thoughts, he commenced the upgrade of the mechanical factory. Basic mechanical factory, level 9, basic, daily free production, 10 RX, 78 mechanical dogs, production time, 2 minutes per unit, storage, 145, upgrade requirements, energy crystals 100, alien crystals 1. Ming expended 390 energy crystals in one breath to elevate the mechanical factory to level 9. The next level required not only energy crystals, but also alien crystals. How could one obtain alien crystals? Perhaps by defeating elite-level monsters? Ming was uncertain, but he could verify this the following day. Upon reaching level 5 for the mechanical factory, the action module did not acquire new abilities. Instead, a new module was introduced, the power module. Damage, range, power, burn, splash. The power module boasted 5 capabilities, significantly enhancing the mechanical dog strength. What pleased Ming most was the splash effect within the power module. When mechanical dog exploded, its metal fragments possessed lethality. Indeed, the power module was precisely what he required. A level 9 mechanical dog would be more than sufficient to confront the level 7 snake demon and the elite stone giant. Observing that he had 90 energy crystals remaining, Ming allocated half for the production of mechanical dogs. He had 45 energy crystals left. With 45 mechanical dogs, plus the 10 he would acquire for free the next day, he would possess a total of 55, a veritable small army. Having organized everything, Ming opened the chat channel, preparing to list the food acquired from dissection for sale. In just 2 days, the number of participants had dwindled significantly. 81, 27, 10,000, nearly 2,000 had departed. He pondered how many would remain in 5 days, and how many would survive the beast tide. Casting a glance at the ongoing discussions, he chose to disengage. As he opened his private messages to clear them, one message caught his attention. Tao Yao Yao, I have building blueprints. Can I trade them for food? Building blueprints? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. Such blueprints were indeed valuable. He had recently acquired a production blueprint himself. Without hesitation, Su Ming added the contact. Tao Yao Yao reclined amidst the vines, watching three fairies dance upon a colossal orb of light, occasionally showered with unique dust that was absorbed by the orb below. Is this individual truly unconcerned about building blueprints? What kind of units does he possess? Food, weapons, and blueprints are unnecessary. I'm so hungry. Fortunately, fairies do not require food, or I would surely starve. As Tao Yao Yao listened to her stomach growling, she grumbled. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating someone had agreed to add her as a friend. She immediately sat up, revealing her small canines. Finally, it went through. Tao Yao Yao opened a private chat channel and saw a message from Su Ming. What type of building blueprint is it? If suitable, I can trade. Tao Yao Yao quickly replied. It is a rare, unknown blueprint. After a moment of contemplation, she added, you can obtain corresponding building blueprints based on the types of troops you possess. Upon reading Tao Yao Yao's response, Su Ming was taken aback. She thought she must have misread it and double-checked several times. How could she possibly possess such a rare blueprint? Moreover, she had not utilized it and was willing to trade it away. She must be desperate from hunger, Su Ming speculated. Otherwise, there was no way she would part with such a blueprint. Trade accepted. 5 pieces of mutton, 2 bottles of sheep's milk, Su Ming proposed. Tao Yao Yao's eyes sparkled, and she nearly drooled. He actually had sheep's milk. Such food had never appeared in the trading area. Indeed, he must be keeping the best for himself. He surely has more. I shall negotiate further. With her small canines on display, Tao Yao Yao suppressed the protest from her stomach and quickly replied, too little, add more. This is a rare building blueprint. Su Ming responded, tres fresh fruits. Deal, Tao Yao Yao declared. The fresh fruits were something Su Ming obtained from supply boxes in the exploration area, and he had over 20. Trading 3 was no issue. Soon, the transaction was completed. Tao Yao Yao excitedly gazed at the food before her, picking up a bottle of sheep's milk and drinking eagerly. Ah, how refreshing! She sighed in satisfaction. Next, she roasted the mutton and, not allowing it to cool, hastily placed it in her mouth, only to quickly remove it due to the heat. After blowing on it a few times, finding it bearable, she popped it back in, chewing and swallowing. Is this the taste of meat? Is pure bliss. Tao Yao Yao was nearly moved to tears. Before being forcibly transported here, she had not eaten and had gone nearly 3 days without food. Although she had consumed a single piece of bread along the way, it hardly sufficed. Now, she could finally indulge in a hearty meal. After devouring 3 pieces of mutton, Tao Yao Yao found it slightly greasy and grabbed a fresh fruit to munch on. As she ate, she contemplated how to procure more food from Su Ming. I must engage her in conversation, foster a friendship, and maximize our bond, so I can obtain more food during our trades. With this plan in mind, Tao Yao Yao felt it was a viable approach and immediately set it into motion. While munching on the fruit, she sent a message to Su Ming. Upon completing the transaction, Su Ming did not hasten to examine the blueprints. Instead, he first arranged the provisions for sale. Building upon the price increase, he instituted an additional condition for exchange, the rare crystal. Su Ming was uncertain whether anyone had already acquired the means to contend with elite-level creatures, but he decided to mark it for exchange nonetheless, hoping it would yield the desired results. The man rode his dragon back to his territory, remaining vigilant for updates in the trading zone. Whenever food items appeared, he promptly seized the opportunity to purchase them. During this time, aside from Su Ming, other lords also listed provisions in exchange for resources, albeit in scant quantities that were swiftly depleted. Su Ming listed an impressive array of food, and the man's hands moved with remarkable speed, prioritizing the acquisition of any food available. The rare crystal? His structures were advancing at an astonishing rate, necessitating the use of the rare crystal. The man was astounded, for he possessed a rare crystal in his possession, yet his currently upgrading structures had yet to require it. Should he trade it? No, this item must undoubtedly hold significant value. He resolved to retain it for the time being. Chapter 9. The Refinery, Mechanical Enhancement. Tao Yao Yao, Boss. Please contact me the moment you have any delicious food. I will be delighted to trade with you again. Su Ming, Certainly, if you possess items I desire. I am open to trading. Tao Yao Yao. No problem. By the way, what type of unit are you? It's impressive how you have acquired so much food. After a brief pause of 30 seconds, Tao Yao Yao. Why is boss Su Ming silent? I'm feeling frightened alone at night. Could you keep me company for a chat? Tao Yao Yao. How about this? You tell me your unit type, and I shall reveal mine in return. Tao Yao Yao. I'll go first. My unit is a fairy, capable of cultivating various items, which is how I obtained that blueprint. As Su Ming contemplated blocking her, he caught sight of her final message. A fairy unit? Capable of cultivating items? The architectural blueprint was derived from the fairy's cultivation? What an extraordinary ability. Su Ming was taken aback. Such a unit truly exists? He promptly inquired for clarification. Tao Yao Yao. I'm not entirely sure, but fairies can cultivate different luminous orbs, which can yield many valuable items. Extracting items from luminous orbs? It resembles a blind box lottery. However, it seems that Tao Yao Yao's unit is not trivial. Its potential is immense. As he conversed with her, Su Ming tallied the resources gained from selling food. Wood, 8,900. Energy crystals, 480. Regrettably, no exotic crystals were obtained. Were there none available, or was there reluctance to part with them? Concluding his chat with Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming retrieved the blueprint acquired through trade. Unknown blueprint. Special product of the fairy. Upon use, it grants access to the corresponding architectural blueprint. It indeed aligns with the profession. This is astonishing. Su Ming could not help but marvel. Yet, the thought of Tao Yao Yao being able to produce these blueprints made her seem even more remarkable. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with her. She was a veritable treasure trove of potential. What kinds of architectural blueprints might he acquire? He immediately proceeded to use it. The blueprint, initially marked with a question mark, underwent a transformation. Refinery construction blueprint, purple, can refine mechanical creations, enhancing compatibility and adaptability. Construction requirements. Wood, 3,000. Energy crystals, 30. A refinery? Could the mechanical dog become even more formidable? Su Ming was eager to try it out. He expended 3,000 wood and 30 energy crystals to complete the construction of the refinery. The enormous, boiler-shaped factory now stood in the territory, emitting steam and occasionally releasing waves of heat. Refinery, level, Tier 1, beginner. Refinable models. RX 78, RX 30, upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 20. Upon reviewing the information of the refinery, Su Ming opted to refine the RX 78 model. Would you like to consume 2 energy crystals to refine the RX 78 model? Upon completion, the explosive power of the RX 78 will be enhanced. Refinement duration, 1 minute. Did the refinement require 2 energy crystals? It seems a bit pricey. Su Ming glanced at the RX 30, which necessitated 4 crystals to enhance the load limit, taking 3 minutes to complete. He surveyed the number of self-destructing mechanical dogs he possessed. To refine all of them would require 110 energy crystals, a cost he could manage. However, refining all the mechanical dogs felt excessively wasteful and extravagant. After all, they were consumables, and using them against low-level creatures would be a grievous loss. Currently, Su Ming's sole method of attack involved the mechanical dogs directly self-destructing against their foes. This tactic proved effective against creatures of equal rank or slightly stronger, but against lower-level adversaries, it would be a regrettable expenditure. Spending 3 energy crystals to gain 1 was hardly a sound investment. He decided to refine only half for now, saving the remainder for future needs. After all, refining a single RX 78 only took 1 minute. After some contemplation, Su Ming resolved to refine 30 mechanical dogs, transforming them into an elite force to deploy against challenging enemies. Once the refining factory received the command, it commenced operations. One by one, the RX 78 mechanical dogs were sent into the furnace for refinement. Upon completion, the dogs exhibited minimal changes, yet their metallic surfaces gleamed with a renewed luster, imparting a sense of revitalization. A day later, with 4 days remaining until the beast tide's arrival, Su Ming enjoyed breakfast. His morning meal now offered an array of options: jerky, sheep milk, honey. The variety was delightful. He mused on the prospect of producing service-type machines to assist him, perhaps even preparing breakfast. As he savored the mutton, he pondered his next steps. With the impending beast tide, he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Glancing at the map, today's objective was to confront the 7th-tier serpent demon and the elite stone giant. To the right, a 7th-tier junior serpent demon occupies the core of your territory. It is advisable to eliminate it swiftly. The 7th tier no longer intimidated him. With a dismissive smile, Ming ventured into the area. Upon entry, he felt a chilling presence, as if being watched. He recognized it as the serpent demon. Undeterred, he summoned 10 mechanical dogs, sending them in various directions to compress the demon's space and force it into the open. Upon sighting the advancing mechanical dogs, the serpent demon exhaled in fury. It had been lurking in the shadows, intending to ambush the intruding human, unaware that a formidable swarm of mechanical constructs was being unleashed upon it. The serpent demon was compelled to reveal itself, and the moment it did, the mechanical dogs swiftly locked on, pivoting their heads and charging forward. Boom! The nearest mechanical dog struck first, detonating itself against the demon. With the might of a 9th-tier mechanical dog and the enhancement from its power module, the explosion's force escalated, transforming the serpent demon into charred remnants. The ground was blasted into a vast crater, and the surrounding trees fell in its wake. Such formidable power. This was merely the might of the force module, and the refined mechanical hound was likely even more potent. Ming felt a surge of anticipation. He began to dissect the corpse of the serpent demon. The transport mechanical hound arrived, diligently removing the destroyed trees back to the territory. Acquired, Serpent Meat 5. Serpent Skin 1. Energy Crystal 5. This area was inhabited solely by serpent demons, devoid of other creatures. Just as Ming was nearing the completion of his exploration, he suddenly noticed a prominent mound of earth, beneath which something appeared to be buried. Soon, words emerged from the soil. A clutch of serpent eggs, quantity, 9 serpent eggs. He had not anticipated such an unexpected bounty. Ming's spirit soared. He quickly unearthed the eggs, each the size of a human head, substantial in weight. Tonight, he could indulge in boiled eggs. He then instructed the transport mechanical hound to carry them back to the territory. Having completed the exploration of this area, Ming set off towards the next region. Chapter 10. Elite Forces, the Stone Giant. Previously, an elite stone giant slumbers, and you now possess the audacity to disturb his rest. Defeating him may yield unexpected rewards. Upon perceiving this revelation, Ming gained a newfound understanding of the stone giant. Only a 9th-tier mechanical dog could have the audacity to rouse him. His rank would not ascend to the intermediate level. Nevertheless, Ming felt compelled to proceed, for this stone giant resided perilously close to his territory. He ventured forth with his mechanical dogs. Navigating through a thicket, Ming beheld a colossal stone, irregular in form, embedded in the earth. The stone subtly undulated, as if it were breathing, ensconced in slumber. Stone giant, elite, level 1, intermediate, enjoys burrowing into the ground for sleep, generally disdains disturbance, and becomes irate when awakened. Indeed, it had achieved the intermediate level, albeit only at rank 1, which was manageable. Should it ascend to rank 2 or 3, he might reconsider. If unsuccessful, he could always return another day. But with it being merely rank 1, and with his elite forces in tow, would he truly fear this intermediate elite? Having approached within a mere 500 meters, the stone giant remained oblivious to the encroaching danger, still in slumber. Still sleeping? Allow me to awaken you. 3 refined mechanical dogs surged forward, lunging at the stone giant. Boom! The tremendous explosion unleashed a violent tremor, shaking the very ground beneath them. At last, the stone giant reacted, rising slowly from the earth. Could there be a mechanism requiring awakening to inflict damage? Observing that the stone giant had sustained no harm, Ming began to speculate. What a miscalculation. Yet this was not the time for contemplation. Witnessing the stone giant's awakening, Ming commanded more mechanical dogs to assail the creature. Gore, the stone giant emitted a low growl, spotting the mechanical constructs barreling towards him. Just as it prepared to retaliate, the mechanical dogs pounced. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions forced the stone giant to stagger back several paces, barely regaining its footing. Remarkably resilient, the refined mechanical dogs had only managed to dislodge a few layers of its rocky exterior. As debris fell from the stone giant, Ming recognized that it had indeed been injured, but not to the extent of defeat. Thud! The stone giant roared in fury, its colossal fist, akin to rock, slammed into the ground, causing fissures to rapidly spread towards Ming's direction. He swiftly evaded the onslaught, while the mechanical dogs encircled from various angles. Though the stone giant moved with sluggishness, it possessed a modicum of intelligence. Following the recent barrage, it discerned the mechanical dog's attack patterns. It deftly manipulated the debris around it, launching projectiles at the mechanical dogs to intercept them. Boom! Some mechanical dogs, unable to approach, were pierced by the stones, resulting in explosions. The remaining units, despite detonating upon contact with the stone giant, inflicted minimal damage. Recognizing the need for a tactical shift, Ming promptly revised his strategy. He commanded the ordinary mechanical dogs to charge forth, diverting the stone giant's attention, before unleashing his elite forces. Boom! Another series of explosions ensued, yielding significant results. The stone giant, due to its massive physique, moved with great lethargy, rendering it nearly incapable of evading the explosive attacks from the agile mechanical dogs. I refuse to believe you can withstand such relentless assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Ming pressed on with his offensive. He remained unperturbed by the potential depletion of mechanical dogs, for the factory was continuously producing them, ensuring a formidable supply of firepower. After a relentless bombardment lasting 20 minutes, and at the cost of 20 ordinary mechanical dogs and 15 elite ones, he finally succeeded in vanquishing the stone giant, reducing its body to mere fragments. The reinforcements of 20 elite mechanical dogs had yet to be deployed. Fortunately, the opponent was not particularly nimble. Otherwise, the cost would have undoubtedly been doubled. Ming approached the carcass of the stone giant. Collection rewards: Steel 5, Energy Crystal 10, Exotic Crystal 1. Indeed, there was an exotic crystal. Thus, the mechanical factory should be able to upgrade to an intermediate level. Ming felt a sense of satisfaction with his achievements, which remained within his expectations. As for the other material, steel, found on the stone giant, it was useful for crafting equipment, but he had no immediate need for it. After gathering the items, Ming turned his gaze towards the stone giant's dwelling, where words materialized before him. A vein of ore. Excavation will yield steel. It appeared there was a vein of ore, which explained the stone giant's choice of lair, presumably due to the mineral's presence. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to mine it at this moment and would have to leave it for now. Opening the map, Ming observed that his territory was steadily expanding, now encompassing 33 squares. He currently stood at the site of the stone giant's discovery, with an unexplored area to the right and 6 additional regions above. Once exploration was completed, he could unify these territories into one. Closing the map, he aimed to accomplish this by the end of the day. After securing the area, he would continue his exploration to further expand his dominion. Front, a tranquil lake, but harboring a 7th-tier tyrant crocodile. To access the water resources, it must first be eliminated. Right, an injured 8th-tier wild boar king has taken refuge here. Do not let it escape, as this presents the perfect opportunity to capture it. At long last, he had located a source of water. With determination, Ming stepped into the forward area. Although he had sheep's milk and fresh fruits to hydrate him, nothing compared to the directness of ordinary water. Moreover, the 7th-tier tyrant crocodile posed a manageable challenge. As he entered the area, he soon beheld a serene lake, its surface mirroring the sky like a polished mirror. Had he not been forewarned, he would have approached and fallen prey to the crocodile's ambush, becoming its meal. The crocodile was likely lurking in the water, waiting for other creatures to come for a drink before it struck. Thus, I shall turn the tables and present it with a grand surprise. Ming promptly dispatched a mechanical dog toward the lake to lure the tyrant crocodile into the open. With a splash, the mechanical dog plunged into the water, constrained to follow a singular command, unable to mimic an animal's behavior of feigning thirst by the lakeside. Ming did not intervene, Perhaps submerging would better attract the crocodile. The mechanical dog's limbs thrashed in the water, progressing at a sluggish pace. The tranquil lake was abruptly disturbed as a dark shadow beneath the surface gradually came into focus. Suddenly, a massive maw surged from the water, voraciously engulfing the mechanical dog in one swift motion. The ensuing explosion of the mechanical canine within the belly of the beast sent shockwaves rippling through the lake, unleashing a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Having accomplished his task, Ming snapped his fingers and proceeded to conduct a dissection. He collected 6 units of crocodile meat and 6 units of energy crystals. Onward to the next area, he declared. Aside from the stone giant, there were no other creatures of intermediate rank or above in the vicinity, making the expansion of his territory remarkably effortless. In no time, his domain expanded to 40 squares, now quite vast in its expanse. As night fell, Ming returned to his dwelling. After dining, he set aside a portion of his bounty, selling the remainder. Upon accessing the trading zone, he noticed the chat channel was alive with expressions of gratitude that deviated from the usual tone. Ming cast a swift glance, his brow furrowing in intrigue. Is someone encroaching upon my business? Chapter 11. Goddess you and you Shu at long last. Sustenance has graced my presence, and I am no longer plagued by hunger. After 3 days of starvation, I am profoundly grateful for the generosity of the goddess you. It was only after her intervention that I realized the depths of the deceit perpetrated by the merchant Ming. Indeed, he raises prices with each new offering of food, treating us as mere commodities rather than human beings. Praise be to Goddess you for providing us with nourishment. As I peruse the scrolling messages, Ming is acutely aware that others have made substantial food offerings at considerably lower prices. This is a normal occurrence, and he is not taken aback. Rest assured, I have discovered a ranch that promises affordable provisions for all, and I have also found an orchard. Come tomorrow, we shall feast upon fresh fruits. News of Shu, revered as the goddess Yu, has ignited fervor within the regional channel, flooding it with exclamations of praise. Fresh fruits too? Hail to the goddess Yu. Hail to the goddess Yu. Hail to the goddess Yu. Ming furrows his brow. A ranch and an orchard? Her fortune is remarkable. Yet, ranches are typically guarded. Can she contend with those sentinels? He recalls the shepherd, still too intimidated to engage. It is quite natural for 1,000 lords to harbor a few formidable individuals. Turning his attention away from the channel, Ming lists his own food offerings without any intention of lowering prices. In fact, he raises them yet again, even with Shu's affordable provisions. Once Ming completes his listings, a lord within the channel realizes what has transpired. The commendations for the goddess swiftly shift to condemnation of Ming. The merchant has once again listed food. Let us initiate a boycott against this unscrupulous trader. How dare he raise prices? What emboldens him to act in such a manner? This merchant harbors a relentless greed, treating us as mere chattel. We must unite to drive the prices down. Indeed, a call to resist the merchant grows louder. Yet despite this uprising, the food listed by Ming continues to dwindle. Though not as rapidly as before, it is evident that one individual cannot sustain the food demands of thousands of lords. In another territory, Shu observes the accolades directed toward her, a smile gracing her lips. However, the praise is fleeting, soon replaced by voices advocating the boycott of Ming. As she caresses the small serpent curled upon her, she contemplates Ming's exorbitant pricing with a hint of perplexity. What grants him the audacity to set such high prices? His actions will undoubtedly incite public outrage. In this survival game, solitary endeavors are fraught with peril. To neglect the cultivation of goodwill through food in the early stages reveals a grave miscalculation on his part. Shu shakes her head, but resolves to privately message Ming, seeking to add him as a friend. In his moment of disdain, should she extend a hand, he will surely be grateful and align himself with her cause. On the very first day, he was able to stock food, which attests to his considerable prowess. He might indeed possess rare troops. That arrogant fellow, upon seeing that the application had not been approved, Shu could not help but shake her head. However, she remained unperturbed, for she believed that one day he would accept the olive branch she had extended. Not long after the food was listed, Tao Yaoyao initiated a private conversation. Su Ming, do you have any food? I would like to trade. My food is quite expensive, Su Ming replied. Not at all. Your food is not expensive in the slightest, and you have a wide variety. Tao Yaoyao insisted. All right, what do you have to offer in exchange? I could trade you 2 blue orbs, she proposed. Blue orbs? Su Ming was taken aback. Were they items cultivated by fairies? In their previous conversations, Tao Yaoyao had mentioned that her fairies had the capacity for cultivation. The blue orbs may have a chance of yielding rare items, but what you obtain depends on your luck. Su Ming, she explained. Fine, let us proceed with the trade. Su Ming ultimately completed the exchange with 1 snake egg, 3 fresh fruits, and 2 pieces of beef. Wow, Su Ming, you actually have snake egg, Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, her small mouth agape in astonishment at the size of the egg. He truly had hidden treasures, and only I can obtain them, she thought joyfully. She felt a step closer to Su Ming, convinced they would soon become good friends. Su Ming, could I trade some meat for sheep's milk? She inquired, recalling the leftover lamb from before. Moments later, she received the sheep's milk in return, followed by a message from Su Ming. No need, keep it. Next time, if you crave something, just tell me, and we can trade directly, he replied. Wow, Su Ming, you are incredibly kind, Tao Yaoyao responded excitedly. He is giving me gifts for free. Does this signify a deepening of our relationship? She mused with elation. Then, gazing at the enormous snake egg in her hands, she pondered for a moment before bringing it to the fairy spring and, with a splash, tossed it in. She wouldn't consume the snake egg, but would see if she could nurture something else, a perfect opportunity to test her new abilities. Filled with anticipation, she addressed the fairies hovering above the fairy spring. Thank you for your assistance. Observing the blue orbs that had been traded to him, Su Ming felt a surge of curiosity. Fairy gift, blue. Upon use, there's a high probability of obtaining basic or advanced items, with a smaller chance of acquiring rare level items. What could her troops' abilities be to produce such things? Su Ming was astonished. Thus, when Tao Yaoyao sought to trade for sheep's milk, he generously gifted her a bottle. He sensed that her troops held great potential. Let me see what I can obtain. Su Ming immediately crushed the orb. A flash of blue light enveloped him. Acquired. Energy crystals X5 this. Su Ming was left speechless. He had only received 5 energy crystals, feeling as if he had suffered a significant loss. Yet simultaneously, it left Su Ming in a state of astonishment. For this luminous orb possessed the extraordinary ability to yield energy crystals. This implied that Tao Yaoyao need not engage in battle externally to acquire energy crystals. Subsequently, Su Ming employed a second luminous orb, which emitted a brilliant white light. Acquired. With 500, Su Ming pondered. Is my luck truly that unfortunate? This time, the food exchange amounted to a mere 5 energy crystals and 500 units of wood. Although it appeared rather unprofitable, Su Ming felt a sense of gain, for he alone was privy to Tao Yaoyao's unique abilities. By nurturing their relationship, he could potentially receive further gifts from the fairies. After dining, Su Ming prepared to upgrade the mechanical factory. With the recent explorations and the sale of food, his wealth had once again surged. Wood, 12, 700, energy crystals, 812, exotic crystals, 1. The quantity of exotic crystals was somewhat lacking. Apart from the solitary elite stone giant, he had not encountered any other elite-level creatures. Naturally, with no one trading exotic crystals, the acquisition rate had diminished significantly. Chapter 12. RX-20. Blood Moon Kill Mode, Intermediate Mechanical Factory, Level, Tier 1, Intermediate, Daily Free Production, 20 RX, 78 Mechanical Dogs, Production Time, 2. 4 minutes each, Storage Capacity, 95, 165, Upgrade Requirements, Energy Crystals, 200, Alien Crystals, 2. The Mechanical Factory has expanded significantly. The daily free output has surged to 20 units, and storage has increased by 20, reaching 165. Production Line 1, enabling simultaneous production of 2 distinct mechanical creations. Unlocking RX, 20 Mechanical Dog, Attack Type. A new model has emerged. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately glanced at the production list of the mechanical factory. Noting the addition of the RX-20, he discovered RX-20 mechanical dog, attack type, attack method, shooting, 1800 rounds, module, firepower module, production time 4 minutes, production requirement, energy crystals 5. Following the upgrade of the mechanical factory, a wealth of information became available. Shooting, equipped with a machine gun, Ming, filled with curiosity, promptly initiated the production of the RX-20. Daily free production is only triggered on production line 1. Do you wish to confirm the production of the RX-20 mechanical dog on production line 2? Is this the operational logic? Ming swiftly switched production lines. Each RX-20 requires 5 energy crystals, and the opportunity to produce them for free daily would save a total of 100 energy crystals. This represented a substantial cost reduction. Approximately 5 minutes later, a mechanical dog was delivered to the warehouse. Ming immediately retrieved it. The appearance was akin to other models of mechanical dogs, with the sole distinction being that the RX-20 was equipped with a machine gun on its back. Quite impressive. Finally, an offensive capability. Ming examined the firepower module of the RX-20. Firepower module, rate of fire, ammunition enhancement, only 2 abilities. Ming understood that this was merely temporary. As a mechanical factory continued to upgrade, additional capabilities would be unlocked within the module. Subsequently, he sent the RX-20 to the refining factory. Consumption time, 2 minutes, required energy crystals, 2. Refining will enhance ammunition penetration. Spending 7 energy crystals yielded an elite RX-20, but the costs for complete refinement were substantial, and his energy crystal count was insufficient. Ming glanced at the warehouse storage, noting 72 remaining slots, reserving 20 for free production and filling the rest. He paused the production of RX-78 and activated both production lines for RX-20, followed by refining. The count of energy crystals plummeted by over 300, leaving him with only 348. During the production wait, Ming upgraded his residence, elevating it twice and consuming 7,500 wood. The production time was reduced by 0.2 minutes, and storage capacity increased by 10. Estate, a luxurious abode, suitable only for the affluent. Upgrade requirements, with 4,500, territory range 45, post-upgrade. Production time at the mechanical factory is shortened, and storage capacity is enhanced. There had been no changes, simply adding a star rating. Was this the end? Ming reflected upon his grand estate. While it had transformed from a dilapidated wooden hut to the current impressive manor, a lingering sense of incompleteness haunted him. As time passed, the clock struck midnight on the 4th day. Suddenly, the night sky, once shrouded in darkness, was gradually stained crimson. The unexpected transformation evoked an eerie atmosphere. Startling sumine wak. He hurried outside to behold the blood-red sky and a chilling sight, the blood moon. What could this mean? Just as Ming pondered, a mechanical voice resonated. The territories of 1000 Lord have expanded to 30 slots. The Blood Moon Slaughter Mode has been activated. The Blood Moon Slaughter Mode will only commence at night. Once activated, creatures within the area will enter a frenzy, granting triple experience and triple loot upon defeat. The Blood Moon Slaughter Mode will last for 5 nights. All lords received the notification, and the chat channel erupted with excitement. Blood Moon Slaughter Mode? What is this? Is it encouraging us to venture out at night to slay enemies? Triple experience and triple drops. Killing 1 is akin to slaying 3. Such a splendid opportunity. However, with great rewards come great risks. The monsters at night are already formidable, and now they are frenzied. Can you handle it? You have no idea how powerful my troops are. Have so many top-tier players expanded their territories to 30 slots already? I'm still a mere 10 slots, crying. The channel was filled with discussions about the Blood Moon Slaughter Mode. Some eagerly contemplated venturing outside to hunt, while others opted for caution, choosing to sleep and continue their efforts the next day. After all, dying here meant true death, with no chance for resurrection. Upon hearing the news, Ming felt a surge of excitement. Triple drops. Just imagine how many mechanical dogs that could yield. I believe I can give it a try. After pondering for a few moments, he made his decision. Such a remarkable opportunity for advancement could not be overlooked. Moreover, The duration of the Blood Moon slaughter mode coincided perfectly with the impending beast tide. Perhaps it was designed to enhance their strength. If that were the case, it was even more imperative not to miss out. Heading to the right side of his territory, words materialized through the mist. Right, a pack of werewolves howls with excitement. The Blood Moon has bestowed upon them immense power, plunging them into a frenzy. Quantity, 5, level, 9. The enhanced werewolves possess strength rivaling that of intermediate creatures. Fortune favored him. He encountered foes that were not overly strong. Su Ming immediately entered the area, and the once lush forest was now tinged with a dreadful blood-red hue. As he stepped in, he felt numerous eyes locking onto him, followed by a chorus of wolf howls and the sound of rapid footsteps. Su Ming swiftly retreated to the safety of his territory, just as he released the mechanical dogs. The sound of claws slicing through the air echoed beside him. 3 frenzied werewolves had already breached the perimeter of his estate, but were halted by the protective screen. Their eyes glowed crimson, breath heaving heavily, and their muscles appeared even more swollen under the influence of the Blood Moon. This was the transformation of a frenzied creature. Su Ming's expression grew serious, yet he did not falter nor fear their potential intrusion. Swiftly deploying the RX-78 self-destructing mechanical hound, it ventured forth from its territory, only to become the target of the frenzied werewolves. With a fierce swipe of its sharp claws, the mechanical hound did not evade, choosing instead to detonate itself. In a resounding explosion, 3 of the frenzied werewolves were hurled into the air, the nearest one left with a mangled and bloody torso. Astonishingly, the refined, self-destructing model failed to eliminate it in a single blow. The frenzied beast had indeed grown significantly stronger. Subsequently, Su Ming dispatched another self-destructing mechanical hound to pave the way. The remaining 2 werewolves lunged forward, but the self-destructing model, a fearless warrior, welcomed the confrontation with explosive retaliation. After several detonations, space was secured for the assault-type mechanical hounds. 10 such hounds stood resolutely in formation, gazing at the approaching frenzied werewolves. As Su Ming commanded them to open fire, the bullets rained down, casting a flickering golden light amidst the blood-red forest, while the sound of gunfire echoed through the woods. Chapter 13. Frenzied Beasts. Mad hunts. The gun's barrel spat flames, and bullets soared forth, weaving a dense curtain of fire. The exposed, frenzied werewolves, unable to evade, were riddled with bullets, resembling a beehive. Subsequently, Su Ming dispatched the RX-30 to retrieve 5 frenzied werewolves. Post-dissection yields: frenzied wolf meat 12, energy crystals 12, exotic crystals 1. Could it be that an exotic crystal could actually be obtained? Su Ming was astonished. Such crystals were typically acquired only by vanquishing elite monsters. Ordinary creatures yielded solely energy crystals. Thus, could the frenzied werewolves be classified as elite monsters? Or was this a peculiar exception? As Su Ming scrutinized each werewolf carcass, he discovered that all provided exotic crystals. This was indeed a bountiful windfall. He swiftly completed the dissection. In his inaugural battle, he amassed frenzied wolf meat 60, energy crystals 60, and exotic crystals 5. Was there any distinction between frenzied wolf meat and ordinary wolf meat? As he lifted a piece of vibrant red wolf meat, he felt an ominous energy emanating from it. Frenzied wolf meat. Consuming it enhances vitality. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Food that augments attributes? Such a rarity. Clearly, the rewards from the Blood Moon kill mode were substantial, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. He resolved to continue his hunt. Unlike the daytime, when he ventured to cultivate his territory, the perils of night were magnified several-fold, and the focus was not on expansion. He could remain within his domain while sending mechanical hounds to hunt, bolstered by dedicated logistics, thus ensuring that fallen prey would not be pilfered by others. With a plan in mind, Su Ming established a production line. He allocated the vacant slots left by the fallen RX-78 for the creation of RX-30 units. 2 transport units would likely be insufficient. He would need at least 5. As he awaited production, Su Ming continued to dispatch his mechanical forces. The nocturnal monsters were formidable, especially under the influence of the Blood Moon, which rendered them even more ferocious. in the territory where the frenzied werewolves roamed. The mechanical hound had scarcely ventured forth when it was beset anew by attackers drawn by the scent of blood. 3 bloodthirsty hyenas charged, their speed akin to shadows flitting through the forest. RX-20 immediately locked onto them. Bullets erupted in a barrage. However, the frenzied hyenas not only gained speed, but also enhanced their defenses, remaining agile despite sustaining multiple hits. Once they breached RX-78's range, the self-destructing mechanical hound leaped forward, resulting in a mutual annihilation. As the battle concluded, the transport mechanical hound approached to convey the corpses back to the territory. Post-dissection yields: Frenzied Dog Meat 6, Energy Crystals 5, Exotic Crystals 1. Under the Blood Moon kill mode, it seemed that every creature harbored an exotic crystal, an opportune moment to gather these rare treasures. Within the territory, Ming conducted dissections while the mechanical hounds engaged in combat outside. The forest echoed with gunfire and explosions, and after a while, corpses were continuously transported back. The mechanical factory operated incessantly, producing one mechanical hound after another, which were then refined and dispatched to the battlefield. The influx of troops continuously replenished, and Ming harbored no fear of exhausting his energy crystals as long as he could persist in battle. The energy crystals would not dwindle, but rather multiply. During this time, Ming upgraded the mechanical factory to Tier 3, Intermediate, primarily due to the replenishment of exotic crystals, which satisfied the conditions for advancement. Intermediate mechanical factory, level, Tier 3, Intermediate, daily production capacity, 20 RX, 78 mechanical dogs, free of charge. Production line 1, RX, 20, time 4 minutes per unit. Production line 2, RX, 78, time 2 minutes per unit. Storage, 167, 185, upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 400, exotic crystals 6, following the upgrade. The firepower module gained 2 additional capabilities: firepower enhancement and ammunition capacity. The RX-20's ammunition increased from 800 rounds to 300 rounds. The firepower surged once more. Ming roasted a piece of furious wolf meat, and upon consumption, his entire being felt ignited, as if infused with boundless energy. He sensed a significant increase in his strength. If the troops consumed such meat, it would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess. Mean deflective. Upon opening the chat channel, it was inundated with various panicked messages. This is madness. The monsters in their enraged state are so immensely powerful. I could easily handle Tier 6 or 7 creatures. But now I'm being trounced like a dog. This is utterly unreasonable. How can they become so much stronger in rage? Who can possibly contend with this? Do you think this could be a precursor to a beast tide? If the monsters before the tide are this formidable, we are doomed. Come on, don't spread rumors. I believe it's a possibility. Amid the fervent discussion, someone interjected, "A merchant has listed food items, unlike anything we've seen before. Let's resist the merchant. It starts with us. Please refrain from purchasing these goods. We should unite to drive the prices down." Goodness, it's the meat of the enraged. Consuming it can enhance our vitality. Food with attributes. Is this the meat obtained from slaying furious creatures? How outrageous, such exorbitant prices. This is robbery. The merchant is despicable. Shouldn't we collaborate to grow stronger together? How can he list so many varieties? Just how powerful is he to have collected so much? Food is available, but vanishing in an instant, yet he cannot afford it at present. Enraged wolf meat. 2 exotic crystals, 50 energy crystals, 1,000 wood. All pieces of furious meat are uniformly priced by Ming. The exorbitant prices nearly deterred most individuals. Yet, the quantity of food continued to dwindle. A man, upon seeing the listed pieces of furious meat, painfully purchased a small amount. There was no choice. He now possessed 2 earth dragons and could no longer afford to sustain them. Cursed be the moment of carelessness during battle, resulting in my dragon being injured. Continuing the fight is impossible. In the Blood Moon kill mode, he had acquired a considerable amount of furious meat, but it was insufficient to feed the dragons. Despite the dragons being capable of continuing the fight, it was far too perilous, and he dared not take the risk. What kind of soldier is Su Ming? Capable of hunting such a multitude of ferocious creatures? The pile of meat before him has already accumulated into hundreds of pieces. The man felt a surge of jealousy, yet simultaneously an intensified curiosity regarding Su Ming's soldier type. Yushu furrowed his brow upon observing the abundant food items available in Su Ming's trading area. How could there be so much? What manner of soldier is he, to triumph over beings empowered by the dual buffs of night and blood moon? Is he a rare type of soldier? Yushu gazed enviously at the diminishing food supplies in the trading area, realizing that this indicated a substantial influx of resources for Su Ming, enabling him to enhance his strength at an accelerated pace. In the presence of a tribute-enhancing food, my ordinary provisions pale in comparison. It appears increasingly challenging to compel him to yield. Yushu murmured to himself, contemplating the notion of raising the prices of his modest food offerings. However, doing so after merely a day would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation he had just begun to establish. Such exorbitant prices would surely invite dissent and resentment, making it difficult to garner support and potentially attracting hostility. Although my resource acquisition might diminish slightly with this approach, winning the favor of the people is paramount. Once I reach a certain level of development and can rally others to my side, my strength will swiftly grow, ultimately surpassing that of Su Ming. Chapter 14. The Shepherd's Trap. The treasure chest. As the sanguine moon waned, the crimson hue of the sky gradually dissipated, returning to its natural state. On merely the first night of the Blood Moon kill mode, Su Ming had reaped substantial rewards. Over the course of a single night, accounting for both losses and gains, as well as the food sold, his energy crystals had reached an impressive total of 967, while the extraordinary crystals numbered 57. The bounty from one night of hunting equated to what I would typically gather in an entire day of territory expansion. Su Ming eagerly anticipated the arrival of the second night, envisioning the potential for further resource acquisition and the upgrade of his mechanical factory. Just as Su Ming was preparing to enhance his mechanical factory, a message from Tao Yaoyao appeared. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming, you were truly terrifying last night. The entire sky turned red, and I couldn't sleep properly. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming, you are incredible. You managed to slay so many monsters even in the dark. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming, what did you obtain from the light spheres? Were there any good items? Glancing at Tao Yaoyao's messages, Su Ming found himself unable to suppress a smile upon reading the last inquiry. Su Ming, if you have light spheres, we can continue trading. What kind of food do you require? Upon receiving Su Ming's message, Tao Yaoyao's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed with excitement, Su Ming has actively asked me what food I desire. Our relationship must be improving. At that moment, a fairy approached Tao Yaoyao, cradling a light sphere. Observing her joyous demeanor, the fairy felt a twinge of curiosity but chose not to interrupt. Placing the light sphere down before returning to the fairy spring to continue her nurturing. Tao Yaoyao, I would like to have rice. Do you have any, Su Ming? Rice. I wish I could have some too, Su Ming thought as he read Tao Yaoyao's message. Su Ming, if I come across any, I will share some with you. Tao Yaoyao, wow, really? Thank you so much, Su Ming. After engaging in a few trivial conversations to strengthen their bond, Su Ming eventually closed their chat. Returning to the regional channel, he found his peers summarizing and exchanging experiences, such as strategies for hunting monsters to gather more resources, as well as sharing encounters with various creatures. Subsequently, Yushu showcased food, prompting a flurry of praises within the channel. Su Ming glanced at the remaining participants. 7,176, 10,000. In just 3 days, nearly 3,000 individuals had departed. The pace of this decline felt rather swift. After a moment of contemplation, he closed the chat channel and turned his attention to upgrading the mechanical factory. Elevating it by 2 levels, the storage capacity of the warehouse expanded once again, reaching 205. He was left with merely 167 energy crystals and 33 extraordinary crystals. Upon advancing the mechanical factory to level 4, intermediate, the firepower module acquired an additional capability, automatic reloading. This feature significantly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the RX-20. Upon upgrading the mechanical factory to level 5, intermediate, The firepower module did not receive a new ability, but instead gained a new module, missile attachment. This enhancement indicated that the RX-20 now possessed an additional means of offense. The missile may only accommodate 3 units. Although this quantity is not particularly substantial, the abundance of RX-20s renders the overall capability quite impressive. Ming found himself eagerly anticipating the spectacle of missiles unleashing their power. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was the potential of the module behind the missile, which he assumed would also encompass various weapons, though he remained uncertain as to what those might be. As he ventured into the area where he had encountered the frenzied werewolf the previous night, he was met with utter devastation, for this had been the primary battleground. He swiftly completed his reconnaissance and secured the territory, subsequently occupying the 3 adjacent areas, thereby expanding his domain to a total of 47 units. Front. This locale conceals a treasure chest, but the shepherd has set numerous traps here. Since he is currently absent, it presents an excellent opportunity to seize the treasure. However, one must act swiftly, for the shepherd's return may pose a threat, even leading to peril or death. Right. During exploration, you may uncover a cave, which serves as the dwelling for a certain creature. It may be out foraging or perhaps resting within. You might be fortunate, as there could be something you desire inside. Both directions appeared promising, yet Ming chose to forego the right path for the moment. He stroked his chin and gazed at the mist-shrouded text ahead. It seemed the shepherd had not departed. Rather, he had set traps here, presumably to ensnare him. It was understandable for Ming to think this way, given that he had once pilfered the shepherd's sheep. Furthermore, the presence of a treasure chest in this area, coupled with the traps, was entirely logical. However, with the shepherd absent, Ming felt tempted to explore the treasure chest within the area. Up until this point, he had not encountered any treasure chests, although he had come across plenty of supply boxes. Though uncertain of the nature of the shepherd's traps, he felt confident with his mechanical dogs. Even if he encountered a trap, he would not be at risk. Ming entered the forthcoming area, maintaining a safe distance from his territory, and then released 8 self-destructing mechanical dogs to explore in various directions. Crack! The sound of powerful metal jaws clamping down echoed as one mechanical dog was severed in 2 and detonated immediately. Was that a bear trap? So massive. Ming's eyes widened at the sight of the launched bear trap. Had he stepped on it, he would likely have been bisected. Soon after, an explosion resonated from a distance. A mechanical dog was pierced by a sharp wooden spear, leading to its detonation. What kind of wooden spear could penetrate the metal shell of a mechanical dog? This was absurd, Ming thought. As the mechanical dogs continued their exploration, the traps laid by the shepherd were triggered one by one. These traps were specifically designed to capture large creatures. After 10 minutes, with the majority of traps activated, Ming finally dared to enter and began to search for the location of the treasure chest. After several explorations, he discovered a rusted treasure chest hidden within thicket. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be of low quality. Ming opened the chest. Acquired building blueprint. Fence, white. Building blueprint? Ming raised an eyebrow. Although it was merely a whiteboard, he felt no regret, for the fence served a significant purpose. Once the protection period concluded, the absence of a barrier to safeguard his territory made the fence an ideal line of defense, preventing intrusions. While its level was modest and its interception capability limited, it was certainly preferable to having none at all. With subsequent upgrades, it might yet prove useful. After claiming the rewards from the treasure chest, Ming chose not to delve further. Instead, he departed swiftly, opting against occupation. The trap had been triggered, and the shepherd might soon return. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary encounters by leaving promptly. Furthermore, should the shepherd return, it would provide an opportunity to assess his information. If sufficiently powerful, he could deal with him. After all, the shepherd had been lingering in the vicinity, and he instinctively felt it posed a threat. Chapter 15. The shepherd trap. After obtaining the treasure chest, Ming returned to his previous location and subsequently ventured to the right. The information indicated the presence of a cave, within which lay valuable treasures that could not be overlooked. The cave's location was quite apparent, and after a brief exploration, Ming quickly pinpointed its entrance. Exercising caution, He refrained from entering directly and instead dispatched an explosive mechanical dog to scout ahead. Given that it was a potential habitat for some form of creature, entering without due diligence could prove perilous. The mechanical dog ventured into the cave for a brief moment, and the absence of any explosive sounds suggested that the occupant was not at home. Perhaps it has gone out to forage? Su Ming speculated. He then stationed 10 RX, 20 mechanical dogs at the cave entrance, as an unexpected encounter upon the occupant's return could be quite troublesome. The illumination within the cave was rather dim, allowing only a vague outline of the terrain to be discerned. The internal space was not extensive, and it wasn't long before he reached a dead end. Wasn't there supposed to be something valuable here? Where is it? Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, finding no items of worth. Not only was there no treasure chest, but even supply crates were conspicuously absent. Could it be hidden beneath the water pool? He pondered as he approached. The sight of reeds growing in the water gradually became clearer, and Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Rice. Collecting it yields rice. To his surprise, rice was indeed thriving here. He understood the implication of the notification. The valuable item was the rice before him. Moreover, the appearance of the rice did not resemble that of wild varieties. Yet, if it had been cultivated by humans, why would there only be so few plants? Could it be the work of the shepherd? Su Ming contemplated this possibility. Though he had never encountered a shepherd, the very title suggested at least a semblance of humanity. If the rice were indeed cultivated by him, it would make sense. But was this truly the shepherd's dwelling? That seemed improbable. A shepherd could not possibly reside in such a place. Regardless of the cultivator, the priority was to gather the rice first. There were only 3 or 4 stalks, yet that would yield at least a bowl or 2 of rice. As Su Ming prepared to collect, he noticed the peculiar growth pattern of the rice. Tilting his head, he discerned that it was sprouting from a fissure in the rock below. Is it growing crookedly? Does this imply that there could be more rice on the opposite wall? The more he pondered, the stronger this notion became. If so, it would explain the presence of rice in this location. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Su Ming mused, how shall I proceed? Shall I simply blast through the rock face? Since the rice had managed to grow this far, it suggested that the wall's thickness was not substantial. Otherwise, it would not have reached this point. Rather than acting impulsively, he opened his map. After confirming his location, he indicated the area where rice might be thriving. If rice had indeed grown this far, then the opposite side likely harbored a considerable quantity. If he were to detonate the wall directly, it might have unintended consequences. A slight detour was warranted. Su Ming directed his gaze toward the unexplored region beneath the cave. He would proceed downward, then to the right, ultimately reaching the area where the rice was flourishing. Upon reaching this point, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement, for it indicated the presence of abundant resources. He recalled what Yushu had mentioned earlier about discovering a ranch that provided ample food, enabling her to sell it to other lords at a reasonable price. Thus, it was plausible that this place could be a plantation yielding even greater harvests. Without delay, Su Ming collected 2 or 3 stalks of rice. Acquired. Rice 900. The quantity was modest, yielding a mere 900 grams. Just as he prepared to depart, sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from outside the cave. Had the owner of the cave returned? Their arrival was fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of searching. After a fierce battle, the cacophony outside gradually subsided. Stepping outside, Su Ming beheld a bear lying in a pool of blood, while a transport-type mechanical dog was busily retrieving it to carry back to the territory. Upon securing the area, Su Ming surveyed the directions available for exploration. Front. Ahead lies a vast plain, spanning 5 squares, with an undetermined number of creatures. The lowest level being 5, beginner, and the highest 9, intermediate. Caution is advised while exploring. To his astonishment, a plain stretched before him, occupying such extensive land. It was his first encounter with an area of 5 squares. However, his current objective did not lie here. He could return later. Right, due to special circumstances. Exploration in this direction is not permitted. The inability to explore to the right only heightened his anticipation, for it indicated the presence of something noteworthy. Back. A plant known as the illusion flower grows here, releasing pollen that induces hallucinations. It is advisable to clear the area before commencing exploration. Upon reading the emerging text, Ming mused. The presence of flowers that induce hallucinations appears perilous, yet their effect on him would be negligible. The pollen only affects living beings and has no impact on mechanical constructs. A direct demolition approach would suffice. Entering the area, Ming promptly dispatched a self-destructing mechanical dog to obliterate all illusion flowers. Subsequently, a transport unit was deployed to carry the destroyed foliage back to the territory. Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. At least he would not squander so much time in collection, intending to address it all upon his return. Moments-Late. The mechanical dog had blasted a secure pathway, with the illusion flowers nearly eradicated. Ming successfully claimed the area. Right, there's nothing here. However, the shepherd has set numerous traps, so caution is advised upon entry. Traps had indeed been laid here. This suggested that the area might be a shepherd's dwelling. Ming closed the map. Uncertain of the shepherd's strength, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet since he had arrived, he ought to investigate. If he was unable to overcome them, he could return once his strength had increased. Before proceeding, Ming glanced back at the area behind him. Back, a flower bed has been discovered, where a queen bee swarm is gathering nectar. Attempting to track them to locate the hive may yield delicious honey upon its destruction. This was not a crucial area for exploration. Ming marked it with a food label and then advanced to the front area. Just as he entered, his ankle seemed to snap a thin cord. Ming immediately sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, he heard the ominous sound of whistling wind in the air. Suddenly, several wooden spears soared from a distant shadowy corner. Without hesitation, Ming retreated back to the safety of his territory. With a resounding thud, a spear struck the protective barrier of his domain. Ming narrowly evaded this perilous assault. Had the protective measures of his territory not been in place, this blow could have proven to be quite dangerous. Choosing not to advance further, he deployed a self-destructing mechanical dog to thoroughly investigate the traps ahead. These mechanical canines had not undergone any refinement and were relatively inexpensive, so he felt no remorse for their potential destruction. A safe pathway was swiftly cleared. Just as Ming prepared to enter, the information regarding the area ahead shifted. You have triggered a trap set by the shepherd, who is now hastening towards your location. Chapter 16. Fierce battle with the shepherd. The shepherd has entered the area, his level, intermediate 8th tier, landlord, and he is exceedingly furious. Caution is advised. The text shifted once more. Ming observed a figure clad in a blue hood, galloping swiftly towards him on a steed, though the man's visage remained obscured. His rage was palpable. You've come seeking me, thus saving me the trouble of finding you, Ming thought, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Despite the shepherd's formidable 8th tier status, Ming felt confident in his ability to confront him. Storage inventory, 192-105. Just 3 small levels away. I refuse to believe I cannot obliterate you. Ming swiftly unleashed a multitude of mechanical dogs, with the self-destructing ones leading the charge as shields. As the shepherd, riding at full speed, beheld the sudden emergence of these mechanical creatures, he immediately reined in his horse. Before he could discern the appearance of the mechanical beings, a mechanical dog lunged at him, colliding with great force. The shepherd, quick to react, brandished his herding whip and sent the self-destructing mechanical dog flying. Boom! The mechanical dog exploded mid-air, its tremendous force causing the shepherd's eyes to widen in shock. Overwhelmed, he swiftly dodged the flying metal shards. Unfortunately, his steed was less fortunate, wounded by the debris and collapsing to the ground, barely alive. With no time for sorrow, more self-destructing mechanical dogs charged forth. The shepherd retreated rapidly, wielding his whip to keep the mechanical dogs at bay. He had intended to investigate who had triggered his meticulously set traps, never anticipating the presence of such numerous mechanical beings. Someone is orchestrating this from behind. Suddenly, a mechanical dog stealthily circled around and lunged from behind, seizing his garment. Whirling around, the shepherd caught sight of the red glowing camera eyes, his whip poised to strike. Boom! The explosion engulfed the shepherd, and more mechanical dogs surged forward, the sound of continuous detonations ringing out. By the 5th explosion, a figure emerged from the dust. It was the shepherd, Despite enduring multiple blasts, he remained unscathed. At that moment, a shrill whistle pierced the air as several missiles were launched towards the airborne shepherd. With no refuge available, he braced for impact. The sky erupted once more in a fiery display as the shepherd crashed to the ground. Quickly regaining his footing, his gaze shifted towards the depths of the forest, knowing there must be someone controlling these mechanical entities. With this thought, the shepherd exerted tremendous force with both hands against the ground, propelling himself forward with a speed akin to a specter gliding through the jungle. However, as he closed the distance, his body suddenly stiffened upon witnessing more mechanical dogs emerging from the thicket, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at him. The shepherd's pupils constricted, sensing impending danger. Just as he halted, the cacophony of machine gun fire erupted. Bullets rained down like a relentless barrage, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Even as he sought to retreat, he found his path blocked by self-destructing mechanical dogs that had flanked him from behind. The sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined in a chaotic symphony. The acrid scent of gunpowder pervades the battlefield. Amidst the haze, a pitchfork hurtles forth, shattering an approaching self-destructing mechanical dog, followed closely by the shepherd's fierce charge. The assault-type mechanical dogs swiftly lock onto their target, their side panels unfurling as 3 small missiles are launched. Other assault-type mechanical dogs react in kind. The shepherd, witnessing the incoming missiles, can only roar in fury, evading while bracing himself against the onslaught. Ming commands from the rear, observing the shepherd's battle with keen interest. The prowess of this shepherd is astonishing, evidently surpassing the average level of an intermediate 8th-tier warrior. Within mere encounters, he has decimated a significant number of my mechanical dogs. Ming notes the dwindling stock of mechanical dogs in his arsenal. Despite enduring numerous explosions and a barrage of bullets and missiles, the shepherd remains remarkably vigorous, albeit somewhat disheveled. Is this due to the influence of the landlord? What does this landlord signify? Ming is uncertain, sensing it may represent a symbol of status and power, for the shepherd has claimed a territory. However, what does it matter if you are an intermediate 8th-tier warrior? I refuse to believe that so many mechanical dogs cannot subdue you. Ming continues to deploy troops. He possesses an abundance of soldiers, bolstered by a mechanical factory that tirelessly produces reinforcements, employing the straightforward and brutal tactic of overwhelming numbers. A sea of dogs. A long whistle echoes from afar as Ming's gaze shifts to the shepherd's rear. 2 large, muscular demonic hounds race forth, howling as they pounce upon the nearest RX-20. Their sharp teeth effortlessly pierce its metallic exterior, subsequently tearing it asunder. Shepherd dog. Level. Intermediate Tier 7, Elite. To his surprise, the shepherd has 2 formidable allies. You have companions, but I am not without my own. With a decisive wave of his hand, 50 RX-20s are dispatched to the battlefield, and a command for missile launch is issued. 150 missiles, fire at will. The shepherd dogs find themselves with scant space to evade, catapulted into the air and crashing violently against distant tree trunks, emitting mournful cries. The shepherd yearns to render aid, yet upon witnessing the sheer volume of missiles, he is compelled to seek shelter. Seething with rage, he vows to identify the intruder and transform him into a scarecrow. The cacophony of explosions gradually subsides. The shepherd realizes that the enemy's missiles have been expended, and his opportunity has arrived. As he charges forth in anger, the sight before him drains his fury, leaving his expression vacant. He beholds a regimented line of mechanical dogs advancing steadily towards him. At the forefront is the self-destructing RX-78, followed closely by the assault-type RX-20, together forming an iron tide that crushes all in its path. The shepherd's despairing roar echoes, for he believed the enemy's numbers had been significantly diminished, only to discover this formidable mechanical army still stands ready. He draws his shotgun, beginning a frenzied barrage of fire. The sound of gunfire revealed the shepherd's position, and soon he was locked onto by the RX-78, which surged forward with relentless determination. The RX-20 pivoted its weapon, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The shepherd roared, with no choice but to charge forward, brandishing his hunting rifle and firing continuously. Yet, against the onslaught of steel, the shots from a mere hunting rifle seemed feeble and ineffective. Eventually, he was struck down. The tenacity of this foe was almost beyond belief. Surely, he could not be considered human. Upon hearing the cessation of gunfire, Ming finally exhaled in relief. Withstanding such a barrage of fire clearly indicated he was no ordinary human. This battle had taken a significant toll. The RX-78 was left with only 5 units, while the RX-20 had merely 55 remaining. It could be said that this was the most depleting encounter thus far. If the shepherd did not possess valuable spoils, this would be deemed a substantial loss. Ming could only hope to recuperate the losses from whatever treasures the shepherd might yield. Subsequently, the RX-30 entered the scene, commencing the transportation of all resources. Ming refrained from rushing in, overseeing the RX-30's logistics within the territory. Before long, the shepherd's lifeless body was brought in, accompanied by 2 sheepdogs, reduced to charred remains. Chapter 17. Rice fields, sheep pens, and abundant harvests. Upon observing the items that could be collected from the shepherd, Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, only to find no change in his surroundings. "How can you be so impoverished, my friend?" he lamented. Aside from the shepherd's meager equipment, he possessed merely 5 pitiful energy crystals. When one reaches the pinnacle of exasperation, laughter often follows. "Well, I hope the good stuff is at your home," Ming thought, examining the few items he had obtained, most of which were of little use to him. The only item of interest was the shepherd's cloak. Shepherd's cloak. Once donned, it reduces hostility from creatures and provides a decent concealment effect. This cloak proved to be somewhat useful, so he decided to keep it, while the rest would be discarded in the trading area. Ming briefly tended to the shepherd's body, postponing the dissection of the 2 shepherd dogs, intending to have RX-30 transport them back for processing later that evening. After completing the cleanup, he glanced at the number of mechanical dogs in storage, ensuring they were restored to a sufficient amount before venturing into the next area. Caution was paramount, especially given the shepherd's formidable prowess. One could never know if he had left behind any special traps. "If only I had exploratory mechanical dogs. I could command everything from my territory without needing to venture out myself." As he entered the area where the battle had taken place, he found it in disarray, with only the trees near the boundary remaining relatively unscathed. He easily completed the occupation of this area, and the previously unexplored region gradually revealed its description. Front, shepherd's dwelling. This area is planted with rice and grazes a flock of sheep, boasting rich and ample food resources. Area coverage, 2 squares. The shepherd has now been slain by you, and you can claim this land as your own. Relieved by the information, Ming felt assured that there were no dangers ahead and proceeded into the shepherd's living quarters. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large sheep pen, where approximately 50 magic marsh sheep grazed leisurely. On the other side, at the end of a rocky outcrop, lay a rice field, with stalks of rice flourishing, ripe for harvest. "Indeed, there is rice here," Ming exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he approached. The planting area was modest, around 10 acres, but it could yield at least 1,000 pounds of rice, enough for a single person to last a decade, perhaps. The rice fields and sheep pens represented a wealth of energy crystals and exotic crystals. Without delay, Ming dispatched a transportation mechanical dog to gather all the rice, transporting it back to his territory. Although he could collect it himself, doing so 1 stalk at a time would be time-consuming. It was more efficient to return and process it in bulk. As for the magic marsh sheep, he decided to retain them for the time being. After all, the pen housed not only mature sheep, but also numerous lambs, and the immediate gains were not significant. Approaching the shepherd's house, he found it quite ordinary, constructed of wood and modest in size, furnished with a table, bed, and a reasonably complete set of furniture. Within the drawer lay 400 energy crystals and 20 exotic crystals. Ming, intending to search for any treasures the shepherd might have left behind, noticed words materializing on the table. Astonished by the discovery of 400 energy crystals and 20 exotic crystals, he promptly opened the drawer to find 2 small pouches, 1 large and 1 small. He quickly retrieved them, and upon opening, found them brimming with energy crystals. To his delight, it turned out that these items were stored at home, rendering the recent losses not so grievous. The 400 energy crystals and 20 exotic crystals nearly compensated for the majority of his losses, marking a fruitful recovery, possibly even a profit. Continuing his search, Ming unearthed some air-dried provisions. He took everything, even if he had no intention of consuming them himself, as they could be sold in the trading area for resources. Words appeared again, indicating that a jar was concealed behind the cabinet. This time, however, the text flickered erratically, unstable in its presence. Was his talent being interfered with? Ming furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, could this anomaly indicate the presence of hidden treasures? Filled with excitement, he moved the cabinet aside and was drawn to the repaired wooden wall, which bore clear signs of having been hewn. He meticulously pried it open, revealing a dark jar nestled within, secured tightly with hay and weighed down by a brick. With bated breath, Ming extracted the jar, instinctively gauging its weight, which proved substantial. Setting the jar on the table, he removed the brick and the hay covering its mouth, revealing a package of a dark substance inside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a piece of black cloth enveloping a bag of gray millet. What could be so meticulously wrapped? As he unwrapped the millet bag, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Upon seeing the contents, Ming exclaimed in astonishment. It was rice. The shepherd had indeed cultivated rice, and there was still a considerable amount stored in his rice bin at home. Yet the fact that this rice was hidden away in such a place was utterly perplexing. Soon, words emerged above the millet bag. Spirit rice. Consuming it permanently increases attributes by 1. Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Spirit rice? A food that could permanently enhance attributes. The previously acquired frenzied meat had only provided a temporary boost to vitality, but this spirit rice was entirely different, offering a lasting enhancement. He finally comprehended why the shepherd concealed this rice. It was not ordinary rice at all, but spirit rice capable of permanently augmenting attributes. At that moment, the rice outside seemed far less appealing. Eager to taste the spirit rice, Ming weighed the millet bag in his hands. Lamenting its scarcity, perhaps only around 3 pounds, enough for a few meals. The shepherd must have consumed a considerable amount of this spirit rice. Otherwise, he would possess such formidable strength. Where could the shepherd have sourced this spirit rice? Was it cultivated from the fields outside? Ming was uncertain, but he would find out upon returning and discovering whether it originated from those rice paddies. After carefully securing the lingmi and meticulously searching the house once more, Ming departed from the premises, having discovered nothing further. As dusk descended, he chose not to continue his explorations, but instead returned to his dwelling. Today's territorial expansion had been modest, extending merely to 56 squares, primarily due to the considerable time spent at the shepherd's location. Although the expansion was limited, the rewards were substantial, surpassing those of the previous days. Observing the encroaching darkness, Ming gazed at the unexplored regions and murmured, with my current strength, venturing out at night should pose no issue. However, the costs may be considerable. It would be prudent to await the onset of the Blood Moon kill mode. Chapter 18. The Fairy Serpent Egg upon returning to his dwelling. Ming meticulously organized the day's harvest and subsequently listed all the food and equipment obtained in the trading area. Regrettably, the rice he had gathered lacked the coveted spiritual rice, leaving him to ponder the source from which the shepherd had acquired it. Choosing not to dwell on this matter, Ming commenced the task of igniting a fire to prepare a meal, utilizing the very spiritual rice he had recently obtained. In the chat channel, exclamations erupted. What on earth? I can't believe my eyes. It's rice. Where on earth did this unscrupulous merchant procure such a bounty? So much of it. He must have raided someone's granary. Don't snatch it all away. Leave me some. Damn, it's so expensive. With such outrageous pricing. Can't you all react a little? Have you grown accustomed to the merchant's deceit? You have fallen, despite promising not to purchase from these avaricious traders. Before long, the rice was sold out, along with the equipment on offer. Yu Shu, upon seeing the rice Ming had put up for sale, furrowed her brows and remarked, "Has he discovered the shepherd's resource point? Did he pilfer the rice from there? No, this quantity, Has he already acquired the strength to defeat the shepherd? Yushu reached a startling conclusion. In recent days, she had unearthed the location of the shepherd's abode, which housed a plethora of livestock, truly deserving of the title ranch. In addition to the ranch, there were orchards and rice fields, a veritable cornucopia of resources. Yet, she lacked the capability to conquer the area and claim it as her own. The notion of announcing the occupation of a ranch was merely a ruse to stealthily infiltrate and procure food while the shepherd was absent. Now, upon witnessing Su Ming's rice, she surmised that he must have encountered something significant. The shepherd was a resource point in Area 88888. Perhaps the shepherd Su Ming faced was not particularly formidable, allowing him to vanquish the opponent and seize the food. Yu Shu analyzed the situation, feeling a pang of envy towards Su Ming's ability to defeat the shepherd. If only she could also conquer the shepherd and seize his territory, her strength would undoubtedly surge. However, the shepherd she had encountered possessed advanced capabilities, rendering her unable to prevail. There was still time to improve. She resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the Blood Moon kill mode that would commence at night, striving to enhance her own abilities. Yushu silently vowed to catch up with Su Ming. Elsewhere, a man possessing a dragon lair eagerly shoveled food into his mouth, his face radiating sheer bliss. After so many days, he could finally indulge in a hearty meal. Each bite was sweet and savory. He had never felt such happiness before. It's so delicious. How did I not realize that plain rice could be so delectable? Tears streamed down the man's face. Typically, he would boast in the chat channel about the might of his dragon troops, garnering admiration and envy from many. Yet, the hardships he endured remained known only to him. The food earned through daily battles was insufficient for his dragons, leaving him perpetually hungry. And now he had to feed too. What was even more alarming was that a third dragon was soon to emerge. Ah, how refreshing. The man exhaled in contentment, subsequently letting out a satisfied burp. Su Ming's arrogance was rather excessive. He had rejected both private messages and friend requests. Otherwise, I could have procured more sustenance from him and spared myself from hunger. Alas, the man sighed, hoping to slay more tonight under the Blood Moon's wrath. Meanwhile, another blue fairy's gift arrived at Tao Yaoyao's location. As she perused the chat channel, she naturally noticed that Su Ming had listed rice for sale. Wow, Su Ming is truly remarkable. Just this morning, I mentioned my craving for rice, and he actually managed to procure some. At long last, I will be able to savor a bowl of rice. Excited, Tao Yaoyao reached out to Su Ming. The prices in the trading zone were outrageous, yet she felt no concern, for she possessed a unique channel. As Su Ming savored the rice made from spirit grains, he realized it was far superior to any rice he had previously tasted, as if a surge of power was coursing through him. His strength was indeed increasing. This spirit rice was truly exceptional, he mused. At that moment, a private message pinged. Tao Yaoyao. Wow, Su Ming, you really found rice. Hurry and trade with me. Her words brimmed with excitement. Su smiled and quickly typed back. Su Ming, certainly. Will you exchange it for light orbs? Tao Yaoyao. Yes, I could gather 5 today. How many do you need? Su Ming. Su Ming contemplated taking them all, but remembered the unique nature of Tao Yaoyao's troops, so he inquired first. Su Ming, don't your troops lack combat capability? How do you acquire resources and expand your territory? Tao Yaoyao could obtain upgrade resources from the fairy's gifts. But what about territory expansion? Upgrading a house required not only materials, but also territorial development, which was crucial as houses were linked to troop structures. Upon seeing Su Ming's reply, Tao Yaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Is Su Ming genuinely concerned about me? Ha ha, how wonderful. Our bond has deepened. Tao Yaoyao. Fairies lack combat power, but they can assist me in expanding territory, albeit slowly. I currently possess only 10 squares of land. Su Ming Pandith. Can one truly expand territory without combat capability? Her fairies seem to possess a plethora of abilities. Su Ming, I'll trade 1 pound of rice for 3 light orbs. Tao Yaoyao, wow, really? Su Ming, you are so generous. Having perused the trading zone's prices, she felt that 3 light orbs could not possibly equate to 1 pound of rice. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Tao Yaoyao dashed toward the fairy spring. Noticing the snake egg still floating within, she looked up at the fairies hovering above and inquired whether the egg had matured. The fairies nodded in affirmation. Then, they witnessed Tao Yao Yao retrieving the snake egg from the fairy spring. The fairies rushed over to intervene, warning her that this was a means to combat the impending beast tide. Wasn't the beast tide still a few days away? Perhaps Su Ming would appreciate this item. Solidifying their relationship could yield more resources. Ignoring the fairies' protests, Tao Yao Yao resolutely took the snake egg. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, I cannot let you suffer a loss. I shall gift you this snake egg. Su Ming was taken aback to see the snake egg from the last transaction returned to him. The logic behind purchasing it only to send it back was perplexing, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He could not fathom the intentions of Tao Yao Yao. Just as he was about to return the snake egg, he noticed that it differed slightly from the one he had previously traded. It was larger in size. Fairy snake egg, a product cultivated in the fountain of fairies, capable of hatching into a battle beast to assist in combat. Su Ming thought, food has transformed into a battle beast? The entire snake egg had undergone a transformation. Was it the fairies' doing? What powers did her fairy troops possess? Su Ming scratched his head, increasingly curious about Tao Yao Yao's capabilities. Perhaps the fairies' cultivation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. The process of nurturing an egg into a battle beast to assist in combat might be one of her strategies against external threats. With this thought in mind, Su Ming realized he could not keep the fairy snake egg. The beast tide would arrive in 3 days. Should she falter, it would be a loss for him as well. After all, their relationship was quite amicable, and Tao Yao Yao's mysterious abilities proved to be immensely beneficial to him. He cannot allow her to perish so easily. With this in mind, Su Ming promptly traded the fairy snake egg back. Chapter 19, The Transaction with Tao Yao Yao. How did Su Ming return the fairy snake egg? Tao Yao Yao was somewhat surprised to see the egg sent back. Did Su Ming not prefer it? Just as she pondered this, she received a message from Su Ming. Su Ming, you may keep this egg. It will help you withstand the impending beast tide. I have no use for it. Su Ming, also, please accept these additional eggs. Su Ming, not intending to consume the remaining 8 snake eggs, traded them all to her. Given Tao Yao Yao's capabilities, they would significantly bolster her defense against the oncoming beast onslaught. What? Tao Yao Yao was at a loss upon receiving the additional 8 snake eggs from Su Ming. This was an extraordinary gift. If placed in the trading area, they could fetch a substantial amount of resources. Yet, they were all given to her. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, this is far too precious. I currently do not possess so many light orbs to offer you. Su Ming, no worries. If you lack them now, just owe me for the time being, and you may repay me later. Tao Yao Yao, that one do. How about this? I will give you the light orbs I have been saving as a deposit. Moments later, Su Ming received a transaction from Tao Yao Yao. Fairy-esque gift. Gold greatly increases the probability of obtaining rare grade items, purple, with a chance of acquiring epic grade items, orange. Su Ming was once again bewildered. Wait, you possess such remarkable treasures. The possibility of acquiring rare items, and even the chance for epic ones, was extraordinarily powerful. Until now, Su Ming had only obtained one rare grade item, the blueprint for a transport-type mechanical dog. The refining factory was acquired through trade with Tao Yao Yao, not something he had earned himself. Without hesitation, Su Ming accepted the gift. Su Ming, thank you. Tao Yao Yao, hee, I'm glad you like it, Su Ming. If you nurture more in the future, you can also trade me rare items. Su Ming, no problem. Let me pay a deposit first. Deposit? Tao Yao Yao was perplexed. Soon, she received a notification of the transaction. Spirit. Spirit rice? It can permanently enhance attributes. Tao Yao Yao had initially thought it was just ordinary rice, but upon seeing the displayed information, she realized it was anything but ordinary. It was spirit rice that would provide a permanent boost to her attributes. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming this. She was momentarily at a loss. This transaction was exceedingly valuable. Su Ming, just accept it. When you have good items, feel free to reach out to me. I have matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave now. Tao Yao Yao, all right, you go ahead, great one. Tao Yao Yao was uncertain how to respond and could only hastily reply. Su Ming was truly too kind to her. Spirit rice had not even appeared in the trading area, and he could have easily kept it for himself. Yet he chose to trade it with her. Tao Yao felt deeply moved, sensing a closer bond with Su Ming. Glancing at the ordinary rice she had previously acquired, she suddenly found it less appealing. Dinner. Soon, the rice cooked from spirit rice was served, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, making Tao Yao salivate. The fairies in training were also drawn to the alluring fragrance. Tao Yao unexpectedly glanced at the 5 fairies fluttering toward her and immediately grasped their intentions. "Oh, you wish to partake as well? I thought you only consumed dew." The fairies nodded, indicating their desire to taste. "I see. Please wait a moment." Tao Yao hurried to the tree, plucking 5 leaves, and placed 4 or 5 grains of rice upon each. It was not that she was stingy, unwilling to offer the fairies more, but rather that the fairies were petite, and a modest portion of 4 or 5 grains should suffice for each. As the fairies landed, they sniffed the offering and began to eat, expressions of bliss illuminating their faces. "You truly can eat. I had assumed you could not consume anything," Tao Yao exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. She was delighted to discover that the fairies could indeed enjoy other delicacies. Subsequently, she joined in the feast, conversing with the fairies as she munched. "These spirit grains were given to me by the esteemed Su Ming. See, I told you that the recent transaction was quite advantageous. A single egg yielded such a bounty. Therefore, you must work diligently, and in return, you shall receive even more spirit grains from Su Ming." The fairies listened intently as they ate. Though they did not fully comprehend, they understood that hard work would yield greater rewards in spirit grains. After receiving the fairies' offerings, Su Ming did not hastily open them, but first glanced at his savings. Wood, 47, 800 energy crystals. 2, 576 exotic crystals. 425 by selling all food and equipment. He replenished previous losses and even profited significantly. He had not anticipated such a substantial gain from capturing the shepherd's outpost. If similar outposts existed, even with increased consumption, the endeavor would still prove worthwhile. After a brief calculation, Su Ming realized it was not only profitable, but could yield considerable gains. He retrieved a luminous orb and crushed it, a flash of purple light enveloping him, revealing a blueprint in his hands. Blueprint for Collection Factory. Purple. Capabilities. Dissection. Item collection. Etc. Construction requirements. Wood 10, 000. Energy crystals 300. A collection factory? The cost is astonishing. Su Ming was taken aback. The materials required were several times greater than those needed for the initial construction of the refinement factory. Although he could also conduct dissections and collections, this factory would alleviate much of the workload. Despite the higher material demands, Su Ming chose to proceed with the construction. A grand factory was established to the south of his territory, shaped like a circular emblem. Collection factory, level, Tier 1, basic. During dissection and collection, there is a 1 chance to obtain double resources. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 400. There is even a chance to acquire double resources. Su Ming was astounded. He discovered that the collection factory did not require the consumption of energy crystals. It could be activated simply by depositing monster corpses for dissection. This is splendid. Su Ming was thoroughly pleased. Several buildings required upgrades, but resources were scarce, making it challenging to address all needs. Yet with the collection factory, his efficiency in resource acquisition would be significantly enhanced. However, the requirement of 400 energy crystals for a single upgrade is excessively steep. It is anticipated that an upgrade will enhance the probability of acquiring double items. I shall postpone the upgrade until my resources are ample. Prioritizing the enhancement of resource-generating structures is indeed prudent. Nevertheless, with the beast tide looming, the immediate imperative is to bolster my combat strength, focusing primarily on upgrading the mechanical factory. Let us examine the details of the mechanical factory. Intermediate mechanical factory, level, Tier 5, intermediate, daily free production, 20 RX, 78 mechanical dogs. Production line 1, RX 20, time, 4 minutes per unit. Production line 2, RX 78, time, 2 minutes per unit. Storage, 205, upgrade requirements. energy crystals 600, exotic crystals 12. Ming calculated that having just constructed the gathering factory for 400 energy crystals, upgrading the mechanical factory to tier 8 should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 20. The first-person mechanical totem, intermediate mechanical factory, level, 8th rank, intermediate, daily free production, 20 RX, 78 mechanical dogs, production line 1, RX 20 time, 4 minutes per unit, production line 2, RX 78 time, 2 minutes per unit, storage, 205, 225, upgrade requirements, energy crystals 900, exotic crystals 18. Upon completion of the upgrade, the energy crystals were nearly depleted, leaving only 76. An 8th rank machine should have no trouble sweeping aside 9th rank enemies. Ming gazed at the newly added capabilities of a mounted module. Mounted module, missiles, wide sword mines, flame throwers, grenade launchers. 3 additional weapons had been incorporated, each capable of addressing different scenarios in combat. However, due to the inherent limitations of the RX-20, only 2 weapons could be equipped at a time. Was it because the mechanical dog was too diminutive to accommodate more weaponry? Ming pondered while observing the RX-20 before him. The RX-20's compact size indeed restricted the mounting of all available weapons. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Ming could freely select and switch the mounted weapons, albeit only prior to deployment. This meant he could not equip 2 weapons initially and then switch to others once they were expended. Once the Blood Moon killing mode activated, he would test the prowess of the new mounted weapons. Ming gently patted the RX-20's head and spoke. Accessing the information regarding his residence, he noted that, based on the conditions required for upgrading, he could also level up twice this time. However, after achieving the first level, he was halted by a notification. Your territory has exceeded 50 grids, and your residence level has attained 9th rank, unlocking totem construction. Would you like to proceed with the construction? By constructing a totem, your prestige will increase, with a chance to attract beings to inhabit your territory. Your renown will also rise, drawing the attention of more perilous entities. Opting to forego construction will allow you to continue upgrading your residence, with totem construction becoming available in the next phase. Requirements for totem construction would 5,000, energy crystals 50, exotic crystals 50, territory range 50. The sudden notification left Ming momentarily stunned. Construct a totem? Yet, he quickly grasped its implications. To continue upgrading his residence, he must either abandon or construct the totem. But what purpose did the totem serve? Ming was left in contemplation. At that moment, a mechanical voice elucidated his confusion. Constructing a totem can enhance the combat prowess of your units. Once the totem reaches a certain level, it unlocks higher-level technologies, improving your units. Higher technologies? Enhanced units? Ming raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the RX-20 beside him. The mechanical totem was indeed a valuable asset, capable of elevating technological levels while also refining units. It was essential to recognize that mechanical units differed from those of other lords. The units of other lords could gain experience and strength through combat. In contrast, mechanical units had no such avenue. Their enhancement could only be achieved through upgrades at the mechanical factory or through processes such as tempering, refining, assembling, and module addition. Thus, the construction of the totem represents a monumental advancement for Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to proceed with the edifice. Should he forego this opportunity, he would have to wait until the next phase of his dwelling to undertake such a task. If his assumptions were correct, level 9 marked a pivotal phase, and delaying the totem's construction would leave him significantly behind his peers. The quantity of energy crystals had dwindled once more, leaving a mere 26. Fortunately, the energy crystals required for the totem's construction were not exorbitant. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself lacking. As a brilliant light flashed, the mechanical totem ascended, towering to the height of Ming's chest. Above the mechanical totem, a triangular structure floated, its assembly a mystery to him. Mechanical totem construction completed. At the moment of completion, the novice guide in Ming's mind underwent a transformation, automatically flipping to a new page. The triangular structure of the totem was positioned at the center of the page, radiating various capability icons outward. These icons remained dormant, their contents unreadable, save for one that glowed with vitality. The mechanical factory. Is this what the mechanical totem entails? Ming tapped the icon, and information materialized before him. Factory expansion. Mechanical factory storage 100. A surge of astonishment escaped Ming's lips. He questioned whether he had misread, confirming once more. Indeed, it was 100 storage. To put this into perspective, enhancing a level of the mechanical factory typically granted merely 10, while upgrading a level of the dwelling only yielded 5. Yet this time, it had augmented by a staggering 100. For mechanical units, quantity equates to strength. Even if he were 2 or 3 levels below his adversary, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The shepherd served as a prime example. How delightful to receive such an unexpected boon at the outset. He eagerly anticipated the other capabilities of the mechanical totem. Ming endeavored to click on the other dormant capability icons, only to be met with a prompt. Possessing 3 distinct types of mechanical constructs is required to unlock this capability. 3 distinct types? Do my 3 mechanical dogs not count? Ming pondered, recalling the model of the mechanical dogs, RX. Self-destruct type, offensive type, transport type. These merely represented variations within the same model, thus qualifying as a single type. He clicked on another icon. Occupying a tower will unlock this capability. A tower? What is that? Confounded, Ming sought to examine the other unlocking conditions. One condition captured his attention. Successfully repelling the beast tide will unlock this capability. Ming's eyes sparkled. Repelling the beast tide would unlock it? That would come swiftly. It was now the 4th day, with 3 days remaining until the beast tide's arrival. In 3 days, withstanding the beast tide would grant him this capability. Exiting the totem interface, Ming resumed upgrading his territory. Castle, unnamed, level, 1 star, territory range, 56 squares. Effect, reduces production time of the mechanical factory, increases storage. Upgrade requirements, with 10,000, territory 60, exotic crystals 10, the Lord's emblem. Possessing a castle signifies that you have transcended the novice phase and are now capable of engaging in the struggle for supremacy. Has it truly transformed into a castle? Is this a new phase? Ming was taken aback, although his dwelling had reached the next stage. The reduction in mechanical production time and the storage capacity of the warehouse remained unchanged. Furthermore, despite being referred to as a castle, it was not grand and imposing like a true castle. It could at best be considered a modest villa, far from deserving the title of a castle. As for the naming, Ming gazed at the villa before him, contemplated for a moment, and declared, "Let it be named the City of Machinery." City of Machinery has been successfully named. However, just as Ming completed the naming, an announcement resonated throughout the entire region 88888. The first castle lord of region 88888 has emerged, and the title of landowner has been specially conferred. Other lords are encouraged to continue striving to become castle lords. Chapter 21. The Commotion. Lord of the Castle. The title of Lord of the Castle has already been claimed. Who could be so audacious? Is it that unscrupulous merchant? Surely it must be him. He has consumed so many of our resources. Who else could it possibly be? I warned you all against purchasing food from that merchant, but you would not listen. Now he has surged ahead of us. Cursed merchant, Ming, you have ascended to the position of Lord of the Castle with our resources. Do not forget your roots. You ought to set an example and reduce the prices of food. If you do not lower the prices soon, we shall unite to confront you. Even if you are the Lord of the Castle, can you withstand the collective force of many? Indeed, the prices must be lowered. The channel erupted into chaos, all discussions revolving around Ming's ascension and his exorbitant food prices. There were even calls for him to show his face. As he had remained absent from the regional chat channel throughout, he only coldly listed food for sale, reaping the rewards of their resources. When Yushu heard the announcement of Ming becoming the Lord of the Castle, she was taken aback. The news was too sudden. She never expected Ming to rise to such a position. A castle signifies a new phase beyond the 9th tier of habitation. This implies that his territory has expanded to 50 plots. How could he explore so rapidly and even secure a shepherd resource point. Yushu could not fathom how he achieved this. Though selling food can yield considerable resources, upgrading one's habitation requires more than just resources. One must also cultivate the land. What rare unit must he possess to be so formidable, without the need for sustenance? I must prepare diligently for the blood moon killing mode. Otherwise, I will soon be left behind. Yushu cast aside her distractions, readying herself for the impending challenge. This time, I must secure even more kills than before. The man possessing the dragon lair also expressed astonishment upon hearing the announcement. No wonder he was so arrogant. As lord of the castle, he certainly had the right to be proud. The man quietly opened his private chat channel and added Ming as a friend once more. He might reject me countless times, but as long as I can succeed even once, that will suffice. Upon learning of Ming's elevation to lord of the castle, Tao Yaoyao erupted into joyous laughter, as if she herself had attained the title. She quickly sent a congratulatory message. Tao Yaoyao, Ming is amazing. Ming is formidable. Ming is the greatest in the world. Seeing Tao Yaoyao's message, Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that naming the castle would result in a region-wide announcement. Now, he had become renowned among all the lords. Although the announcement did not specify his identity, the chat channel was rife with speculation regarding him. Ming chose to remain silent, allowing them to guess, as it bore no consequence on him. After the announcement across the region, it appears there is an additional title of landlord. What significance does this title hold? Ming accessed his information panel. Ming, landlord, strength, 1 star, castle, mechanical city, territory range, 56 units, totem, mechanical totem, troops, RX 78, RX 30, RX 20, buildings, mechanical factory, refining factory, gathering factory. The title landlord now accompanied his name. Ming stroked his chin, recalling that the shepherd also possessed this title. Did this title possess any special significance? Landlord, a symbol of status. It enhances personal notoriety. It appears to be of little utility, merely a hollow appellation. Moreover, the higher the notoriety, the more formidable creatures are drawn to him. Thus, it seems this title may not be entirely beneficial. This designation of landlord does not seem advantageous. If it were to provide some attribute enhancement, it would be more acceptable. As time passed, the 5th day reached midnight. The pitch-black night sky gradually turned crimson, casting a sinister atmosphere over the forest that was quite unsettling. Ming opened his eyes. The blood moon hunt had commenced. This time, he had chosen a promising location, likely to yield a greater bounty than the previous day's hunting. He promptly set off toward the cave he had discovered yesterday. Ahead, a plain spanning 5 units. The number of creatures is indeterminate. Minimum level, 5th tier, beginner. Maximum level, 9th tier, intermediate. Blood moon hunt mode is activated. Creatures are driven into a frenzy, significantly enhancing their strength. Exploration is not advised. The plain was ideally suited for the mechanical dogs to engage in battle. Upon entering the plain, a vast expanse of grassland unfolded before his eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would be refreshing, but the blood-red sky rendered everything eerily surreal. A gigantic, crimson blood moon loomed above, seemingly on the verge of crashing down. The atmosphere felt stifling, a heavy stone pressing upon Ming's chest, causing discomfort. After regaining his composure, he noticed a falcon circling in the sky. Without hesitation, Ming dispatched self-destructing mechanical dogs to form a defensive line. As the RX 78 mechanical dog was released, a blood moon falcon swooped down, its sharp claws seizing the mechanical dog and lifting it into the air in the blink of an eye. The next moment, boom, the sky erupted in a burst of fireworks as the blood moon falcon plummeted to the ground like a crashing aircraft. Shortly thereafter, Ming witnessed several blood-patterned leopards swarm in, devouring the fallen falcon. Your little claws are quite discerning, he thought with a smile. Yet his preparations did not cease there. A series of broadsword landmines were launched, establishing a defensive perimeter on the ground. The quantity of broadsword landmines was limited, totaling only 5. However, the number of RX 20 mechanical dogs was considerable. Each one launched 5 broadsword landmines, creating a formidable quantity. Boom! A blood-patterned leopard stealthily approached from the side, inadvertently triggering a landmine, which obliterated half of its body. Witnessing such power, Su Ming's eyes lit up. The landmines were indeed formidable, capable of injuring 7th-tier frenzied creatures. In ordinary circumstances, a 7th-tier creature would be instantly obliterated by stepping on a landmine. However, under the augmentation of rage and darkness, the attributes of the creature experience a tremendous enhancement, with the ability to lose half its body being quite remarkable. The explosion and the ensuing bloodshed attracted numerous ferocious beings, who gathered around Su Ming, their predatory gazes fixed upon him as they advanced step by step. Observing this, Su Ming merely smiled faintly, deeming it sufficient. "Attack!" he commanded. The RX-20 fired instantly, unleashing a torrent of bullets, missiles, and grenades upon the approaching feral creatures. The explosive cacophony shattered the tranquility of the plain, flames soaring skyward, while the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the pervasive stench of blood. The bewildered feral beings, unaware of the unfolding chaos, were subjected to a relentless barrage of artillery fire. Chapter 22. Sweeping across the plains, the new model, GX, unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, filling the battlefield with a haze of smoke. Transport drones, resembling mechanical canines, maneuvered effortlessly through the chaos, returning with the corpses of ferocious beasts. There was no need for Su Ming to conduct the dissections personally. The bodies would be transported back to the collection facility in their habitat for systematic examination. Soon, Su Ming received updates on the resources obtained from the dissections, occasionally triggering a double yield effect, much to his delight. Although the probability was a mere 1 for double resources, the sheer volume made such odds considerably favorable. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the advance of the ferocious beasts slowed, their courage waning to the point of reluctance to initiate an attack. The blood moon had driven them into a frenzy, stripping away their rationality, yet their instinct for survival remained intact. Confronted with such terrifying firepower, their primal instincts screamed caution, urging them to flee from imminent danger. Observing the increasingly timid, ferocious beasts, Su Ming could only smile faintly. Were they too afraid to approach? Then the time had come for him to launch his own assault. Self-destructing mechanical dogs charged fearlessly at the forefront, paving a secure path through the chaos. Assault drones followed closely, unleashing a torrent of firepower to eliminate any visible threats. The corpses were systematically collected by the transport drones and returned to their habitat. In the heart of the plains, the ferocious beasts here were of a higher caliber, revealing the presence of Tier 8 intermediate beasts and clusters of Tier 6 intermediates. Upon witnessing Su Ming's incursion, the beasts grew vigilant, their eyes narrowed in scrutiny, some even emitting warning calls. A massive troll elephant, returning from a hunt, roared in fury at the intrusion, its long trunk swinging menacingly towards Su Ming's position. However, it was met with a missile strike, followed by a rain of grenades that forced the troll elephant to stagger back. Such robust hide. This level of assault merely drew blood. The troll elephant, a Tier 8 intermediate, fortified by the blood moon and the cover of night, boasted exaggerated defensive capabilities. Even under relentless bombardment, it sustained only superficial wounds. Emerging from the smoke, the troll elephant thundered forward, its footfalls echoing like a moving hill. It required no elaborate abilities. Its sheer mass served as the most formidable weapon. A number of self-destructing mechanical dogs lunged at it, detonating upon contact, yet they could not halt the beast's charge. Su Ming was not surprised. A creature of such size could not be impeded by a handful of mechanical dogs. But what if the numbers increased? A swarm of self-destructing machines surged forward, exploding against the troll elephant's hide. Their destructive power, enhanced by formidable modules and rigorous refinement, could melt even the strongest steel under such concentrated assault. The troll elephant let out a mournful cry as its wounds expanded, its long trunk now stained with blood. At that moment, dozens of assault mechanical dogs surrounded the troll elephant, spewing forth searing flames in a fiery onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as if a small mountain had toppled. The troll elephant collapsed, enveloped in smoke, its once impenetrable skin now charred and torn. Given such a massive size, can it be transported? Ming observed several transport-type mechanical dogs struggling to lift the troll elephant, yet despite their efforts, they were unable to elevate it. Even if they managed to hoist the colossal creature, Ming doubted the mechanical dogs could withstand the weight without being crushed to pieces. You should carry other corpses. I will handle this one on site. Ming instructed them before approaching the troll elephant. Dissection yields: frenzied elephant meat 20, energy crystal 10, exotic crystal 5, ivory 2. Unknown blueprint 1. An unknown blueprint? Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally obtained another blueprint. He swiftly completed the dissection, and a blueprint fell into his hands. GX 90 drone production blueprint, blue. Can be manufactured by goblin dwarves, human craftsmen, etc. Upon seeing the name of the blueprint, Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm, a new model. He immediately utilized the blueprint and noticed that the production list in the mechanical factory now included the GX90. GX 90 drone, functional type, attack method, delivery, module, payload module, production time, 2 minutes, production requirement, energy crystal 1. The production time was identical to that of the RX-78. Is it a functional type? I wonder what capabilities it possesses. If given the choice, he would prefer a reconnaissance type machine. Knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Familiarizing himself with the enemy would enable better strategic deployment. Adjusting the production line, 2 minutes later, a drone was delivered to the warehouse. Ming retrieved it. It was merely the size of 2 palms. Not overly large, yet not insignificant either. He accessed the module capabilities. The payload module differed from that of the RX-20, allowing the installation of various other modules, including the RX-20's payload module, albeit limited to a single capability. Remarkably, it could even accommodate other mechanical dogs. This realization highlighted the power of the payload module, revealing its extensive potential. Truly a functional type, this ability is extraordinarily formidable. Ming eagerly anticipated testing the module's prowess. He equipped it with a self-destructing mechanical dog and sent the GX-90 drone soaring above a pack of blood wolves. The wolves took notice of this peculiar creature, watching warily and emitting warning growls. The self-destructing mechanical dog was deployed, detonating amidst the blood wolves with astonishing force, sending metallic shrapnel cascading through their ranks, leaving none unscathed. Impressive. Soon, I too can engage in aerial bombardment. Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. While ground forces are crucial, aerial power must not be underestimated. Moreover, the GX-90 is not a one-time use product. It will return for another round of payload after completing its delivery. With such a functional drone, numerous offensive strategies become viable. Deploying mechanical dogs and transporting troops to the rear are highly effective tactics. Additionally, with the RX-20's payload module, an aerial unit can be formed. Without any anti-air capabilities, one will be left defenseless against attacks. Let us continue and see if we can seize this vast plain. This expanse spans 5 squares, and should we succeed in capturing it, it would serve as a buffer zone, allowing us to better withstand the impending beast tide. The endeavor persisted until dawn, as the crimson hue of the sky gradually faded, signaling the closure of the Blood Moon massacre mode. Yet, the occupation remained unfulfilled. However, was there not a Tier 9 intermediate creature lurking here? Why had it not been encountered? Ming pondered, perplexed. He had traversed nearly half of the plain without encountering that most formidable of beasts. It was time to return. Today, he would explore a different direction to expand his territory. Ming had no intention of claiming the plain just yet, for it was a prime spot for monster spawning. Should he occupy it now, it would fall under protection, and the ferocious creatures would cease to appear. Finding another such location would prove challenging. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until the beast tide is imminent before claiming it, or perhaps discover a new area altogether. Chapter 23. Fulminant Alliance. Advanced mechanical factory. As the sanguine moon gradually waned, the sky restored its former hues. Ming returned to his abode, reflecting on the bounties of the night. He had amassed 450 pieces of savage flesh, 1, 602 energy crystals, and 532 exotic crystals, a harvest that far exceeded his expectations. He recognized that such a wealth of resources could be attributed to the collection factory. Without the benefit of double acquisition, he would scarcely have gathered so much. Thus, he prepared to upgrade his factory, confident that advancing to the advanced mechanical factory was now within reach. On the other side of Zone 88888, Yushu, weary from a night of frenzied hunting, returned to her dwelling. Despite the exhaustion, her efforts had proven fruitful. She had slain 100 savage creatures, doubling her tally from the previous day. Organizing her provisions, she reserved a portion for herself while listing the remainder for trade. Even so, she presented over 200 pieces of savage flesh to the market. However, upon entering the chat channel and witnessing the discussions among her peers, she was momentarily taken aback. Have they lost their minds? Over 2,000 pieces of savage flesh. How many savage creatures did he actually slay? Are they as easily dispatched as ants? How could a merchant possibly kill so many? Goodness, with such a surplus of savage flesh, the prices remain exorbitantly high. Have they considered the hunger we endure? Merchant, your castle lord is a product of our resources. You cannot treat us this way. Indeed, after consuming so many of our resources, you charge such steep prices. Are you not ashamed? We must resist the merchant starting from ourselves. We should unite against him. Better yet, we ought to form an alliance to combat these unscrupulous traders, ideally locating his stronghold and dismantling it. At this moment, Yushu remained in a state of bewilderment. She swiftly navigated to the trading area, where Su Ming's savage flesh listings were prominently displayed. The quantity had dwindled to just under 2,000, yet still represented a staggering figure of over 1,000. How had he managed to acquire such an abundance of savage flesh? Yushu found herself utterly perplexed by Su Ming's capabilities. To possess over 2,000 pieces of savage flesh would necessitate the slaughter of at least 400 savage creatures. How could he possibly encounter so many in a single night? Even rare units would struggle to achieve that. She murmured to herself, how did he accomplish this? Her curiosity was piqued. Taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she listed her food items for trade. Almost instantly, the channel erupted with praises for the goddess. A private message soon arrived. Gao Ran, troll you goddess. I wish to invite you to join our alliance to confront that merchant, Su Ming. Are you interested? This was a friend Yushu had added previously. Known for his commendable strength, with his unit being a troll, hence the note. Though trolls are not classified as rare units, they certainly belong to the advanced tier, making them a viable ally. After contemplating the message, Yushu ultimately declined the invitation. Yushu, no, I have no intention of forming an alliance for the time being. Gao Ran, troll, why not? Why? Because I have no desire to stand against Su Ming, Yushu thought to herself. Yushu, if I were to ally, food would be monopolized, and weaker lords would be unable to afford the exorbitant prices. The food I acquire would also be prioritized for my allies, which is not my intention. Gao Ran, troll is expected of you. Goddess you, your heart is truly kind. Yushu glanced at the response and closed the chat, thinking, even if an alliance were to be formed, I should lead it. After all the food was sold, Yushu took 100 energy crystals and invested them into the snake den. May it yield a rare breed this time, she prayed. Moments later, 10 snake eggs were pushed out from the den, and Yushu anxiously looked over. Among the 10 eggs, one shimmered with a lustrous hue. Yushu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, a rare breed. Without hesitation, she chose the lustrous snake egg. After making her selection, the remaining 9 eggs were returned to the den. At last, a rare breed has appeared. My luck is turning. Advanced Mechanical Factory, level, first tier advanced, can produce 30 RX, 20 mechanical dogs daily for free. Production line 1, RX, 20 time, for minutes each. Production line 2, RX 78. Time, 2 minutes each. Production line 3, GX 90. Time, 2 minutes each. Storage, 56, 350. Upgrade requirement. Energy crystals 1100. Exotic crystals 30. Upon upgrading to the Advanced Mechanical Factory, an additional production line was added, significantly enhancing production efficiency. When the factory reached the 9th tier, intermediate, the mounted module acquired its final ability, cluster bombs. Though only a single bomb, it could disperse into 100 smaller bombs upon launch, effective against a wide array of enemies. After upgrading to the advanced mechanical factory, new mechanical creations were unlocked. GX-86 drone, recon type. Ability, reconnaissance module. Production time, 9 minutes, production requirement. Energy crystals 10, a reconnaissance type. This is exactly what Su Ming desires. The GX-86's reconnaissance module enables area scanning. Its reconnaissance range encompasses a 5-grid area, even allowing for exploration in uncharted territories. Su Ming gazed at the drone in his hands, pondering. My talent enables me to perceive information shrouded in fog. I wonder to what extent the reconnaissance drone can unveil. He deployed the GX-86 towards the location of the magic marsh sheep he had discovered previously. Back then, he lacked the strength, with the shepherd lingering there. But now it was different. Should he encounter the shepherd again, he was confident in his ability to defeat them. While awaiting the drone's reconnaissance, Su Ming turned his attention to the refinement factory. The refinement factory was only at the elementary level, and it was time for an upgrade. After all, the factory played a significant role in enhancing the capabilities of the machinery. With a single breath, the refining factory was elevated to an intermediate level, further enhancing its refining capabilities. After the refinement of the RX-78, not only was the explosive power augmented, but the lethality radius was also expanded. The refinement of the RX-20 amplified bullet potency and penetrative ability. The RX-30 refinement, in addition to the increased weight capacity, enhanced speed capabilities. The GX-90 refinement fortified defense and stability. Meanwhile, the GX-86 refinement expanded reconnaissance range and anti-jamming capabilities. Following a series of upgrades, the overall strength experienced a significant boost. However, the number of energy crystals dwindled to 300. Su Ming remained unperturbed by this, believing that as long as a sufficient quantity of energy crystals was retained to support production, there would be no scarcity. For him, the swiftest path to development lay in the philosophy of fighting to sustain fighting. Before long, the GX-86 returned from reconnaissance, flying before Su Ming and projecting the gathered intelligence. Chapter 24. The Thornflower Demon and the Wandering Goblins. The GX-86 projected a small map, displaying the gathered information. In the vicinity where the magical swamp sheep had previously been discovered, several wandering goblins were now present. Continuing to scout, the left area revealed a vibrant grove of flowers, while further ahead, dozens of goblins roamed, and behind lay a vast marshland. Suddenly, Su Ming replayed the footage of the lake within the flower grove and noticed a glimmering corner on the left side. It was a treasure chest. Once again, fortune smiled upon him. Su Ming exclaimed with excitement. The GX-86, though not as powerful as the holographic eye in obtaining precise information, could still scout unexplored areas, thus reducing the time needed for his own explorations. This discovery of a treasure chest exemplified that. During his moments of rest, he could dispatch the GX-86 to gather additional information, preparing diligently for the next day's ventures and ensuring a quicker, more accurate acquisition of resources. Just as Su Ming was preparing to head to the location of the treasure chest, a message from Tao Yaoyao arrived. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming, there's trouble. I overheard some chatter in the channel about forming an alliance against you. Against me? Su Ming was taken aback, pondering what he had done to provoke them. With a sense of curiosity, he sifted through the chat logs of the regional channel and gleaned the situation. Were these individuals merely idle? Or had my low pricing allowed them to thrive too comfortably? A cold smile crept across Su Ming's face, finding their alliance laughable. Dare they approach? If they did, he would blow them to pieces. Su Ming, no need to worry. Even if they find my territory, it matters not. Tao Yaoyao. Hee, then I am reassured. With Su Ming's prowess, there's surely no match for you. Su Ming, by the way, can the blue fairy gifts truly yield rare items? Su Ming inquired, recalling that the 3 blue fairy gifts traded with Tao Yaoyao had all produced only common grade items. 3 consecutive disappointments. Had there been an error? Tao Yao Yao indeed. With the remaining two, I received 2 rare level constructions consecutively, significantly accelerating the speed of fairy cultivation. Su Ming closed the chat, unwilling to let this matter cloud his discovery of the treasure chest. Left, goblins appearing from nowhere are wandering here, seemingly scouting. Level 7, beginner. Level 7, merely beginner? Su Ming paid it no mind and entered the area. Upon encountering the group of wandering goblins, he dispatched them effortlessly with his RX-20, eliminating each with a single shot. After completing the exploration of this area and claiming it as his own, Su Ming turned his attention to the unexplored region on the left. Entering will lead to a flower grove, whose pollen is highly toxic. At the center of the grove lies a treasure chest, blue. But the thornflower demon also resides here. Level 9, intermediate. A guardian monster, level 9, intermediate. If it were night, bolstered by a blood moon, it might pose a challenge, but now it was broad daylight. Su Ming smiled faintly and dispatched the lower-tier mechanical dogs. Although deemed inferior, they still possessed mid-level combat capabilities of Tier 9. After all, the mechanical factory had reached an advanced stage, producing only high-grade mechanical dogs. And those that fell behind were destined for disposal. The RX-78 rampaged forward, employing a straightforward yet brutal approach, while the RX-20 unleashed flames, incinerating every flower in its path. Poison, it seemed, held no effect on machinery. This savage destruction swiftly attracted the attention of the thornflower demon. Thick vines erupted from the ground, swirling wildly in the air as a massive flower bud slowly rose, obscuring half the sky. Su Ming was taken aback by its enormous form, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's enormous." The GX-86 also detected the flower, initially believing it to be a particularly large specimen due to abundant nutrients, only to realize it was a flower demon. Suddenly, a burst of purple nectar erupted, striking the charging, self-destructing mechanical dog, which was instantly dissolved, unable to even detonate. The splattering nectar fell upon other mechanical dogs, causing signs of corrosion. Such potent corrosiveness. Su Ming promptly ordered them to scatter to avoid being taken out en masse. The flower demon, witnessing the chaos, swiftly manipulated its vines to launch a frenzied assault. Even when the vines were destroyed, it felt no sorrow, instead growing more. Faced with such a creature, Su Ming found his offensive strategies severely restricted. In the rear, he analyzed the situation. The self-destructing models found it difficult to approach, unable to unleash their full potential. Although the attacking models could reach the enemy, their strikes proved ineffective, all assaults thwarted. If a beast tide were to encounter such a monster, it would pose a formidable challenge, as direct attacks yielded little success. This flesh creature, blocking the path, could absorb considerable firepower, which was quite bothersome. However, they were not without weaknesses. Su Ming's gaze shifted to the area above the thornflower demon, identifying it as a promising point of attack. Several GX-90s, carrying self-destructing mechanical dogs, ascended above the thornflower demon and released their payload. The devastating explosives detonated deep within the demon's core, the terrifying destructive force obliterating most of its primary root system, eliciting a chorus of wails. Eliminated, with its abdomen wounded, the thornflower demon could no longer resist, and Su Ming swiftly seized the opportunity to take it down. Subsequently, the RX-30 entered the fray, transporting the thornflower demon back. Though appearing colossal, only the core was extracted. Su Ming glanced at the spoils the thornflower demon could yield, but finding nothing of particular interest, he refrained from collecting. Moments later, he discovered a treasure chest ensnared within the thorns. This chest appeared in better condition than the last, with far fewer rust spots and a more sophisticated appearance. The previous treasure chest had yielded blueprints for a fence. This one seemed superior. Perhaps it would reveal something valuable. Su Ming promptly opened it. Acquired blueprints for a mining factory, blue. New architectural blueprints? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Finally, he had unearthed something worthwhile. Mining factory construction blueprint, blue. Enables excavation of ore veins and relics. Materials required for construction, with 2000 energy crystal 20. The ability to mine. If memory serves me correctly, there appears to be a vein of or located near the elite stone giant. However, these ores hold little value for me at present, as they cannot be utilized for crafting equipment or enhancing machinery. Yet, Ming has uncovered an intriguing feature: relics. This is not merely a blueprint for a mining factory. It is a blueprint for an excavation factory. In addition to mining, it has the capacity to unearth relics. Although no relics have been discovered thus far, should one be found, it might truly fulfill the factory's potential. While it may not be of immediate use, it is certainly a valuable asset. Ming carefully stored the blueprints, preparing to construct them upon his return. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, he suddenly received a warning notification. Detection of goblins wandering near the territory. It is advised to eliminate them. Chapter 25. The captured shepherd's resource point. Is there a goblin wandering in my territory? Upon receiving this notification, Ming was taken aback, as this was an unprecedented situation for him. His first thought was that another lord had discovered the location of his domain. He recalled that someone in the chat channel possessed goblin troops. Returning to the previous area, Ming soon spotted a dozen shifting shadows. Due to the unexplored territory ahead, he could not discern their appearance. But the earlier notification confirmed that these shadows were indeed goblins. If memory served him correctly, there seemed to be a dozen goblins in the vicinity. Had they already found their way here? Relieved that they were not troops belonging to another lord, Ming ventured forth, and amidst the fog, words materialized. Ahead, several goblins are wandering in your territory, seemingly attempting to enter, yet obstructed by a special force. They may be searching for the goblin that perished here. Quantity: 13. Level: 1. Intermediate. Searching for the deceased goblin? Ming furrowed his brow. He sensed that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. Could the goblin he had just slain and the ones outside belong to the same clan? Was there a goblin tribe ahead? A smile crept across Ming's face. He relished the prospect of encountering clustered creatures, as it made hunting far more convenient. Deploying RX-20 against the dozen diminutive level 1 intermediate goblins. He regarded them with little concern. As the goblins pondered why they could not enter the area ahead, a mechanical creature suddenly emerged, startling them. Before they could comprehend what it was, one was shot down. What is that thing? Run. Return to report to the king. This creature is too strange. With no thought of resistance, the remaining goblins turned and fled. Following RX-20, Ming naturally overheard their conversation. Talking goblins? They have a king? Ming was somewhat astonished. Their ability to speak human language indicated a level of intelligence that was not to be underestimated. This goblin tribe might be larger than he had anticipated. Letting the goblins escape did not save them from the bullets, and they were all swiftly eliminated. Was the Goblin King located ahead? This suggested that a significant number of goblins could be gathered there. Considering the prior reconnaissance that had revealed the presence of goblins, coupled with the direction of their flight, it was likely that the tribe's location lay not far ahead. After securing this area, he would continue exploring along the path the goblins had fled. Ahead, the former shepherd's encampment has recently been captured by the Goblin King, who is currently plundering the resources here. Quantity: 110, Goblin King level, 1 elite, advanced. Upon seeing the emerging text, Ming was momentarily stunned. The shepherd's encampment had actually been seized by goblins. Such an occurrence was beyond his imagination. At the same time, he realized that within this region, it was not merely the lords fighting for survival. Other indigenous creatures were also striving to endure. They can also launch attacks on the territories of others, seizing their lands. The assault on the shepherd's dwelling serves as a prime example. The advanced Goblin King, of elite status, is no wonder capable of slaying the shepherds. However, their occupation of the shepherd's land equates to the theft of my resources. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming dispatched mechanical hounds. The shepherd's encampment was besieged. Numerous goblins were engaged in rampant pillaging and destruction. The fruits of the orchard were entirely harvested, the trees hewn down with stone axes, and then set ablaze until nothing remained. The magical swamp sheep in the pen met a harrowing fate, ruthlessly slaughtered and subsequently carried back to their tribe. The Goblin King raised his colossal axe, smashing the nearby houses into rubble, relentlessly searching through the debris. Soon, a black altar jar was unearthed from the ruins. With a forceful grip, he crushed it and extracted a pouch of millet, his eyes gleaming with fervor upon seeing the spiritual grains, which he promptly consumed. As he felt his power surge, the Goblin King let out a thunderous roar. Ecstasy! The roar resonated among the gathered goblins, inciting a raucous cheer. I shall lead you to conquer territory after territory, establishing our very own Goblin Kingdom, he proclaimed passionately, brandishing his axe. The goblins below responded with fervor, raising their weapons in celebration. At that moment, a violent explosion interrupted the goblin jubilation. The Goblin King's attention was drawn to the commotion. Before he could discern the situation, he saw a missile hurtling towards him. He swatted it away with his axe, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, only to witness more missiles approaching. Boom! The ground was littered with devastation. Other goblins flung into disarray, blood spilling forth as many met their grim end. Such a magnificent place, reduced to ruin by your hands. Ming approached, surveying the scene of utter destruction, his heart aching. So much food ravaged. Once, the Goblin King's expression hardened, a grave look overtaking his visage. He had not anticipated the appearance of other humans right after seizing the shepherd's encampment. With no desire to linger, the Goblin King turned to flee. This sudden retreat caught Ming off guard. Pursue him. Do not let him escape. An elite-level monster could not simply be allowed to evade capture, especially after wreaking such havoc upon the shepherd's abode. Even a sheep pen and orchard lay in ruin. The mechanical hounds chased after him, but were intercepted by other goblins, willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their king's escape. Arriving at the shepherd's dwelling, Ming noticed shards of the altar jar scattered across the ground, along with a few fallen grains of spirit millet. This encampment also possessed spirit millet, evidently consumed by that goblin. Ming felt a pang of sorrow. Such precious millet squandered. It could have been exchanged for a wealth of resources. Yet, amidst his fury, Ming realized something significant. The goblins he encountered this time were utterly distinct from those he had faced previously. These goblins exhibit a remarkable level of intelligence, even launching assaults on the shepherd's encampments. Soon, the goblins in this area were eradicated, and their corpses were all transported away. The tribe of the Goblin King must undoubtedly be nearby, and not far at that. After securing this territory, Ming cast his gaze towards the direction in which the Goblin King had fled. An elite-level creature with such cunning could yield a plethora of valuable treasures upon defeat. It is likely that its lair also conceals numerous riches. However, what piqued Ming's curiosity was the reason behind the Goblin King's hasty retreat upon sighting him. After all, it was a high-ranking Goblin King, an elite monster. Such behavior seemed utterly illogical. Even if it could not win, one would expect it to at least attempt to fight before fleeing. Yet this was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar reaction. This unusual behavior heightened Ming's vigilance even further. Chapter 26. The Goblin Tribe prepare for the oncoming enemy. The Goblin King hastened back to his tribe, issuing commands with fervor. The goblins, initially taken aback, swiftly sprang into action. The shaggy silver wolves, confined within cages, were brought forth, and the armored goblins mounted them, tugging at the iron chains that bound their necks to urge them onward. Within a minute, the goblin cavalry had assembled with remarkable speed. The mountains and woodlands were similarly teeming with goblins, bows in hand, poised for battle. Subsequently, a horde of ogres was released from their iron cages, similarly shackled, with goblins perched upon their shoulders, subjugating them. "My lord, what has transpired to render you so anxious?" inquired an elderly goblin, leaning on his staff as he approached the Goblin King. "I have encountered humans." Once, the old goblin expressed disbelief. "What fear do they inspire? You do not comprehend. The world has transformed. The humans appearing here possess extraordinary power, truly formidable. Encountering them signifies a struggle to the death." The Goblin King declared, his expression grave. He then bellowed, "Bring me my reinforced armor." The elder goblin, intrigued by the king's urgency, questioned, "Are humans even stronger than shepherds? We have just slain one and seized a stronghold. You have garnered spirit rice from the shepherd, augmenting our strength. Thus, fear of humans should be unwarranted." At that moment, Several goblins approached, carrying heavy armor, which the Goblin King donned with one hand, asserting, "You fail to understand. This caution is essential, or we shall meet a dire fate." Suddenly, a loud explosion drew the attention of all goblins. A scout rushed to the Goblin King, reporting urgently, "My king, we have detected mechanical constructs invading our territory. It is the humans. Launch a full-scale counterattack." The Goblin King felt a pang of anxiety, surprised at the swiftness of their advance, yet he swiftly issued commands. As his orders were relayed, his gaze was drawn skyward to a flying object, its nature unknown yet instinctively sensed as perilous. Soon, he witnessed the GX-90 releasing a spherical shell. The shell detonated mid-air, dispersing into hundreds of smaller bombs that rained down upon the goblin territory, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. "Take cover. Quick fire. Bring down those airborne threats." The cluster bombs nearly engulfed the entire goblin tribe. Although their power paled in comparison to other armaments, the terrifying range of destruction was insurmountable for the feeble goblins. "Bring down those things above." The Goblin King, unaccustomed to such widespread assault, was consumed by fury, urging his troops to retaliate. Countless arrows soared into the sky, though the diminutive GX-90 proved nearly impossible to hit due to its size. Upon the completion of the throw, the GX-90 would return, leaving no opportunity for the goblins to intercept. The Goblin King, with a grim expression, was taken aback by the enemy's aerial assault capabilities. However, he quickly devised a countermeasure. "Charge forward with me. The human must be nearby." He understood that with such offensive capabilities, the enemy would not dare to enter their territory. Thus, they had to take the initiative, or else they would be mercilessly bombarded. The enslaved ogres led the charge, followed closely by the goblin cavalry and wolf riders. Behind them trailed the ordinary goblins, each wielding weapons and boasting at least intermediate-level combat skills. Such a force would not be deemed weak anywhere. Meanwhile, Ming, positioned at the rear, gathered intelligence through the returning data from the GX-86, revealing the situation of the Goblin King. Upon detecting the goblins, he promptly deployed the GX-86 to the preceding two sectors, where he uncovered a goblin settlement. The imagery transmitted back from the GX-86 left Ming astounded. It was no mere tribe, but rather akin to a human stronghold, housing at least 1,000 goblins. Their responsiveness was remarkably swift, distinctly different from ordinary goblins. Exhibiting a high degree of organization and discipline, they had even enslaved numerous creatures to serve their purposes. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Ming recognized the peril of confronting them within their domain, which would result in catastrophic losses. Instead, he dispatched the GX-90 equipped with cluster bombs and self-destructing mechanical hounds to bombard the area and force them out. Even if they did not emerge, the assault would effectively diminish their combat strength. Yet, the Goblin King proved even more cunning than Ming had anticipated. Recognizing the futility of countering aerial bombardment, he chose to strike first, leading the goblin army towards Ming's position. The ogres breached the area occupied by Ming, which he had intentionally left as a buffer zone. Upon their entry, the carefully laid wide-blade mines were triggered, obliterating the ogre's feet and eliciting agonized cries. Nevertheless, this did not deter the advance of the other ogres. The explosions rang out continuously, as they trampled nearly every mine Ming had set. The ogres suffered heavy casualties, but for the goblins, these enslaved beings were merely expendable assets, and their losses were of little concern. As the traps were cleared, the goblin cavalry surged forth, launching a swift charge. Fire! Charge! Gemanditsumin. Bullets cascaded down in a torrent, forming a relentless barrage, with the foremost goblin cavalry suffering the brunt of the onslaught. Despite their armor, they struggled to withstand the penetrating force of the bullets. Goblin cavalry fell in droves, yet they quickly dispersed, regrouping to launch assaults from various angles. At that moment, the self-destructing mechanical hounds leaped into action, colliding with the goblins. These dog-shaped machines were intent on mutual destruction. It was imperative to prevent them from getting close. A group of goblins discerned the attack pattern of RX-78 and promptly alerted their comrades. However, despite their preparedness, they were unable to thwart the self-destruct assault of RX-78 and the relentless barrage from RX-20. In a single charge, the goblin cavalry suffered devastating losses, with half of their ranks decimated. Cursed be these humans for their formidable strength. At that moment, GX-90 completed its deployment and soared overhead, releasing a flurry of explosive mechanical dogs. The goblin wolf cavalry, already battered, dwindled to fewer than 20 amidst the bombardment. The ordinary goblins arrived on the battlefield, instantly entering a state of combat. Armed with great swords and curved blades, they charged fearlessly into the firestorm of RX-20, creating opportunities for their fellow goblins to strike. In the rear, archers swiftly notched their arrows, targeting the location of Su Ming. Even the trained warriors could rival an army. Su Ming, positioned further back, remained unscathed by the arrows. However, they pierced through numerous sections of RX-20's metallic exterior. Is this all you have? Allow me to demonstrate what true firepower entails. Missiles and grenades were unleashed, soaring over the goblin soldiers in front and exploding in their wake. Simultaneously, GX-90 continued its aerial assault, dropping cluster bombs and explosive robotic dogs, systematically annihilating the advancing goblins. Suddenly, a colossal meteor hurtled towards them, obliterating GX-90 as it prepared to return, sending it crashing down. Such terrifying might brought to mind the Goblin King. Humans, do not presume us to be weak. The Goblin King emerged from the rear, a menacing expression upon his face. He had anticipated that the ogres and goblin cavalry would wear down their foes, but he found himself utterly overwhelmed, compelled to intervene lest his entire army be annihilated. Have you arrived? Su Ming glanced at his reserves, his confidence surging anew. Let's see if you can withstand my artillery. 80 RX-20 units were unleashed, their barrels aimed squarely at the distant Goblin King. In an instant, a torrent of bullets erupted forth. Chapter 27, A Display of Weakness. The scheme comes to fruition upon witnessing the emergence of a multitude of mechanical hounds. The Goblin King's countenance darkened considerably. Individually, these mechanical beasts possessed considerable strength, yet they were incapable of inflicting harm upon him, encased as he was in heavy armor. A few might pose no threat, but the sheer number was daunting. However, having gleaned insights into the attack patterns of these constructs during the recent skirmish, the Goblin King believed that with careful maneuvering, he might devise a means to counter them. "Human, you should not have sought me out," he bellowed, brandishing his colossal axe before him as he charged forth. Yet, after taking but a few strides, a distinct cracking sound resonated beneath his feet, followed by a violent explosion. It was the broadsword landmine. After being trampled by ogres, Su Ming had strategically redeployed them. Subsequently, dozens of missiles hurtled towards the Goblin King. The RX-20 had reached an advanced level and, following refinement, possessed even greater might. Despite the formidable stature of the Goblin King and his armored attire, he could not withstand such a barrage. A massive silhouette erupted from smoke, armor damaged and blood streaming from multiple wounds, though vital areas remained protected. The Goblin King pressed on, triggering more landmines, yet he did not relent. He understood that only by vanquishing the human before him could he render the mechanical constructs devoid of command, reducing them to mere scrap. Observing the Goblin King's reckless advance, Su Ming furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated, simultaneously deploying the RX-78. This self-detonation of the RX-78 unleashed tremendous force, propelling the Goblin King backward. As more self-destructing mechanical hounds approached, the Goblin King's expression shifted, compelling him to defend and retreat rapidly. These entities were vexing. Neither could he engage them nor ignore them. As he continuously defended and dodged, the Goblin King pondered his strategy. It appeared that his mechanical creations were limited to two types. If he could endure and outlast their numbers, the time of his demise would surely arrive. The Goblin King deemed this approach feasible, adopting a tactic of simultaneous assault and retreat, projecting an impression of aggression while being unable to breach his opponent's defenses. Initially, Su Ming was oblivious to the Goblin King's intentions, but after half an hour of combat, he began to sense something amiss. Was the Goblin King intent on depleting my mechanical forces? Realizing the Goblin King's scheme, Ming marveled at his cunning. If he continued to unleash unrelenting firepower, the production rate would surely falter in keeping pace with the consumption, necessitating that the Goblin King be eliminated before his forces were exhausted, lest he himself fall victim. However, the challenge lay in the Goblin King's persistent defense. Even when self-destructing mechanical hounds landed upon him, inflicting fatal damage proved elusive. This predicament heightened Ming's urgency, further illuminating the Goblin King's stratagem. Several opportunities to strike had been missed, as the Goblin King focused solely on defense. Since you intend to deplete my mechanical hounds, I shall play along. Ming glanced at his inventory, 105 out of 330. He subsequently reduced the deployment of mechanical hounds, gradually lowering his attack frequency to create an illusion of dwindling resources. The intensity of the firepower has diminished. Are his mechanical creations finally nearing their end? The Goblin King's gaze sharpened, sensing that an opportunity for counterattack was imminent. However, he refrained from hastily striking, opting instead to continue depleting Ming's mechanical constructs to ascertain if they were indeed on the brink of exhaustion. Was this fellow overly cautious? Ming could not help but acknowledge the Goblin King's prudence. While further reducing his deployments, he cleverly concealed a portion of his mechanical dogs behind him, retreating strategically to lure the Goblin King into a trap. The Goblin King, astutely aware of Ming's careful withdrawal, realized that with his mechanical creations dwindling, the moment to escape had arrived. With a sudden surge, the Goblin King launched a fierce counterattack, charging towards Ming with the force of tempest. His massive axe raised high, ready to cleave downwards. After enduring blows for so long, it was finally your turn. Yet, the price you would pay is your very life. The Goblin King, having held in his rage for so long, was finally unleashed, all his resentment and fury coalescing into this singular strike. Upon witnessing this, Ming's expression shifted drastically, his retreat accelerating. Human, your time has come. The Goblin King, observing Ming's actions, became convinced that the number of his mechanical creations was nearly exhausted. He sought to glimpse despair etched upon Ming's face, only to find it unmarred by panic. Instead, a faint smile lingered there. That smile alerted the Goblin King to an alarming realization. It was a trap. In that instant, dozens of self-destructing mechanical dogs surged forth, their explosive force compelling him to retreat. Ming smiled faintly. Indeed, it was too late for you to realize the truth. Close to 100 RX, 20 units emerged behind Ming, their dark barrels and missiles locking onto the Goblin King. Moreover, 50 self-destructing mechanical dogs stood poised behind him, ready to charge at Ming's command, prepared to obliterate the enemy before them. How can you still have so many mechanical creations? Was your previous display merely a abode? The Goblin King's face contorted with despair. He could hardly believe that despite his defensive strategy aimed at draining Ming's forces, their numbers had not only remained steady, but had increased. Ming replied with a calm smile. Initially, I intended for a swift resolution, but you chose to defend like a turtle, allowing me to adjust my strategy. I must admit, you are the most cunning goblin I have ever encountered, but this is where it ends. With a command, nearly 100 missiles were launched in unison, and the self-destructing mechanical dogs charged forth. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, shaking the ground violently, while a small mushroom cloud rose above the forest, obliterating everything in the vicinity. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the Goblin King collapsed to the ground, his body mangled, his heavy armor reduced to ruins, with only the axe handle remaining in his grasp. What a formidable adversary! Are elite-level monsters truly this powerful? Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. The consumption this time is even greater than that of our previous encounter with the shepherds. Fortunately, the mechanical factory is efficiently producing on 3 lines. Otherwise, we would be unable to replenish our numbers. In the regional channel, I initially thought there was an earthquake. Can you guess what I saw? What did you see? A mushroom cloud, one that could only be produced by a nuclear explosion. While it may not have been very large, It was indeed a mushroom cloud. Could it be that there's a nuclear bomb hidden in this wretched forest? Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination born from desperation. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly witnessed a mushroom cloud and intend to investigate whether treasures have emerged. I would advise against your venture. The appearance of an unexpected mushroom cloud may indicate the presence of another lord, and venturing there would surely be tantamount to courting disaster. You make a valid point. If it is indeed another lord, could their troops be nuclear weapons? Goodness, that is utterly terrifying. How could troops possibly be classified as weapons of mass destruction? That is preposterous. What else could they be? Might they be mechanical creations capable of producing a miniature nuclear bomb? This borders on the absurd. A single nuclear detonation could annihilate a vast area. Chapter 28. Occupation, Tribal Harvest, Acquired. Putrid Flesh 20, Energy Crystals 30, Alien Crystals 20, Equipment Factory Blueprint 1. Goblin Great Axe, Purple 1. Goblin Heavy Armor, Purple 1. A magnificent bounty. Not only a construction blueprint, but also 2 pieces of rare tier equipment. An equipment factory? Does this imply that I can forge my own gear? Ming gazed at the blueprint in his hands with a sense of anticipation. Should it pertain to humanoid gear? The mechanical dog may not be of use, yet I could still sell it in the trading zone to exchange for resources. After all, the mechanical factory consumes a substantial amount of energy crystals. As the variety of machines increases, the demand escalates, and numerous factories require upgrades, further amplifying consumption. At this stage, there likely aren't many who possess rare tier equipment, are there? Ming contemplated the great axe and heavy armor before him. The weapon could be sold in the trading zone. But as for the heavy armor, upon trying it on, he discovered it severely hampered his mobility, suitable only for heavily armored tank-like beings. Despite its ability to absorb considerable damage when worn, he decided to sell it. It simply did not suit him. After managing the spoils dropped by the Goblin King, Ming deployed the RX-30 to commence battlefield cleanup. The ordinary goblin corpses represented vital resources that could not be squandered, leaving the RX-30 to handle the clearing and transport. Ming advanced into the next area. The number of goblin corpses here was overwhelming, and the cleanup would require a significant amount of time, which he could not afford to waste. Moreover, the goblin tribe might possess even greater treasures. That was where the real fortune lay. Goblin tribe. The fall of their king was swiftly known among the goblins, and panic surged through their ranks. Do not despair, we have not lost yet. An elderly goblin stood upon a platform, bellowing with authority, instantly silencing the gathered goblins. Though our king has perished, he has left the tribe to us. We need not succumb to fear. Arm yourselves and confront the enemy to defend our tribe. Avenge our king. His impassioned speech dispelled the goblins' trepidation, and they raised their weapons. Roaring in unison, defend the tribe, avenge the king. Defend the tribe, avenge the king. Defend the tribe, avenge the king. Their fighting spirit ignited. They did not falter in the wake of their king's demise. Just then, the GX-90 arrived above the goblin tribe, raining down missiles and commencing a relentless bombardment. Shoot! Bring down that mechanical bird in the sky. Goblin archers drew their bows, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows towards the heavens, striving to down the drone. The GX-90 flew at a low altitude, making it an easy target for their arrows. Yet, its sturdy metallic shell was far beyond what these goblin archers could penetrate. All arrows were deflected. At best, they are merely mid-level, tier 6, and they expect to pierce my drone? Ming arrived at the goblin tribe, surprised to find their spirits undaunted, not fleeing in panic due to the fall of their king. Observing the remaining goblins' feeble strength, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. They could not even breach the defenses of the GX-90. Eliminate them. Ming dispatched 50 RX-20 units and issued the command to attack. The RX-20, against the remnants of the goblins, delivered a decisive blow, as if traversing unchallenged terrain. From his vantage point, Ming beheld the goblin tribe's fortifications, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was no wonder that the goblin king chose to flee at the mere sight of him. Once within these confines, even the most numerous mechanical hounds would struggle to conquer. Fortunately, prior reconnaissance with the GX. 86 had unveiled the situation here, compelling the Goblin King to reveal himself. Su Ming then remarked, "If the Goblin King survives and continues to grow, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to my territory." The remaining goblins exhibited little capacity for resistance. Despite their formidable defenses, they lacked the strength to pose any real danger. A large number of goblins were slain, prompting Su Ming to begin his search for treasures within this realm. Given the Goblin King's formidable nature, it was certain that he had hoarded valuable items. Upon entering the tribe's inner sanctum, Su Ming discovered an abundance of food, a cornucopia of various meats. They had clearly mastered the art of stockpiling provisions. Su Ming began to suspect that the Goblin King might have once been human. As he sought to transport the food away, he found all transport drones engaged in hauling away corpses from the battlefield, leaving no stock in the warehouse. "Never mind, this area is mine anyway, so it can remain here for now." Su Ming had no intention of increasing production. The warehouse had a limited storage capacity, and it was not the opportune moment to amplify the output of RX-30 units. As for the armory, Su Ming pushed open a warehouse door and discovered a few scattered weapons. The majority had already been taken by the goblins. No wonder each goblin was armed. This alone put them ahead of many others. After a thorough search, Su Ming stumbled upon several supply crates, but he doubted that these were all there were. Upon scrutinizing the Goblin King's chamber, he noticed inscriptions emerging upon a stone wall. Special food is concealed within the wall. A smile crept across Su Ming's face. He had finally found it. After a diligent excavation, he retrieved a package of a mysterious black substance from a hidden recess in the wall. It was an unknown type of jerky, demonic beef jerky. Consuming it doubles attributes for a period, followed by a state of weakness, granting a permanent 10 to attributes. Upon witnessing the effects of the demonic beef jerky, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly so extraordinary? Not only could it enhance attributes by 100, but it also provided a permanent boost. This was utterly ridiculous. There remained 10 pieces, presumably leftovers from the Goblin King, suggesting there may have been more previously. No wonder he was so powerful. Su Ming collected all the demonic beef jerky. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. Subsequently, he discovered 2 high-grade treasure chests hidden in other concealed locations. Upon opening them, he acquired 1,000 energy crystals and 500 exotic crystals. Did opening these yield particularly poor results? Su Ming had anticipated gaining architectural blueprints, yet only resources were obtained. Throughout his search, the battle outside gradually reached its conclusion, with no goblins escaping. All perished beneath the onslaught of gunfire. After the transport-type robotic dog completed its task on the previous battlefield, it arrived at the goblin tribe, ready to transport corpses for dissection. At that moment, a prompt appeared, "Successfully conquered goblin territory. Would you like to incorporate it into your domain? Territory range, 15 squares." 15 squares. The expanse of the goblin tribe was astonishing. Su Ming felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, the shepherd's encampment and the plain each occupied only 2 and 5 squares respectively. Now, the goblin tribe claimed a staggering 15 squares. Could it truly be that vast? During his explorations, it did not appear so. Perhaps he had overlooked something. Though perplexed, Su Ming decided to complete the conquest first. As dusk approached, he ceased his explorations and prepared to return to his dwelling to replenish the mechanical dog, anticipating the onset of the blood moon kill mode that night. At that juncture, an old wolf, accompanied by a dozen mangy wolves, approached Su Ming. Their limbs sprawled on the ground. Su Ming noticed the silver-maned wolves were grievously injured, many missing limbs, and some even lacking both hind legs, dragging their bodies forward with their forelimbs. Consequently, they had escaped the goblin's clutches and survived by sheer luck. The old wolf, prostrating itself, humbly said, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my kin. These goblins are utterly cruel. They not only enslave our kind, but also treat us as mere playthings. We are grateful for your intervention in their demise." Su Ming cast a glance at the wounded wolves and replied coolly, "It seems you have suffered greatly at the hands of these goblins. I shall spare your lives. You may leave. It would be a waste of bullets to kill them." Noticing their reluctance to depart, Su Ming discerned their intentions and said, "Surely, you do not wish for me to take you in?" These forlorn wolves possessed little combat capability and were essentially waiting to perish. "We cannot survive if we leave this place. We beseech you, my lord, to shelter us, even in a small corner." The old wolf nearly buried its head in the ground, pleading with an exceedingly humble demeanor for Su Ming to retain them. It understood that leaving would only lead to certain death. "What use would it be for me to keep you? Do you think your crippled forms could fight for me? So meaning what youth? I can exchange the secrets of this place with you, if only you would allow us to stay," the old wolf responded. "Oh, secrets?" Su Ming's interest was piqued. He sensed that the goblin tribe harbored other mysteries, yet he had been unable to uncover them. He continued, "What secrets could a captive like you possibly know?" The old wolf hastily replied, "It is something I overheard by chance. There are indeed significant mineral veins beneath this land." Chapter 29. Equipments create a stir, constructing factories. Su Ming, an old wolf, reached an agreement to keep the dozen or so remaining wolves. Given the ample space of their territory, it was feasible to allocate a section for them. With the collection factory ceasing operations, Su Ming contemplated the gains from this endeavor. Corrupted flesh, 3120 energy crystals, 3216 anomalous crystals, 520 weapons and equipment. 1568, the food tally merely accounted for the provisions obtained from dissecting goblin corpses, while a substantial quantity remained within the goblin tribe, unrecorded. Su Ming meticulously categorized the acquired weapons and equipment: spears, bows, large blades, and metallic armor. Each category boasted a considerable number, presenting an astonishing array of armaments, far beyond what one might expect from a goblin tribe. Yet, these weapons were of no use to Su Ming himself. The mechanical dogs could not be equipped either, thus they were relegated to the trading area for resource exchange. All weapons, corrupted flesh, and the food from the goblin warehouse were subsequently listed in the trading zone. As soon as the weapons were made available, a fervent commotion ensued. Over 1,500 pieces of equipment, diverse in type and of commendable quality, with many being of superior grade, sparked excitement. Where on earth did so many weapons and armor come from? All sourced from goblins? Has the merchant annihilated several goblin tribes to amass such an arsenal? Truly remarkable. Su Ming is extraordinary. Ha ha, my units are goblins, and these armaments are perfectly suited for them. My forces will experience a tremendous enhancement. Thanks to Su Ming, the merchant was indeed impressive, always delivering astonishing results, acquiring over 1,000 pieces of equipment in a single stroke. Is this the might of a castle lord? Incredible. What's so impressive? They're merely basic armaments, high tier, but still junk. Are you envious upstairs? Can't your units utilize these weapons? I can, which will surely infuriate you. This beast tide is secured. What do I see? Rare grade equipment, not one, but 2 pieces. Is a merchant truly offering such items for sale? No one dare compete with me. These are mine. Whoever dares snatch my rare equipment will not go unpunished. As the Goblin King's great axe was listed, it was snatched up in an instant, leaving Su Ming questioning whether he had indeed placed it for sale. Rare grade equipment was exceedingly scarce at this stage. The appearance of even one would incite significant upheaval, let alone 2. As the crowd witnessed Su Ming offering rare equipment for sale, speculation about his units surged. However, Su Ming paid them no heed. After listing everything, he set about constructing the factory. In Area 88888, a certain location was in chaos as the Earth Dragon relentlessly demolished a nest inhabited by numerous lurking creatures. Even hidden deep within the caverns, they could not escape the Earth Dragon's merciless onslaught. A man noted the situation in the chat channel, astonished by the equipment Su Ming had listed. He was certain that Su Ming had conquered multiple goblin tribes, with their numbers being substantial, at least in the thousands. Is this truly the master of the castle? However, I too am rapidly advancing. Once I fully develop, Su Ming will be insignificant in my eyes. At that time, he shall witness the true terror of my Earth Dragon, and I shall inquire why he did not add me as a friend back then. Yushu, accompanied by her formidable Python squad, is currently hunting a few 7th-tier, intermediate creatures. Su Ming has once again distanced himself from me, yet I shall soon catch up. Yushu glances at the recently hatched glass python. The strength of the glass python is several times that of an ordinary giant python, double that of the golden python. It can almost annihilate creatures of the same tier, and challenging those of a higher tier is not an issue at all. Once I secure this location, my dwelling shall upgrade to a castle, and I will acquire the shepherd resource point, further elevating my power, allowing me to swiftly surpass Su Ming. Yushu is brimming with confidence. Many share such sentiments, believing Su Ming has merely acquired a rare troop type, which grants him an early advantage. Given time, they are certain they will surpass him. Their troops are not weak. Some even possess rare types. As the crowd rushes to purchase weapons, equipment, and food, Su Ming has completed the construction of the excavation factory. Primary excavation factory, level, Tier 1 beginner. Excavator troopers, 5-5, can excavate mines below advanced level. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystal 10. Su Ming has situated the excavation factory near the fine steel mine. Upon completion, 5 excavator troopers resembling large nuts emerge from the factory, wielding shovels as they commence mining. Is this how they work? Su Ming observes them with curiosity. 1 minute later, a small cart of fine steel is delivered to the excavation factory. Another minute passes, and Su Ming sees his quantity of fine steel increase from 5 to 6. They not only mine, but also refine simultaneously. How convenient! Yet, is the efficiency not rather low? 2 minutes for a single fine steel material is exceedingly slow. However, Su Ming currently has no use for these materials. He decides to let the mechanical troopers continue their work at a leisurely pace. Subsequently, Su Ming retrieves the blueprint for the equipment factory and begins construction. Moments later, a factory adorned with a cross-sword and shield emblem stands within Su Ming's territory. Primary equipment factory, level, Tier 1, beginner. Equipment crafting, custom crafting. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystal 100, the ability to customize crafting. Su Ming's eyes light up. He had not anticipated such convenience. However, he is curious about how to proceed with custom equipment crafting. He clicks on the custom crafting option. The factory emits a beam of light, scanning Su Ming thoroughly, and then a humanoid data form appears before him. Please select the equipment part to be crafted. Input your ideas and specify the equipment strength. How convenient! Su Ming is astonished. He simply customizes an item according to his thoughts and clicks confirm. The equipment you customized has reached the rare level and cannot currently be produced. It is recommended to upgrade the equipment factory to a higher tier. Su Ming. Has it reached the level of rarity? I hardly made any demands. I canceled the custom crafting and opened the equipment forging. Various options for equipment pieces emerged, but the highest tier available for crafting was advanced gear, which required not energy crystals, but an array of metallic materials. For instance, crafting metallic armor necessitated the use of refined steel. Is there no way to upgrade the mechanical dog? Perhaps by enhancing the strength of its metallic shell? Su Ming searched through the equipment forging, but found nothing. Although custom crafting allows for creation, it displayed a notification indicating that the factory level was too low. Ultimately, Su Ming assessed it as useful, yet not applicable at this stage. Even if the factory were elevated to a higher level, a lack of various materials would still impede the crafting of equipment. After all, the creation of gear requires more than just energy crystals. It demands a diverse range of materials. Chapter 30. Demon Beef Jerky Surveillance Module. Range surveillance, scanning, synchronization after upgrading the mechanical factory to level 3, advanced. The surveillance module gained 2 new capabilities. Scanning. Conduct a range scan to gather information within the specified area. Synchronization. Facilitate information synchronization with the GX-86. These newly acquired abilities proved invaluable, particularly the synchronization feature. With one GX-86 deployed for external reconnaissance and another remaining nearby, information could be synchronized seamlessly. Even if the scout were discovered and destroyed during the mission, there would be no concern over lost information. This capability was indeed beneficial. Subsequently, Su Ming elevated the refining factory's level to advanced. He refrained from fully upgrading the mechanical factory, prioritizing the enhancement of the refining factory instead. In addition to bolstering the mechanical dog's combat prowess, It was now the refining factory's turn. Upon reaching the advanced level, the refining of the mechanical dogs received significant enhancements. The RX-78's explosions now carried a burning effect. The RX-20 not only increased its bullet power, but also extended its range to an impressive 1,500. The RX-30 saw improvements in both load capacity and speed. The GX-90 enhanced its stealth capabilities, while the GX-86 continued to expand its reconnaissance range. After completing the upgrades, Ming gazed upon his castle, a quaint villa. Following the conquest of the goblin tribe, the territory spanned 77 tiles, meeting the requirements for an upgrade. However, this was sufficient only for 2 levels. City of Machines, level 3 stars, territory range 77 tiles, effects, reduced production time at the mechanical factory, increased storage capacity. Upgrade requirements: wood 14,000, energy crystals 50, exotic crystals 30. Upon completing the upgrade, the castle expanded slightly, taking on a more castle-like appearance. The future upgrades would demand even greater territory, and occupying unknown regions would be time-consuming. Seizing others' lands proved a swifter alternative. This situation encouraged the usurpation of territories, not only from the natives, but also from the lords themselves. Sumin pondered deeply. Although they were merely in the developmental phase now, to continue growing stronger in the future, the acquisition of others' lands was inevitable and the fastest method of territorial expansion. It was also the quickest means of enhancement. Currently, surviving the impending beast tide and engaging in the Blood Knight kill mode presented the most opportune moment to gather resources. Having failed to locate a suitable hunting ground today, he opted once more to hunt in the plains during the upcoming Blood Moon kill mode, hoping to encounter the strongest creature in that region. Ming harbored ambitions of claiming the plains, but to do so, he needed to eliminate the monsters residing there. During dinner, he sent a message to Tao Yao Yao. Ming, the beast tide is approaching. Are you confident in holding them off? Tao Yao Yao, engrossed in cooking spirit rice, paused upon receiving Ming's message, then leapt up in excitement. The nearby fairy was startled by her sudden reaction, immediately recognizing the sender as the one who delivered the spirit rice. Thank you, Ming, for your concern. I had some reservations earlier, but with the serpent eggs you provided, I am now completely at ease. I possess 9 exquisite serpent eggs, which instills me with great confidence to confront this impending beast tide. Is your spirit spring capable of nurturing monster eggs into your battle beasts? Meaning Wayith. Indeed, isn't it remarkable? I replied, my admiration for Ming evident. You are truly impressive, having conquered several goblin tribes. I've seen many discussing your achievements in the chat. It's absolutely extraordinary. Several goblin tribes? Ming shook his head, thinking to himself that they would be astounded if they knew that it was merely the quantity of one goblin tribe. He then produced a piece of demon beef jerky for trade. Take this. It will provide considerable assistance during the beast tide, he said. Upon receiving the dark, mysterious jerky, I was initially perplexed, but my eyes widened in astonishment as I witnessed its effects. Ming, is this truly for me? I exclaimed, incredulous. This was yet another food item that enhanced attributes, and its effects were even more outrageous than the previous spirit rice. I found it hard to believe that Ming casually traded such an extraordinary item. Consider it an advance for the next fairy gift, he replied. He was concerned that the 9 serpent snakes might not withstand the beast tide, hence his investment in me, recognizing the unique potential of my unit. But I haven't completed the delivery of the previous serpent eggs yet, and now you. I felt a bit embarrassed. Then exert yourself a little more, he encouraged. Understood. I promise not to disappoint you, Ming, I assured him earnestly. Moments later, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Wow, Ming, my fairy seems to have gone wild. I exclaimed. What do you mean? Ming responded, bewildered. After consuming the demon beef jerky, she suddenly became frenzied, spinning around the spirit spring with exuberance. Reading my message, Ming felt a wave of exasperation. I had intended for her to save it for when the beast tide approached, yet she had consumed it prematurely, and not even for the serpent, but for the fairy. Soon after, I sent another message. Wow, Ming, your demon beef jerky is incredible. It has cultivated a golden orb. I've never seen a golden orb before. Golden orb? Su Ming paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. A golden fairy gift? An epic one? Was the demon beef jerky the catalyst that unlocked the fairy-esque potential? Su Ming, you've produced 2 purple orbs as well. It's truly astounding. I continued. 2 rare ones? Su Ming was once again taken aback. What kind of stimulant was this demon beef jerky? Could it truly empower the fairies so remarkably? If all were to be fed to the fairies, could we not cultivate numerous purple or golden fairy gifts? The mere thought was exhilarating. Peach Yao Yao. Su Ming, something's amiss. My fairy has suddenly ceased to fly and lies motionless on the ground, as if it has perished. What should I do? Upon receiving Peach Yao Yao's message, Su Ming could almost envision her weeping inconsolably over her fairy. Su Ming, this is a side effect of the demon beef jerky. After consumption, it will enter a period of weakness. Just let it rest for a while. Peach Yao Yao, is that so? I thought it was dying. Peach Yao Yao. Su Ming, I can return a portion now. 2 purple and 1 gold. Will that suffice for your demon beef jerky? Instead of keeping some for herself, she generously offered her cultivated fairies to Su Ming. Directly for me? Su Ming felt a flicker of temptation. 2 rare and 1 epic fairy would certainly enhance his strength. Yet, Su Ming, you should keep these 2 fairies for yourself. Bolster your combat power to withstand the beast tide first. A single feast or a continuous banquet? He remained discerning. If Peach Yao Yao succeeded in resisting the beast tide, he would have the opportunity to receive even more fairy gifts in the future. If she faltered, it would simply be a loss on his investment. He had previously contemplated acquiring more monster eggs for Peach Yao Yao, but alas, he had yet to find any. Peach Yao Yao, She was astonished that Su Ming did not accept, instead leaving the 2 orbs for her. Su Ming must be concerned about my ability to endure the beast tide, deliberately reserving them for me. In truth, such worry was unfounded. With 9 spirit snakes, I feel adequately prepared. Peach Yao Yao felt warmth in her heart, realizing she had finally latched on Su Ming as support. Since Su Ming had declined, she decided to store them for now and present them to him after the beast tide had passed. This way, he would have no grounds to refuse. As night descended, the warehouse reached its storage capacity, and mechanical factories ceased production. They now awaited the initiation of the Blood Moon kill mode. This waiting period was the only time Su Ming could truly rest. At midnight on the 6th day, the Blood Moon did not rise promptly. Instead, the sky resonated with the mechanical voice of an announcement. Chapter 31. Occupying under the Blood Moon slaughter mode. Only 2 days remain until the beast tide arrives. The lord with the highest score after successfully repelling the beast tide will receive a unique special reward. The top 10 lords will also receive a special reward. May all lords strive to survive the beast tide. In an instant, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. A unique special reward for repelling the beast tide? I must seize this opportunity. The deafening silence above suggests that only the highest scoring lord is entitled to this singular reward. The top 10 also receive a special prize. While I may have little hope of first place, securing a spot within the top 10 is certainly within reach. What kind of strength does the individual above possess? Do they really believe they can contest for a top 10 position? There are still over 6,000 participants. I'm surely destined for the top 10. Thanks to the goblin equipment provided by the esteemed Su Ming. From now on, I shall align myself with you. Anyone who speaks ill of you will face my wrath. As I said, if you have the capability, come at me. Share your location, and I shall confront you now, delivering a beating so profound that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. The 2 engaged in a heated argument on the regional channel, subsequently adding each other as friends, and commenced a verbal sparring match. A special reward, I wonder what it might be. Tonight, I shall give my all. I aim to slay enemies and strive to become the lord of the castle before the beast tide descends. I am determined to be the second to claim the title of Castle Lord. Upon hearing the announcement and the opportunity for that special reward, Su Ming was exhilarated. This unique special reward is destined to belong solely to him. As the announcement faded, the Blood Moon descended. The initiation of the mode was delayed by a few seconds compared to the previous 2 days. Su Ming arrived on the plains and promptly deployed the RX-20 to commence hunting the creatures inhabiting the area. These creatures posed no threat to him. He could easily overwhelm them. However, a ninth-tier, intermediate, creature lurked within the vicinity, and Su Ming intended to locate it. He dispatched the GX-86 to begin reconnaissance, with the information relayed back to him. While searching for the ninth-tier, intermediate, creature, he simultaneously commanded the robotic dog to engage in combat. The locations of the ferocious creatures were clear, and he directed the mechanical dog to hunt, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Moments later, another GX-86 returned, projecting the gathered intelligence. The display indicated the locations of ore veins and supply crates. But what captured Su Ming's attention was a crimson mark on the screen. Was the ninth-tier, intermediate, creature concealed there? Through the specific imagery provided by the GX-86 projection, Su Ming identified the position of the ninth-tier, ferocious creature. He also observed a peculiar phenomenon. That area was almost devoid of any creatures willing to approach, as they all circumvented it. Even the ferocious creatures pursued by the mechanical dog did not flee in that direction. Could it be hidden underground? A vague suspicion began to form in Su Ming's mind. He then dispatched the GX-90, equipped with a self-destructing mechanical dog, to hover above the target area and release the self-destructing mechanical dog. The mechanical dog plunged vertically downwards but did not detonate, for there was simply no target to engage. In the scene, the self-destructive robotic dog resembled a helpless creature ensnared in a trap. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and Su Ming witnessed a shocking spectacle. A massive maw seemed to materialize from thin air, devouring an entire area, including the unfortunate robotic dog above. Following another tremor, the ground that had vanished reemerged, as though nothing had transpired. Was that its mouth? Su Ming was taken aback. The entire terrain appeared to have been consumed. It was no wonder that no living beings dared approach that region. It was within its hunting grounds. Any prey that ventured too close would be swallowed whole, leaving no chance to escape. He began to understand the creature's predatory method. However, the fact that it remained concealed underground posed a dilemma for Su Ming. He contemplated whether missiles could coax it out. Dozens of GX-90s, equipped with missile modules, soared above the beast before releasing their payload, bombarding the plains below. After an initial round of bombardment yielded no results, Su Ming altered his strategy. He deployed another self-destructive robotic dog to lure the creature into feeding, then launched an all-out assault with the RX-20 and GX-90. The roar of gunfire pierced the air as bullets penetrated its hide and missiles shattered its protrusions, eliciting agonized cries. At that moment, Su Ming finally discerned the creature's form. It was a colossal sandworm, its mouth resembling a turbine, lined with hundreds of sharp teeth, ready to pulverize any food that fell within. The executioner, so massive, one could only wonder how much it could consume. Su Ming promptly issued an attack command. As the GX-90 ascended once more, this time bearing the self-destructive robotic dogs to commence a new barrage. The explosions tore into the executioner's back, creating numerous bloody orifices. Had it not been for its thick hide, the second robotic dog would have already obliterated its back. Gulping sounds echoed as the executioner's body contracted violently. Its enormous mouth began to voraciously inhale, akin to a colossal vacuum, drawing everything within sight into its depths. The airborne GX-90 was unable to escape in time and was sucked in, reduced to fragments. If it craved to consume, then let it indulge, defying the creature's formidable suction. Su Ming deployed 15 RX-20s, launching a frenzied assault with missiles and grenades. The RX-78, without seeking cover, allowed itself to be consumed, only to explode within the creature's belly. With a resounding pop, after ingesting several RX-78s, the executioner burst forth with a bloody orifice, nearly an entire row of teeth obliterated. Faintly, explosions could be heard underground. The executioner swayed momentarily before collapsing onto the plains, utterly spent. Dissection yields: Executioner Meat 90, Crystal Essence 60, Alien Crystal 27. Executioner S Stomach 1. Although no blueprint was reported, an unexpected item appeared: the Executioner's stomach. Could it still contain remnants of its last meal? With this thought in mind, Ming promptly proceeded with the dissection. After obtaining the stomach of the constrictor python, Ming proceeded with the dissection, only to be confronted by an overwhelming stench that compelled him to retreat repeatedly. To his astonishment, he witnessed the self-destructing robotic dog that had initially been swallowed emerging from the depths. Its body was adorned with remnants of food and gastric fluid, with parts of its metallic exterior having succumbed to corrosion. To his surprise, it had not disintegrated entirely. He had presumed it would have been digested by now. Furthermore, he discovered 2 blue treasure chests nestled within the python's stomach. What a remarkable feat! It appears this creature can consume anything. Without hesitation, Ming opened the chests. Acquired building blueprint for residential building, white. Acquired building blueprint for watchtower, white. Residential building, watchtower? Ming was momentarily taken aback, realizing that these structures held no utility for him. The residential building could accommodate infantry units, but his forces were mechanical, rendering such accommodations unnecessary as they would simply be discarded into storage. As for the watchtower, had this blueprint been available sooner, it might have held some value. However, superior alternatives like the GX-86 had already emerged, capable of extensive reconnaissance and real-time information synchronization. It utterly eclipsed the watchtower. He pondered whether the blueprints could be placed in the trading area for sale. This thought crossed his mind as he noted that apart from the 2 treasure chests, there was nothing else within the python's stomach. With the demise of this formidable and ferocious creature, Ming had achieved his objective. He planned to seize this territory as the blood moon receded, integrating this expanse into his domain. For the first time, he completed the territorial conquest during the night. Amidst the blood moon's murderous ambience, the advanced mechanical factory had already become a formidable force at this stage, sufficiently equipped to confront the impending beast tide. Yet, he felt that securing the top position was still not guaranteed. Ming was convinced that many lords possessed significant strength, merely concealed from view. Therefore, he must remain vigilant. He glanced at the quantities of his energy crystals and anomaly crystals. Energy crystals, 4,900 anomaly crystals. 2456 if he could upgrade the mechanical factory to a rare level before the beast tide arrived. He believed that securing first place would be nearly assured. Chapter 32. Exploring new hunting methods upon returning to his residence. Ming attempted to sell the 2 blueprints he had acquired, only to be met with a notification indicating that they were unsellable. This revelation took him by surprise. Since selling was not an option, he decided to retain them for the time being. As he prepared breakfast, Ming munched on his meal while glancing at the chat channel, noting the current population, 5,987 out of 10,000. There are still nearly 6,000 individuals remaining, a number slightly higher than he had anticipated. However, he expected a drastic decline once the beast tide commenced. At that moment, another announcement echoed through the air. Area 88888 has seen 10 lords ascend to the status of castle lord. Becoming a castle lord greatly enhances one's ability to withstand the impending beast tide. Let us all strive towards this goal and prepare for the approaching onslaught. This announcement reignited the chat channel. The rapid emergence of 10 castle lords indicated that some individuals were quietly amassing fortunes. Impressive indeed. Was 10 castle lords a significant number? With a population of 10,000 in this region, the emergence of only 10 castle lords thus far felt rather sluggish. Wow, this individual is a castle lord. Their name carries the title of their castle, someone remarked. Upon seeing Gao Rant's name accompanied by City of Trolls, it immediately captured everyone's attention. Impressive, brother. That is quite the title. I too wish to become a castle lord before the beast tide arrives. Let's all work together. We have 2 days left to survive. The speaker, Yu Shu, also bore the title of her castle, City of 7 Colored Pythons. The goddess Yu has become a castle lord as well. A python-themed castle? My favorite. Praise goddess Yu. Shouldn't the remaining 8 castle lords make their presence known? No need to hide in the shadows. Where's the merchant? They were among the first to become a castle lord, but have yet to show their face, remaining shrouded in mystery while continuously harvesting our resources. No one is forcing you to buy, another chimed in. It feels as if they're a rat lurking in the sewers, afraid to face others. Come out and face me. I'd like to see your true abilities. At this moment, the individual referred to as the merchant, Ming, was enjoying his breakfast while observing the ongoing chatter. He too had just learned that becoming a castle lord meant one's name would be adorned with the title of their castle. Despite the calls for him to reveal himself, Ming chose to remain silent. The sudden appearance of 10 castle lords was indeed a testament to the capabilities of the other lords. While he may have taken a step ahead of them, the disparity in strength was not as vast. If placed in another region, would his current strength even rank? He pondered this question deeply. Considering a region with a population of 10,000, and extrapolating to 100,000 such regions, the total would amount to at least 1 billion individuals. With a billion people, he doubted his own strength would stand out. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. He had always believed in this truth. I must accelerate my growth. A notion has emerged that can now be put to the test. Should it prove successful, my advancement shall accelerate significantly. In the flower bed, a multitude of queen bees diligently gather nectar. Suddenly, a merciless flame erupts from a distance, prompting them to flee in haste. Upon reaching a safe distance, they behold a mechanical creature resembling a dog, unleashing flames and incinerating their sustenance. The queen bees, known for their volatile temperament, promptly summon their comrades to launch an assault on the mechanical beast before them. In the blink of an eye, the robotic dog finds itself encircled by the queen bees. They deliberately circumvent the flame-throwing apparatus, attacking from the flanks and rear. One by one, their venomous stingers are launched, striking the mechanical dog with a clanging sound. Yet some stingers are deflected, causing no harm whatsoever. The queen bee swarm is left astounded, unable to believe that their toxic projectiles have proven ineffective. In retaliation to the attack, the mechanical dog swiftly pivots, retreating a short distance before countering with a fiery blast. In an instant, the queen bees suffer significant casualties and hastily retreat to their hive. The mechanical dog, unhurried, pursues them, its target being the queen bee's nest. In the goblin cave, 100 or so goblins reside, forming a small-scale tribe. At this moment, 3 mechanical dogs have arrived, commencing their hunt. Initially, the goblin cave was not part of Ming's exploration route, and he was unaware of the goblin's presence. However, these creatures inexplicably materialized near his territory and even attacked the protective barrier. Consequently, Ming had no choice but to eliminate them, advancing into their lair. Subsequently, the lifeless bodies of goblins were transported by the RX-30 back to the settlement, dispatched to the collection factory for dissection. Images of the queen bee hive, goblin cave, dire wolf pack, tree spirits, and goblins flashed before Ming's eyes as he concurrently commanded numerous mechanical dogs in battle. Even while remaining within the confines of his settlement, he could orchestrate hunting expeditions through the manipulation of the mechanical dogs. Although the execution was not entirely convenient, it embodied the combat command style he desired. The experiment was exceedingly successful, much to Ming's satisfaction. Not only did it ensure his safety, but it also significantly enhanced hunting efficiency. Naturally, this method bore a drawback. The conquered territories could not be fully claimed. Yet, Ming paid little heed to this, as he could gradually occupy them later, continuing to issue commands to the mechanical dogs to expand his domain. Cursed be the fates, for I have encountered an elite-level creature, resulting in considerable losses. The young man's heart bled as the impending beast tide loomed, with every lost unit weakening his position. He swiftly completed the dissection of the corpse, acquiring a blueprint that somewhat compensated for his losses. By claiming this area, I could ascend to become the lord of the castle. Just as the young man prepared to return, he suddenly noticed an unusual object flying overhead. With remarkable acuity, he concealed himself. Is that a drone? Upon discerning its nature, a look of horror spread across the young man's face. He could hardly fathom the presence of a drone in such a place. Moreover, this drone appeared to be engaged in reconnaissance. With this realization, he concealed himself even more deeply. Damn it, whose troops are capable of summoning drones? This is utterly absurd. Could it be that he is also capable of manufacturing various advanced weaponry? As he ruminated on this, the young man's pupils suddenly dilated, recalling the mushroom cloud he had witnessed yesterday. The Lord possessing the nuclear bomb has already ventured this far. He is not far from me? Damn it. How unfortunate am I to encounter such a monstrous individual? The young man cursed vehemently. Suddenly, he recalled posting about the situation here in the chat channel, and the ensuing discussions among the others. Is this drone a part of Su Ming's forces? The esteemed Su Ming is right beside me? The young man felt a pang of fear. He never anticipated that a superpower would be so close. Although it was merely a conjecture, he sensed the likelihood was significant. I remember someone had seemingly organized an anti-swindler alliance. I could inform them of this news, perhaps even rally them to eradicate this swindler, and then I would be safe. The young man felt this was an ingenious idea and resolved to contact members of the anti-swindler alliance as soon as he returned to the territory. However, for now, he dared not move a muscle, fearing detection by the drone hovering above him. Chapter 33. Offering Loyalty, the Restored Main Wolf. To my astonishment, there exists a lord in my vicinity. Su Ming gazed at the image of a young man captured on the screen. The individual remained motionless, concealed within the underbrush, casting furtive glances at the drone hovering above, seemingly awaiting its departure. Unbeknownst to him, his attempts at concealment were futile against the omnipotent scanning capabilities of the GX-86. Even nestled within the foliage, camouflaged by leaves, he could not elude detection. The emergence of a lord in this area might not bode well. However, as we are still within the protection period, I find myself at an impasse. Within the sanctuary, a lord cannot be harmed on his territory, whether by the onslaught of monsters or the attacks of other lords. Patience is key. The protection period will soon lapse, and should he prove a threat, he must be dealt with accordingly. Su Ming deployed another GX-86, which, upon arriving at the designated location, concealed itself. He subsequently recalled the drone that had initially detected the lord. As the young man observed the drone's departure, he promptly rose and returned to his territory, blissfully unaware that another drone stealthily trailed behind him, documenting his every detail, including the location of his domain. So, this is where he resides. Su Ming opened the map to confirm the coordinates of the individual. After assessing the situation of the mechanical hound dispatched earlier and determining that all was well, Su Ming proceeded to the location where the main wolf was housed. The area was modest, merely a small hillside. Upon spotting Su Ming, the elder wolf hurried over, inquiring if he had come to see the mine. Su Ming shook his head, stating there was no rush. They would visit post-beast Scourge. Now was not the opportune moment, as they risked destruction amidst the chaos, a loss not worth incurring. The purpose of my visit is to borrow a main wolf, Su Ming declared. The elder wolf lowered its posture, hastily responding, "My lord, to borrow is too gracious. Our lives are yours." Without Su Ming's refuge, they would have long since become fodder for other creatures. Upon hearing the term borrow, the elder wolf promptly bowed its head. "My lord, what do you require of them?" It inquired curiously. They were already a ragtag assembly, lacking limbs and nearly devoid of utility. "I have a purpose. Perhaps I can aid you in restoring your combat prowess." Su Ming replied, stepping forward. "Restore our combat capability?" The elder wolf stood momentarily frozen, disbelief etched across its features. "Can we truly regain our strength?" "Surely. This is ist." As it regained its composure, it noticed a robust main wolf laboriously trailing behind Su Ming, its hind legs severed by goblins, relying solely on its forelimbs to drag its form forward. The elder wolf hurriedly caught up, urgently asking, "My lord, is this true?" "We shall see. We must first test the waters," Su Ming replied, leading the injured wolf to the equipment factory with the elder wolf in tow. Upon witnessing the array of factories, the entire pack was left in awe. One thought resonated within their minds. "My lord is unfathomable." Su Ming accessed the interface of the mechanical factory and selected the option for customization. A beam of light shot forth, initiating a scan of the body of the maned silver wolf. Moments later, the data of the wolf materialized before Su Ming, with the missing parts highlighted in crimson. He selected 2 of the hind legs and subsequently entered his thoughts. Require materials for crafting. 20 pieces of refined steel, 2 pieces of exotic essence. Would you like to proceed with the crafting? Upon seeing the option to create, a smile unfurled on Su Ming's face. Indeed, he intended to forge a pair of mechanical legs for this incomplete maned silver wolf, restoring its ability to run. This idea had struck him suddenly while observing mechanical dogs in combat. Unsure whether the equipment factory could facilitate such a creation, he decided to give it a try. And to his surprise, it was successful. With a click of confirmation, the equipment factory sprang to life. Moments later, a pair of mechanical wolf legs was produced. Su Ming affixed them onto the wolf, achieving a perfect fit. He then gently patted the wolf's head and said, "Give it a try, see how it feels." The maned silver wolf gazed at its mechanical legs, initially bewildered by the transformation, but upon hearing Su Ming's encouragement, it attempted to control them. To its astonishment, it found itself able to stand once more. The exhilaration on its face was indescribable. It leapt a few times, discovering no discomfort. As it exerted its strength, it surged forward, leaving small impressions in the ground with each powerful stride, a testament to the strength of its new legs. The compatibility appeared to be excellent. Su Ming watched the wolf's speed with great satisfaction. The old wolf, witnessing the swift figure, was momentarily stunned. A miracle! The master has restored its ability to run. The old wolf was at a loss for words, unable to believe the reality before its eyes. Soon, the maned silver wolf returned, its eyes alight with excitement, wildly wagging its tail, shedding the previous gloom and despair. Clearly, the results were promising. Su Ming fondled its head and addressed the old wolf. "Go and bring the others. I shall craft new limbs for them." "Thank you, my lord, for this gift of rebirth," the old wolf replied, prostrating itself on the ground in utmost loyalty. Observing this, the maned silver wolf mirrored the old wolf's gesture, offering its own profound allegiance. Su Ming regarded them and spoke coolly, "I do not nurture the idle and unproductive. Consider this your opportunity for a new life. I hope you seize it." "Yes, my lord," the old wolf responded promptly, rising to fetch the remaining wolves. Upon hearing that other wolves would also receive new legs, the maned silver wolf dashed out, quicker than the old wolf. Soon, the remaining maned silver wolves were brought forth. Su Ming counted a total of 15. "Line up, one by one," he instructed, commencing the process of measuring their bodies in the equipment factory to forge their new limbs. An hour later, the once listless maned silver wolves brimmed with vitality, leaping and bounding to showcase their new legs. With a thunderous kick, one of the wolves equipped with front limbs struck a nearby tree, cleaving it in two with a resounding crash. A howl escaped as I beheld the formidable power of my own legs, excitement bubbling forth. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Ming glanced over, and the exuberant silver-maned wolf immediately fell silent, lowering its head in a gesture of contrition. Su Ming did not chastise it. Instead, he remarked, "It seems your strength has significantly improved." After acquiring a new form, the silver-maned wolf's leg power surged far beyond its previous capabilities. The elder wolf observed as its kin regained their valor, even surpassing their former prowess, a look of envy crossing its visage. Approaching Su Ming, it said, "My lord, I too desire a new body." "You?" Su Ming replied, casting a glance in its direction. "You have neither lost an arm nor a leg, but a new form would bestow greater strength. You have mentioned before that one should not harbor useless burdens." The elder wolf's gaze bore a resolute intensity as it fixed its eyes on Su Ming. "If you wish to change, you may. However, only when you are truly lacking an arm or a leg will it be timely for me to assist you," Su Ming responded. "As long as my lord consents, I shall render these limbs useless." With that, the elder wolf lifted its legs and forcefully struck them against a nearby tree, snapping it in two. In the throes of excruciating pain, the elder wolf remained silent. Su Ming was taken aback, astonished by the wolf's self-destructive resolve. "Since you desire a transformation, I shall forge one for you. Currently undergoing fervent updates. I kindly request that readers do not neglect this tale, as early engagement is crucial. Thank you." Chapter 34. Crafting Equipment. Unveiling the troops the old wolf having long desired it, donned a new form. Its powerful limbs bestowed upon it unmatched strength, the vigor of its sprint rivaling, if not surpassing, that of its youth. Had it possessed such formidable limbs in the past, it would never have succumbed to the indignities imposed by those goblins. The old wolf reminisced about the dark days of humiliation inflicted by the goblins. Yet swiftly, it cast aside the shadows of its past, reclaiming its former confidence. A resounding howl erupted from the old wolf atop the rock, reverberating through the air. In response, the silver-maned wolves raised their heads in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and fervor. Observing their enthusiasm, Ming felt immense satisfaction. At least his vision had borne fruit. If even the limbs could be crafted, it stood to reason that non-humanoid equipment could also be created. A new idea blossomed in Ming's mind as he gazed at the silver-maned wolves. Previously, the equipment that had been acquired could only be worn by humanoid beings or troops. However, if there existed equipment tailored for animal forms, this thought ignited a vision of vast commercial potential. Not only could armor be bestowed upon the silver-maned wolves, but such equipment could also be sold, undoubtedly tapping into a substantial market. The various lord's troops would serve as eager customers. With this in mind, Ming promptly set to work. The equipment factory had already recorded the dimensions of the silver-maned wolves, and upon selection, he immediately inputted his ideas. A prompt then appeared. Custom crafting equipment aligns with the universal template. Would you like to proceed with the crafting? Ming paused for a moment, pondering the existence of a universal template. Switching back to the equipment crafting interface, he selected a piece of equipment and discovered two additional options below: humanoid and biological. He had previously overlooked this. It turned out that armor could indeed be crafted for other biological forms. Currently, the equipment factory was limited to producing basic, white, and advanced, blue equipment. Basic equipment required one piece of refined steel, while advanced equipment demanded two. To enhance the strength of the equipment, crystalline anomalies could be added, with a limit of 2. Ming glanced at his stock of refined steel. With 500 pieces available, he could craft 250 pieces of advanced equipment. While other lords might possess troops capable of equipment crafting, he could seize a market advantage by acting first. Upon finalizing the settings, the equipment factory began its operation. The completion of 250 pieces would require merely 3 hours. However, the excavation factory was still in operation, potentially increasing the quantity of equipment produced. Turning to the silver-maned wolves, whose excitement had yet to wane, Ming remarked, "Adapt well to your new limbs. There are less than 2 days remaining until the beast tide arrives, and you will be needed then." Though he did not harbor expectations for the silver-maned wolves to play a decisive role, every additional strength would serve to protect their territory. "Yes, my lord. We shall return to acclimate ourselves to our new bodies and will not disappoint you," replied the old wolf, leading the rejuvenated pack back. Casting a glance at the GX-86 projection, he noted that the mechanical hounds were hunting successfully outside, alleviating any undue concerns. It was time to upgrade the mechanical factory. At present, Ming possesses an ample supply of energy crystals. After expending 900 energy crystals, he has successfully upgraded the mechanical factory to the 5th tier. Advanced Mechanical Factory, level, Tier 5, Advanced. Daily free production of 30 RX, 20 mechanical dogs, production line 1, RX, 20 time, 3, 8 minutes each, production line 2, RX 78 time, 1, 8 minutes each, production line 3, GX, 90 time, 3, 8 minutes each, storage, 358, 380, upgrade requirements, energy crystals 1, 600, exotic crystals 80, upon reaching the 4th tier. The Reconnaissance module unlocked its final ability, Stealth. This allows the user to conceal themselves for a mere 10 minutes. Although the duration is brief, it suffices for in-depth reconnaissance. With the ascent to the 5th tier, a new module, the Assembly module, has been unlocked. This module possesses no inherent abilities, but features a single slot, which allows the combination of capabilities from other modules. It can be mounted on any mechanical unit, provided there is available space and no conflicting attributes. A versatile and universal module, indeed. Upon realizing the potential of the module, Ming contemplated numerous applications. By equipping the assembly module onto the GX90, he could harness a broader array of module capabilities, thus enhancing its practicality. However, with only one slot available, further enhancement would necessitate an upgrade of the mechanical factory. As night gradually descended, the mechanical dogs and drones began their return, incurring some minor losses, yet the situation remained manageable. Subsequently, Ming tallied his gains for the day. Food: 470 energy crystals, 562 no exotic crystals, as he had yet to encounter any elite-level creatures. The daytime performance was commendable, and he pondered how much he might accrue during the evening. With his hunting method in the Blood Moon kill mode, he could potentially amass 3 times the usual resources. At this moment, a message arrived from Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao, Ming, have you checked the chat channel? Everyone is discussing you, claiming that your units are mechanical, capable of producing drones and even nuclear bombs. Tao Yao Yao, a nuclear bomb? Wow, is it true? Ming, can you really create a nuclear bomb? Excited, anticipating. Upon reading Tao Yao Yao's message, Ming couldn't help but frown. Can I create a nuclear bomb? Such outrageous claims. However, the ability to produce drones is indeed accurate. He could surmise the source of this rumor. It likely originated from the lord discovered earlier that morning. Perhaps he disseminated this information. But why would he claim I could manufacture a nuclear bomb? Could it be due to the self-destruct mechanism of the mechanical dogs? Ming opened the chat channel. I am 100% certain that the merchant's unit is mechanical. Mechanical units, how exhilarating. Just imagine the number of mechanical girls one could create. Do you think this is a whimsical novel where one can conjure mechanical girls? Such creations are impossible. However, surely one could create Optimus Prime. Goodness, how magnificent! Why was I not chosen as a mechanical unit? He is incapable of creating such things. He should be able to construct drones and similar machinery, and perhaps even nuclear weapons. I witnessed a small mushroom cloud last time. Nuclear weapons? Goodness, is this true? Who can withstand that? This seems implausible. I hereby declare that our anti-cunning merchant alliance shall be transformed into the anti-machinery alliance. If Ming dares to launch a nuclear weapon at our allies, we shall collectively impose sanctions upon him. Indeed, we must unite. Those wishing to join the anti-machinery alliance may contact me privately. The alliance currently comprises 3 castle lords. Upon joining, you shall become part of this coalition. Should that unscrupulous merchant dare to target you with nuclear weaponry, we will promptly mobilize forces to confront him. Yes, I have already discerned his location. 3 castle lords? This alliance seems formidable. 7-colored Python City. When Yushu observed the speculation surrounding Ming's identity as a mechanical unit, she felt no surprise. Various indicators suggested that mechanical units indeed fit the criteria. However, upon hearing claims that he could produce nuclear weapons, she became rather unsettled. This surely cannot be true. Can nuclear weapons truly be manufactured here? Yushu held doubts, yet she pondered the possibility. If this were the case, forming an alliance would be the wisest course of action. Once the protection period concludes, it would be akin to surpassing the novice phase, leading to fierce competition among the lords. Ming's methods are astonishing. Establishing an alliance would better restrain him. Just as Yushu contemplated forming the alliance, Gao Ran approached her once more. Goddess Yu, join our anti-machinery alliance to collectively combat Ming. Upon receiving the message, Yushu rubbed her temples. Although she wished to establish an alliance, she had no intention of opposing Ming. She decided to wait until the beast tide subsided. Earth Dragon City. The man scoffed at the messages in the chat channel. He had anticipated a formidable unit, only to discover it was merely machinery, far inferior to my Earth Dragon. Nuclear weapons? Can they penetrate my Earth Dragon's defenses? I am of the dragon lineage. It appears that Ming is not as formidable as he seems. He has merely exploited the advantages of machinery to acquire abundant resources ahead of us. However, he is not a rare unit. Why hasn't he added me as a friend? It truly infuriates me. Chapter 35, Blood Moon Massacre, Quintuple Rewards Day 7, Midnight. This marks the final activation of the Blood Moon Massacre mode, coinciding with the last day of the protection period. As the mode is initiated, an announcement resonates throughout the realm. Final activation of the Blood Moon Massacre mode. Stronger Blood Moon monsters will appear on the map. Lords may challenge them, and successful slayers will receive quintuple rewards. Best of luck to all. The announcement ignites a fervor in the chat channel. Special monsters, quintuple rewards. Could this be true? It must be, as a beast tide is imminent. This is a deliberate reward for us. A unique Blood Moon monster has spawned right beside me. What fortuitous luck. This quintuple reward is mine. Attention, everyone. I've just tested it. The Blood Moon monsters are even more formidable than the usual berserk creatures. If you lack the capability, steer clear, lest you perish before the impending beast tide. Wait, a first-tier, advanced Blood Moon monster? Who could possibly contend with that? And it spawned right near my territory. I can't even venture out to slay some berserk beasts. Ha ha, good luck to those above. Mine is only a 5th-tier, intermediate, monster, easily manageable. This is utterly unfair. I must protest. Upon hearing that special monsters would spawn on the map, Ming hastily opened his map, confirming the presence of numerous red dots. 3 of these red dots were not too far from his location. How fortunate! 3 have spawned here, perfect for testing my multi-line night operations. Ming deployed 60 RX, 20 units, 60 RX, 78 units, 10 GX, 90 units, and 3 GX, 86 units, splitting his forces into 3 paths to tackle the Blood Moon monsters. Just as Ming dispatched his mechanical dogs, a message from Tao Yao Yao arrived. Tao Yao Yao, Ming, their SA monster spawned right at my doorstep. What should I do? Should I go out and fight it? Tao Yao Yao, it's a gorilla, and it looks quite formidable. I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it. Spawned right at your doorstep? Your luck is extraordinary. Ming, what level is it? If it's not too high, give it a try. After all, there are quintuple rewards. Considering Tao Yao Yao's troops seem inexperienced in battle, he worried they might falter amidst the beast tide, so he sent another message. Ming, you probably haven't fought much, right? This is a good opportunity to practice and prepare for the beast tide. Tao Yao Yao, Ming, it's a 5th-tier, intermediate, gorilla, and it looks quite fierce. Only 5th-tier, intermediate? That is hardly a difficult foe. Just as Ming was about to respond, he saw in the synchronized footage from the GX 86 that a 3-meter-tall werewolf had brutally crushed a self-destructing mechanical dog. Its hand only bore minor scrapes, not injuring any vital areas. This Blood Moon werewolf must possess at least advanced strength. Why haven't I encountered such easy prey? Ming couldn't help but grumble as he continued to deploy troops to the werewolf's location, ensuring he had sufficient forces. He then replied to Tao Yao Yao, encouraging her to attempt the battle. Meanwhile, at Tao Yao Yao's side, upon hearing Ming's suggestion to venture forth and confront the Blood Moon gorilla, she promptly retrieved 9 spirit serpent eggs from the fairy spring. Was it not excessive to hatch them all? Surely, one gorilla could not warrant 9 battle beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Yao Yao decided to return 6 of the spirit serpent eggs to the fairy spring for further cultivation. 3 should suffice, she concluded, and initiated their hatching. 3 serpents, each measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from their shells, resplendent in vibrant hues, adorned with translucent wings upon their backs. Henceforth, they would be known as Little Blue, Little Yellow, and Little Purple, fortuitously all at the 5th tier, a mid-level classification. 3 against 1 should prove advantageous. However, she cautioned, I have heard that monsters in Blood Moon kill mode are exceptionally formidable, and this particular creature boasts a 5-fold reward, potentially rendering it even stronger. Exercise caution, she advised. The 3 serpents nodded in acknowledgement and surged forth towards the Blood Moon gorilla outside their territory. Little Blue sinuously maneuvered to evade the gorilla's fists, then ascended along its arm to reach its neck, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist. The Blood Moon gorilla, overwhelmed, thrashed about, knocking down several trees in its frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Little Purple revealed its venomous fangs, sinking them into the gorilla's ankle, injecting poison into its bloodstream. The excruciating agony elicited a wail from the gorilla, which collapsed on one knee with a resounding thud. Little Yellow seized the moment to constrict, firmly immobilizing the Blood Moon gorilla's movements. The gorilla struggled fiercely, attempting to free itself from the serpent's grip, but with each effort, their coils tightened further. 5 minutes later, the Blood Moon gorilla finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Truly impressive. Tao Yaoyao clapped her hands in exhilaration. This marked her inaugural hunt. She wondered what treasures might await her. The might of the Blood Moon werewolf far exceeded Su Ming's expectations, while battles raged on in the other directions. Su Ming even arrived at the scene personally. A third-tier creature, they truly underestimated me by placing such a monster here. Upon observing the werewolf's level, Su Ming felt a surge of indignation. The night enhancement combined with Blood Moon augmentation granted the third-tier werewolf the strength of a fifth-tier beast. Its defenses bolstered as well. It possessed a bloodthirsty skill, but fortunately, my forces are cold, mechanical constructs, devoid of flesh to nourish it, thus preventing any recovery of health. Otherwise, the battle would likely prolong. Su Ming took command personally, directing concentrated firepower against the Blood Moon werewolf. The GX-90 unleashed aerial bombardments, each self-destructing robotic dog accurately deployed against the werewolf, the explosions consuming its vitality with searing intensity. The RX-20 units maintained a relentless barrage from all angles. Despite the werewolf's formidable constitution, the relentless hail of bullets began to breach its defenses. The Blood Moon werewolf, in a frenzy, clawed and tore at the RX-20 units, reducing them to fragments. Yet, the RX-20s continued to fire from diverse directions, exhausting the werewolf as it struggled to defend against the multifaceted assault, depleting its stamina significantly. Another batch of returning GX-90s has taken flight once more, carrying self-destructing mechanical hounds to commence a new round of aerial bombardment. 3 hours later, with a thunderous explosion, the Blood Moon werewolf could no longer withstand the assault. Collapsing to the ground, drenched in its own blood, Su Ming perceived that this massive creature, weighing 500 pounds, bore at least 200 pounds of ammunition within it. The Blood Moon werewolf's body was nearly shredded, obliterated by the onslaught. Finally, it had been vanquished. If this werewolf did not yield something of great value, it would be a disservice to the resources expended. Approaching the fallen beast, information swiftly materialized before him. Upon dissection, one may obtain Berserk Flesh 225, Energy Crystals 225, Alien Crystals 175, Unknown Blueprints 5. 5 blueprints? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile blossoming on his face. This was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. He promptly conducted the dissection, and the 5 blueprints fell into his hands. Unknown Blueprint requires 1 energy crystal for identification. Another energy crystal is needed. Just 1? Su Ming dismissed it as a trivial matter and proceeded with the identification. Courtyard Construction Blueprint, white. Construction cost, would 500? Such misfortune? Su Ming, undeterred by his luck, proceeded to identify the second blueprint. Watchtower Construction Blueprint, white. Construction cost, would 800 another watchtower? Unyielding, Su Ming continued to identify the remaining 3 blueprints in one breath. Western-style house construction blueprint, white. Swimming pool construction blueprint, white. Ammunition upgrade factory construction blueprint, purple, 4 whites and 1 purple. Su Ming was bewildered, currently undergoing a frenzy of updates. I hope everyone will not abandon the book, at least read up to 50 chapters. Chapter 36. The Ammunition Factory. Su Ming couldn't help but vent his frustration into the air with a few expletives. Fortunately, he later identified a rare construction blueprint. Otherwise, he would have truly been driven to despair. The results were entirely devoid of color. Not even a single blue blueprint to be found. Was his luck truly this abysmal? Su Ming began to doubt himself. He wouldn't dare to call himself a fortunate one, yet his luck certainly shouldn't be this dismal. Relieved that he ultimately secured a factory construction blueprint, he considered it a small victory, especially since the name of the blueprint was perfectly suited to his needs. Ammunition Upgrade Factory Construction Blueprint, purple, enhances ammunition power, required for construction. Timber 2000, Energy Crystals 200. This factory was responsible for strengthening ammunition, allowing the mechanical dog's power to be further amplified. Su Ming planned to return and erect the ammunition factory. Just then, a message from Tao Yaoyao arrived. She must have won her battle. Su Ming opened the private chat. Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, I won. The monsters in Blood Moon kill mode didn't seem that formidable. Tao Yao Yao. Additionally, I discovered 25 blueprints. I've never seen so many blueprints before. Tao Yao Yao. Is it possible that the monsters in Blood Moon kill mode drop such abundant rewards? Did I miss out previously? How many? 25 blueprints. Su Ming was taken aback. That gorilla must have been the one delivering parcels to her. Could it truly yield so many blueprints? Reflecting on the tenacious Blood Moon werewolf, which had only dropped a single blueprint, his frustration mounted as he recalled that it had only increased to 5 in Blood Moon kill mode. Furthermore, the Blood Moon werewolf was a level 3 high creature, while the gorilla Tao Yao Yao encountered was only level 5 intermediate. The disparity in levels was far from negligible. Shouldn't higher-level monsters drop superior loot? Why was it the opposite? As Su Ming grappled with his sense of injustice, another message from Tao Yao Yao arrived. Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming. I identified 20 purple and 5 blue construction blueprints. Tao Yao Yao. Several of the blueprints are for tree nests and snake dens. So now each fairy and spirit snake will have their own abode. 20 purple construction blueprints and 5 blue ones. Su Ming began to suspect that Tao Yao Yao was a reincarnation of the goddess of luck. This was utterly absurd. Such fortune could not be ordinary. Could it be a form of compensation for his troops being unable to engage in battle? Su Ming pondered this possibility. It seemed quite plausible. Alternatively, she may simply be blessed with innate good fortune. Su Ming, Kite Luki. Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, you surely won as well. Did you acquire any rare items? Su Ming, yes. Tao Yao Yao. Wow. Su Ming, you're truly impressive. After closing the chat with Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming commenced the construction of the ammunition power factory. Moments later, a structure crowned with a large bullet was established within Su Ming's territory. He opened the interface of the ammunition factory, revealing a list of enhancement capabilities before him. It appeared somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Su Ming glanced towards the first capability. Bullet enhancement. Bullet power increased by 10. Unlock requirement. Energy crystals 300 unlocking directly with energy crystals to gain enhancements. I am quite fond of this straightforward approach. Su Ming promptly expended 300 energy crystals to unlock the bullet enhancement. As he scrolled further, a new ammunition enhancement appeared. Bullet enhancement. Bullet penetration increased by 10. Unlock requirement. 500. The required energy crystals have increased. Su Ming refrained from immediately unlocking the enhancement, instead directing his gaze to the adjacent bullet enhancements. Aside from bullet enhancements, there were 4 other enhancement capabilities available for unlocking: missile enhancement, grenade enhancement, firepower enhancement, and landmine enhancement. In total, there are 5 types of enhancements, each requiring 300 energy crystals for unlocking. Furthermore, each type of ammunition enhancement can be upgraded 6 times, with the energy crystal requirement escalating with each level. Su Ming first unlocked the initial enhancement, thus depleting 12,000 energy crystals. The energy crystal cost for each successive level of capability would increase, and to complete all unlocks, it seemed he would require an astronomical amount of energy crystals. As Su Ming continued to scroll down, he encountered a summary of ammunition enhancements. To unlock them, all other ammunition enhancements must be unlocked as well. Alas, he was still short on energy crystals. Glancing at the remaining 2,000 energy crystals left, Su Ming felt a pang of worry. Sustaining production requires energy crystals. Upgrading factories necessitates energy crystals. Unlocking enhancements calls for energy crystals, and crafting equipment demands energy crystals. There simply weren't enough to go around. Su Ming scratched his head. The blood moon gradually faded, and the horizon began to glimmer with light. Dawn had arrived. Watching the sun rise, Su Ming murmured, "Although my energy crystals are few, others must possess a greater abundance." The crafted equipment can be listed for sale. Nowadays, food no longer commands the exorbitant prices it once did. Prices have plummeted significantly. After all, the lords who manage to withstand the beast tide possess a modicum of strength and can procure sufficient food. Moreover, during this period, numerous lords have listed food for sale, further compressing food prices. This was something Su Ming had anticipated. After all, Food prices cannot remain perpetually high. It is at this juncture that new commodities become necessary. Dawn has arrived. Today marks the final day of the protection period. Indeed, I shall not venture out to hunt today, lest my troops suffer losses, making it difficult to cope with the beast tide later. That would be troublesome. Last night, you wouldn't believe what I obtained from the rare blood moon creatures. Rare grade equipment. Rare grade equipment, indeed. Who asked you? Scram. Ha ha. I have finally become the lord of the castle on the last day. Do you think the name I chose for the castle is impressive? Demon Fairy Castle. Ha. Can you still summon the dark goddess Ganera? Has the merchant got any equipment to offer? It's the last day. Don't hoard all the good items. Right? What good items could the merchant be hiding? Can you bring them out for sale? I feel my troops cannot withstand the beast tide. It would be best to have non-human armor equipment so that my giant bear can wear it. Prohibit the purchase of goods from unscrupulous merchants. Those who do so shall be regarded as adversaries of our anti-mechanical alliance. Adversaries, you say? I am uncertain whether I can withstand the impending tide of beasts. Indeed, I shall procure from whomever I choose. Since when has the anti-mechanical alliance wielded such authority? The words of the anti-mechanical alliance incited considerable ire among the lords, drawing forth a torrent of curses. They were well aware that among the remaining over 5,000 individuals, a significant portion might not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Naturally, they dismissed the so-called threats, prioritizing survival above all else. Ming meticulously organized his equipment, amassing a total of 315 pieces, a testament to his relentless mining and crafting endeavors. It was nearly time to put them up for sale, yet he pondered the appropriate pricing. Chapter 37. The final day. Frenzied purchasing today. The chat channel is bustling with activity. Numerous lords have refrained from venturing out to continue their hunts, opting for a more prudent approach by remaining within their territories to maximize the preservation of their troop strength. Ming meticulously categorized the armor and subsequently listed it for sale. Each piece of high-grade armor is priced at 2,000 energy crystals. As soon as the equipment was made available, it caught the attention of eager buyers. Someone had been vigilantly monitoring the trading area, ready to purchase the moment any gear appeared. With the arrival of the equipment, a versatile set of armor, my colossal bear units could finally be outfitted. The merchant has indeed fulfilled my expectations. However, the price is steep, 2,000 energy crystals for a single piece. Esteemed lords, please leave some armor for me. Do not snatch it all so swiftly. If you find it expensive, do refrain from buying. Yet, those who find it costly still desire to obtain it, don't they? Additionally, the lords opposing the mechanical alliance should refrain from competing with us for equipment. If you are against us, remain steadfast and do not utilize anything from the esteemed Ming. I concur. Where is the equipment? How has it vanished so quickly? Have you been single for years, with such rapid reflexes? Those merchants. No, wait, does Ming still have any equipment left for sale? I have yet to secure my share. Surely, Ming must have more gear available. Within mere seconds of being listed, Ming's equipment was swept away. A multitude of lords flooded into the trading channel, incessantly refreshing the trading area in hopes of snatching up the available gear. With the impending beast tide, everyone was striving to bolster their strength to withstand the onslaught. After all, resources are meant to be expended. One cannot take them with them in death. A mere few hundred pieces of equipment are insufficient for over 5,000 lords to share. Those who failed to secure any gear began to voice their grievances. Ming, is there no more equipment? I beseech you to list a few more pieces. I am capable of anything. Are you all wolves? By the time I received word, it was already gone. This is quite normal. During the novice stage, such equipment is scarce. Only Ming, not in need, would part with it. Ming, do you have any more equipment? If so, please let us know. Ming, grant us a clear sign. Is there more gear forthcoming? If there is, I shall remain here, waiting. I have indeed underestimated these lords. Ming was astonished as the energy crystals surged to tens of thousands. I had slightly misjudged their fervor. After all, no one can predict whether they will survive the beast tide tomorrow. They are striving to enhance their survival capabilities. Noticing the pleas of the crowd in the chat channel, Ming regarded the energy crystals in his possession and decided to prioritize upgrading the mining factory. Mining factory, level, first tier advanced, excavator units, 150 scout units, 5 upgrade requirement. Energy crystals 5,000, exotic crystals 100. He directly upgraded the mining factory to advanced level. With each level increase, the number of excavator units surged by 5, skyrocketing to 150, significantly enhancing the mining efficiency. Ming was unconcerned about depleting the steel or veins. During his prior exploration of the territory, the GX-86 had detected numerous mineral deposits. Moreover, the newly added exploration machines possessed the capability to locate mineral veins. Through the diligent efforts of 150 excavation machines, the steel or vein was swiftly depleted, prompting them to proceed to the next site for further excavation. After upgrading the mining factory, Ming elevated the level of the equipment factory as well. He initially intended to advance to a high-level equipment factory. However, after reaching the intermediate level, the energy crystals required for each subsequent upgrade nearly doubled, rendering his supply of energy crystals insufficient. At the 9th tier, intermediate, there existed a mere 0.0001 probability of encountering rare-grade equipment, a chance that was almost negligible, yet not entirely absent. Having completed these tasks, Ming cast a glance at the steadily increasing stock of iron ore. There were steel ingots, iron ingots, copper ingots, and gold sand. Subsequently, he announced in the chat channel that equipment would be available for purchase at 8 p.m. that evening. After sending out the message, he observed the chat channel being instantly cleared as his announcement was propelled to the forefront. His name appeared prominently in the center of the channel, accompanied not by the name of the castle, but rather by the title of landlord. Following this was Ming's announcement. Equipment will be available at 8 p.m., enlarged, bolded, and highlighted in red. Upon witnessing such a striking and exaggerated effect, Ming was momentarily taken aback. This was his first time sending a message in the chat channel, and he had not anticipated such an impact. Was this an effect brought about by the title of landlord? Indeed, he found it quite pleasing. The dominance of his message persisted for 30 seconds before other lords could send their communications. This effect was simply extraordinary. His message cleared the screen, and this was the treatment reserved for the elite? He felt envy. It was astonishing. Not only did it clear the screen, but it also muted others for 30 seconds, rendering him invincible. Landlord, is this the name of Ming's castle? This was the title bestowed upon him as the first to become the lord of a castle. How wonderful. Equipment will be available at 8 p.m. tonight. I have hope now. Please don't raise the prices. I implore you, 1,000 energy crystals is already my limit. Ming is magnificent. As time passed, night soon fell. The mechanical troops dispatched by Ming returned successfully, bringing in a satisfactory haul. With some time still remaining until 8 p.m., he promptly sent a message to Tao Yaoyao. Ming, would you like some equipment? I can provide you with a few items to enhance your survivability. Tao Yaoyao felt delighted upon receiving Ming's message. The equipment that others could scarcely obtain, she could acquire with ease. This was the advantage of holding onto a strong ally. Tao Yaoyao, no need. Ming, my spirit snake is not suited to wear equipment. Wearing armor would only hinder the agility of the spirit snake. If she were to insist on it, perhaps she could only manage to adorn its head with a helmet. Ming, there are indeed suitable items for snakes. He had contemplated this aspect while forging the equipment. Tao Yaoyao, really? Such equipment exists? Ming, I shall prepare 9 pieces for you. Just enough for each spirit snake. After sending the message, Ming proceeded to trade the equipment over. Ming, if you cannot endure, consume this. Subsequently, he traded the demon beef jerky. Tao Yaoyao, upon seeing the gear and the demon beef jerky in her hands, was rendered speechless in shock. She was acutely aware of the immense value of these items. The current gear was exceedingly rare to find, and food that enhanced attributes was even scarcer, almost non-existent. Yet, here was Ming, nonchalantly bestowing such treasures upon himself. Tao Yaoyao, Ming, I shall be your devoted follower from now on. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Earnestly, as the clock approached 8, Ming noticed the chat channel buzzing with activity, urging him to swiftly list the gear for sale. He understood that these cautious lords of the castle feared their demise amidst the beast tide and would exert every effort to purchase equipment, ensuring their utmost safety. After all, there is a limited quantity of gear. Should one hesitate, it would be snatched up by others. Furthermore, this beast tide featured a points mechanism, and the elite castle lords were eager to compete for supremacy. The more frantically they scrambled, the more profit he would reap. Ming assessed the completed gear, finding the quantity to exceed the previous batch, totaling an impressive 500 pieces, including 2 rare-level items. He then meticulously sorted through the 500 pieces to package 20 complete sets, which would naturally command a higher price. The time was ripe, and Ming began to list the equipment one by one. The lords in the trading area, witnessing the items being listed, immediately rushed to purchase them. Not only were there individual pieces, but also complete sets. Ming's prowess was undeniable. Some sought to acquire complete sets only to discover their energy crystals were insufficient, realizing the set required a staggering 5,000 energy crystals. Moreover, others noted that Ming had listed rare equipment, inciting even greater frenzy among the crowd. If I can secure the advanced gear set, I stand a significant chance of withstanding tomorrow's beast tide. Please leave some for me. I have 4,999 energy crystals, and it drives me mad. The madness was palpable. Were they not upgrading their buildings? Over 5,000 individuals were fervently vying for just over 500 pieces of equipment, resulting in chaos and injury. Ming observed the steadily increasing energy crystals, his smile growing ever more radiant. It was a lucrative venture, though such opportunities were fleeting. He understood that advanced equipment was hardly worth 1,000 energy crystals. As everyone's levels rose and their strength increased, advanced gear would become increasingly commonplace, disregarded and treated as mere trash. Yet, at this stage, advanced equipment was akin to a life-saving artifact, and rare items were even more precious. As long as one did not act recklessly, survival was nearly assured. In a vibrant city of 7-colored python, the situation was astonishing. Ming had profited immensely this time. Yet fortunately, I managed to secure 2 sets for myself. With such an abundance of energy crystals, Ming's building levels far surpassed ours. Though this was merely a temporary advantage, early lead does not guarantee sustained supremacy. His mechanical troops could only rank at a medium level, hardly qualifying as top tier, and among rare troops, they were further overshadowed. As long as I can secure the first position in this beast tide and obtain the unique special reward, I shall have the opportunity to surpass him. Ah, the city of earth dragons. The man has also managed to acquire several pieces of equipment. With the formidable defense of my earth dragons, coupled with armor, who could possibly breach my defenses? I am determined to claim the top spot in this beast tide. At that moment, I shall make Ming beg to add me as a friend, and I will revel in showing him my disdain. Relishing the thought of watching his pride diminish, the man's confidence is unshakable. Possessing top-tier troops, he believes no one can surpass him. The equipment in the trading area was swiftly cleared out, and Ming's energy crystals have exceeded 100,000. It is said that he is the wealthiest lord of Castle 88888, and none would dispute that claim. The mechanical factory can now be upgraded. Advancing it to the rare level will unlock new models, granting access to 3 distinct types of machinery. The capabilities of the mechanical totem will also unveil new powers. Chapter 38, Rare Level Factory, New Model. GT Windstorm, Rare Level Mechanical Factory, Level 1, Rare, Daily Free Production, 40 RX, 20 Mechanical Dogs, Production Line 1, RX, 20, Time, 3. 8 minutes each, Production Line 2. RX 78 time 1. 8 minutes each, production line 3. GX 90 time 3. 8 minutes each, production line 4. Not in production. Storage 380-430. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 5,000, alien crystals 500, core crystals 1, with a single breath. The mechanical factory has ascended to the rare level. The daily free output has increased, and an additional production line has been added. Ming also noted that the materials required for the next upgrade have doubled compared to before, along with the introduction of a new material, core crystals. Ming murmured, wondering if they were dropped by higher-tier monsters. Setting that thought aside, he turned his attention to the new model. GT Windstorm, warfare type, attack method, shooting, missiles, module, firepower module, production time, 8 minutes each, required for production. Energy crystals 20, alien crystals 10. Upon seeing the new mechanical model, Ming raised an eyebrow. A warfare-type machine? It was just what he needed. With less than 4 hours until the beast tide arrives, acquiring a warfare-type machine was indeed a timely boon. However, the production time was somewhat lengthy, taking 10 minutes, castle attribute reduced by 1-2. Without hesitation, Ming set the production line in motion, initiating the creation of the GT Windstorm. With a mere thought, the mechanical totem's interface appeared before him. An icon shimmered slightly, revealing the words "Unlock Pending." Ming promptly unlocked it. Quick production, daily free output can be directly acquired. Direct acquisition of daily free production? Ming gasped, rubbing his eyes to confirm he had not misread. Truly, the mechanical totem possessed extraordinary capabilities. The models available for daily free production were determined by the first production line's model. Automatic production would commence after midnight. The change to direct acquisition implied that he no longer needed to await the production time, significantly enhancing production efficiency. Exiting the mechanical totem, Ming noticed an acquisition symbol added to the free production section of the mechanical factory. The symbol remained dim. He had already completed today's free production and would have to wait until midnight for the next cycle. The mechanical factory continued to operate, sending the produced machines to the warehouse incessantly. During this period, Ming also maximized the refining factory. However, when he sought to elevate it to the 9th tier, he discovered the need for a new material, the core crystals. The ammunition factory's enhancements had been fully unlocked, yet unlocking the final tier also required core crystals. These crystals were indispensable for the next phase. Ming pushed all factories that could enhance his combat prowess to their limits. Even upgrading the gathering factory to the 9th tier advanced. With over 100,000 energy crystals, only about 50,000 remained. Moments later, the first GT Windstorm emerged from production. With eyes glowing red and a sleek black metallic exterior, the GT Windstorm stands equipped with square rocket launchers on either shoulder and a machine gun in hand, complemented by a jetpack that allows for agile aerial maneuvers. Truly, this marvel of war is deserving of its title as a war machine. Observing the imposing figure of the Windstorm, Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. Its agility surpassed that of other models, assuring him that the impending beast tide would be manageable. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Windstorm, Ming initiated simultaneous production across all 4 production lines to accelerate the output of the GT Windstorm. Subsequently, he opened the map, gazing at the extensive territory he commanded, murmuring to himself that the length of the defensive line had become unwieldy, placing him at a significant disadvantage against the beast tide. After careful consideration, Ming resolved to retract his defenses. This contraction did not entail relinquishing territory. Rather, he intended to construct the perimeter closer in, for although the land beyond was his, it remained unutilized. Thus, even if the beast tide encroached, the losses would be minimal. Having made his decision, Ming erected walls at the 36 grid mark within his territory. The basic barriers would prove largely ineffective against the beast tide, rendering them somewhat superfluous, yet they established a vital line of defense. Should the beast tide breach this point, it would signify a grave situation. As for the rear, Ming glanced towards the unexplored regions behind the mechanical city. Behind, it is a swamp, and I presume you have little interest in it. The area was predominantly marshland. Was this the edge of the map? Nevertheless, it was likely that monsters would launch attacks from here. Ming was uncertain, for he found himself at the center of the grand map. He decided to reserve some defensive strength in case of unforeseen circumstances. Once everything was arranged, Ming summoned the Silver Wolves, including the Elder Wolf. "My lord, wherever you command us to charge, we shall advance," the Elder Wolf declared with a serious demeanor, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, as if a great battle was imminent. "Take your position in the west. I do not require you to initiate an attack. Simply hold your ground," Ming instructed. He feared that if the Silver Wolves charged forth, They might not only face the monsters, but also be caught in the explosions of machinery. Yes, I will protect my lord's territory with utmost dedication, the elder wolf proclaimed, rallying the rejuvenated pack towards the western front. Glancing at the time, only an hour remained. An inexplicable oddity had settled over the surroundings, as though something was stirring in the shadows. Atao yo, Ming, I am feeling a bit anxious. Previously, she had expressed confidence in their ability to confront whatever lay ahead, yet as the moment drew near, a sense of unease crept in. After all, amidst the beast tide, no one could predict the nature or level of the monsters they might encounter. Ming, there is no reason to be anxious. When the monsters arrive, we shall eliminate them. Tao Yao understood. Following this exchange, Ming engaged in a few more reassuring words with Tao Yao to help alleviate her tension. Such an atmosphere also permeates the chat channel. The moment is drawing near, and the protective period is about to vanish. It feels so swift. I'm not yet prepared. Does anyone know the level of the monsters that will emerge this time? My troops are merely at an intermediate level. I wonder if they can withstand the onslaught. To the one above, we shall meet again in 18 years. Only half an hour remains, and I am filled with anxiety. I am just 3 territories away from becoming the lord of the castle. It truly infuriates me. Let the soldiers face the enemy. Let the earth shield against the water. At worst, in 18 years, I shall rise again. Dear friends, I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Likewise, I wish you all the best of luck. Time passes amidst this tense atmosphere. The clock silently strikes midnight on the 8th day. Chapter 39. The onslaught of beasts, the novice protection period has concluded. The beast tide is imminent. Lords, prepare yourselves for the impending onslaught. Number of beast waves. 5 waves, each progressively stronger. The top 10 lords who earn points during the beast tide will receive special rewards, with the first place winner receiving a unique prize. Following the announcement, the ground trembled violently, as if a million ferocious beasts were charging forth, annihilating everything in their path. They have arrived. A grave expression overtook Ming's face. Acknowledging the information relayed by GX86, he observed hundreds of monsters advancing toward his territory. Warning, your territory is under invasion. The monsters soon breached Ming's domain. Yet he refrained from immediate engagement, as this was the portion he had relinquished. Only upon spotting the shadow of the monsters did Ming ruthlessly issue commands. Pointing outward, attack, eliminate them all. RX-20 immediately opened fire, a dense barrage of bullets raining down, harvesting the lives of the creatures. Subsequently, they leaped over the barricades, initiating suppression against the beasts. Simultaneously, GX-90, carrying RX-78, commenced aerial bombardment. Self-destructing robotic dogs detonated amidst the horde, obliterating a vast swath of enemies. Boom! RX-20 launched a spherical shell that, upon reaching its zenith, dispersed into hundreds of smaller explosives. The monsters fell in droves. This was merely the beginning, as the monsters were not particularly formidable. Ming, through the visuals transmitted by GX86, surveyed the situation in the other 2 directions. There was no pressure. The beast tide was thoroughly subdued. Ming nodded, satisfied with the promising start. Thud! The ground vibrated once more as a colossal figure approached from the distance. A stone giant? Ming furrowed his brow. The holographic eye swiftly retrieved information about the foe. Stone giant, level 9, intermediate, elite. Was this merely the finale of the first wave? Just as Ming felt a sense of ease, he watched the elite stone giant suddenly lift a massive boulder. Prepare to hurl it. Bring that stone giant down. Ming promptly commanded. Should that boulder land within his territory, the damages would be considerable. RX-20 swiftly altered its attack trajectory, launching dozens of missiles. The boulder was shattered into fragments before it could be thrown. Oh! The stone giant emitted a mournful cry, only to be met with a relentless barrage of shells. Meanwhile, Tao Yao faced a multitude of monsters gathering at her territory's threshold. 9 spirit snakes valiantly fought to hold them back, preventing their advance. Such a plethora of monsters, yet my spirit snakes are not to be underestimated. Tao Yao stood atop her highest structure, observing the chaotic battle ahead. Wherever monsters threatened to breach the defense, She was quick to act. Little Huang, there's a toad approaching. Go and devour it. And over there, that unsightly rat is trying to sneak by. Little Bai, swiftly dispatch it with your tail. Ah, a large bird descends from the sky. Little Hay, seize it. 9 ethereal serpents, aptly named by Tao Yao Yao in hues of the rainbow, complemented by the stark contrast of black and white, total 9 in all. This nomenclature serves no purpose other than convenience and memorability. Observing the defense gradually solidifying, Tao Yao Yao could not help but swell with pride. It seems the beast tide poses little threat, appearing rather feeble. In the city of 7-colored pythons, countless monsters surge forth, assaulting the castle where Yu Shu resides. Standing atop a translucent serpent, she directs the offensive. Clad in the goblin armor she had previously procured, wielding a formidable sword, she dispatches the encroaching fiends. The first wave of monsters is not particularly formidable, the highest being merely a tier 5 intermediate elite. Against such intensity, it is challenging to establish a significant disparity. In the city of Earth Dragons, a commanding figure stands atop a dragon, exuding an air of authority. 5 Earth Dragons are more than sufficient to obliterate any opposition, instilling terror in the beast tide, rendering them hesitant to approach. Is this all? They cannot even breach my defenses. The man gazes down haughtily at the advancing horde. Charge forth, let them witness our might. Some lords effortlessly fend off the assault of the beast tide, while others desperately resist with their lives at stake. The territory is strewn with corpses, both of monsters and troops alike. Accompanied by a harrowing scream, the territory's master is torn to shreds. The land is entirely overrun, structures collapsing into ruins. After vanquishing the lord and seizing the territory, the monsters disperse like a school of fish, vanishing from the area 88888. Such occurrences are far from rare. They constitute the overwhelming majority. Some rejoice in victory, others plead for mercy from the monsters, while many meet their demise on the battlefield. This is the brutal nature of war. Only the strong are entitled to survive. Ming opened the chat channel, which was currently quiet. As everyone focused on repelling the beast tide's onslaught, he glanced at the number of participants. 4,567, 10,000. Over 1,000 had perished in merely the first wave, and there are still 4 waves to come. At this rate, after 5 waves, having 2,000 survivors would be considered fortunate, Ming murmured. Soon after, he noticed a message from Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao, Ming, I have triumphed. The beast tide, doesn't he seem so fearsome after all? It was quite simple. Ming, this is merely the first wave. The subsequent ones will be stronger. Do not underestimate them. Tao Yao Yao, understood, I am formidable as well. Having successfully repelled the first wave of the beast tide, Ming promptly dispatched RX-30 to scour the battlefield. Corpses were collected and transported to the gathering factory for dissection into materials. Following this beast tide, the surviving lords should fully comprehend the significance of equipment, and their resources will be replenished. Ming gazed at the operational equipment factory, which had also reached Tier 9, advanced, capable of producing certain rare-grade equipment. The limitation lies in the absence of corresponding metals or materials. There is no necessity to forge rare-grade equipment. High-grade will suffice. It would be prudent to create a complete set suitable for the lords, as many would be willing to invest. However, the current utility of crystals has diminished for me. To continue upgrading the factory, crystal cores are required, which I suspect no one possesses at this stage. Therefore, I am inclined to exchange for other resources such as timber, metals, and various materials. With this thought, Ming felt that his approach was viable. Lords are inherently cautious about their lives, especially those who have ascended to become castle masters or possess elite troops. They are particularly protective. There is a pressing need for more formidable equipment to safeguard themselves. Thus, I must not only exploit the resources of the monsters, but also capitalize on the assets held by other lords. Only in this manner can one expedite the elevation of their own level. Chapter 40. After the first wave of beast tide with the conclusion of the initial beast tide, Ming meticulously assessed the spoils of this encounter. Food, 2,134. Energy crystals, 1,734. Exotic crystals, 5, coupled with his existing stock. The total count of energy crystals reached an impressive 214. In addition to these fundamental resources, he had also acquired a blueprint. The construction blueprint for the stone factory, Blue, which had been dropped by the elite stone giant. A factory for resource production, perhaps? Regrettably, it was of no use to him, yet Su Ming chose to construct it nonetheless. The recent battle had incurred minimal losses, merely depleting a few self-destructing mechanical dogs, which could be swiftly replenished. When would the next wave of beasts arrive? As Su Ming opened the chat channel, he noticed a crimson countdown in the upper right corner. 6:40:47. 6 hours until the next onslaught, rather than a relentless succession of waves. This interval provided a much-needed respite, preventing despair from taking hold. Su Ming understood that if the beast tide were to come in unceasing waves, each more formidable than the last, even he could not guarantee a successful defense. After all, mechanical production requires time. Given this breathing space, he could replenish his forces and better prepare for the impending tide. Following the first wave, the once quiet chat channel erupted into a lively discussion. I find the beast tide rather unimpressive. It was exceedingly simple, a breeze, one remarked. Next time, it will be a walk in the park. Brothers, I struck gold. I gathered numerous valuable items this time. Same here. I believe the beast tide is merely a means to deliver resources to us. I was once impoverished, but now I'm thriving. Where are the merchants? Come forth. I demand a complete set of rare-grade equipment. You merchant, I shall empty your treasures. Once fervently addressing Su Ming as a great leader, they had swiftly turned to cast aspersions. A complete set of rare-grade equipment? Are you dreaming? Even merchants cannot conjure an entire rare-grade set. What is all the excitement about? This is merely the first wave. There are still 4 more to come. The initially jubilant lords were abruptly sobered by a single voice. A brief silence ensued, followed by an outpouring of curses. Who dares to rain on our parade at such a moment? I'll remember you, Water Spirit City. Should I encounter you, you shall be dealt with so thoroughly that not even your mother would recognize you. In this moment of victory, must you bring up such sorrowful matters? The countdown in the upper right corner ticked away relentlessly, stirring anxiety within Su Ming. I propose we cease idle chatter and urgently reinforce our defenses. Our time is limited. I've listed some equipment. Everyone should take a look to see if anything suits your needs. Damn it. Do you aspire to be merchant number 2? Retract your price cuts immediately, or the Anti-Mechanical Alliance will surely punish you. Indeed, this negative trend must not be encouraged. It must be quashed in its infancy. As the fervent discussions raged on, Su Ming sent a message, and the chat channel was instantly cleared of all prior messages. Su Ming, the landlord, announced that new equipment would be available in 4 hours, including rare-grade items, inviting everyone to anticipate eagerly. The news dominated the chat, resulting in a 30-second silence. All lords could see this message, and only after the silence did they begin to speak. The special effects were remarkably impressive. No matter how many times one witnessed them, they remained striking. The rare-grade equipment crafted by Su Ming was indeed a marvel. What a delight. Su Ming is truly remarkable. This time, I have ample resources. Who would dare to compete with me? Why must we wait 4 hours? Can it be available for sale right now? In Chieftain City, Yushu furrowed her brow upon seeing Su Ming's announcement. More equipment was being released, and it was rare-grade. Was he planning to exhaust all our post-battle resources? She sensed Su Ming's intentions, but felt powerless to intervene. If rare-grade equipment became available, she would undoubtedly purchase it. At this stage of combating the beast tide, equipment was undoubtedly the most sought-after commodity. Everyone needed it. It was a matter of life and death. Moreover, possessing an additional rare-grade item would enhance one's combat strength and improve rankings. Yet, was it truly acceptable for him to so brazenly pillage others' resources? Did he genuinely have the capacity to safeguard such treasure? Yushu murmured. With the territory protection period now expired, it meant that lords could attack one another, even plundering each other's lands. Su Ming held a vast fortune, and it appeared that other lords were aware of his position. After the beast tide, he would undoubtedly face calamity. Contemplating this, Yushu opened the private chat channel only to be met with a glaring refusal to add her. as a friend. So arrogant. I have attempted to add him numerous times without success. Does he truly believe he can survive alone in this survival game? An alliance is the best solution. Despite being rejected repeatedly, she resolved to attempt again. If she succeeded just once, it would suffice. The mechanical troops possess immense potential. They can forge equipment. Their combat strength may not be formidable, but their latent capabilities are vast. If Su Ming could continuously craft equipment for her, her troop strength would see substantial enhancement. This was her thought, yet it was not an easy task to connect with such an aloof and disdainful individual. Yushu sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. He requires various materials to forge equipment. If he remains unmoved by my previous attempts, could I perhaps entice him with rare metallic materials? In her prior friend requests, she had experimented with various messages, offering to purchase food at 2 to 3 times the price to forge an alliance or using energy crystals to buy a friend slot. Since he showed no interest in those proposals, what if she offered materials that piqued his interest? With this thought in mind, Yushu once more sent a friend request to Su Ming, noting her intention to trade rare materials with him. Anxiety coursed through her as she gazed at the list of friends in the private chat channel, her heart racing with uncertainty about whether she would succeed this time. 3 minutes passed, and to her astonishment, she noticed an additional name on her friends list. They had accepted her request. Instantly, she sat upright, never before having felt such a surge of nervousness. Even when referred to as a goddess by most lords, it paled in comparison to this moment. How wonderful it was! At long last, she had connected with him. The tension she felt was unprecedented, surpassing even the thrill of vying for rare equipment. Staring at the chat window, she found herself at a loss for words. Would it be too forward to directly propose a trade of rare materials for rare equipment? After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to send her first message to Su Ming. Hello. Chapter 41. The transaction with Su Ming. Su Ming. Hello. Su Ming. What rare materials do you possess? Upon noticing Yushu's friend request, Su Ming initially contemplated rejecting it. However, upon observing the rare materials in her possession, he reconsidered and agreed to add her as a friend. While tinkering with the equipment factory, Su Ming discovered the significant potential of the custom crafting feature, which could essentially fulfill all his specified requirements. The sole drawback, however, was the lack of materials. He was even unaware of which materials were necessary, making any attempt to prepare in advance futile. Thus, he could only customize the equipment first and subsequently gather the required materials. For instance, Su Ming currently aimed to custom-make a rare-grade armor, yet the materials needed were entirely beyond his current inventory. Seeing that you possessed rare materials, he decided to procure them first, pondering their future utility later. Yushu, golden flow sand. Yushu, I obtained this from capturing the shepherd resource point. It is a rare material. The shepherd resource point was not a secret to them. Thus, revealing its source was inconsequential. Su Ming did not doubt her claim, as the shepherd indeed held a plethora of valuable items, including food that enhanced attributes. It was reasonable for her to possess some rare materials. Su Ming, I want all of it. How about we trade 1 piece of rare-grade equipment for it? Yushu, that's far too little. I have 10 pounds of golden flow sand. At least a complete set of rare-grade equipment is required. Su Ming, you are overestimating its value. That is merely raw material. Su Ming, the so-called generous goddess has turned quite avaricious. Yushu, you are different. After a brief pause, Yushu sent another message. Yushu, you are a shrewd merchant. Rare-grade equipment is trivial for you. Reading the messages on his screen, Su Ming felt speechless. Did she truly believe he possessed such a wealth of rare-grade equipment? If he had it, he would have sold it long ago. In reality, he only had 2 complete sets of rare-grade equipment. To acquire more, he needed to upgrade the equipment factory to rare-grade, which would ensure a stable output. However, elevating the factory to that level required crystal cores, a resource he had yet to obtain. Su Ming, the most, I can offer you 2 pieces. Beyond that, do not expect more unless you present additional rare materials. Su Ming, moreover, the rare materials in your possession are not indispensable to me. Yushu did not rush to respond, but instead pondered the offer. 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment seemed plausible. She understood that 10 pounds of golden flow sand could not possibly warrant a complete set of rare-grade equipment. However, since this was a negotiation, it was prudent to start high, leaving room for haggling. She could agree to the terms, as she still had 90 pounds of golden flow sand left, allowing her to gradually trade with him. Yushu had acquired over 100 pounds of golden flow sand, and she certainly would not reveal all of it for this transaction. She needed to retain some to maintain a channel of communication. The more they interacted, the better their relationship would become. This way, she could secure equipment from him ahead of others, gaining an advantage. As Yushu was preparing to respond, she noticed another message from Su Ming. Su Ming, how are your considerations? Or do you desire something else? Something else? Did he possess other treasures? Yushu was taken aback and began to hesitate. Yushu, what else do you have? Su Ming, Ling Mi, a food that can permanently enhance attributes. Permanently enhance attributes? Yushu's eyes fixated on the private chat channel, exclaiming aloud. The only food she knew that could enhance attributes was the berserk meat, and even that was only temporary. She never anticipated that Su Ming possessed food capable of providing permanent attribute boosts. This permanent enhancement must have originated from a shepherd resource point, she concluded with certainty. She then replied, Yushu, I will trade 10 gene of flowing gold sand for 5 gene of Ling Mi. Su Ming, do you think I can cultivate this myself? I acquired it from the shepherd, 10 gene for half a tail, or 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment. Yushu, half a tail? That's far too little. At least 1 gene. Su Ming, then it's 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment. Yushu, half a gene. That is my final bottom line. Su Ming, goodbye. Yushu, 1 tail of Ling Mi and 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment. Su Ming, half a tail plus 1 piece. Yushu, deal. After several rounds of haggling, Yushu acquiesced to Su Ming's exchange terms. After the trade, she still had 90 gene of flowing gold sand left to barter, which didn't seem like a significant loss. Yushu realized the golden sands had such great utility. In the future, she would also be vigilant, as shepherd resource points possessed food that could permanently enhance attributes. Soon, the transaction was completed. Fearing that the other party might delete her, she added, Yushu, my troop type has the ability to discover rare mines. If I find any, I will come to trade with you. Su Ming, ISNT your troop type of python? Does it really have such an ability? Of course not. This was merely a fabrication. Yushu, yes, it is a python, but not in the way you perceive it. Su Ming, all right if you have it. Come find me. Su Ming didn't concern himself with whether Yushu's troop type could genuinely find rare mines. He would accept whatever she offered, regardless of its origin. After obtaining the flowing gold sand, Su Ming summoned the equipment crafting factory interface to see what kind of equipment he could forge. Could solitary rare materials only create high-level equipment? At least 2 types of rare materials were necessary for crafting, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. As Su Ming munched on demon beef jerky, he continued to explore the capabilities of the equipment crafting factory. The demon beef jerky provided temporary enhancements, and after the attributes weakened, it conferred permanent boosts. The initial effects were beneficial, but not immensely significant. The mechanical troop type did not require sustenance, and since he did not need to personally engage on the battlefield, the temporarily increased attributes could not be utilized effectively. He primarily coveted the subsequent capacity for permanent attribute enhancement. For now, he could only enjoy it as a snack. It must be said, the taste was quite pleasant, with a hint of spiciness. As time passed, the distant sun gradually rose. The second wave of the beast tide is imminent. Time is drawing near, and Su Ming began to showcase the equipment he had crafted. The chat channel had long since erupted in heated discussions. In this round of offerings, aside from a portion of high-grade equipment requiring energy crystals, the remainder of the advanced gear has been altered to require ethereal crystals, timber, and various other materials. As long as one meets any of these criteria, they may exchange for the equipment. However, the rare items are no longer eligible for exchange. They now require core crystals and other rare metallic materials. A complete set of rare-grade gear follows suit, albeit necessitating a greater quantity of materials. I spotted rare-grade equipment and thought I might finally secure one, only to discover that the exchange conditions were not energy crystals, but rather materials like fire howl stones. Su Ming is quite cunning, having covertly altered the exchange requirements. I find this quite favorable, for energy crystals are ubiquitous, yet these materials are not. And I happen to possess some, allowing me to trade for a rare grade piece. What a delight. Ming, after all my efforts to accumulate energy crystals, you tell me they cannot be used for rare equipment. What an injustice. Ming must have amassed a wealth of energy crystals from us, and his building must surely be at max level by now. He likely seeks to exchange for materials that are more beneficial to him. Ming, having collected so many materials, may I request a custom piece of equipment? Upon reading this, many lords' eyes lit up, and they began to chime in. I want one too. How much will it cost, Ming? Please do tell. I too wish to forge an invincible suit of armor. The earlier complaints suddenly transformed into requests for Ming to craft equipment. Naturally, Ming saw all these messages and chose to ignore them. Custom equipment? Ming scoffed. You possess nothing at this stage, still in a novice phase. What materials can you possibly offer? This is the undeniable truth. At this juncture, the lords cannot procure superior materials for custom crafting, resulting in a loss. He closed the chat channel and took stock of his gains. The selling pace had slowed considerably compared to the last time, yet the harvest was bountiful. There were numerous high-grade materials and a few rare ones as well, sufficient for continuing the crafting of equipment. However, Ming was not in a rush to forge. He would wait until after the second wave of the beast tide. Ming, the second wave of the beast tide is approaching. You should be all right, yes? Tao Yao Yao. Rest assured, Ming, I'll be fine. Ming, that is good to hear. The once lively chat channel gradually fell silent, with no further messages being sent. For the second wave of the beast tide has arrived. Chapter 42. The Perils of Other Lords. The second wave of the beast tide has arrived. The visuals transmitted from the GX 86 reveal that this new onslaught is of an entirely different magnitude compared to the first. Was the initial wave merely a prelude? The second wave represents the true contest. Suddenly, Ming recalls that defending against the beast tide yields points, yet it appears that the leaderboard has yet to be activated. A grave expression crosses his face. This wave of beasts is unequivocally serious, no longer a mere probe. Having confirmed the integrity of the defensive line, Ming observes the advancing monsters and promptly issues his commands. Launch. Obliterate them. The GX-90s soar forth in rows, each equipped with a self-destructing mechanical dog, strategically positioned to descend upon the throng of monsters. Once the deployment is complete, they return to the territory to reload and continue their bombardment, repeating this cycle. Some of the ordinary monsters have reached intermediate levels. The elite creatures this time could potentially be advanced. Ming stands atop the castle, intently surveying the unfolding battle. The relentless barrage from the GX-90s makes it exceedingly difficult for the monsters to approach. Enough, let a few through, he eventually decides, allowing the monsters to advance slightly so that the RX-20 can commence its cleansing. To the west of the territory, the old wolf commands the silver-maned wolves from the rear. Witnessing the relentless bombardment ahead, and his reverence for Ming deepens. The Lord's strength is unfathomable. Such numerous beasts do not even pose a threat. I must seize this opportunity. As Ming permits the monsters to draw closer, the RX-20 begins its extermination. The old wolf recognizes that his moment to shine has arrived. My kin, our time to demonstrate our prowess has come. The Lord has bestowed upon us new life. We must repay him with action and not allow a single beast to breach our territory. Steady yourselves. The silver-maned wolves respond with a chorus of howls. At that moment, a headhunting boar breaches the defensive line, charging toward the territory. With each stride, the boar accelerates through its powerful charges. Leave this creature to us. The old wolf bellows, aware that Ming can hear him, and he leads his kin into the fray. Just as the RX-20 prepares to open fire on this elusive quarry, it shifts its aim. The old wolf surges forward, switching to mechanical limbs, his speed now swifter and more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance to the head-hunting boar. Previously, hunting involved pouncing and tearing. However, with the mechanical legs, he alters his approach. Before the boar, he leaps, delivering a powerful kick that sends it soaring. Excellent. The old wolf raises his head high, letting out an exultant roar. Soon, more silver-maned wolves join the fray, abandoning their previous method of biting in favor of delivering lethal kicks to their prey. From the castle, Ming watches through the images transmitted by the GX-86, witnessing an astonishing spectacle. With the mechanical legs, even the method of attack has transformed. This is merely intended to enhance your momentum. Ming sensed that the silver-maned wolves had perhaps miscalculated their direction, yet it mattered little. As long as they could vanquish their foes, that was sufficient. Let us allow a few more in to assess their strength. With Ming's subtle adjustments, several stragglers slipped through the cracks. The elder wolf keenly detected them and swiftly led his kin into a fierce assault. Meanwhile, a young man was valiantly resisting the onslaught of monsters. His class was that of a human warrior. While his personal combat prowess was modest, his armor granted him the capability to contend with the beasts. He had also laid numerous traps designed specifically to ensnare these attacking creatures. Although the warrior class was a lower-tier vocation, lacking the might of the likes of earth dragons and black tigers, it possessed remarkable learning potential, suggesting boundless possibilities. Initially, when the young man acquired the human warrior class, he was filled with indignation, cursing the class as inferior. However, after delving deeper, he realized the class's latent potential was not to be underestimated. Under certain conditions, the warrior class could transition into more powerful warrior professions, revealing immense prospects. I did not need to claim the top position. Securing a place within the top 10 for a special reward would suffice, allowing my warrior class to undergo another enhancement. The potential of humanity is limitless. It merely requires a longer maturation period. The young man held confidence in himself. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, a sound that had become commonplace to him. Not only did he need to be wary of the beast tide, but he also had to guard against the unscrupulous merchants nearby. He couldn't afford to be eliminated before he fully developed. This was his sole concern. Once the beast tide had passed, he envisioned the Lord of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance joining forces to eliminate Ming. Having devoured so many resources from the lords, surely he would be bountiful. He had already begun to fantasize about partitioning Ming's castle. Unbeknownst to him, a drone hovered high above his territory, recording everything within its view, relaying the information back to Ming. Warrior class, you say? These warriors can execute various techniques and can undergo special class transitions? Ming pondered. If that were the case, this class bore significant potential. No one could predict the specialized roles they might attain. They were not mere foot soldiers. If allowed to develop unchecked, they could pose a considerable threat to me. Moreover, this individual harbored considerable malice towards me. Ming narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether it would be prudent to strike preemptively. The young man had revealed his position in the chat channel, even aligning himself with the so-called Anti-Mechanical Alliance. Such behaviors indicated ulterior motives. Although Ming was not intimidated by the Anti-Mechanical Alliance, viewing them as inconsequential, he knew that the first strike often determined the outcome. After the beast tide, he would eliminate this threat. Ming would not permit any forces that could jeopardize him to linger nearby, especially those who bore animosity towards him. They cannot be spared. 2 hours later, Ming successfully repelled the beast tide, and the RX-30 entered the battlefield to commence the cleanup. However, for him, the battle was far from over. Onward, our foes have yet to be entirely vanquished. The GX-90, equipped with self-destructing mechanical hounds, ascended once more, majestically soaring towards the enemy's territory. On the ground, 70 RX-20 units marched in an orderly fashion towards the opposing domain, initiating preparations for the sweep. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Ming dispatched 5 GT Windstorm aircraft for assistance. He had refrained from utilizing them in the earlier waves of the beast tide, but this time he deemed it prudent to deploy them. After all, the enemy was a lord, and it was uncertain what class of warriors capable of promotion might emerge. Thus, he deemed it wise to consider every possible eventuality to prevent any surprises. Chapter 43. Eliminating hazards in the second wave, I suffered the loss of a high-ranking warrior. How could the intensity escalate so swiftly? The young man, Witnessing the demise of his elite fighter felt a grim expression settle upon his face. High-ranking warriors were a rare breed within his forces, with a mere 10 in total. Nevertheless, 5 blueprints for arrow towers and a fortified wall had been procured, somewhat compensating for his loss. Surviving this beast tide should pose no problem. With haste, he expedited the construction of the arrow towers, fortifying the defenses of his territory once more. He commanded the swift extermination of the remaining beasts. Soon, the monstrous horde of the second wave was vanquished. At that moment, a scout rushed to the young man's side, reporting urgently, "My lord, enemies approach." Enemies? The young man quickly donned his armor again and ascended to the highest point, only to find no trace of monsters inside or outside his domain. "Are you blind? Where are these enemies coming from? Haven't they all been eradicated?" The scout, pointing towards the distant woods, spoke gravely. "Mechanical beings have been detected ahead." He then gestured skyward, indicating that even the heavens were not devoid of them. Mechanical beings. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up, spotting drones soaring towards his territory, each carrying a mechanical dog beneath. Drones. His eyes widened in shock. It was a merchant. He intended to strike against me. Realizing this, his countenance soured. He understood that he was no match for Ming. At least 2 or 3 lords would need to unite to have a chance of defeating him. "Quickly, prepare for battle. Shoot down those drones," the young man bellowed. He was uncertain of Ming's combat prowess, but anyone capable of producing nuclear weapons could not be weak. The warriors, still reeling from the recent battle, sprang into action, seizing their bows and aiming at the drones above. However, what awaited them was what the young man perceived as a nuclear bomb. As the RX-78 descended into the midst of his troops, a quick-witted soldier attempted to eliminate it just as it landed. Yet at the moment of contact, the RX-78 erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! The tremendous blast obliterated the constructed walls, causing countless casualties among the soldiers, with flying debris claiming the lives of 3 high-ranking warriors. What kind of bomb is this? How can it be so terrifying? The young man gasped in disbelief. Yet, this was not the sole bomb. Dozens of mechanical dogs were released, demolishing everything in sight within the territory, leaving soldiers in disarray, crying out in anguish. "Return fire. Quickly. Retaliate," the young man shouted. But his warriors, disoriented by the devastation, could hardly discern their bearings, only concerned with fleeing for their lives. After the initial barrage, the GX-90 began its return flight. Seizing the opportunity, the young man organized his remaining soldiers to fortify their defenses. Just as his orders were issued, an entire line of mechanical dogs emerged into his view. The young man glanced over in terror, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at him. "Ming, you truly deserve to die." The relentless barrage of gunfire rained down, mercilessly eliminating any life within sight, while missiles further obliterated the surrounding structures. All of this was meticulously recorded by the GX-86 and relayed back to Ming. It appears he has not developed to the extent I anticipated. Ming Nadith. The returning GX-90 no longer required a second wave of bombing. The dispatched GT Wind was also rendered ineffective. 30 minutes later, a notification materialized. "You have successfully destroyed a lord's territory. Territory range, 45. Will you incorporate it into your domain?" A 45-tile expansion is certainly swifter than seizing territory from others. Ming sighed and promptly opted to occupy the land. Occupation successful. Resources acquired, with 3,000, energy crystals 1098, exotic crystals 5, equipment 30. You are the 60th to slay another lord and seize their territory. When the number reaches 100, a plundering war will be triggered, so prepare yourself. I am the 60th to kill another lord? Ming was taken aback. This meant that 59 lords had acted more swiftly than he, eliminating others before the protection period had elapsed. Indeed, it seemed impossible for such rapid action unless they had struck beforehand. During the novice protection period, lords were safe within their territories, but that did not apply outside. Thus, it was highly probable that they encountered other lords outside and were subsequently eliminated. However, what most captured Ming's attention was the mention of the plundering war. Would this incite competition among the lords for supremacy? If so, A fierce battle for survival would undoubtedly ensue. It appeared prudent to prepare in advance. As Su Ming observed the countdown in the chat channel commence, it continued until the second wave of beast tides concluded, still allowing a 6-hour buffer period. Tao Yao Yao. Su Ming, I have triumphed. This time it was slightly more challenging than the last, yet still quite simple. Su Ming, do not be complacent. There are 3 more waves, each stronger than the last. Tao Yao Yao. Yes, I understand. This time I acquired many valuable items to bolster my territory's defenses. Has she found precious items again? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at his own spoils, which yielded nothing particularly remarkable. The final boss revealed a blueprint, which upon identification turned out to be a blueprint for a high-level anti-air tower of little use. Su Ming, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. After closing Tao Yao Yao's chat, Yu Shu also sent a message. Yu Shu, I have slain a sand giant and obtained a rare material, sand essence. I can exchange it with you for spirit rice and equipment. After savoring a meal of spirit rice, she could hardly bear the thought of consuming ordinary rice again. They were entirely different experiences. Before the onset of the second wave of the beast tide, she found herself unable to resist the urge to once again barter with Su Ming. Yet, she managed to restrain herself. After all, she had initially claimed that there were only 10 pounds available, and now, with the renewed desire, it felt as though she would be deceiving him. Once the second wave concluded, she promptly sought him out, fabricating a tale of having acquired materials after vanquishing a boss. Su Ming, half a tale of spirit rice or a rare-grade piece of equipment. Yu Shu, wasn't it half a tale of spirit rice and a mere piece of equipment? Su Ming, the prices have risen. Upon reading Su Ming's reply, Yu Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. She began to regret not having offered more for exchange with Su Ming, feeling that she ought not to have traded with him piece by piece. Yu Shu, how can you raise prices like that? It's not even been a full day. Su Ming, because I'm a shrewd merchant. Chapter 44. The outcry of public opinion and ranking on the leaderboard in the end. Yu Shu exchanged 10 pounds of flowing gold sand for merely half a tael of spiritual rice, a stark decline from his previous acquisition of a rare-grade equipment. Upon completing the transaction, Su Ming commenced the process of equipping and crafting, subsequently announcing the sale of the newly forged gear. Upon accessing the trading channel, he discovered that the fervor here surpassed even that following the last beast tide. It was madness. Su Ming had slain a lord. The truth was undeniable. His troops were indeed of the mechanical variety. What I have just stated is veritably accurate, bolstered by the images relayed from the adversary in their final moments. Su Ming's actions were utterly detestable. He brazenly slaughtered other lords, displaying a flagrant disregard for order. Indeed, these heinous individuals must face retribution. He has already unleashed nuclear devastation upon our allies, an affront to our interests that demands his punishment. Before long, an image was uploaded depicting a barrage of drones in action, captured by a young man in his dying moments. We ought to unite, to assist one another in mutual benefit. However, Su Ming has breached this covenant. He must be taught a lesson. Such chaos cannot be permitted. Indeed, without rules, there can be no order. The killing of lords cannot simply be overlooked. The chat channel was rife with calls for Su Ming's condemnation, with some even demanding he publicly apologize. Yet, their words stirred discontent among many lords, who granted these few the authority to represent them. Why should they be compelled to heed their voices? Were you to us, presuming to speak on our behalf? The slaughter of a lord is a cardinal sin. Just 3 days prior, I was pursued by the troops of other lords. Fortunately, I managed to escape unharmed, as others had already begun their assaults on lords. Indeed, who do you think you are? I see you as spineless. Despite his exploitation, you still choose to speak in his defense. What is your true intent? The clamor of discord continued unabated, and Su Ming was keenly aware of it all. The lords forming the anti-mechanical alliance were, without doubt, inciting animosity towards him. With his chin resting in contemplation, he mused that if only he could ascertain their location, he would swiftly lead his troops to flatten them. Just as he prepared to issue a message, an announcement resonated. The leaderboard has been activated. All lords may now view it. The top 10 lords will receive special rewards, with the lord ranking first obtaining a unique prize. Lords are encouraged to strive for victory in slaying enemies and ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. With the leaderboard now open, the debate in the chat channel subsided as everyone eagerly accessed the newly unveiled rankings, Ming among them. Beast Tide leaderboard. First, Kingdom of the Undead. Score 2,765. Second, City of Earth Dragon. Score 2,543. Third, Black Dragon Fortress. Score 2,398. Fourth, Goblin City. Score 2,298. Fifth, City of Machinery. Score 2098. Sixth, 10th, City of Colorful Pythons. Score 1789. 19th. The leaderboard is updated after each Beast Tide. Those who make the list have generally risen to become lords of their castles, exhibiting formidable strength. I can only rank 5th. Indeed, one must not underestimate any lord. Ming took note of his position. He had anticipated that, even if he did not secure the first place, he would at least be within the top 3. However, he found himself in 5th place. There are indeed many powerful castle lords. But how exactly is the scoring calculated? Is it based on the number of monsters? Yet, it appears that each lord encounters a different quantity of monsters. Ming pondered over Tao Yao Yao. During the first wave of the tide, she encountered relatively few monsters. The second wave should be similar, otherwise her kill count could not possibly exceed his. Ming contemplated the logic behind acquiring points. Is it tied to the time taken to repel the beasts? Or perhaps related to territory? If it is territory-based, my method of contraction may not suffice. Advancing the defensive line and then striving to repel the beast tide as swiftly as possible seemed to be Ming's conclusion. However, one cannot call it strategy. It is merely a hypothesis, as he was still unclear about the rules governing point acquisition. He posted information, awaiting the arrival of equipment in the marketplace. Ming also sent out a message. Anyone who knows the location of the Anti-Machine Alliance Lord could provide information and receive additional rewards. All right, Ming, you are on it. I have long found these individuals intolerable, always pontificating as if they own the 88,888 gold area. Indeed, these folks are excessively arrogant and dismissive, quick to impose sanctions, as if they are someone of great significance. I have the location of an Anti-Machine Alliance Lord right here. I will send it to you now. Ming, our Anti-Machine Alliance consists of 3 castle lords with notable rankings on the leaderboard. If you dare to touch any of our alliance members, it will surely end in a bitter conflict. The City of Platinum, ranked 8th, if you have the audacity to reveal the location. Let us see if Ming dares to confront you. Ha ha ha, I would truly welcome that. Mechanical units are merely low-tier soldiers. To me, they are nothing but a heap of scrap metal. All this talk is useless. If you have the guts, disclose your territory's location and see if Ming dares to challenge you. A few hundred nuclear bombs could obliterate your territory in an instant. Ming closed the chat channel, noting down the matter concerning the Machine Alliance. The establishment of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance does not concern him. He pays it little mind. However, their audacity is excessive. They truly believe themselves to be invulnerable to retaliation. Regrettably, he currently lacks knowledge of their whereabouts. Otherwise, he would indeed march forth to confront them. With time still remaining before the next beast tide, seizing their territory will allow for another upgrade of his castle. During the beast tide, the expansion of territory was halted, and thus the progress of upgrading the castle was naturally stymied. Now that he has claimed their land, the territorial range has reached 122, fulfilling the requirements for an upgrade. City of Mechanics, level 7 stars, territorial range 122 squares, under invasion. Effect, reduction in production time at the mechanical factory, increased storage capacity. Upgrade requirements would 80,000, territory 130, alien crystals 70, the symbol of lordship. Possessing a castle signifies that one has transcended the novice stage and possesses the capability to engage in the struggle for supremacy. In a single breath, he has ascended 4 levels, achieving a 7-star castle. Concurrently, the production time at the mechanical factory has decreased by 0 for minutes, and the production of RX-78 now requires merely half the original duration. Everything is favorable, except for the limited storage. If the capacity could be doubled, it would be splendid. Ming finds himself a bit troubled. Chapter 45. Intensified assault. After equipping the necessary gear, Ming meticulously reinforced the defenses of his territory, no longer designating certain areas as buffer zones. He strategically positioned arrow towers in locations where defenses were relatively weak. Although he initially intended to rely solely on the mechanical prowess at his disposal, his confidence was tempered by the necessity of bolstering defenses due to the extended front line following the annexation of enemy territory. While the arrow towers might lack formidable offensive capabilities, they would serve as a deterrent, buying precious time even against the monstrous adversaries. Once all preparations were complete, the third wave of beasts surged forth. From a distance, the cacophony of their roars was audible, and their numbers had tripled since the last encounter. The meat-shield creatures forged ahead, coordinating their assault. Through the projections of the GX-86, Ming was granted an early glimpse of the attacking horde. Leading the charge were 5 stone giants, the boss of the initial wave, though they were not of elite status. Following them were various other creatures, with the stone giants paving the way. For other lords, this might pose a significant challenge, but Ming's mechanical creations could easily surpass them. He issued commands, deploying the GX-90 equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs. The stone giants stood like colossal walls, absorbing the incoming fire, yet they were utterly defenseless against aerial units. The GX-90 effortlessly soared over this formidable barrier, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment upon the throng of monsters below. In addition to the mechanical dogs, some GX-90 units were outfitted with cluster bomb modules, which rained down destruction, claiming numerous lives among the creatures. As the first round of bombardment concluded, the GX-90 began its return journey to prepare for another assault. At that moment, a swarm of swift falcons erupted forth, their razor-sharp talons tearing through the metallic shell of the GX-90, obliterating its internal components. In an instant, dozens of GX-90 units were annihilated, crashing to the ground, where they were reduced to mere fragments beneath the monstrous onslaught. Wraith, eliminate them, Ming commanded, unfazed by the turn of events, promptly dispatching the GT Wraith to engage the enemy. The GT Wraith, a war-class machine, possessed remarkable agility in the air and firepower rivaling that of other mechanical units. After successfully dispatching their initial target, the swift falcons beheld a multitude of mechanical creations approaching, narrowing their eyes as they launched themselves like bullets. Confident in their ability to shred anything in their path, they aimed to dismantle the approaching machines into scrap. With crimson pupils darting swiftly, the GT Wraith completed its targeting with impressive speed. As the talons of the falcons descended upon it, the GT Wraith effortlessly evaded the assault with a swift descent, simultaneously launching missiles from its shoulder mounts. With a resounding explosion, one falcon was obliterated, and, as it plummeted, the GT Wraith delivered a few more rounds from its machine gun to ensure the kill. Having easily dispatched its foe, the GT Wraith swiftly pivoted to confront other targets. Ming had not dispatched a single GT Wraith, but rather 30. However, this wave of beasts was not limited to the swift falcons. Other avian predators soon joined the fray, launching their own attacks against the GT Wraith units. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, the GT Windstorm, a war machine, possesses the remarkable ability to swiftly discern the direction of enemy attacks and deliver devastating counterstrikes. As aerial raptors plummet to the ground like rain, the GT Windstorm serves as a sentinel of the skies, safeguarding Ming's aerial domain and forbidding any incursions by foes. Despite its formidable prowess, the GT Windstorm is not impervious to destruction when confronted by such a multitude of monsters. When on the brink of annihilation, it initiates a specific self-destruct protocol, charging directly towards the enemy to detonate itself. Although the explosive power may not rival that of the RX-78, it should not be underestimated. On the front lines, all seems well, while Ming surveys the defensive conditions in the other two directions. The Old Wolf, accompanied by the Silvermane Wolf, is tasked with hunting down the straggling monsters, allowing the RX-20 to unleash its firepower without restraint. Their determination is commendable, affirming Ming's decision to retain them. Nodding in approval, he shifts his gaze to the opposite side, where several arrow towers have been strategically placed, serving a role akin to that of the Silvermane Wolf by targeting monsters that breach the defensive line. After all, the effective range of the arrow towers pales in comparison to the RX-20, whose bullets already boast a range twice that of the towers, not to mention the missiles mounted upon it. Ming orchestrates the battlefield with precision, dispatching new machines to fill any gaps that arise. The fierce combat persists unabated, with monstrous figures visible across the sky and land. Among them are numerous high-ranking creatures, including a significant number of Tier 9, intermediate, elites, which are remnants of the previous wave's climax monsters, even akin to bosses. The emergence of such formidable foes in the third wave is utterly insane. The scale of the assault leaves even Ming feeling a prickling unease. The third wave not only doubles the numbers from the second, but also escalates the difficulty several-fold. Compared to the earlier waves, this is a stark contrast, akin to a minor which facing a great sorcerer. The magnitude of this challenge raises concerns about how many lords could withstand such intensity. Even those commanding top-tier troops would likely struggle to hold their ground. Suminsi expression grows grave. This is merely the third wave. The impending fourth and fifth waves may very well introduce rare monsters, rare-tier creatures. How many lords, besides himself, could withstand such adversaries? Suddenly, a thought strikes Ming. Could it be that the elevated level of his castle has attracted such a multitude of monsters? The mechanical city of the 7 stars. He can confidently assert that no one in this region has achieved such heights. Perhaps it is the combination of his castle's level and his lord title that entices these monsters. With this realization, he contemplates that if the current combat style persists, he will soon surpass others and ascend to the pinnacle. Wave after wave of assaults have been thwarted, leaving a carpet of corpses and staining the ground a dark crimson with blood. The birds of prey in the sky have not managed to breach the defenses. Under the relentless onslaught of the GT windstorm, not a single one has crossed the line of defense. All have been intercepted. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the ground as a colossal black lizard emerged from the depths below, adorned with sharp, angular spines. This extraordinary creature bore not one, but 3 tails, setting it apart from its kin. Was the formidable boss of the third wave of beast tides finally making its appearance? The arrival of this boss signified that the third wave had reached its culminating phase. Once vanquished, the third wave could be declared concluded. As it was the final stage, there was no need for restraint. Ming commenced the deployment of his mechanical forces to encircle and subdue the final boss. Unlike the previous 2 waves, where he had refrained from such measures, this lizard's level had ascended to the 9th tier, a mark of high status deserving utmost reverence. The production speed at the mechanical factory had vastly improved since its inception, with 4 production lines operating in unison, even when confronted with rare-tier monsters. They remained capable of achieving victory. Chapter 46. Ming falls out of the top 10? The intensity of the third wave of the beast tide is exceedingly high. With such a significant increase in strength, many lords may falter against the fourth wave. Is this truly a gradual escalation? It feels entirely different from the first 2 waves. The pressure is mounting. I fear I may not withstand the next onslaught. Today's lunch may very well be the last meal for many lords. With only 487 remaining, it is anticipated that after the fourth wave, merely 2,000 will be left. The final boss of the third wave has already reached advanced status, so it is certain that advanced monsters will appear in the fourth wave. My heavens, my troops have only just achieved that level. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. Ming is no longer in the top 10. This cannot be. Ming is so formidable. How could he drop out of the top 10? This makes no sense. Wait, his score hasn't changed. Could it be that his battle is not yet concluded? I told you all that mechanical troops are subpar. He must be desperately clinging on now. It seems we even need to intervene as the mechanical alliance. He will be devoured by the beast tide. What a pity. In area 88888, nestled within a mountainous region, a castle stands where dozens of trolls lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly. Many trolls are also tending to their wounds. His score hasn't risen at all. It appears Ming is no more impressive than I thought. I had considered him a rival, but now he seems utterly insignificant. Gao Ran gazed coldly at the rankings on the leaderboard. His troll city has surged from 8th to 4th place, closing in on the top position rapidly. He is confident that by the end of the next Beast Tide, he will secure 1st place. Beast Tide leaderboard. First, Kingdom of the Undead, score 6,765. Second, Earth Dragon City, score 6543. Third, Black Dragon Fortress, score 5980. Fourth, Troll City, score 5,678. Fifth, I will soon ascend to the top position, but I wonder who this 1st place truly is. I've inquired among many, yet they are unfamiliar with him. Gao Ran frowned as he scrutinized the leaderboard. Judging by the name of the castle, it likely belongs to the Undead faction, a Tier 1 class of troops. If I could recruit him, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Gao Ran continued to scan the rankings and observed his allies positioned 7th and 8th. Although they slipped slightly, they remain within the top 10. As long as they stay in that echelon, it serves as an excellent banner to attract more lords to join the alliance, fostering growth. Regrettably, Yushu did not join my alliance. Otherwise, for lord from the top 10 would belong to my anti-mechanical coalition. Gao Ran noted with some disappointment the 6th place 7-colored Python City. This leaderboard represents the prime opportunity to showcase the alliance's prestige. Once the alliance's banner is raised, more lords will surely join, and I shall become the leader, enjoying greater resources and accelerating my advancement. As for Su Ming, he was merely a stepping stone in his development, conveniently leveraging his reputation as a cunning merchant to attract more followers to his side. Just as Gao Ran was about to close the leaderboard, a shift in rankings occurred once more. Su Ming's name surged ahead, securing a place among the top 3. Meanwhile, Gao Ran plummeted to 5th. Third? How could this be? Gao Ran was taken aback. Hadn't he been outside the top 10? How could he ascend to 3rd place in an instant? Was it possible that he had repelled the Beast Tide and concluded the points tally? Even so, it seemed implausible for him to reach such a position. Time and territorial control were essential criteria for scoring, and Su Ming had repelled the Beast Tide later than the rest of them. How could he possibly amass such high points? Gao Ran gritted his teeth, feeling utterly absurd. He glanced at the chat channel, where many were mocking him, hurling insults such as being trampled by trash or questioning his worth. Infuriated, he began to curse aloud, unleashing his frustration in the chat channel. However, since the chat prohibited foul language, he could only roar in rage within the confines of the castle. Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, I saw the chat channel and thought you were about to give up. You scared me to death. Su Ming, this time was just a bit more challenging. It took a little longer. The 9th tier, elite status, with an absurdly strong defense. Were it not for the armor-piercing effect gained through the ammunition enhancement factory on the RX-20 bullets, he would have needed to fire continuously for several hours to breach the opponent's defenses. Fortunately, he did not require such an extensive time frame now. Contemplating the intensity of the 3rd wave of the Beast Tide, Su Ming sent a message to Tao Yao Yao, inquiring about it. Su Ming, the intensity of the Beast Tide has increased significantly. You should be fine for the 4th wave, right? Tao Yao Yao, don't worry, Su Ming. I just acquired a blueprint for an energy tower that can absorb the energy of the fairies and launch it as projectiles. Its power is quite considerable. Tao Yao Yao, could it be that you're so formidable that even the monsters of the Beast Tide have become stronger? Tao Yao Yao, should I give you that golden orb? I haven't used it yet. Su Ming, you haven't used it? Tao Yao Yao, because it was originally yours. Upon reading Tao Yao Yao's reply, Su Ming felt a surge of irritation. The reason he had refrained from claiming the golden fairy gift was to leave it for Tao Yao Yao to defend against the Beast Tide. Yet he was dismayed to discover she had not utilized it all this time. Su Ming, use it now, do you hear me? You needn't worry about my situation. His aim was to secure the top position on the leaderboard. Tao Yao Yao, I was just worried about you. Su Ming, what is contained within the golden orb? After a long wait, without receiving a response from Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming asked again. Su Ming, haven't you used it yet? Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, don't be angry. I'll use it now. Tao Yao Yao, wow, Su Ming, it's an epic grade holy spring. I can soak in hot springs from now on. Epic grade. Su Ming marveled at Tao Yao Yao's fortuity upon seeing her message. According to the fairy gifts received previously, The Golden Fairy gifts do not guarantee a 100 chance of acquiring epic level items. There exists only a certain probability. It was unexpected that Tao Yaoyao managed to obtain one on her very first attempt. She must be the first lord to acquire an epic item, right? Su Ming felt a twinge of envy towards this fortunate girl. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming, this holy spring is incredible. My fairy can rejuvenate its energy just by soaking in it for a while, perfectly complementing the turret I just built. Excited. Tao Yaoyao, Su Ming. I have 2 purple orbs. Would you like to take them? I have enough with the holy spring. These were also the fairy gifts that Su Ming had not taken when trading for the demon beef jerky. Su Ming, no need. You keep them as a backup and return them to me next time. He closed the chat. Su Ming then noticed a message from Yushu. One inquired about his safety, while the other concerned the trade of spirit rice. However, this time, Su Ming chose not to respond, opting to ignore her. This time, I have finally acquired something remarkable amidst the beast tide. Su Ming gazed at the construction blueprints in his hand. Blueprint for the ancient Tarsif giant cannon. Blueprint for weapon factory. Chapter 47. The colossal cannon and the armory. 2 rare blueprints. Should the boss fail to yield these 2 blueprints, perhaps Su Ming would have taken the golden fairy gift from Tao Yaoyao. He had already sensed the intensity of the beast tide. If the current enhancement level persisted, the 4th wave would likely bring forth 9th tier, high-level monsters, with the boss potentially being of rare quality. The combination of rarity and elite status would surely send shivers down anyone's spine. And this was merely the 4th wave. What awaited them in the 5th? Thus, the emergence of these 2 blueprints was most opportune. This colossal cannon could be positioned on the front lines while reallocating other machinery to the flanks, alleviating pressure on both sides. Once the location was selected, Su Ming commenced construction. The establishment of the cannon required the consumption of 5,000 energy crystals and 500 exotic crystals. Furthermore, once constructed, it could not be relocated and would remain fixed in place, though it could be dismantled, a process that would take 1 day, necessitating the same materials for any subsequent construction. With a thunderous rumble, the ground reverberated as the construction completed, revealing a cannon that loomed like a small mountain within Su Ming's territory. Towering 20 stories high, the barrel stretched nearly 40 meters, and the muzzle was truly terrifying, measuring a staggering 800 millimeters. Goodness, are you telling me this is a cannon? Su Ming stood in awe before the imposing artillery. This was no mere cannon. It resembled an enormous steel beast. Standing beside it, he felt as insignificant as an ant. This was an ultimate weapon. A single shell could obliterate everything in its path. Gazing at the metallic giant, Su Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to test its might. He summoned the cannon's interface. Ancient Tars giant cannon, attack method, shelling. Charging, cooldown, 30 minutes per shot. Consumption, 5,000 energy crystals, 500 exotic crystals. Increased power also raises consumption. Description, a super steel beast crafted by Tars, renowned as the ruler of land, named after its creator. Each shot necessitates immense energy, leading to the abandonment of further constructions due to excessive consumption. The description was accurate. This was indeed a steel behemoth. Firing a single shot required 5,000 energy crystals, a cost likely beyond the means of most lords. And that was merely the base expenditure. Even Su Ming would struggle to bear such exorbitant costs, making it difficult to unleash a barrage of shots. As he caressed the metallic giant, he mused softly, pondering how much energy crystals would be needed at maximum capacity to unleash its full potential. He was already itching to fire it, yet he restrained himself, knowing that he would soon be able to test the cannon's power without wasting its potential just yet. Reluctantly returning to his dwelling, he stood at the castle, still able to behold the majestic steel beast, instilling fear in the hearts of distant foes. Su Ming retrieved the 2nd blueprint and began construction anew. An armory rose from the ground, its roof adorned with the insignia of 3 formidable cannon muzzles, exuding an air of dominance. He opened the operational interface of the armory. The familiar interface and equipment crafting factory bore an uncanny resemblance, requiring no acclimatization. Su Ming was already well versed in its workings. The options for weapon production, custom weapons, and defense towers were available, yet unlike the equipment crafting factory, the weapon factory featured an additional option for defense towers. The ability to construct defense towers? This weapon factory certainly had its merits. Su Ming was slightly taken aback as he opened the defense tower crafting interface, only to find that all options were dimmed except for two, the arrow tower and the watchtower. Was it necessary to acquire blueprints to build defense towers? It appeared that even upgrades were not permissible. Su Ming noted the stringent conditions for the defense towers, as blueprints were obtained randomly and could not be traded, relying solely on luck. However, his primary focus remained on weapon production. The weapon factory had the capacity not only to produce melee weapons, but also firearms. Before commencing weapon production, Su Ming aimed to elevate the factory's level. Weapon Factory, Level 9 Advanced, Weapon Production Custom Weapons Defense Towers, Upgrade Requirements, Energy Crystals 10,000, Exotic Crystals 5, Crystal Cores 5 Gasp. The requirement of 5 crystal cores to upgrade to a rare level factory was rather steep. Upon reviewing the upgrade conditions, Su Ming couldn't help but inhale sharply. The consumption of crystal cores was quintuple that of other factories. Entering the custom weapon production interface, Su Ming, armed with experience from the equipment crafting factory, navigated the weapon factory's operational screen with ease. 5 minutes later, he had customized a weapon for himself and initiated production. 10 minutes later, a weapon resembling a shotgun materialized before Su Ming. Its dark golden hue and a unique transparent sphere replacing the ammunition chamber, within which golden sand flowed, indicated that activation required the use of exotic crystals. The luminous sand splitter, a rare level weapon. This was the finest weapon he could forge with the materials at hand, and it appeared to be quite impressive. Su Ming gazed at the luminous sand splitter with great satisfaction. The primary material was flowing sand. Surely, Yushu had plenty more, all presumably acquired from shepherds. It was rather suspicious that the so-called flowing sand dropped from monsters appeared consistently during beast tides, particularly from stone giants. Su Ming couldn't help but express his grievances towards Yushu. When Yushu next approached him for a trade of spirit rice, he suspected her little schemes. She likely feared his exorbitant demands and refrained from mentioning her substantial stock of flowing sand. Yet, his decision to disregard her this time was not solely for that reason. He was simply pressed for time to produce weapons. After completing the weapon trial, Su Ming summoned Old Wolf and the others. Positioned at the rear, they were responsible for eliminating the remaining foes and had sustained minimal injuries, though some of their mechanical legs had incurred damage. Old Wolf respectfully inquired, "My lord, do you have any commands?" Su Ming's gaze swept over them, and he replied, "If your mechanical legs are damaged, come directly to me. I shall provide you with replacements. The intensity of the beast tide is escalating, and your current strength has become increasingly inadequate to cope with it." Upon hearing this, the old wolf's expression changed dramatically. Before Su Ming could finish speaking, he interjected, "My lord has granted us rebirth. We are prepared to die on the battlefield." Su Ming was taken aback, realizing the old wolf had misconstrued his intentions. He clarified, "I do not intend to prevent you from entering the fray. I merely wish to provide you with new weaponry." The silver wolf, with its mane, was of merely intermediate rank. It would undoubtedly struggle against the approaching beast tide, necessitating an urgent enhancement of their capabilities. While raising their rank was not feasible, strength can be augmented through various means. For instance, by replacing their teeth and claws with materials that are stronger, harder, and more lethal, crafted from superior metals. Chapter 48. The transformation of the main Silver Wolf chat channel. Where is the esteemed Su Ming? Why hasn't he equipped his gear this time? Indeed, he hasn't even sent a message. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that even the formidable Su Ming cannot withstand this wave of beasts? Have you noticed that although Su Ming ranked third, it took him quite a while to tally his points? It seems he must have exerted tremendous effort to vanquish the final boss. Surely not, for Su Ming is among the most powerful lords. Indeed, the very first lord of the castle. I fear he may not endure the next onslaught of beasts. Just wait and see. We cannot afford such a calamity. I rely on Su Ming's equipment for salvation. Humph. The merchant's mechanical troops merely seized an initial advantage. Such subpar units will surely falter before the beast tide. Do they truly believe they can challenge my anti-mechanical alliance? They ought to weigh their own capabilities first. Do not be arrogant. With Su Ming's prowess, he will undoubtedly persevere through the beast wave. Indeed, he will surely secure first place. In the seven-colored Python City, Yushu observed the discussions among the lords in the chat channel. Is it possible that Su Ming is truly on the brink of collapse? He hasn't even responded to my recent trade proposal. Surely his circumstances are not favorable. A wave of concern washed over her. She could not bear the thought of Su Ming perishing amidst the beast tide. After all, his units hold significant value. They can forge equipment and enhance combat capabilities. If only he could be integrated into the alliance she was preparing to form, they would undoubtedly experience immense growth. Alas, what a pity. Yushu sighed. Even though she wished to offer him assistance, she found herself powerless to do so. All she could do was hope he could endure. In the Earth Dragon City, the man realized how exceptionally strong the Earth Dragons became after feasting. It was entirely his fault for not ensuring they were well fed earlier. He gazed at the 4 Earth Dragons voraciously consuming their meal, acknowledging the injustice he had done them. After the first 2 waves of beasts, he had acquired a substantial supply of food, finally allowing the Earth Dragons to indulge. It was this hearty meal that revealed their might and ferocity during the 3rd wave of beasts. One of them could withstand the charge of thousands. When well fed, they were truly invincible. The man opened the trading area. The prices of food were no longer exorbitant as they had been before. The surviving lords possessed ample supplies of food, and with excess to spare, they exchanged it for resources in the trading area. With an increase in sellers, prices naturally fell. Seizing this opportunity, the man purchased generously, storing provisions for the future. With only 5 waves of beasts, it would be increasingly difficult to acquire large quantities of food after this. Prices could also rise, so it was prudent to stock up now. After making his purchases, the man opened the leaderboard and saw his Castle South name in 2nd place. 3rd was Su Ming. Truly, my rival possesses considerable strength, ranking 3rd as expected. However, once I attain the foremost position, I shall add you as a friend and see if you dare to refuse me. Su Ming was occupied with equipping the bristle silver wolves, leaving him no time to produce gear for the trading area. After 3 hours of meticulous crafting and adjustments, the bristle silver wolves donned their new armaments. Their teeth were replaced with titanium alloy fangs, capable of biting off substantial pieces of wood and stone. Their claws were also upgraded to robust adamantine talons, effortlessly tearing through the defenses of formidable adversaries. Master, these new teeth and claws are incredibly powerful, exclaimed the old wolf, rushing excitedly to Su Ming after testing them. Su Ming nodded, pleased with their strength, but he worried that they might not adjust well. I love them. They fit as if custom-made, without any discomfort, the old wolf replied, exerting force through his claws, which instantly transformed into sharp blades. With a graceful leap and a swift turn, he severed a nearby tree. RX 30 rushed over to collect the fallen timber for recycling. Excellent, Su Ming affirmed, noting the old wolf's adaptation. You can take charge of the western defense. I feel much more at ease now. The old wolf stood upright, determined not to disappoint his master. With 3 hours remaining, Su Ming began crafting equipment, producing an array of weapons using ordinary materials like fine steel, iron ingots, and yellow stone. Naturally, no rare-grade equipment emerged from this endeavor. 2 hours later, a substantial batch of equipment was completed. Su Ming promptly listed them for sale, allowing purchases with energy crystals. With a significant consumer in hand, he realized he needed to stock up on energy crystals, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fire many shots. The gear for Master Su Ming has arrived as promised. At last, I am saved. Thank you, Master Su Ming, for rescuing my life. Wow, weapons for sale. This is fantastic. Awesome. My goblins can finally upgrade their gear. They've been using wooden spears and stone axes, and now they can wield metal weapons. After listing the equipment, Su Ming paid no heed to the chatter in the channel, noticing that Yushu had messaged him again. Yushu, I heard the 3rd wave of beast tides was quite challenging for you. Do you have confidence for the 4th wave? Su Ming. Simple. My goal is to be first. First? Yushu was taken aback by Su Ming's message, uncertain where his confidence stemmed from. Just as he was about to respond, another message from Su Ming arrived. Su Ming, how much flowing gold sand do you have left? I want it all. Yushu glanced at the inventory of flowing gold sand. 80 pounds. He promptly replied. Yushu, there's still 50 pounds left. Su Ming, too little. Su Ming, by the way, I need several types of metal materials. If you can procure them, I will trade you for attribute food. Su Ming then sent over the list of required materials, which consisted of 5 or 6 types. Observing Su Ming's message, Yushu mused to himself, is he finally seeking my assistance? This is merely the beginning. As she prepared to request that Su Ming provide a certain amount of spirit rice as a deposit, she noticed that he had sent another message. Su Ming, please give me 20 pounds of flowing gold sand as a deposit. Stunned, Yushu read the message several times to confirm her understanding. It was indeed her responsibility to provide Su Ming with 20 pounds of flowing gold sand as a deposit. Yushu, have you got mixed up? Shouldn't you be the one providing the deposit first? Su Ming, no mix-up. You are the one providing it to ensure you don't back out after agreeing. Yushu, you can't possibly be serious. This is not how one pulls off such a trick. Do not underestimate my intelligence. Su Ming, how could I? As long as you can procure these materials, I assure you that the attribute-enhancing food will meet your expectations. At that moment, Yushu realized, Yushu, you possess other foods that permanently enhance attributes. Chapter 49. The Power of the Colossal Cannon and the Testing of a New Weapon. The fourth wave of beast tide approaches. Standing beneath the colossal cannon, Su Ming observed through the imagery transmitted by the GX 86 that a multitude of monstrous creatures was advancing toward his territory. Such an overwhelming number, perhaps 4,000 to 5,000, filled his countenance with a heightened sense of gravity. At the forefront stood the elite stone giant, followed by an array of beasts, the weakest of which were of the 9th rank, intermediate level, with even more formidable creatures behind them. Their grotesque visages resembled gnarled trees, clutching withered branches, and muttering incantations to bolster the defenses of the stone giant ahead. The spectacle was far grander than that of the third wave. Any other lord, upon witnessing this scene, would undoubtedly feel their scalp tingle with dread. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration as he patted the side of the cannon and exclaimed, "Show me your might, great behemoth." Drawing upon 5,000 energy crystals, he commenced charging the cannon. He intended to first test its lowest power output before gradually increasing the intensity to explore its various capabilities. Once the charging was complete, Su Ming refrained from firing immediately, choosing instead to wait as the approaching beast drew nearer. 3 minutes later, the beast tide had entered his line of sight, and he unleashed the cannon. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating so profoundly that Su Ming experienced a momentary deafness, while the ground quaked violently, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer. The tremors were so intense that even the excavator soldiers within the territory were toppled, scrambling to clutch nearby rocks in a panic, trembling in fear. The silver-maned wolves stationed to the west were equally startled by the sudden quake, casting anxious glances toward the direction of the impending assault. What a fierce tremor! Could it be caused by that long-nosed beast? Murmured the elder wolf. During the modifications and upgrades, he had taken note of the distant steel behemoth. But as Su Ming had not elaborated, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Now, with such vibrations coursing through the air, it was highly probable that the colossal creature was the source. Regaining his composure, Su Ming observed the battlefield. He could not discern the trajectory of the 800mm shell, but witnessed the epicenter of the beast tide erupting in a violent explosion, with various carcasses flung into the air like celestial blossoms scattered by a divine hand. Quickly, he dispatched another GX 86, as the previous one had succumbed to the aftershocks. Moments later, the visuals returned, revealing a crater with a diameter of 40 meters at the center. Goodness, this is astonishing. Is this truly the power of the lowest setting? Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. The once dense throng of monsters had been dramatically diminished, resembling a landscape erased by an eraser. In awe, Su Ming marveled once more at the sheer might of the cannon. No matter how fearsome the adversaries may be, they cannot withstand this barrage. As the cannon entered its cooling phase, the beast tide did not retreat. Instead, it launched an even more ferocious assault. The GX 90 and GT Windstorm were deployed into battle, first engaging in aerial bombardment to clear the ground before the ground forces advanced. The cannon's power had been tested. It was now time to experiment with his new weapon. Su Ming commanded the RX-20 to spare 2 of the creatures alive, allowing them to enter his territory. Subsequently, Su Ming, accompanied by his sand splitter, made his way over. A Tier 3 advanced monster? Its level is slightly lower. Let us warm up some weaponry. He inserted an alien crystal, and the transparent orb at the bolt's position was immediately activated. As he observed the creature entering his range, Su Ming decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The golden bullet was unleashed, formed from the amalgamated sand. Just before it struck the target, the bullet fragmented into countless golden grains, instantly transforming the creature before him into a veritable sieve. The power was commendable, akin to that of the test conducted earlier. Su Ming was thoroughly pleased. With a shooting distance reminiscent of a rifle and a destructive range akin to that of a shotgun, a hit left virtually no chance of survival. Another one approached. Su Ming swiftly took aim. Having witnessed the formidable power of that peculiar shotgun, the creature began to dart side to side with remarkable agility, adopting a zigzagging attack stance as it charged toward him. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and fired 3 consecutive shots. The bullets soared, disintegrating mid-air into fine sand, creating a dense area of coverage that swiftly obliterated the creature's erratic movements. Auxiliary attachments would be necessary. The enemy was of a speed type, making it difficult to target with the naked eye. Su Ming noted this improvement direction for future adjustments when producing the next weapon, incorporating such thoughts into his plans. Turning his gaze to the front lines of battle, the mechanical troops continued to exert pressure, preventing any monster from breaching their territory. Until the final boss appeared, there was no cause for concern. He would proceed to experiment with weaponry on the other flanks. To the west, the combat here was intense, with explosions echoing continuously, not only on the ground, but also in the skies above. The aerial raptors dominated the scene, with the GT Windstorm persistently engaging and suppressing the adversary, triggering self-destruct protocols upon destruction, colliding with the enemy in a mutual demise. They steadfastly prevented the foes from advancing. Ground combat was particularly brutal, yet the defensive line constructed by the RX-20 held firm, still denying the monsters any further encroachment. Kill. The old wolf finally spotted a monster slipping through, propelling himself forward with all his might. It was no easy feat to allow one to enter, so without his command, he could not act recklessly. It was a Tier 1 advanced venomous rat, considerably higher in level than the old wolf, yet he remained undaunted. His formidable equipment granted him immense confidence, emboldening him to confront such elevated foes. As he charged with murderous intent, the venomous rat shrieked and swiftly expelled a stream of poison. The old wolf did not flinch. With a leap, he shattered the venomous spray. How could such feeble venom harm my steel frame? Allow me to show you my adamantine claws. The sharp metallic talons emerged, expertly initiating an attack, effortlessly slicing through the rat's hide, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. Such was the extent of it. The old wolf gazed haughtily at the prey that lay lifeless before him, raising his paw to lick away the blood that stained it. Suddenly, he recalled the extraordinary sharpness of his claws. Even a single lick could slice through his own tongue. Soon after, he spotted another elusive target and charged forth with determination. Undeterred by the formidable size of the foe, he even entertained the prospect of turning the tables on it. The old wolf relished the thrill of the hunt until the dissatisfied calls of his kin reminded him that they were watching from the sidelines, not participating in the fray. Go forth and test the might bestowed upon us by our master, he urged, granting them the opportunity to prove their newfound strength. As he observed them bravely engaging the enemy, he could scarcely fathom that just days prior, they had been mere captives of goblins. Now, they had undergone a remarkable transformation, capable of vanquishing foes of higher rank with ease. This is the rebirth granted to me by our master. I must grow stronger to repay his generosity. The old wolf's eyes glimmered with fervor, as if he had resolved to embrace a higher purpose. Chapter 50. The Might of the Colossal Cannon, Rare Level Monsters. In the acquisition of crystal cores on Tao Yao Yao's side, 9 enchanting serpents valiantly engaged the foes ahead, mercilessly tearing apart any creature that dared to encroach upon their territory. In addition to the serpents' fierce combat, the fairies also joined the fray. They entered the energy tower, contributing their essence to synthesize a potent energy projectile aimed at the advancing monsters. What an impressive energy tower! Tao Yao Yao exclaimed with delight. The fairies, having their energy siphoned away, grew exceedingly weak and subsequently immersed themselves in the holy spring prepared by Tao Yao Yao. Soaking in the sacred waters, they regained their vitality in less than 5 minutes, only to once again offer their energy to recharge the energy tower, repeating this cycle. Xiao Huang, you're injured. Come back and heal. Tao Yao Yao called out upon noticing the scales peeling from Xiao Huang's body, revealing several ghastly claw marks. Seizing an opportunity, Xiao Huang skillfully retreated with a resounding thud, diving into the holy spring. The spring's restorative powers nurtured its body, alleviating fatigue and revitalizing its spirit, even mending its wounds gradually. After 10 minutes, Xiao Huang emerged rejuvenated and rejoined the battle. The holy spring was indeed extraordinary, a true epic artifact. Tao Yao Yao gazed at the self-cleaning spring in awe, marveling at its ability to heal even the gravest of injuries without causing any pollution. She felt grateful that the esteemed Su Ming had provided her with this golden orb. Otherwise, the fourth wave of the beast tide would have proven to be exceedingly arduous. Thanks to the temple's unique abilities, every time a fairy serpent was injured, it could return for healing before re-engaging in combat. Even with over 500 monsters in the fourth wave, they remained steadfastly repelled from the territory. In the vibrant city of 7-colored python, Yushu fought alongside her Lioli python, desperately battling foes. Her armor was drenched in blood, and her sword had grown dull from the relentless onslaught, as the monsters had already invaded her domain. The intensity of the fourth wave of beasts is overwhelming. Can I truly withstand the fifth wave? Yushu gasped for breath. Originally, there were 15 giant pythons, but now only 10 remained. Suddenly, one of the giant pythons opened its gaping maw and devoured a creature 3 times its size, forcing itself to consume. At the moment of digestion, the python underwent a mutation. It has mutated. My totem's bloodline mutation has finally been triggered. Witnessing this spectacle, Yushu trembled with excitement. Upon acquiring the totem, the first ability unlocked was the bloodline mutation. However, the probability of mutation was exceedingly low and highly unstable. She was uncertain when it would occur. It could happen during combat, while eating, or even while sleeping. Countless possibilities. Just when she thought she could not endure any longer. The mutation transpired. Devouring Python, level 1, rare. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Yushu's eyes. The giant python not only completed its metamorphosis, but also achieved an elevation in rank. Reinvigorated, Yushu roared with renewed fervor. Kill. The flow of golden sand was replenished, acquired through a complementary trade from Yushu. As anticipated, Yushu possessed an abundance of this material. The new weapon had undergone substantial testing, and its merits and demerits were gradually becoming apparent. Su Ming dispatched the remaining foe with a single shot, transforming it into a mass of shattered remains. The weapon in his hand had now found a clearer direction for improvement. A resounding moo echoed across the skies, signaling the emergence of the boss from the fourth wave of the beast tide. Upon returning to the front line, he beheld a colossal bull, standing at an imposing height of 20 zhong, charging forth. This beast not only boasted remarkable speed, but also possessed tough hide and dense flesh. Bullets merely left shallow impressions upon its body. In the blink of an eye, the demon bull surged into his line of sight. Demon bull, level, first tier, rare, traits, boss elite special enhancement. Indeed, the final boss was a creature of rare caliber, astonishingly endowed with 3 distinct traits. Su Ming promptly readied his massive cannon. The half-hour cooldown had long since elapsed. With a 5-fold enhancement, he expended 25,000 energy crystals, a significant reduction in number, now under 500. Initially, he had not intended to utilize such a vast quantity, but the presence of an additional special enhancement on this boss compelled him to ensure a 5-fold boost for added security. Demon Bull. I wonder if you might drop some demon beef jerky. During the cannon's charging period, Su Ming suddenly recalled the food that grants permanent attributes. After all, the shepherd's permanent attribute food was not obtained without effort. It surely involved hunting other creatures. One can only hope. As the charging concluded, the massive cannon aimed at the rampaging demon bull in the distance. Take this. Boom! An intense tremor and thunderous roar shattered the clouds above, as the ground beneath the demon bull erupted violently. When the smoke cleared, it was nowhere to be seen. The power was indeed terrifying, capable of obliterating even a rare-level creature in an instant. Su Ming marveled once more at the might of the cannon. The crater created was twice the size of the previous one. Furthermore, he noted that the cooldown period had quintupled after such a significant energy expenditure, now requiring 150 minutes before the next activation. The greater the consumption, the longer the cooldown. It seemed reckless to indiscriminately increase the energy spent. However, completing the cooldown before the 5th wave of the beast tide was not an inconvenience regarding the cannon's utilization. As the 4th wave of the beast tide came to a close, RX-30 commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, transporting all corpses back to the collection factory for resource extraction. Su Ming could not locate the demon bull and could only hope that remnants of it remained, allowing him to gather resources from its remains. After the battle concluded, Su Ming opened the leaderboard. Beast Tide leaderboard. First place, City of Machines, points 15. 432. Second place, Kingdom of the Undead, points 6. 765. Third place, City of Earth Dragons, points 6. 543. Fourth place. Their scores had yet to be finalized, indicating that the battle was still ongoing. Indeed, the quicker the beast tide was repelled, the greater the points awarded. This time, the score had doubled. As long as I can swiftly resolve the 5th wave of the beast tide, their scores should not surpass mine, allowing me to firmly secure the first position. Su Ming possessed ample confidence. The higher the castle's level, the more monsters it could attract, and the next wave would undoubtedly feature rare-grade creatures, thereby yielding even greater points. Moments later, RX-30 discovered the corpse of the demon bull and transported it back. Nearly nothing remained, save for a singular bull's head. Upon dissection, one may obtain Demon Beef X10, Energy Crystal X500, Exotic Crystal X200, Crystal Core X1. Blueprint for the Prism Tower, Blue, X1. Blueprint for the Iron Wall, Blue, X1. At last, the Crystal Core was acquired. Chapter 51. Upgrade 2 Rare Class Factories Indeed. The Crystal Cores can only be obtained by vanquishing rare class monsters, and now the factory level can be elevated. Su Ming refrained from dissecting the creature and instead cast a Minotaur into the collection factory. The collection factory has ascended to a higher tier, significantly enhancing the odds of acquiring double resources compared to before. If by chance, dissection of the Demon Bull completed. Acquired Demon Beef X20, Energy Crystals X1000, Exotic Crystals X400, Crystal Cores X2, Prism Tower Blueprints, Rare, X2, Steel Wall Blueprints, Rare, X2, Double Resources. A satisfied smile graced Su Ming's face. My fortune seems to be on the rise. He retrieved the Demon Beef, which was only a letter's difference from the Demon Beef Jerky. He wondered if they were indeed the same entity. Demon Beef. Upon consumption, it enhances one's attributes by 100, with a permanent increase of 20 thereafter. There are no side effects, and it offers a greater enhancement than the Demon Beef Jerky. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. So, does the drying process diminish the effects of the Demon Beef? And does it even introduce side effects? Is this the original attribute? At this juncture, Su Ming realized a significant concern. Could it be that such food cannot be preserved for long, prompting the Goblin King to transform Demon Beef into jerky for prolonged storage? Or is it possible that the Demon Beef Jerky was sourced from elsewhere by the Goblin King, not a product of his conquest over the Demon Bull? This warrants verification. If preservation is indeed a factor, then demon beef cannot be stored as long as spirit rice. The longer it is kept, the more its attributes diminish, which explains the necessity of crafting it into jerky. The quantity of demon beef acquired is substantial, allowing for a trial. Should there be a requirement for freshness, future acquisitions of permanent attribute-enhancing food must be approached with caution. He took out a piece of demon beef and began to roast it. While waiting, Ming examined the other 2 construction blueprints. 2 defensive towers could be erected to the east. To the front lies a giant cannon, a powerful stronghold. To the west, there are the main silver wolves. Although they serve primarily as support, their combat prowess is commendable, especially once mechanized enhancements are applied, enabling them to tackle advanced monsters. After selecting an optimal location, Ming established the Prism Tower in the Eastern Territory. A straight structure resembling a utility pole stood upright on the ground. Prism Tower, Level 1 Beginner. Attack Method, Laser. Can emit 3 lasers per second. Prism towers can be interconnected to amplify their power. The ability to interconnect suggests that the more prism towers constructed, the greater their potency. Ming found this defensive tower intriguing. Despite possessing only 2 blueprints for the prism tower, he had a weapon factory at his disposal. As long as he acquired the blueprints for defensive towers, he could unlock and produce them. This defensive tower is impressive. Ming constructed the second prism tower, facilitating the interconnection within the designated range. However, he opted not to upgrade or continue production of the prism towers, primarily due to the current scarcity of energy crystals. It is necessary to wait for the RX-30 to finish clearing the battlefield, and then upgrade the factory. Reserving production needs to face the 5th wave of beast tides. Only then can the prism tower be upgraded. After completing the construction of the prism tower, Ming erected 2 iron walls, as he possessed 2 design blueprints that ought not to be wasted. Half an hour later, once the battlefield was thoroughly cleared, Ming observed that his energy crystals had increased from fewer than 500. He summoned the factory panel, declaring, "The energy crystals are sufficient. It is time to upgrade the factory." 2 crystal nuclei would elevate 2 factories to the rare level. As for which 2 factories to upgrade, Ming had already formed a plan in his mind, switching to the refining factory. This was currently the swiftest means of enhancing combat power, as upgrading the refining factory to the rare level would enable the machines to receive new refining enhancements. Refining factory, level, 1st stage, rare level, usable models. RX, GX, GT, upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 5,000, exotic crystals 500, crystal nuclei 2. Upon completing the upgrade, Ming examined the refining machines to ascertain the ensuing effects. RX 78, upon self-destruction, leaves a contaminated area on the ground, lasting for 60 minutes. RX 20 enhances attack range, increases bullet penetration capability, and amplifies module power. RX 30 strengthens search capability, can transport resources based on rarity or quantity, can also transport monsters not killed by oneself. GX 90 increases flight distance and altitude. GX 86 expands exploration range, gaining stealth capabilities. GT Whirlwind amplifies ammunition power, generates lava on the ground upon self-destruction, lasting for 30 minutes. Ming was quite pleased with the new refining enhancement direction. However, the consumption had also escalated, requiring more exotic crystals than before. After upgrading the refining factory, Ming switched to the ammunition factory. The ammunition factory was already at full capacity, and to continue strengthening it, an upgrade to the rare level was necessary to unlock major enhancements for ammunition. Ammunition upgrade factory, level, 1st stage, rare level, upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 5,000, exotic crystals 500, crystal nuclei 2. Upon completing the upgrade, new information regarding ammunition enhancements was accessible. Ammunition attributes, bullets, missiles, and other ammunition receive attribute effects. Initial attribute unlocked, radiation. Unlock requirements. Energy crystals 10,000, exotic crystals 500 additional attributes. Direct unlocking would grant the radiation effect, suggesting that the remaining enhancement directions would likely align with attribute enhancements. Ming gained a clearer understanding. recognizing that acquiring attribute effects was quite advantageous. For instance, using incendiary rounds against plant-based monsters proved significantly more effective, allowing for quicker kills and conserving ammunition. However, to unlock this major enhancement, Ming found himself rubbing his temples. The cost of 10,000 energy crystals for this enhancement was rather steep. Following the previous factory upgrades, as well as the production and refining of machines, both energy and exotic crystals were severely lacking. If he were to unlock the major enhancement for the ammunition factory, he would inevitably confront a scarcity of resources. First, let the weaponry be produced and sold before unlocking further advancements. Ming commenced the manufacturing of weaponry. Fortunately, the equipment produced by the weapon and gear factories does not require the consumption of energy crystals, only the corresponding metallic materials. As Ming indulged in roasted demon beef, he awaited the completion of the equipment production. It must be said that fresh beef is truly delectable, its texture far superior to that of beef jerky, and notably, it does not induce any feelings of weakness post-consumption, which is quite commendable. He opened the leaderboard. The rankings had been updated, and Ming saw that he remained in the first position, with the second place not surpassing him, which alleviated his worries considerably. He had no interest in the subsequent rankings and thus closed the leaderboard. However, someone, upon seeing the leaderboard's update, fixated their gaze on the first position, their chests swelling with indignation as if it might burst at any moment. For instance, Gao Ran. Chapter 52, Formulating the Ultimate Alliance Plan, Beast Tide Leaderboard. First place, City of Machinery, points, 15432. Second place, Kingdom of the Undead, points, 12765. Third place, City of Earth Dragons, points, 11543. Fourth place, Black Dragon Fortress, points, 11211. Fifth place, City of Trolls, points, 10239. Sixth place. After successfully repelling the beast tide, Gao Ran eagerly opened the leaderboard. To his dismay, he discovered that his rank had not only stagnated, but had actually fallen by one position, rendering him furious and his face flushed. Why? How could such a mediocre unit claim the top spot? Gao Ran was incensed, particularly noting that Ming had accrued his points ahead of him. This indicated that Ming had successfully fended off the fourth wave of the beast tide before him, despite the arduous effort Gao Ran had exerted in the previous wave. Why? Clearly, Ming had obtained exceptional loot, elevating his combat prowess. Otherwise, the fourth wave could not have concluded so swiftly. Damn it, with over 5,000 points between them. Even if I conquer the fifth wave, I cannot hope to surpass him. Gao Ran seethed. The only way to eclipse Ming now was if he faltered against the final wave of the beast tide, granting Gao Ran a glimmer of opportunity. Curse it! The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. After a fit of rage, his emotions gradually began to stabilize. I must not act impulsively. Since the chance of claiming first place appears bleak, I should focus on successfully overcoming the fifth wave instead. My alliance boasts 3 lords within the top 10. Once the beast tide subsides, I can rally them to encircle Ming. Acknowledging the slim prospects of claiming first, Gao Ran resolved to adopt a more prudent approach, prioritizing survival through the beast tide. After all, as long as one lives, possibilities abound. City of Earth Dragons. Upon successfully repelling the beast tide, a man opened the leaderboard, discovering that he had slipped to third place, causing him to furrow his brow. Ming is this formidable, rising suddenly to the top position? The man was taken aback. No, I must reclaim first place. How else can I compel him to request my friendship? He closed the leaderboard and accessed the trading area. Noting that Ming had not listed any equipment for sale, he began to scour the offerings of other lords for food. His earth dragons required sustenance to maintain their combat effectiveness. Thus, he needed a copious amount of food, despite trailing Ming by over 4,000 points. An opportunity to surge to first remained, especially with the imminent birth of the 5th Earth Dragon. 5 Earth Dragons would be sufficient to confront the 5th wave of the beast tide, so he needed to ensure they were well fed to unleash their maximum potential. City of the 7-Colored Python. Yushu opened the leaderboard, noting her precarious position in 9th place, which left her feeling rather discontented. This rank was perilous, with only a slight gap separating her from the lords trailing behind, leaving her vulnerable to being ousted from the top 10 at any moment. Had it not been for a giant python mutating into a devouring python during battle, her position in the top 10 would likely have been jeopardized. Yushu harbored concerns regarding the intensity of the fifth wave of the beast tide. Survival was assured, but whether she could maintain her place within the top 10 remained uncertain. She did not aspire to the top 3 or 5. She merely wished to remain within the top 10. Ultimately, only the first place garners the singular, exceptional reward, while the remaining prizes are largely uniform. Thus, the specific ranking holds little significance. Merely securing a position within the top 10 suffices. With attributes of sustenance available from Su Ming, I still have a chance to maintain my standing, but I must gather the requisite materials he needs. Contemplating this, Yushu promptly reached out to the lords she was acquainted with. The connections she had cultivated in the early stages were proving invaluable. Kechuan, Black Dragon, wow. The Yu goddess has finally chosen to reach out to me. I am truly elated. Kechuan, Black Dragon, with the greetings and blessings from the goddess. I shall undoubtedly prevail against the final wave of beast tides, living up to the goddess's expectations. Kechuan, Black Dragon, what commands does the goddess have? Your knight will exert every effort to fulfill them. As soon as Yushu dispatched a message, he replied with 3 consecutive texts. The fervor of his response left her somewhat exasperated. She had initially hesitated to add him as a friend, deeming him excessively flamboyant. But upon learning of his unit being the Black Dragon, she had no choice but to acquiesce. The Black Dragon, one of the premier units, was indeed a worthy ally to recruit. Yushu, I require some metallic materials. I wonder if you possess any. She subsequently sent over the list of needed metallic components. Kechuan, Black Dragon, indeed, I have them. If the goddess requests, I can procure as much as you desire. Please hold on a moment. I shall fetch them for you. Yushu refrained from replying and instead inquired with other lords. Her friends' list boasted hundreds of names, yet some had dimmed, indicating their demise. She had no choice but to remove them from her list. Yushu, these are the materials. If you have them, we can trade. Yushu, by the way, I intend to form an alliance. Would you be interested in joining? Shaolin, undead, certainly. Yushu, after the beast tide concludes, would you like to join my alliance? Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, no, I shall never join any organization. Alliances only serve to encumber me. Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, when one person encounters trouble, the entire alliance must come to their aid. I am unwilling to partake in such matters. Seek assistance elsewhere. Yushu, there will be ample food. Luo Qilong, Earth Dragon, are we joining now? Noticing the immediate shift in his demeanor, Yushu was not surprised. During the initial phase, he had incessantly solicited food in the chat channel. After she began selling affordable provisions, he proactively added her as a friend. It was then that Yushu discovered his unit was the Earth Dragon. Although not a premier unit, it was certainly among the higher tier classifications. After all, any unit bearing the term dragon could not be weak. Now, only Su Ming remained. If he could join, I would be able to establish the most formidable alliance in region 88888. Yushu felt that she was but a step away from success. In this perilous world, the only prudent choice was to band together for warmth. An hour later, all the materials Su Ming required had been meticulously gathered through various channels. Upon completion, she immediately contacted him. Yushu, I have procured all the materials you need. Su Ming, mechanicals so fast? Let us trade now. Yushu, you may proceed with the trade. I wish to observe the attributes of this permanent food item. Su Ming, mechanical certainly, just as you trusted me last time. I shall place my faith in you as well. Upon receiving the food from the trade, Yushu's eyes widened in astonishment. The potency of this jerky is astounding. Such a remarkable effect undoubtedly justifies the considerable materials invested. With this, securing a position within the top 10 during the final wave of the beast tide is assured. The attributes may be doubled, and although a state of weakness will follow, as long as we eliminate foes during the enhancement phase, we shall also reap 10 permanent attributes. Yushu, I am not yet prepared. I have gathered 2 portions of the materials you requested. Although some materials are lacking, I can compensate with alternatives. Chapter 53. Assembly plan. In the end, Su Ming acquiesced to Yushu's terms, exchanging a single piece of demon beef jerky for 2 portions of metallic materials. Though the supply of demon beef jerky was dwindling, with only 1 piece remaining, the availability of fresh demon beef rendered the matter inconsequential. Just as he prepared to terminate the conversation, Yushu sent another message. Yushu, I am planning to form an alliance. Would you care to join? Many formidable castle lords are involved. Ming, I have no interest. Yushu, you are currently under the scrutiny of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance, which includes a lord I know named Gao Ran, a powerful troll warrior. You can find his name on the leaderboard. Yushu, I suspect that after the beast tide subsides, they will come to trouble you. They likely have learned your location through other lords. Yushu, as long as you are willing to join my alliance, they would hesitate to act against you. Ming chose not to respond. The prospect of joining an alliance held no allure for him. As for the Anti-Mechanical Alliance, should they dare to approach, they would soon learn the might of his artillery. Perhaps he could even deduce the location of their territory and mount an offensive, thus swiftly expanding his own domain. Upon closing the chat with Yushu, Ming sought out Tao Yao Yao, confirming that her situation was stable before engaging in light conversation, which he subsequently brought to a close. It seemed that the holy spring Tao Yao Yao had obtained provided her with considerable assistance, enabling her to continuously replenish her energy, alleviating any concerns he had for her well-being. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, well aware that the beast tide she faced would not be of significant intensity, especially considering her castle was not of high rank. In fact, she did not possess a castle at all, her dwelling not even reaching the status of a grand courtyard. Opening the equipment factory panel, he found that the materials acquired from Yushu perfectly met his requirements for crafting the desired equipment. With 2 portions on hand, he had just enough to allow for 1 failed attempt. Naturally, when seeking materials from Yushu, he did not merely request what he needed. He aimed for more. In her perspective, the insufficiently less than 2 portions were indeed adequate for producing 2 sets of equipment. My lord, an unexpected voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Old Wolf. Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise at Old Wolf's arrival. You came at the right moment. I have something to discuss with you. My lord seeks me. Old Wolf appeared taken aback. Ming replied, First, state your purpose. Old Wolf, having already contemplated his intentions, stated, My lord, I feel that I am not strong enough. I wish to become more powerful. To become stronger? Ming raised an eyebrow. How do you intend to achieve that? Old Wolf had long considered his answer, saying, I wish to acquire capabilities akin to those machine dogs, able to unleash various firearms and engage enemies from a distance. Observing the formidable firepower of the machine dogs from afar had ignited a sense of envy within him. Over time, this notion had taken root in his mind. Given that we share similar forms for legs, a body, and a head, why should they possess the ability to wield such weaponry, while I cannot? He pondered whether he could also be equipped with such arms, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength and enable him to assist his lord in vanquishing more foes. Upon hearing this, Ming smiled faintly, realizing that your thoughts align with mine. The Old Wolf was taken aback, inquiring what the master meant. I have an idea I wish to experiment on you, which may entail some risk. It depends on your willingness. Ming paused briefly, then added, if successful, you could become stronger than you are now. Stronger than ever. The Old Wolf's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, I am willing. The master has granted me a second life. As long as I can grow stronger, I will do whatever you ask. Just say the word. When the Old Wolf spoke these words, his tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Ming gazed at him for a moment and said, Since you are willing, I shall not waste time. Let us begin. The Old Wolf squatted down in front, ears perked up, listening intently. My idea is to create a suit of armor to be fitted upon you, equipped with various weapons, much like this mechanical dog. With that, Ming produced the RX-20 from the warehouse. The Old Wolf, upon seeing the RX-20, wagged his tail with excitement, asking, Does the master intend to transform me into a mechanical being? Ming shook his head, clarifying that he did not possess such capability. Rather, the plan was to develop armor to be fitted upon him, alongside an array of firepower. Upon hearing this, the Old Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment. He was surprised to find that his thoughts coincided with those of the master. He understood, well, the formidable nature of those mechanical dogs. If he could possess a vitality akin to theirs, his strength would undoubtedly augment. After the thrill subsided, a question arose in the old wolf's mind. Master, your mechanical creations are already so powerful. Why would you need to assist me in forging such armor? Of course, I do not dislike it. I am merely curious. To him, those mechanical dogs were astonishingly strong, capable of overwhelming anything, rendering the need for armor unnecessary. Ming replied calmly, I have my reasons. You need only to answer whether you are willing or not. If not, I shall not compel you. The old wolf promptly responded, I am willing. I am eager to partake in this experiment. Excellent. The armor will be produced swiftly. Shortly, you shall try it on to see if it fits. Ming had conceived this idea not long ago. Since the silver-maned wolf could be outfitted with mechanical legs, it should be feasible to equip it with other armor, thereby significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Indeed, while the mechanical dogs were powerful, they remained somewhat rigid. Despite the upgrades in the factory increasing their agility and responsiveness to commands, this issue persisted. Should they encounter other castle lords who deciphered the mechanics of their operations, it would pose a considerable threat. Thus, the notion of adorning the silver-maned wolf with armor emerged. Though perhaps not as formidable as the RX-20, they would be more agile and possess greater intellect. In the impending conflicts among lords, a crucial line of defense would be necessary. Even with the GX-86 patrolling the territory, the silver-maned wolf remained indispensable. None could predict the unique abilities possessed by those lords' armies. The current GX-86 is merely capable of basic scanning, reconnaissance, and information transmission. It lacks capabilities such as thermal imaging and life detection. Though such functionalities or modules may be integrated in the future, however, one cannot simply wait for the adversary to come forth. Thus, alternative countermeasures must be devised. With the advancement of technology and the outfitting of cutting-edge weaponry, can we truly afford to disregard the physical prowess of soldiers and the skills honed on the battlefield? That is inconceivable. Perhaps the maned wolf may eventually be phased out, yet at this stage, it is indispensable. Moreover, as Ming gazed at the exuberant maned wolf wagging its tail, he murmured to himself, should the experiment proceed successfully, I could craft a suit of armor for myself, akin to Iron Man. The very thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Chapter 54, the final wave of Beast Tide. Half an hour later, the armor was completed, and Ming equipped it onto the old wolf. The armor gleamed in silver, with modular components embedded in the back. This was a universal module capable of accommodating any accessory, currently fitted with the RX-20 mounting module, which bore missiles and a flamethrower. A pair of specialized goggles adorned the head, enabling rapid target identification and locking. 2 thrusters were positioned on the thighs, connected by redstone conduits supplying energy. Observing the armed old wolf, Ming inquired, how do you feel? The old wolf adjusted himself, shook his head, and replied, I'm still getting used to it. It feels a bit heavy. Ming nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the weight. Due to the limitations of materials, this drawback could not be resolved for the time being. Currently, only rare-level metal materials could be obtained, while higher-grade metals remained elusive. This was not solely a matter of material scarcity. It was but one of the contributing factors. The equipment factory was also a constraint. At present, the highest level of equipment the factory could produce was rare grade, and this armor was the finest available. To achieve higher levels, an upgrade of the equipment factory would be necessary. However, this was merely the initial version, allowing for gradual adjustments. Subsequently, Ming instructed the old wolf on how to operate the equipment. Master, I'm flying. The old wolf's body trembled violently in the air. It was his first attempt at flying. Your inexperience is evident. Practice slowly, and for now, try controlling the other weapons. The goggles will assist you in aiming. Ming advised. Suddenly, the thrusters extinguished, and the old wolf plummeted from the air, landing ungracefully. Instead of anger, he was filled with exhilaration, imagining that once he mastered this, he too could soar through the skies like the birds. Upon hearing Ming's command, The old wolf quickly abandoned his daydreams and focused on adjustment. "Master, I can see far away, so clearly," he exclaimed excitedly. "Point your aim at that tree over there and give it a try," Ming directed. Nodding, the old wolf maneuvered the redstone conduits to activate the weapon on his back. Whoosh! Boom! A boulder shattered into fragments. "I missed." The old wolf's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly added, "Master, I promise I will aim better next time." Min offered no reproach. It was only natural for the old wolf to struggle on his first attempt. "Continue your training. I hope that by the time the next wave of beast tide arrives, you will have mastered it." "Yes, master." The old wolf departed to practice alone. After the armor production was complete, Ming resumed the creation of universal equipment, a crucial source of energy crystals. Opening the chat channel, he glanced at the number of participants in the upper left corner. 2487. The count was lower than anticipated. After the fifth wave of the beast tide, it was likely that only about 1,500 would remain. Ming lifted his gaze to the sky. The twilight was approaching. Nightfall imminent. Chat channel. "Brothers, this shall be my final conversation with you. I am certain I cannot withstand the fifth wave of the beast tide. Our territory has been nearly breached. Farewell, comrades. Given the intensity of the fourth wave, who among us can endure the fifth? Have you noticed that the fifth wave of the beast tide arrives at night? I have long been aware of this. The cursed beast tide, arriving in the darkness, grants the monsters a distinct advantage. I understand now. The previous Blood Moon slaughter mode was designed to acclimate us to nocturnal combat. Good heavens! If the final wave arrives with both night and a frenzy buff, it will be utterly unbearable. Then you shall face your demise alone. Ming has listed new equipment. Hurry and seize it. As for the rare items, do not touch them. Leave the rare ones for me, as I aim to break into the top 10. Get lost. Why should I give them to you?" One lord expressed deep pessimism regarding the final wave of the beast tide, noting its sheer difficulty, especially under the cover of night. Nevertheless, following Ming's equipment listing, the rush to purchase remains fervent. Is the final wave of the beast tide, and everyone yearns to exert their utmost. Those who endure shall survive, while those who falter face certain death. Some even aspire to breach the top 10, coveting the unique rewards. Time passes. Each heart grows increasingly heavy. The final wave of the beast tide is indeed the most formidable. Brothers, we shall meet again tomorrow. Until then, some bid farewell, fully aware that many lords may not witness the sun rise again. Ming stands atop the castle, allowing the night breeze to caress him. Outside the territory, numerous GX 86 patrols stand vigilant. Any disturbance shall be immediately reported to him. Alongside the GX 86, the GT Wind also surveys the area. Prepare to unleash fire upon any detected enemy. On the iron walls, the RX 20 stands at the ready, primed for action. The GX 90 are all equipped with self-destructing mechanical hounds, poised to launch aerial assaults. They are coming. Ming listens intently to the countdown in the chat channel. As the countdown concludes, the clock strikes midnight on the 9th day. 1 second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds. Silence prevails, devoid of any activity. What is happening? Could it be that they will not come? Ming furrows his brow. This situation is highly unusual. Typically, monsters appear as soon as the beast tide commences. Yet this time is markedly different. Suddenly, pairs of crimson eyes snap open in the darkness, and Ming realizes their presence. Do they possess the ability to conceal themselves? Have they already infiltrated our ranks? Startled, Ming immediately issues the command to fire. With a single order, the RX 20 stationed on the walls commence rapid fire, unleashing countless bullets towards the approaching undead. Ghoul, level 9 advanced. Undead creatures. They come at us with a level 9 advanced. Right from the start, Ming's expression turns grave. He understands that this bloodbath is unavoidable. At the outset, 9th tier advanced monsters appeared. But what lies beyond? Beneath the moonlight, the ghoulish figures appeared exceedingly grotesque. As Ming relentlessly dispatched them, the sky gradually transformed into a sanguine hue. A blood moon massacre. As Ming beheld the moon's crimson transformation, his expression shifted abruptly. Nightfall combined with rampant fury would elevate the strength of the monsters. No, this is not a blood moon massacre. Through the GX-86, Ming glimpsed a more distant scene. A fearsome man stood beneath the blood moon, his pallid visage adorned with sharp fangs, draped in a dark cloak. A vampire? Is this blood moon conjured by that vampire? Ming's countenance grew grave. There was no time for contemplation. He promptly commanded the GT Gale to launch an assault. Under the blood moon, the horde of beasts received a frenzied enhancement. Yet it seemed less potent than the augmentation of the blood moon massacre. The vampire, observing the approach of GT Gale, let out a disdainful snort. Become my sustenance. Chapter 55. The carnage. The undead creatures stealthily approached the iron fortress under the cover of night, their crimson eyes flickering open, revealing their incursion into Ming's domain. Eliminate all monsters encroaching upon the territory. In an instant, the GX-90, equipped with self-destructing mechanical hounds, ascended rapidly, commencing the first wave of bombardment. The RX-78, having undergone rigorous enhancement, unleashed explosions that radiated lethal energy, significantly amplifying its destructive power. The RX-20 fired bullets that shimmered with a peculiar white light, imbued with a luminous attribute that proved effective against the undead. This attribute was a result of unlocking the ammunition factory's enhancements. The night, coupled with a surge of fury, signaled an imminent escalation of intensity. Ming cast a glance at the imagery relayed by the GX-86. The GT Wind had already engaged the vampire in combat. Its prowess was formidable, at least of rare caliber, possibly reaching the 3rd tier. However, he could not divert his attention to that battle. First, he needed to purge the monsters encroaching upon the iron walls. The numbers were overwhelming, with no fewer than 1,000 undead approaching. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. The defensive line steadily advanced, and RX-20 leaped from the walls to pursue, relentlessly suppressing the advancing undead. A roar echoed as more creatures emerged. Various monstrosities howled, seemingly frenzied, charging towards Ming's domain. These beasts were consumed by madness, disregarding their companions, trampling those who fell in their wake. The chaos was palpable. Ming sensed that the entirety of this region's monsters had converged upon him. The RX-20 was crushed, and the defensive positions he had established began to collapse, ultimately forcing him back to the walls. Not only were the ground-dwelling monsters in a frenzy, but the skies were also teeming with avian threats. They soared over the iron walls, wreaking havoc upon Ming's territory. The GT Wind intercepted them, systematically eliminating the airborne assailants. Ming joined the fray, wielding his Lusha splitter to dispatch the flying creatures. They fell like rain upon the territory, and the RX-30 busily collected the fallen bodies, sending them to the resource extraction facility. The sheer volume was staggering, with the majority being of high tier, level 7 or above, and even some of rare caliber, level 1, mingled amidst them. These rare creatures lacked the attributes of bosses or elites, making them less formidable than before, yet still quite troublesome, as they could not be dispatched with a single shot. A more decisive strike was necessary. Ming realized that this relentless onslaught was unsustainable. His current losses exceeded the production capacity, and if this continued, he would soon be overwhelmed by mechanical shortages. Gazing at the battle footage projected by the GX-86, he remarked, "The blood moon was conjured by that vampire. We must eliminate him first." The radiance of the blood moon imbued these monsters with a frenzy, rendering them exceedingly troublesome, though not quite as fierce as during the blood moon slaughter. As long as one can eliminate the opponent first, it would alleviate a considerable amount of stress. Double charge, consuming 10,000 energy crystals. After witnessing the might of the colossal cannon, Ming felt that a double charge should suffice to vanquish his adversary. The doubled consumption implied that the cooldown period would also necessitate a doubling. Thus, ample time must be reserved to confront the boss of the 5th wave of Beast Tide. Meanwhile, the vampire was engulfed in deep frustration. He intended to transform the mechanical entities before him into sustenance to replenish himself. He indeed succeeded, yet the taste of mechanical blood was far from palatable, reeking of a strong metallic flavor. After one attempt, he could not continue. He also feared overindulgence might lead to heavy metal poisoning. Besides the unpleasant flavor, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The bullets emitted by these machines carried a light attribute. And not just one, but all of them possessed this trait. The light attribute was particularly effective against him. Were these mechanical creations enchanted by the church? Why would the church manifest here? The vampire pondered in confusion, as the church lay leagues away, making it implausible for their presence here. But what could explain the machines that fired light projectiles? Was it the unique ability of the territorial lord? While the vampire was engaged in combat with GT Windstorm and lost in thought, he suddenly sensed an ominous threat. "I've been targeted." The vampire's hair stood on end, and he attempted to flee swiftly. However, in the next moment, he saw a shell hurtling toward his position. Boom! Before he could react, the shell detonated beside him, erupting in an explosion that radiated with light attributes. Target hit. With the vampire's demise, Ming noticed the blood moon in the sky gradually dimming. Excellent. With the blood moon's disappearance, the monsters of the beast tide would no longer receive their frenzied enhancements. Just then, 2 or 3 large gray moths swooped down from the sky, fixated on Ming. Seeking their own demise, Ming raised the sand-splitting blade in his hand and transformed the descending moths into a sieve. His level was already quite high, and after consuming numerous permanent attribute foods, his physical prowess was undeniable. Thud! As Ming cleared the intruding birds from his territory, he heard a tremendous crash emanating from the east. Quickly pulling up the visuals, he witnessed a massive boulder smashing through the eastern steel walls, creating a gaping hole. 2 light prism towers were directly obliterated. Switching to a distant view, Ming saw a 100-meter giant continuously picking up stones from the beast tide's rear and hurling them toward his territory. To the giant, the stones were merely the size of a palm. Yet to Ming, they were colossal boulders. Was there such a creature on each side? Ming's expression grew grave as he hastened eastward, spotting the stone-throwing giant. Stone-throwing giant, level 3 rare, traits elite knight, a monster proficient in long-range throwing. Ming furrowed his brow. If this continued, his territory structures would be reduced to rubble. He needed to stop it. A multitude of GT storms launched an offensive against the distant stone-throwing giant, accompanied by the self-destructing mechanical canines known as GX-90. Some of these forces had been redeployed from the front lines, as the pressure had significantly diminished after a powerful artillery strike, allowing for the division of troops to other critical areas. Contemplating the situation to the east, Ming promptly accessed the visuals from the west, where the combat was arduous and another colossal adversary loomed. This giant, however, did not hurl stones, but rather monstrous creatures. With casual ease, the giant seized nearby beasts and, akin to a pitcher, flung them into its territory. The more vulnerable creatures met a gruesome fate upon impact, transforming into a bloody pulp, their entrails scattered in disarray. Those with greater resilience landed unscathed and subsequently launched a frenzied assault on the domain. Old Wolf, accompanied by his kin, fought valiantly in retaliation. Empowered by his new armor, Old Wolf exhibited extraordinary ferocity, dispatching numerous formidable monsters with relentless precision. As the battle raged on, Old Wolf's level ascended to a higher tier. However, with the increasing number of adversaries emerging from the rear, the Silvermane Wolf began to sustain injuries. "Hold the line. We must not allow a single creature to breach our defenses," Old Wolf bellowed. The missiles he had once equipped were now entirely depleted, yet the armor absorbed considerable damage, even at the cost of his own well-being, all to ensure the enemy remained at bay. Just as he observed the monsters threatening to breach their defenses, several GT storms arrived on the battlefield, initiating a thorough eradication of the intruding foes. Chapter 56, Upgrading in Battle, New Machinery, GT Storm. The mechanical factory is operating at full capacity, continuously producing machines that are deployed to the battlefield after being tempered. The 2 colossal throwers on either side have reduced their throwing frequency under the combined assault of RX-78 and GT Storm. The radiation effect from the self-destructing mechanical dogs have transformed this area into a hazardous zone, deterring any monsters from approaching the giants. The giant stones have been pulverized by the GT storm, leaving the giants with nothing to hurl. The defensive line is gradually stabilizing, with just 10 minutes remaining until the colossal cannon completes its cooldown. Ming glanced at the remaining energy crystals. Energy crystals 50, 320, exotic crystals 4, 768. Crystal cores 387. The number of energy crystals continues to grow as RX-30 tirelessly transports corpses back to the collection factory for dissection. Today, there are 40 free machines available for extraction. 40 GT storms are sent to the warehouse, and afterward, Ming dispatches them to the tempering factory. Once tempered, they are deployed to the battlefield. The mechanical totem has unlocked rapid production. Machines acquired daily do not require a waiting period and can be obtained immediately. Ming has yet to claim today's free machines, as the fifth wave of Beast Tide is expected to commence at midnight. Naturally, he prioritizes maximizing his troop numbers before extraction. Just as now, with the addition of 40 GT storms, Ming has gained the upper hand, pushing the front lines back. However, the ultimate boss of the Beast Tide has yet to appear. This is fortuitous for Ming, as it provides ample time to replenish his mechanical forces. Observing the fierce battles at the front, Ming noticed RX-30 returning with a charred corpse. Upon examining it with the holographic eye, he realized it was that of a vampire. Can you really bring it back from so far away? Ming was astonished at how RX-30 managed this, especially given the numerous monsters obstructing the path across several zones. Is this the remarkable capability derived from transporting rare materials? Ming speculated that this was due to the enhancements gained after RX-30 underwent tempering. The tempering factory's upgrades prioritized the transport of higher rarity objects, naturally leading RX-30 to prioritize the vampire's corpse within its transport range. Gazing at the vampire's corpse, text materialized above it. Dissection yields energy crystals 900, exotic crystals 200, crystal cores 2, concentrated blood essence 2, biological blood collection factory, purple 1. Rare blueprint? Ming's eyes brightened, and he immediately instructed RX-30 to deposit the corpse into the collection factory for dissection. This time, the double resource effect did not trigger. Concentrated blood essence, a special essence possessed exclusively by vampire nobility. Upon consumption, the individual enters a state of frenzy, losing rationality, subsequently gaining a permanent attribute increase of 50, with a light attribute resistance reduction of -30. Another food item with permanent attribute benefits, though the side effects seem rather significant. The loss of reason and the ensuing frenzy indeed carries a substantial drawback. However, acquiring a permanent boost of 50 attribute points feels rather rewarding. Ming noted the preceding description and remarked, "This vampire is surprisingly of noble descent, which is completely undetectable. It was dispatched with a single cannon shot. I had presumed it to be merely an ordinary vampire. Perhaps the strength of vampires is not to be underestimated. It is merely that the cannon's might is overwhelmingly formidable." Ming then glanced at the blueprint for the factory that had been revealed. Biological blood collection factory, purple, can extract biological blood. Materials required for construction, with 8,000. Energy crystals 10,000. Alien crystals 3,000. Crystal cores 10. Upon observing the extensive materials required for construction, Ming was taken aback. It was astonishing that such a vast quantity of resources was necessary, even incorporating the rare crystal cores. This represented the most expensive construction materials Ming had ever encountered, especially with the inclusion of 10 crystal cores. Were it not for the ongoing war, he would surely have constructed this factory to uncover its unique characteristics. Could the extracted blood possess special effects? Ming's curiosity was piqued. The boss of the fifth wave of Beast Tides had yet to appear, and Ming surmised that it was due to the presence of the two giant throwers. Only upon their demise would the boss of the fifth wave materialize. Confident in his hypothesis, he refrained from hastily engaging the two giant throwers, opting instead to wait until his mechanical forces were replenished before confronting them. While idling, Ming opened the leaderboard. There had been no changes in the top 10, indicating that their battles were still ongoing. Beyond the top 10, several lords had completed their point calculations, having successfully repelled the fifth wave of beast tides. Ha! I have finally survived. Those who escape great calamities are destined for future blessings. I am grateful for the equipment provided by Ming, which has significantly enhanced the strength of my goblin army. Otherwise, we would have truly struggled. The intensity of the final wave of beast tides was indeed overwhelming, with the ultimate boss reaching the 9th tier, advanced. Which was utterly absurd. What? 9th tier, advanced? Mine is only 5th tier, advanced. Surely, it is because you are lacking. The strength of the boss is determined by the level of the house. So it is. I count myself fortunate for not having upgraded my residence. It seemed the lords in the top 10 had not engaged. Were their battles still ongoing? This was assuredly the case, as they faced a greater intensity of beast tides than the rest of them. Who would ultimately claim the first place remained uncertain. Let's not dwell on such heavy topics. It is time to celebrate. We have finally survived. Ming observed that celebrations had already begun in the chat channel. He contemplated inquiring about Tao Yaoyao's well-being, but ultimately dismissed the thought. As the stock of machinery steadily increased, Ming sensed that the final showdown was imminent. He promptly elevated the rare-level mechanical factory to level 5. With each level gained, the GT Windstorm received a boost in firepower. Upon reaching level 5, the mechanical factory unlocked new machinery. GT Storm, War Type, Attack Method, Shooting, Laser, Module, Firepower Module, Production Time, 8, 5 minutes per unit, Materials required, Energy Crystals 20, Exotic Crystals 10, a new model from GT? Ming raised an eyebrow, noticing that the GT Storm could actually launch lasers. The upgrades to the mechanical factory had increased the storage capacity of the warehouse to 500. Ming promptly adjusted the production lines, dedicating all 4 to the manufacturing of GT Storms. Moments later, 4 silver-brown machines emerged from the assembly line. In comparison to the GT Gale, the GT Storm appeared significantly more compact and seemed to possess greater agility. These 2 types of war machines should suffice to confront the final boss. With newfound enhancements, Ming commanded the elimination of the 2 giant throwers. As the giants fell under fire, a roar erupted, echoing as if it had been held back for an eternity. Suddenly, the ground cracked, fissures advancing towards the Iron City walls. This overwhelming force breached the walls, creating a gaping hole. Torrents of lava surged forth from the crevice, igniting the surroundings, and the last molten creature crawled out from within. Witnessing this scene, Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Did it just open a portal directly to my home? Chapter 57. The invasion of the flame demon, the fissure ravaged the iron walls, extending deep into the territory before finally halting. Ming felt fortunate that his domain possessed sufficient strategic depth, preventing the rear structures from being affected. However, this also meant that the lava creatures beneath the fissure could directly invade his territory. Such a tactic was truly unexpected. Swiftly, Ming dispatched the RX-20 for extermination. The ice projectiles he fired struck down one creature with each shot. These entities left no corpses. Each kill was a loss. Upon witnessing the death of the lava creature, which transformed into a wisp of flame and vanished, he felt a twinge of regret. This signified that he could not harvest any resources from them. Moreover, the experience gained from slaying monsters was of no value, as the machines did not rely on experience for upgrades. Ming understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. This fissure was evidently created by the beast-tide boss, who could potentially breach his territory through it. If that were the case, the consequences would be dire. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he beheld a colossal magma hand clawing at the fissure, followed by a second hand, and then the entirety of its form emerged. Its charred and cracked rocky skin oozed with flowing lava, its eye sockets ablaze, and between its jagged fangs, thick smoke billowed, presenting a visage as terrifying as a charred skull. Flame Demon, level 5, rare, traits, boss elite lava, enhancement night, geomantic enhancement. The information materialized before him. The boss possessed 5 traits, and Ming's expression darkened immediately. Its strength surpassed that of the previous 4 bosses combined. Had it been lurking underground, observing the battle here, aware of the colossal cannon's might? How else could it have breached with such audacity? The flame demon approached ominously close to the giant cannon, remaining within its attack range. To obliterate the flame demon in one shot would require at least tenfold the energy expenditure, and even if it were to be vanquished, his territory would be severely devastated, potentially destroying his structures. Open fire. Do not let it near the buildings. Sumin commanded swiftly, simultaneously deploying the majority of his machines from the warehouse. Ground and aerial units commenced a pincer attack on the flame demon, bullets and missiles raining down relentlessly. Despite the boss possessing 5 traits, Su Ming's machines bore an additional attribute, ice. This minor attribute enchantment provided a slight counter to the flame demon. With a thunderous roar, the flame demon swept its magma hand across the sky, unleashing a rain of lava. Several GT winds, caught unawares, were swiftly melted by the molten deluge. Yet, new machines quickly filled the voids left behind. The freshly produced GT storms joined the fray. Their lasers, having undergone refinement, were thicker and pierced the flame demon's form directly. Though the flame demon, as a being of lava, could quickly regenerate even after being struck by lasers that shattered its fiery armor, the damage inflicted was minimal. Su Ming commanded the battle, diligently seeking the enemy's weaknesses. He was reluctant to utilize the giant cannon unless absolutely necessary. However, should the flame demon continue its advance, it would not hesitate to initiate an assault, even if its territory were laid to waste. The elemental entity possesses a degree of immunity to certain damages and is capable of self-regeneration, but it is not truly immortal. Healing requires the expenditure of energy, which does not manifest from thin air nor vanish into nothingness. As long as the source of energy is severed, its self-healing capabilities would be significantly diminished. Su Ming pondered swiftly. Soon, his gaze fell upon the fissure below. The flame demon emerged from there, albeit only its upper half. A sudden realization struck Su Ming. Magma and ley line reinforcement. The demon's lower body must be submerged in the molten rock beneath, if I can sever that connection. With this thought, Su Ming felt a surge of hope. By detonating the fissure, he could prevent the flame demon from acquiring energy, thus creating an opportunity to vanquish it. Without further deliberation, he dispatched the GX-90 equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs to commence bombardment on the fissure. The RX-78's power was formidable, akin to that of a small nuclear bomb. The explosion triggered violent tremors underground, causing a cascade of rocks to collapse. Yet, Su Ming sensed it was insufficient. He needed to sever the demon's upper body, linking it to the lava within the fissure for a chance of success. The flame demon, fearsome and grotesque, was not without its wits. Upon noticing Su Ming's maneuvers, it quickly grasped his intentions. Originally, its target had been to dismantle the GT Windstorm and Tempest, nuisances that inflicted considerable damage upon it. However, it swiftly redirected its focus to target the self-destructing mechanical dogs drones instead. I am not limited to self-destructive devices to obliterate you. With the new directive relayed, the RX-20 shifted its attack trajectory, launching a barrage of missiles towards the fissure to sever its connection below. With a roar, the flame demon expressed its annoyance at the incessant mechanical onslaught. In an instant, more lava creatures emerged from the depths, launching an assault on Su Ming's position. Unless you can summon rare-grade lava beings, these are merely fodder. Observing the flame demon conjuring lava creatures, Su Ming deployed the RX-20 once more. This batch produced by a 5th-tier, rare-grade, mechanical factory, boasting even greater power than the last. A single bullet, if fortunate, could pierce through 4 or 5 lava creatures. A single volley would suffice to eliminate a multitude of them. Boom! One GX-90 maneuvered past the flame demon's attacks, precisely deploying a self-destructing mechanical dog, effectively severing its upper and lower halves. Su Ming seized the opportunity. A torrent of fire rained down, swiftly obliterating the fissure and thwarting the flame demon from drawing strength from within. As the fissure was sealed, Su Ming noticed the demon had lost 2 of its attributes, magma reinforcement and ley line enhancement. Indeed, it was the depths that had granted it such fortification. A smile spread across Su Ming's face as he realized his strategy had borne fruit. Without the enhancements, the confrontation would be significantly simpler. Furthermore, he discerned that the demon's healing rate had slowed considerably after sustaining injuries. You are indeed powerful, having destroyed nearly 100 of my machines. Yet 100 machines are but a trifle to me. I can produce them incessantly. But what do you have to fight against me without the replenishment of lava and the earth's veins? Su Ming once again deployed his machinery. The number of machines present had soared to 200, a formidable force capable of sweeping through any territory. Without a substantial number of 9th-tier, rare-grade beings, they cannot be stopped. The flame demon was retreating in disarray, with some of its damaged parts nearly beyond healing. Su Ming's only concern now was whether defeating the flame demon would cause it to vanish like these lava creatures, turning into a mere wisp of flame. If that were the case, it would be a significant loss. Boom! 5 self-destructing mechanical dogs detonated upon the flame demon, their bodies shattered into fragments, rocks scattered everywhere, releasing scalding white smoke. That should be considered the remains of the flame demon, right? Quickly gather the pieces. Chapter 58. The Defeat of the Fire Demon. The End of the Beast Tide, first place. Upon disassembly, rewards include Fire Energy 20, Energy Crystals 900, Exotic Crystals 300, Crystal Cores 5, Blueprint for Flame Wall Construction, purple. Flame Ring, purple. Lava Armor, purple. 3 pieces of rare-grade equipment. It is regrettable that there are no factory construction blueprints. Yet possessing 2 pieces of rare-grade gear is still commendable. The fragments of the fire demon's corpse were sent to the collection factory, and fortune smiled upon me as I triggered a double resource yield. With the beast tide boss vanquished, the remaining creatures posed no significant threat. It was only after the last of the monsters had been eradicated that the news of successfully fending off the beast tide reached Su Ming's ears. Upon opening the leaderboard, the information had been updated. Beast Tide leaderboard. First place, City of Machines, score 56,432. Second place, Undead Kingdom, score 30765. Third place, Black Dragon Fortress, score 26,543. Fourth place, City of Trolls, score 20,009. Seventh place, City of Earth Dragons, score 15,876. 10th place, City of the Colorful Python, score 14,211. 11th place, City of Nature, score 14198. The top 10 lords on the leaderboard had successfully withstood the final wave of the beast tide. Su Ming observed that the previously third-ranked City of Earth Dragons had inexplicably fallen to 7th place. The scores of the lower-ranked lords were closely matched, and he nearly slipped out of the top 10. Indeed, until the final moment, one cannot ascertain who the victor is. The competition was exceedingly fierce. Su Ming glanced at the number of participants in the chat channel, which read 1287. Originally a zone of 10,000, it had dwindled to just over 1,200 after the beast tide, a stark testament to the devastation endured. As the calamity subsided, the surviving lords in the chat channel began to celebrate. The beast tide is finally over. I have persevered. I feel an overwhelming urge to weep. This beast tide was utterly insane, leaving only my home standing. I relied on the few remaining troops to defeat the boss. Ha. Our era is upon us. My resources are overflowing. Me too. I can finally upgrade my dwelling to a castle. I am now the Lord of Castle. I must say, Su Ming is truly formidable. The mechanical units can crush even the top-tier troops, leading the score by over 20,000 points against the second place. Indeed, it's astonishing. How did he achieve over 50,000 points? How many monsters must one slay to reach such heights? Isn't the City of Earth Dragons quite powerful? How did it fall to 7th place, nearly dropping out of the top 10? Wasn't it 3rd in the previous beast tide? 2 Earth Dragons were slain before the boss even emerged, which made the battle exceedingly arduous, resulting in their rank plummeting. Goodness, Earth Dragons are considered strong units. Yet 2 were dispatched before the boss even appeared. What kind of strategy is this? Indeed, the Earth Dragon could be regarded as a top-tier unit, even if not the pinnacle. It certainly ranks among the elite, boasting formidable strength. This situation is truly unacceptable. Even when I reach out to him now, he remains silent, likely infuriated to the point of apoplexy. What is there to be so enraged about? Failing to secure the first position while maintaining a spot in the top 10 is still a victory. While this assertion holds merit, the significant loss in combat power is concerning. Should other lords choose to launch an attack, the repercussions could be dire. The chat channel is abuzz with excitement, as numerous lords share their experiences during the Beast Tide, recounting their various impressive maneuvers. For instance, they discuss the optimal utilization of troops, strategies for ambushing bosses, and effective methods for assaulting the lower lanes of bosses. Naturally, there are other lords who express their dissatisfaction with the rankings on the leaderboard, particularly the infamous Anti-Mechanical Alliance. How could Su Ming's mechanical units possibly rank first, surpassing the second place by over 20,000 points? Gao Ran is increasingly agitated. The more he scrutinizes the rankings, the more his ire grows. This indicates a grave miscalculation in his previous assessment of Su Ming's combat strength. Regrettably, we have fallen out of the top 10. These lords exhibit remarkable restraint, only beginning to exert themselves in the fifth wave of the Beast Tide. The lords from Platinum City and Golden City speak up, both having fallen out of the leaderboard's top 10, thus missing out on special rewards, which leaves them quite displeased. This unscrupulous merchant must be cheating. How could their points exceed the second place by such a margin? The second place is occupied by the Undead Units, a top-tier faction, yet they are outperformed by mechanical units? This is utterly absurd. Let us refrain from such intellectually insulting assertions. How could this game possibly be rigged? We must confront the disparities between us and our opponents. The lords of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance engage in fervent debate regarding Su Ming's score, many finding it utterly ludicrous. Subsequently, Gao Ran interrupts the discussion, stating, "At this juncture, further debate is futile. We must focus on rallying more lords to join our cause and strengthen our alliance. Let us reach out to all the lords within the top 50, particularly those in the top 10, and encourage their participation." The protection period has elapsed. The plunder war will soon commence, and that will be the true battle among lords. Once the plunder war begins, we shall swiftly mobilize towards Su Ming's territory, ensuring he understands the consequences of provoking us. As the Beast Tide concludes, a notification resonates. Congratulations on successfully passing the novice trial, marking your first step toward domination. Congratulations to Su Ming, Mechanical City, for his outstanding performance during the Beast Tide, achieving first place on the leaderboard and earning a unique special reward. The remaining lords in the top 10 will also receive a special reward. We hope you continue to thrive in your quest for supremacy and strive to survive. As the announcement echoes, Su Ming suddenly materializes above Area 88888, his name clearly visible from any vantage point, radiating brilliance. This honor is displayed in an ostentatious manner. Gazing at the luminous name in the sky, Su Ming finds it difficult to contain himself. Is this not excessively conspicuous and ostentatious? It feels somewhat antagonistic. Su Ming scratched his head, finding the special effects rather exaggerated. Let the animosity flow, it mattered not. Once his name appeared in the sky, the chat channel erupted once more. Wow, these special effects are invincible. Such a flamboyant display. Ha ha ha. Will the Anti-Machine Alliance be so enraged by this name that they lose sleep? I tell you, these individuals are insufferable, utilizing others' equipment while viewing them as thorns in their sides. Without the gear provided by the great Su Ming, they would likely not survive the final wave of beastly onslaught. Su Ming paid no heed to the discourse surrounding him in the chat, for the reward for securing first place had just been credited. Chapter 59. The unique special reward and legendary architecture. Congratulations on securing first place in this Beast Tide. You may select one of the following rewards. Reward 1. Territory expansion by 61 squares. Castle level 3. Reward 2. Randomly receive one weapon or piece of equipment. Minimum epic level. Maximum mythic level. Reward 3. Randomly receive a special troop type mechanical. Reward 4. Randomly receive a building, legendary level. Reward 5, 10 golden treasure chests. Acquire the unique special reward. Core of the territory. The core of the territory? Is this truly the singular special reward reserved for the first place? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unique offering. Core of the territory, the heart of the domain, once possessed, it grants recognition by this realm and bestows the title of Lord. Recognition and the title of Lord. So, the previous title of Lord was merely a general term. This is the authentic designation? Su Ming began to grasp the underlying meaning. This object is akin to the title of landowner previously attained. To be candid, he felt somewhat disappointed that this was deemed the exclusive reward. A divine artifact would have been far more gratifying. However, as the sole special reward, it must possess other intrinsic value that he had yet to discern. Hopefully, it is not merely embellished with exaggerated effects. Su Ming contemplated whether to test the new effects in the chat channel, considering that the landowner's words had cleared the chat. The Lord's presence would surely be even more formidable. Yet, after some reflection, he decided against it and turned his attention to the 5 available rewards. The choices offered were remarkably comprehensive, encompassing territory, weapons and equipment, troop types, buildings, and resources. Su Ming felt an overwhelming desire to claim them all. Alas, he could select but one, which posed a dilemma. The golden treasure chests. After so long in the wild, he had yet to encounter even a silver chest. Surely, the golden chest would yield a plethora of valuable items, though luck would be a factor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming promptly dismissed the 5th reward. Luck can be fickle, and having labored to achieve this reward, opting for this would be a disservice. If only he possessed the extraordinary fortune of Tao Yao Yao, then it might have been worth considering. The prospect of acquiring a legendary building was appealing. It could serve as a strong contender. The levels are categorized into initial low, medium, and high, with further distinctions of rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each level corresponds to a specific color: white, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. The disparity between the low and medium levels is minimal, confined within the realm of the ordinary. It appears that not only buildings adhere to such classifications, but monsters do as well. Thus, the allure of a legendary building remains potent. The special mechanical troop type also seems promising, though the specifics of its uniqueness are shrouded in mystery, leaving its special attributes unseen. Su Ming ranked this reward just below the legendary building. As for the randomly selected weapon or piece of equipment, with a minimum of epic level and the potential for mythic level if fortune favors him, this reward is also quite commendable. If it were possible to directly acquire a mythical grade weapon or equipment, Su Ming would not hesitate to make that choice. However, the randomness of selecting from 3 tiers necessitated some contemplation. Moreover, he seldom utilized weapons or equipment himself. He preferred to deploy machines to dominate the battlefield while he orchestrated from the rear. For now, he set that thought aside and turned his attention to the first reward. An increase of 50 in territorial range, along with the castle leveling up 3 times. This was indeed commendable. Yet, at this juncture, it felt somewhat disadvantageous. Although a 50 expansion appeared substantial, it merely translated to an additional 61 squares, which Su Ming found rather insufficient. Given his current prowess, expanding his territory by 61 squares posed no challenge. In fact, it would be exceedingly simple. With the acquisition of a lord's domain or 2, he could swiftly reach his target or even exceed it. As for the castle's elevation by 3 levels, it seemed even more unworthy. The resources obtained this time were already sufficient for a 3-level upgrade. He simply needed to address the territorial expansion. Had this reward been presented in the later stages, it would have been rather appealing, but at present, it was less than satisfactory. Should he select from options 2, 3, or 4? After a moment's deliberation, Su Ming opted for the process of elimination. Reward 3 presented too much uncertainty due to its random nature concerning the types of troops. Reward 2 was highly alluring, offering the potential for an artifact. However, one must not solely focus on the heights of possibility, for if he were to obtain an epic item, it would feel somewhat lacking. Reward 4, which promised a legendary grade building, was shrouded in mystery regarding what it would entail, yet legendary grade should not be too disappointing. In comparison to the equipment from Reward 2, it might not measure up, but it seemed a reasonable compromise. After careful consideration and elimination, Ming made his decision. I choose reward 4. I shall not tempt fate. I will play it safe. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary grade building. Modification Factory. A modification factory? Ming was momentarily taken aback, then observed a colossal factory materializing within his territory. The exterior was adorned with rotating gears, and, inside, various conveyor belts and mechanical arms were visible. The name Modification Factory seemed rather mundane, lacking the grandeur befitting a legendary designation. As he grumbled, he accessed the factory interface. Modification Factory, level, Tier 1 Legendary, modifiable, RX, GX, GT, defense towers, ancient Tarsus cannon, walls, upgrade requirements, Ether Crystal Core, 10,000. Lord's Core 1. Upon viewing the contents displayed by the Modification Factory, Ming's interest was piqued. Not only could he modify machines, but even the giant cannon, defense towers, and walls were subject to alteration. This exceeded his expectations significantly. Clicking on RX, 3 models appeared before him, and he selected RX-78, pulling up the data schematic for the self-destructing mechanical dog. The head, body, legs, and core area of a mechanical dog extended into special boxes, each corresponding to specific components. Head increases search capability, requires Ether Crystal 100, Mithril 5. Body enhances defense and increases lethality of metal shards. Requires Ether Crystal 100, Fine Steel 10. Legs increases movement speed. Required Crystal 100, Titanium Alloy 10 Core. Enhance explosive power. Required Hetero Crystal 10, Crystal Core 1. Is this an upgrade modification? Ming raised an eyebrow, beginning to grasp the concept. He possessed the materials necessary for these 4 components. Thus he proceeded to complete the upgrade. Upon completion, Ming observed that the previously angular mechanical dog had transformed into a creature resembling a true canine, a wolf dog. Is this what the modified mechanical dog looks like? Even its appearance has changed. At this point, Ming swiftly exited to explore the modifications available for the giant cannon. Just as he exited the page, a prompt appeared. Would you like to apply the modifications to production? Confirmed. Selecting the giant cannon revealed pertinent information, including areas available for modification: the muzzle, the barrel, and the base. The modifications for the giant cannon differed from those of the mechanical dog. Rather than upgrading the existing components, it involved direct replacement of parts. For instance, different attachments for the muzzle could fire various types of shells. The barrel also had enhancements, with Ming even noticing an electromagnetic defense barrier that could be swapped out. The base modifications aimed to reduce the recoil of the giant cannon and decrease cooling time. There were numerous intriguing possibilities for the giant cannon's upgrades, yet regrettably, Ming was unable to unlock any of them. Turning his attention to the modifications for other defensive towers and walls, Ming was pleasantly surprised by what the Modification Factory offered. This factory truly deserved its legendary status. After the modifications, his machinery would no longer exhibit the rigidity of the past, but would become far more agile. I shall study this thoroughly. Chapter 60. Unbelievable luck. While Ming was engaged in the research and transformation of the factory, the other top 10 lords also received the rewards from this beast wave. In the 7-colored Python City, upon witnessing the special golden orb descend into her hands, Yushu could not help but exhale in relief. The final wave of the beast tide had proven to be exceptionally arduous. Had it not been for the 2 pieces of demonic beef jerky traded from Ming, her position within the top 10 would have been in jeopardy. Tragically, the battle had also claimed a significant general, the Lioli Python, who perished in the fray. However, fortune smiled upon her, as yet another giant python underwent a transformation during this beast tide, evolving into a flame python. Though it could not compare to the Lioli python, it was a rare entity among the multitude of giant pythons. She had secured her place in the top 10, and she fervently hoped that the reward would not disappoint her. Yushu gazed at the special reward in her hand. Gold upon use. It enhances the storage limit of troop types. Epic grade. An increase in troop type limit does not significantly benefit me. Yushu felt somewhat disheartened, though she had prepared herself for this outcome, considering her position at the bottom of the rankings. Perhaps it could be utilized for trade. Just as Yushu was preparing to clean the battlefield, she noticed a message from a friend. Kuchuan, Black Dragon Goddess, what are you up to? I am ready to join your alliance. Yushu, I'm cleaning the battlefield. Kuchuan, Black Dragon, the last wave was truly ferocious. I even lost one of my black dragons. However, the most formidable was indeed Su Ming. The combined strength of the top 2 or 3 barely exceeded his. Yushu, he is indeed powerful. You lost one of your black dragons? Nevertheless, securing the 3rd place reward should be more advantageous than mine. You ought to be pleased. Kuchuan, Black Dragon, my reward is a golden orb that grants a random special troop type. Would you like me to give it to you, goddess? Kuchuan understood that Yushu was likely feeling quite low after barely making it into the top 10. By generously offering his reward, he hoped to win her favor. Randomly obtaining a special troop type, Yushu was momentarily taken aback. Upon learning of his reward, she felt a pang of envy. Compared to merely increasing her troop type limit, she had a greater need for a special troop type, as her reserves of giant pythons had never been filled, and acquiring them was no small feat. Yushu, my reward is an enhancement to troop storage limits. Troop storage limits? Kuchuan raised an eyebrow. She sidestepped my inquiry. It appeared that the goddess did not wish to accept gifts without merit. Would she be more amenable if I proposed a trade? Certainly. Just as he was poised to suggest an exchange for the reward, he noticed another message from Yushu. Yushu, I intend to offer this reward to Su Ming as an invitation for him to join my alliance. Do you think he would be willing? Kuchuan. He was momentarily stunned. He had been preparing to propose an exchange, yet she intended to bestow it upon someone else. Indeed, it is the strong who most easily attract the goddess's attention. If only he could secure the 1st place. Filled with regret, he lamented that the top position was not his. He quickly replied, Kuchuan, Su Ming's reward is far more abundant than ours, and it is the only special reward, so he likely will not need it. Yushu, the goddess, while that is indeed true, I had previously extended an invitation to him, which he declined. It seems he did not perceive any advantage in it. Perhaps this time he might acquiesce. The art of feigned pursuit. How intriguing that it can be approached in such a manner. Had I known, I would not have hastily consented to the goddess's request to form an alliance. Kuchuan felt as though he had acquired a new tactic. He was somewhat reluctant to endorse Yushu's invitation for Su Ming to join. Yet he did not wish to defy the goddess's wishes. Kuchuan, let us give it a try then. If Su Ming can join our alliance, it may indeed prove beneficial. In the city of Earth Dragons, Luo Qilong lay despondently on the ground, the golden orb of rewards rolling to the side, emanating a soft orange glow. This is infuriating. After a prolonged silence, he bellowed towards the heavens. The Earth Dragon, who was busily devouring its meal nearby, glanced up momentarily before returning to its feast. Now he would surely look down upon me. What face do I have left to add him as a friend? Alas, my strength remains woefully insufficient. Luo Qilong, disinclined to rise, rolled over to the reward and reached out to touch the spherical object, promptly picking it up. Gold gained 10 troop types upon use. Upon seeing the reward, Luo Qilong's eyes widened, and he sprang up with excitement, meticulously confirming the details once more. Surely I did not misread that. It is indeed 10 troop types? Upon verifying the truth, Luo Qilong burst into laughter. 10 Earth Dragons would undoubtedly amplify his combat power several-fold. With the previous gloom and frustration dissipated, Luo Qilong rose to his feet. This is merely a minor setback in my life. I should not allow it to defeat me. I still possess opportunities. I shall surely surpass Su Ming. Reinvigorated, he promptly utilized the reward. Moments later, resounding roars erupted from the Earth Dragon's lair as 10 Earth Dragons emerged, exuding an intimidating presence. All right, Su Ming, await my return. Next time, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, compelling you to seek me out. Luo Qilong, brimming with confidence, felt he would soon witness Su Ming gazing up at him in admiration. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us feast." In the Fountain of Fairies, Tao Yaoyao was sorting through her spoils while sharing her recent experiences from the final wave of beasts with Su Ming. Tao Yaoyao, great Su Ming, my little blue. Little green, little red, and little yellow have all perished. Winky face Su Ming. In battle, Casualties are inevitable. Do not grieve excessively. They fought valiantly to protect you. Tao Yao Yao. Great Su Ming. This time the boss dropped an epic piece of equipment, a soft armor. Would you like it? I can gift it to you. While modifying the GT Windstorm, Su Ming paused, silently reflecting on how enviable her fortune was. Su Ming, you should keep it. It will protect you. Tao Yao Yao's fairy troops lacked combat capabilities and required armor for defense. Tao Yao Yao, very well. But you must accept this heart of the lion, great Su Ming. I am uncertain of its material, and it holds no value for me. Heart of the lion? A special item from the boss? While Su Ming pondered the nature of this item, Tao Yao Yao sent another message. Peach Yao Yao. It is of epic caliber. Su Ming, you must accept it. I cannot accept your permanent attribute food without giving something in return. The relationship between them has improved significantly, yet she feels it is imperative to clarify their transaction. She cannot afford to jeopardize the substantial alliance she has painstakingly cultivated over a trivial matter. Epic materials? You, a mere boss, have dropped 2 epic materials. Are you the reincarnation of the goddess of fortune, or perhaps her offspring? Such extraordinary luck. Su Ming, very well. Let us proceed with the trade. Noticing Peach Yao Yao's unwavering determination, he did not decline and accepted it without hesitation. Soon, the golden heart was traded over. Upon witnessing the effects of the lioness heart, Su Ming was taken aback, for it was entirely different from the materials Peach Yao Yao had described. Golden Lion's heart, dropped by defeating the golden lion with an extremely slim probability. Upon consumption, grants a golden amplification, attributes 200, and thereafter a permanent attribute increase of 100. Permanent attribute food? An increase of 100 in permanent attributes? Su Ming was astounded. Such a precious item was freely bestowed upon him by Peach Yao Yao. The sheer improbability of her encountering it speaks volumes of her extraordinary fortune. Chapter 61. Biological Blood Collection Factory. Refined blood serum as noon arrived. The battlefield had been largely cleared, and Su Ming had a firm grasp on the utilization of the modified factory. After the transformation, the RX series had adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a fierce wolf dog, their expressions now more menacing. The GT Windstorm and GT Storm had also undergone modifications, enhancing their maneuverability and autonomous evasion capabilities for better defense against enemy assaults. Upon completing these upgrades, the GT Windstorm was rebranded as the GX Windstorm Modified, and the GT Storm followed suit. After familiarizing himself with the modification factory, Su Ming began to catalog his gains. In addition to the rewards from the leaderboard, the spoils from this beast tide were quite substantial. What is this? While organizing the resources, Su Ming discovered 2 additional blueprints for defensive towers. Catapult Construction Blueprint, blue. Biological Catapult Construction Blueprint, purple. Could these be the blueprints dropped by the 2 throwing giants? I can comprehend the catapult, but this biological catapult could be what I think it is. Su Ming recalled the throwing giant from the western battlefield, which had used surrounding monsters as projectiles, causing considerable distress. The idea of a biological projectile seems excessively cruel, especially since my territory is composed entirely of machinery, leaving no biological entities to launch. How could machinery possibly hurl projectiles? Yet, there seemed little necessity for such an endeavor. Su Ming contemplated the potential of the biological catapult to rapidly deploy machinery onto the battlefield, which seemed plausible. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it redundant. With both aerial and ground mechanical units at his disposal, there was no need for such a method. To Su Ming, the blueprint appeared utterly useless. Although his territory housed the bristleback silver wolves, he could not justify using them as ammunition. It would be a tremendous waste. As for the catapult, it held some utility, albeit limited. Ultimately, Su Ming decided against constructing these 2 defensive towers, primarily due to their lack of necessity and the wastage of space. Subsequently, he expended 8,000 wood, 10,000 crystal, 3,000 alien crystals, and 10 crystal cores to complete the construction of the biological blood collection factory. The factory, of vivid crimson in hue, resembled a droplet of blood, with management systems akin to red veins encircling it and mechanical components reminiscent of a blood pump hard at work. The The construction demanded considerable resources, yet the requirements for upgrading were minimal. After a moment of contemplation, Ming elevated the biological blood collection factory to a higher level, recognizing that an advanced factory could unlock greater capabilities. Upon accessing the factory interface, two sections appeared, one for the collection pool and another for the blood pool. Surely, merely collecting blood wouldn't result in completely draining the creatures, would it? Ming resolved to test this with the bristleback silver wolves, curious about the potential applications of the harvested blood. Arriving at the western expanse of his territory, he found the bristleback silver wolves resting on the ground, visibly fatigued from the recent battle, bearing numerous injuries. Upon sighting Ming, they promptly rose to their feet. Master, the elder wolf approached, revealing multiple wounds and noticeable damage to its once intact armor. Apologies, my lord. I have damaged the armor you bestowed upon me. Please punish me. The old wolf prostrated himself, awaiting Ming's reprimand. Min spoke calmly. Rice. The armor was given to protect you. If it is damaged, I shall simply create another. There's no need to take it to heart. A glance revealed that the number of silver-maned wolves had dwindled by half, leaving only 8, including the old wolf. Is this all that remains? Have the others fallen in battle? Ming inquired. The old wolf nodded. They all bravely sacrificed themselves to defend our territory. None faltered. I shall have the opportunity to forge armor for all of you, Ming declared. My factory requires testing. Who wishes to participate? You shall go. The old wolf volunteered. After a moment of hesitation, Ming agreed. Very well, follow me. The old wolf was slightly more astute than the other silver-maned wolves. Perhaps the blood collected would differ. Comparisons could later be made with the ordinary silver-maned wolves. The old wolf stood before the biological blood collection facility, gazing at the vivid crimson hue with a tinge of trepidation. Enter, suminerith. Okay, the old wolf resolutely stepped inside. On the panel, the old wolf's likeness appeared, with 5 options presented in 2 boxes. Blood collection, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. It was not merely a soulless blood extraction machine. Seeing the options eased Ming's concerns. He then noted the presence of the term refinement as well. Refinement had 3 tiers, 10, 50, and 100. Upon further investigation, Ming discovered that refining 10 required 20 of blood collected, refining 50 required 100, and refining 100 necessitated an astounding 500. 500. No creature possesses such a volume of blood, he mused, realizing that multiple creatures' blood could be utilized for refinement. However, he pondered the distinction between refined and ordinary blood. After some contemplation, Ming resolved to attempt both processes. Yet, this was beyond what the old wolf could endure. After all, refining necessitated extracting 20 of his blood, which could prove fatal. You may feel fatigued shortly, but it will not significantly impact your health. My lore may commence at any time. Ming pressed the collection button. In less than a second, the blood pool on the right increased by 5. Subsequently, options for extraction and refinement appeared, and Ming chose extraction. Wolf blood elixir. Consuming it grants 10 to attributes. Speed increased by 1. Astonished, Ming's eyes brightened, thus refining. Without delay, he proceeded to attempt refinement. The old wolf endured an additional 2 extraction, with the remainder shared among the other silver-maned wolves. The mixed extraction revealed no adverse effects, perhaps due to their shared lineage. Refined wolf blood elixir. Consuming it grants 20 to attributes, with a permanent attribute increase of 0. 1. It truly augmented permanent attributes. After confirming that the refined blood was as anticipated, a brilliant light erupted in Ming's eyes, filled with exhilaration. This blood collection facility was remarkable. Although the enhancement was modest, the prospect of daily consumption was enticing. Moreover, this was merely a refinement of 10. There remained the potential for 50 and even 100. The effects of the refined blood might vary significantly, depending on the formidable creatures from which it was derived. It seemed prudent to capture some powerful monsters for experimentation, or perhaps procure their blood. In the future, the processing of corpses would necessitate an additional step. For this factory was so impressive that it should have been established much earlier. thus preventing the waste of countless monster carcasses. If all were to be refined, it would yield an abundance of permanent attribute elixirs. Su Ming sighed, lamenting the missed opportunities. Once there was sufficient production, these elixirs could be offered in the trading district, surely causing a sensation among the populace. Approaching the old wolf, who now appeared exceedingly frail after enduring a fierce battle and losing so much blood, Su Ming noted the pallor of his face. The experiment was highly successful. This is for you. He presented the refined blood elixir to the old wolf. The old wolf sniffed the vial and instantly perked up, springing to his feet. My lord, are you certain you wish to bestow this upon me? Indeed, upon consumption. It grants a slight permanent attribute, albeit not substantial. Even a little is quite significant, and I am deeply grateful for your generosity, my lord. The old wolf promptly nodded and quickly drank the refined wolf blood elixir. He felt invigorated, his stamina slightly restored. Observing the old wolf's excitement, Su Ming pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that food, with permanent attributes, held special significance for them? It reminded him of the fairy, Tao Yao Yao, who had exhibited erratic behavior after consuming demon beef jerky and subsequently nurtured a golden fairy gift. Perhaps there was indeed a unique purpose, and it would be worthwhile to have Tao Yao Yao experiment with it in the future. Chapter 62, Mechanical Reconstruction. Warlord, the biological blood collection facility, proved to be far more formidable than Su Ming had anticipated, indeed exceeding his expectations. The sole drawback was the difficulty in acquiring the essence blood serum. However, the ordinary blood serum was quite simple to obtain. Once he hunted down monsters and produced a batch of blood serum, he could sell it in the trading area for a substantial amount of resources. After addressing the matters concerning the biological blood collection facility, Su Ming prepared to undertake a series of upgrades for the factory. The recent beast tide had yielded commendable results. Energy crystals 89, 864, exotic crystals 9, 890, crystal cores 667, which were sufficient to elevate other factories to the rare level, such as the weapon factory, equipment factory, and collection factory. As for the mining factory, for the time being, Su Ming deemed it unnecessary, choosing instead to enhance his combat prowess first. Rare level mechanical factory, level, 9th tier, rare level, daily free production, 40 GT storms, production line 1, RX, 20, time, 3, 5 minutes per unit, production line 2, RX, 78, time, 1, 5 minutes per unit, production line 3, GT gale time, 8, 5 minutes per unit, production line 4, GT storm time, 8, 5 minutes per unit. Storage, 28540. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 1,000,000. Exotic crystals 14,000. Crystal cores 100 after upgrading the other factories to rare level. Su Ming also elevated the mechanical factory to the 9th tier, rare level. Each advancement in level granted an enhancement to the GT storm. If he were to confront the flame demon now, he felt exceedingly confident in his ability to vanquish it within 30 seconds. Following this series of upgrades, Su Ming found himself with just over 10,000 energy crystals remaining, a mere few hundred exotic crystals, while he still possessed a considerable number of crystal cores. As the consumption for upgrades at this stage was not overly demanding, aspiring to amass a formidable army, he realized that his resources could not sustain such an expenditure. Gazing at his sudden transition from wealth to debt, Su Ming felt a twinge of frustration. The essence of machinery lay in resource consumption. With ample resources, even the most elite or rare units could be swiftly dispatched. With both the weapon factory and equipment factory now upgraded to rare level, they could consistently produce rare-grade equipment. Additionally, he still had the blood collection facility, which could yield a significant amount of resources through the blood serum. While the issue of resources seemed to be under control, Su Ming faced another dilemma. The mechanical storage was exceedingly limited, barely accommodating 540 units. He pondered whether there existed any means to enhance this capacity. If so, he would certainly procure one. Subsequently, Su Ming summoned all the excavator units from the mining factory and called upon Old Wolf as well. There was a substantial mine in the goblin tribe territory, which he had been too preoccupied to exploit until now. The time had come to commence mining operations. "Take them and excavate the mine," Su Ming instructed. "Understood, my lord," Old Wolf replied, leading the excavators towards the goblin tribe. Su Ming also equipped them with 2 RX-20s and 1 GX-86 to ensure their safety and to remain apprised of the situation there. Perhaps it is unnecessary, for even the Goblin King can procure resources from that location, which should imply minimal danger. Nevertheless, Su Ming still appointed guards for his safety. Subsequently, he activated the mechanical totem. After repelling the beast tide, a new ability was unlocked. He pondered what this newfound capability might entail. With a mixture of anticipation, Su Ming proceeded to complete the unlocking process. Mechanical reassembly allows for the reconfiguration of machinery. Reassembly? Su Ming gazed at the newly acquired ability with a look of perplexity. Reassembling implies disassembling machinery and reconfiguring anew, does it not? He surveyed the machinery currently at his disposal. The mechanical dog could not be reassembled, nor could the drone. However, both the GT Windstorm and the GT Store were eligible, as indicated by the additional reassembly button next to their names. Curious, Su Ming attempted to click it, which prompted a notification. Reassembly requires 50 GT Windstorm modified, 50 GT Store modified, and 100 crystal cores. Do you wish to proceed with the reassembly? 50 of each? Such a substantial consumption? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. However, the more daunting the requirement, the greater his excitement grew, as it indicated that the reassembled version would possess enhanced power. Glancing at the warehouse inventory, he noted that the combined total of Windstorm and Storm was precisely 100. Reassemble. With a decisive click, the 100 units of Windstorm and Storm soared into the air, disassembling autonomously before being meticulously reconfigured. 10 minutes later, under Su Ming's astonished gaze, a colossal machine took form, levitating gracefully in the air. Is this the manifestation of reassembly? Su Ming was rendered speechless. The immense machine towered over 100 meters. Its exterior comprised of a silvery metallic substance, housing an energy core. Its head was fashioned in the likeness of a humanoid robot, with a pair of crimson eyes radiating a menacing glow. Flanking its sides were auxiliary cannon ports, while its massive arms and body were armed with an array of weaponry, machine guns, missile launchers, and laser cannons, capable of delivering multi-directional assaults against foes. This was no mere mech. It resembled a mobile fortress of war. Visual representation, perhaps, resembles this. GT Warlord. Level. Tier 1. Epic. Attack methods. Machine guns, missiles, lasers. Composition. 50 GT Windstorm, 50 GT Storm. Description: possessing formidable destructive capabilities, referred to as a mobile war fortress. Beholding the colossal machine before him, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of calm. With this war fortress at his disposal, what could possibly stand in his way? Moreover, the warlord was not limited to a singular unit. It could be assembled from GT Windstorm and Storm. This meant that, as long as the quantity and crystal cores were sufficient, he could produce them in limitless numbers. Casting a glance at the crystal cores, Su Ming declared, "Let us construct 5 of these warlords." He modified the production lines, allocating 4 lines to manufacture GT Windstorm and GT Storm. Notably, despite the warlord's immense size, it occupied merely a single slot in the warehouse, effectively compressing the GT Windstorm and Storm. After completing all these tasks, Su Ming prepared himself a devilish steak, alongside that golden lion's heart. While cooking the steak, he observed that the condition of the devil meat had undergone a transformation. The holographic eye displayed that the demonic beef would experience a permanent attribute decline of 0. 1 after 3 days. Do not underestimate this 0. 1. It signifies that the freshness of food directly impacts the enhancement of permanent attributes, while other effects remain largely unchanged. Unless the food undergoes special processing to prolong its preservation, the loss of permanent attributes will occur at an accelerated pace, akin to the demonic beef jerky obtained previously. Indeed, this item cannot be stored for an extended period. As Su Ming savored his steak, he pondered over how to price these food items. After all, the longer they are kept, the more their value diminishes. At that moment, a message from a friend arrived. It was Yushu. Yushu, I have something that may pique your interest. Yushu. It's an item that enhances the storage capacity of troop types. Yushu. Do you have time to discuss it? Chapter 63. Enhancing troop storage limit upon receiving a message from Yushu. Su Ming's eyes brightened. An excitement surged within him. Such a thing truly existed. Su Ming, what are the conditions? Yushu. I have formed an alliance and would like to invite you to join. Yushu. If you agree, I can give you the item for free. Joining an alliance? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Yushu had previously approached him about this matter, but he had declined. Su Ming, I am not interested. Let us negotiate different terms. Yushu, why? One's strength is ultimately limited. We should unite. Yushu. I suspect that other regions may be opened or merged in the future, and when facing other lords, we would possess the means to contend with them. Su Ming, let's discuss it when the opening or merging actually occurs. Alliances involve too many interests. Solitude is far more convenient. He had no desire to engage in such intricate power plays. Su Ming, if your only condition is this, then there is no need for further discussion. Seeing Su Ming's resolute stance, Yushu understood that persuading him to join her alliance was futile. Perhaps he would only recognize the benefits of alliance after experiencing a setback. Yushu. All right, whenever you are willing to join, feel free to reach out. You're always welcome. Su Ming, understood. Su Ming replied politely and then quickly typed. Su Ming, I have something you might find intriguing and wish to trade with you. Yushu, what do you wish to trade? Su Ming, the item that enhances troop storage. Upon reading the message from Su Ming, Yushu's expression turned slightly peculiar. She had assumed he would not be interested. A faint smile graced her lips. Yushu, certainly, it is still the same condition as before. Su Ming, mechanically no. That is your trading condition, not mine. Su Ming, mechanically I propose to exchange it for permanent attribute food. What do you think? Permanent attribute food? Yushu raised an eyebrow. This condition was quite enticing, as permanent attribute food represents a genuine enhancement. However, she was curious about how Su Ming had acquired such a substantial amount of permanent attribute food, as she had rarely encountered it herself. Yushu, devil's jerky? If you have 100 pieces, I would consider trading with you. She attempted to leverage her position, knowing that even if Su Ming did not agree, it would leave her room for negotiation. After all, trade is often a matter of discussion, filled with nuances. Su Ming, mechanically certainly not. It is other forms of permanent attribute food. Su Ming, mechanically I can provide them consistently. How about that? Consistently providing? Yushu was momentarily stunned by the message. She understood all too well what consistent provision entailed. Had he already secured a channel to acquire permanent attribute food at will? This seemed utterly implausible to her. Yushu deemed it too absurd. Possessing a vast array of permanently attribute-enhancing foods signifies the potential for boundless growth, as there are no restrictions on their consumption. Simply consuming them leads to an increase in strength. Yushu, such foods are exceedingly rare. How could you possibly possess so many? Yushu, even a shepherd's resource point cannot yield this. Su Ming, mechanical, that's something I cannot disclose to you. Su Ming, mechanical, in due time, I will also list them in the trading zone. You will be my first customer. I shall provide you with convenience, so there will be no need to compete with the lord of the trading zone. I will supply you directly. Supply. What an unfamiliar term. Can one truly regard permanently attribute-enhancing foods as commodities to be sold at will? Yushu found it somewhat absurd. If he indeed possessed such an abundance of these foods, it finally made sense why he could secure the first position during this beast tide. Yushu, that is acceptable, but I require you to conduct the trade first. Su Ming, mechanical, no problem. I still trust the credibility of the goddess Yu. Su Ming generously traded the demon beef and concentrated blood. The concentrated blood, acquired from slaying a vampire noble, boasts commendable effects but carries significant side effects, making it unwise for personal consumption. As Yushu gazed at the foods received in the transaction, her eyes widened in astonishment and her breath quickened. The demon beef and this concentrated blood. He speaks the truth. One grants a permanent 20 attribute, while the other is even more outrageous, offering a direct 50 permanent attribute. These two items were exchanged with such fluidity. Moreover, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Yushu remained in shock for a considerable time. taking a deep breath to regain her composure. This transaction is advantageous. He can provide a steady supply. If this is the case, it can be considered an alliance between us. Shu, I agree, but I have one condition. This preferential treatment can only be extended to me. What do you think? Ming, mechanical in that case. I have a condition as well. Shu, speak. Ming, mechanical, I require blood. Specifically, the blood of your troops. Let us start with a few barrels. Blood? Shu furrowed her brow. What could he possibly want with blood, and in barrels no less? Out of caution, she inquired. Shu, what do you intend to do with it? Ming, mechanical no comment. Just tell me whether you will comply. Half an hour later, upon witnessing the 2 large barrels of blood exchanged, a smile spread across Su Ming's face. Oh, Ming, aplisen que la verastion. Ming, by the way, you have contact information for other lords, correct? Moments later, Ming and Shu solidified their transaction, acquiring an item to enhance the troop storage capacity. Gold upon use, troop storage limit increases. Gazing at the golden orb in his hand, Ming understood this was a reward Shu had obtained during the Beast Tide. An increase in storage capacity translates to an elevation in my combat power, enhancing it to a new tier. The strength of the mechanical units hinges on quantity. The more there are, the stronger they become. Fortunately, Shu did not demand an exorbitant price. Had she insisted on forming an alliance as a prerequisite for trade, it might have led to an abandonment of the deal. With mechanical reorganization, it can also be seen as a means to augment my storage capacity. Exchanging 100 for a single warlord may indeed be the most advantageous option. Ming promptly utilized the item and was immediately met with a notification regarding an increase in storage capacity. Warehouse capacity 250. Such a remarkable enhancement. Ming observed with exhilaration as his storage nearly doubled, reaching a total of 790. He pondered whether this extraordinary item could yield further items. If so, he could procure several more, which would be quite delightful. Subsequently, Ming instructed RX-30 to transport 2 large barrels of blood to the bio-blood collection facility. There was no necessity for biological entities to enter, as fresh blood could serve as a suitable substitute. After all, the factory was rather limited in size. Should a behemoth like a giant come along, it would undoubtedly overwhelm the facility. Accessing the factory interface, Ming opted for refinement. With a maximum capacity of only 50%, it was quite commendable, considering that the 2 barrels contained enough blood to constitute that of a colossal python. Ming felt that Shu was a commendable partner in this endeavor. Upon completion of the blood refinement, Ming retrieved the blood serum. Refined python blood serum. Upon consumption, the user's resilience and strength increase by 10, with a permanent attribute increase of 5 thereafter. Does the serum derived from a particular biological entity enhance the characteristics of that entity? It would be intriguing to acquire additional blood from various troop types to explore this further. Chapter 64. Removing Friends in the City of Earth Dragons. Luo Qilong was brimming with confidence, having shed his previous despondency. With 13 Earth Dragons at his command, he felt emboldened enough to face any formidable foe. Ming, just you wait. I shall make you beg to add me. Luo Qilong laughed heartily, in a remarkably buoyant mood. At that moment, a notification for a private message popped up. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned. He has taken the initiative to add me. Gazing at the screen, he confirmed repeatedly that it was indeed Ming's name. Has he lowered himself to approach me? No, that cannot be right. So why would he add me? Luo Qilong pondered the friend request. A proud individual like him would voluntarily add someone else. He had previously attempted to add Ming over 10 times without a single response. This time I shall make you taste the bitterness of rejection. Just as he was about to click reject, he hesitated. What if he needed something? A person so proud would only lower himself to add a friend if you were in urgent need. Once you state your request, I will firmly reject you, allowing you to experience the sting of denial. Having come to this conclusion, Luo Qilong clicked accept. Ming, I have something I wish to trade with you. How swiftly he sends a message. He must be quite anxious. A smirk spread across Luo Qilong's face. Luo Qilong, what do you wish to trade? I am not one to trade casually with others. but I will grant you this courtesy due to your status as the top player. Come on, let me reject you decisively." Luo Qilong had already typed the words "I refuse" in the chat box, ready to send it at any moment, merely awaiting Su Ming's terms. "Su Ming, I possess a potion that permanently enhances attributes. I would like to exchange it for Earth Dragon Blood. What do you say?" Upon reading Su Ming's message, Luo Qilong's finger darted towards the send button. However, his eyes moved faster than his hand, quickly scanning the entirety of Su Ming's message. Upon seeing the phrase, "permanent attribute potion," his mind buzzed, and he swiftly restrained his hand with his left. Just in the final moment, he refrained from sending the message. "A permanent attribut potion? He is such a thing." Luo Qilong was taken aback. Previously, he had slain a creature known as the mixed stew rabbit, which had yielded a permanent attribute food item. He still recalled the expression on his face upon acquiring that food. Unfortunately, he had not encountered any such items since then. Now, he was receiving news about it from Su Ming. Furthermore, he was willing to trade it. Such a remarkable item. And he chooses to trade it instead of consuming it himself. What could possibly be going through his mind? Luo Qilong was baffled by the other's intentions. This was a tangible enhancement to one's capabilities. Erasing the chat content, Luo Qilong retyped. "Luo Qilong, you would trade such a thing? Su Ming, I have too much. I cannot consume it all myself. Too much." Upon reading this seemingly inhuman remark, Luo Qilong clenched his fists. Was he deliberately flaunting his possessions? That arrogant scoundrel. The arrogant demeanor of the other party incited considerable ire within him. Yet the allure of permanently enhancing attributes through food was undeniably compelling. "Luo Qilong, how do you wish to trade?" "Su Ming, 5 barrels of Earth Dragon Blood." "Earth Dragon Blood?" Luo Qilong furrowed his brow, as this was not the other resources he had anticipated. Luo Qilong, very well, but the transaction must occur simultaneously. Su Ming agreed. Luo Qilong, I shall contact you in 1 hour. An hour later, Luo Qilong extracted 5 large vials of blood from the Earth Dragon, having expended considerable effort to persuade the creature to yield its blood. "Luo Qilong, let us proceed with the trade." The two swiftly completed their transaction, with Luo Qilong acquiring the blood potion. Upon examining its properties, his eyes glimmered with excitement. It could indeed augment permanent attributes, though not as significantly as rabbit meat. "Just wait, Su Ming, I will make you beg at me." After finalizing the trade, Luo Qilong decisively removed Su Ming from his contacts. This was not the manner of connection he desired. Before deleting, he noticed Su Ming's final message. "Su Ming, consuming the unit may yield special effects." The notion of special effects from consuming the unit was something he had yet to explore. "Su Ming, consuming the unit may yield special effects." "Su Ming, in the future, if you provide me with Earth Dragon Blood, I shall supply you with blood potions. What do you think?" Message failed to send, not added as a friend. Upon realizing his final message had not been delivered, Su Ming was taken aback. "Has he removed me? Why?" Confounded. Su Ming was left in a quandary. Unable to decipher the other's thoughts, he resolved to dismiss the incident. After all, collaboration was not an absolute necessity. While conversing with Luo Qilong, he had also established communication with 3 other lords, such as those from the Black Dragon Fortress, the City of Nature, and the Sea Witch Domain, all of whom had formed favorable trading relationships. Regrettably, he was unable to reach the Lord of the Undead Kingdom. He wished to experiment with refining blood potions using undead units, but after a prolonged application with no approval, he had to abandon the endeavor. Refined Earth Dragon Blood Potion. Consuming grants 10 defense, with a subsequent permanent attribute increase of 5. Refined Black Dragon Blood Potion. Consuming grants 10 dark attribute, with a subsequent permanent attribute increase of 10. Refined Thorn Blood Potion. Consuming grants 2 life regeneration, with a subsequent permanent attribute increase of 1. Refined Sea Witch Blood Potion. Consuming grants 5 water resistance, with a subsequent permanent attribute increase of 2. After completely refining the acquired blood, Su Ming obtained 3 vials of each potion, yielding commendable enhancement effects. Subsequently, he ventured once more to the western expanse of his territory, preparing to test the efficacy of the potions on Old Wolf and his companions. He was curious to see if they would exhibit any extraordinary transformations post-consumption. Ming, I have crafted several blood potions. You should test their effects. Blood potions? Is it the same one I consumed earlier? Old Wolf wagged his tail excitedly. Ming nodded, affirming that it was indeed the same, but with effects superior to the previous potion he had ingested. The blood potion derived from the mane of the silver wolf only provided a 0. One enhancement, a disparity that was anything but trivial. Even better, Old Wolf's enthusiasm surged, gazing at Ming as if he were a deity. Not only did they not disdain those with physical disabilities, but they also aided them in becoming stronger. Such kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. With a heart full of excitement, the Old Wolf consumed the refined dragon blood potion, and an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, prompting an uncontrollable roar of gratitude for the Lord's benevolence. Once he had released his fervent emotions, he humbly prostrated himself to express his thanks. Ming, rise. Do you feel any effects? Old Wolf, I feel myself growing stronger. Ming, not that. I mean, are there any special effects? Old Wolf, special effects? Ming, is it too little? I have more. Drink again. Old Wolf, more. The Old Wolf was astonished. He had not anticipated the Lord's generosity in bestowing such a precious gift upon him. This gratitude could never be repaid in 10 lifetimes. The Old Wolf continued to drink the blood potions, consuming 2 bottles each of the Earth Dragon and Black Dragon blood. Lord, I feel a burning sensation within me, an inexhaustible power surging forth. The Lord has granted me a transformation. I have grown horns. The Old Wolf's voice became increasingly fervent, with a final exclamation nearly a shout. Chapter 65. The plunder mode is activated. Has a horn sprouted? A dragon horn? Ming glanced over, but found no sign of such a horn atop the Old Wolf's head. Upon further inspection, he discovered a minuscule keratinous bump, scarcely larger than a fingernail. Has this just emerged? Meaning Wayirth. Indeed, my lord. The Old Wolf eagerly nodded, wagging its tail with excitement. I sense that this small horn is growing from within me, rather than merely being a bump. Ming contemplated this, pondering whether the consumption of permanent attribute food truly influences living beings. If this continues, could the Old Wolf undergo a mutation? It is premature to draw conclusions. I shall gather more information from other lords later. If there are indeed special changes, it could be confirmed then. However, the quantity provided to them is rather minimal, which may delay any noticeable effects. The mechanical factory continued its relentless production, and Ming proceeded to recombine the GX windstorm with the storm, thereby augmenting his ranks of warlords. This creation was indeed one of his trump cards. As night fell, on the day of repelling the beast tide, Ming opted to rest rather than expand his territory. He organized the spoils of war. The following day, after acquiring 40 free GT storm units, he prepared to further enlarge his domain. This area had few adversaries left to challenge him, leading to a decisive advantage in combat. Thus, he dispatched a multitude of machines to eliminate the creatures lurking in unexplored territories, leisurely approaching to claim the land himself. The RX-20 GT Windstorm and GT Storm acted as the vanguard, while the RX-30 followed behind to transport the remains. Once the bodies were returned to the territory, blood was first collected before being sent to the collection factory to extract resources, maximizing the value of the corpses. Refined mixed blood potion. After consumption, attribute 5. Body experiences discomfort, subsequently permanent attribute 0. 2. Observing the newly refined blood potion, which was derived from various creatures' blood and designated with the term mixed. Ming noted that the effects of the monster-derived blood potion were significantly inferior to those of the Lord's units. It appeared that his earlier assumptions were indeed correct. Although the permanent attribute increase was modest, the continuous output remained quite promising. After conquering yet another region, the territory expanded to 130 squares. Ming opened his panel. Ming, Lord. Strength, 7 stars. Title, Lord. Landowner, Castle. City of Machinery. Territory range, 130 squares. Totem, Mechanical totem. Unit types, RX, GX, T. Buildings, factories, machinery, refinement, collection. excavation, equipment crafting, weaponry, ammunition enhancement, stone production, biological blood collection. The castle was now eligible for an upgrade. However, this method of land reclamation felt rather sluggish. Capturing another lord's territory would undoubtedly yield swifter results. Su Ming rubbed his temples, realizing that despite his extensive exploration, he had yet to encounter a second lord. To expedite the castle's upgrade, the current pace was unsustainable. He resolved to continue his exploration as the text of uncharted territories appeared before him. In the forefront, a mountain beast was diligently excavating the mountain, striving to unearth treasures hidden within, classified as level 1, rare, with a solitary specimen. To the right, there was nothing of note, yet an abundance of traps was laid, presumably orchestrated by a certain lord. To the left, a serene lake sprawled, where a swarm of sirens had escaped from their shadowy lair and had since made this locale their home, boasting a maximum level of 9, advanced, and a total of 10. Upon gathering information from the three directions, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally encountered a lord. The lord possessed vast territories, and seizing control would mean that the lands would become his own. This was indeed the swiftest method to expand his dominion. Retrieving a GX-86 drone from his storage, Su Ming dispatched it to the front region to ascertain what the mountain beast was excavating. His curiosity about the treasures hidden within the mountain was piqued, but he refrained from rushing in. Instead, he opted to send the drone ahead to gather intelligence, planning to confront the lord on the right before venturing forth. Just as Su Ming entered the right region, an announcement echoed through the air. 100 lords have successfully slain other lords. The plunder mode is now activated. The world's resources are finite and cannot sustain every lord's growth. You must take action to acquire resources through plunder. In this realm of the strong, the weak are destined to be devoured. If you do not wish to be the meal on the table, strive to grow stronger and become a diner instead. The plunder mode would remain active for an extended period. During this phase, successfully slaying a lord would not only yield all their resources and territory, but might also randomly grant one or more of their structures. Upon the announcement's release, the entire chat channel erupted with fervor. The time for lords to engage in mutual slaughter had arrived. It was inevitable, yet the onset was swifter than anticipated. Laughter filled the air. I have long been eager for this. Claiming territory takes too long. Seizing it is far quicker. My blade is thirsting for action. Welcome, lords, to our anti-mechanical alliance. Join us, and we shall provide you with sanctuary. Should you be attacked by other lords, they will be deemed our enemies, and we shall retaliate with full force. I am preparing to form an alliance to confront other lords. Those wishing to join, message me privately. Is Goddess You forming an alliance? I shall join at once. My goodness, I see a drone. Could a merchant be lurking nearby? Safe travels to the brother above. Hurry and join the anti-mechanical alliance to witness Su Ming's prowess. The chat channel buzzed with excitement as many began to form factions, seeking warmth in numbers. Some were sharpening their blades, ready for a grand engagement. This was the true battle for supremacy. Amidst the lords seeking allies, Gao Ran's expression darkened to a shade of coal. Yu Shu had audaciously formed an alliance and attracted numerous lords from the leaderboard. Cursed be this woman for outmaneuvering him. In a fit of rage, Gao Ran crushed the fruit in his hand and quickly inquired, what was her reason for refusal? The Lord of Platinum City replied. She stated that she did not wish to be adversarial with Su Ming. At this moment, the Lord of the Golden City added, I have both good news and bad news. Gao Ran responded eagerly, speak. The good news is that Yu Shu had extended an invitation to Su Ming, yet he did not join. The bad news is that we have been unable to contact the Lord of the Undead Kingdom, who seems to have allied with Yu Shu. Gao Ran's expression darkened further as he inquired, how many from the top 10 have joined that woman's alliance? The Lord of the Golden City glanced around and replied, the Undead Kingdom, Black Dragon Fortress, Earth Dragon City, and the Siren Domain. Gao Ran stated, we must secure the remaining 3 lords. If their terms are reasonable, they may agree. The Lord of the Golden City affirmed, I shall endeavor to persuade them. Subsequently, Gao Ran turned to the Lord of the Platinum City and commanded, prepare the other lords. Once our forces are replenished, we shall set forth to eliminate Su Ming. The Lord of the Platinum City nodded. I have already begun preparations. But many new lords have joined us. They may be reluctant to dispatch troops against Su Ming. During the Beast Tide, Su Ming sold a considerable amount of equipment. Despite its steep price, it helped these lords endure that tumultuous period. Their current alignment with the Anti-Mechanical Alliance may not stem from a genuine desire to eliminate Su Ming. Rather, they seek refuge due to their substantial numbers. Achieving true unity is nearly impossible, and persuading them to mobilize their forces seems a far-fetched dream. Thus, we must focus on winning their hearts and minds, informing them of the abundant resources within Su Ming's territory, including the capacity to produce rare-grade equipment. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially in this ruthless world where, in the face of immense profit, even the closest friends may turn against one another. I refuse to believe they are not tempted. Chapter 66. Asphyxiation, helplessness. Prepare for battle. An enemy has invaded. The moment the trap was triggered, Yang Yun received news of the incursion and immediately dispatched his feline demons to various combat zones to ready themselves for the impending confrontation. His troops consisted of cat demons, a classification that, while not considered elite, fell into the lower tier of combatants. However, fortune smiled upon Yang Yun as he acquired several rare units, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Among them were the Sorcerer Cat Demon, the Berserk Cat Demon, the Shadow Cat Demon, and the mightiest of all, the Cat Demon in knee-high boots. Yang Yun was uncertain why the name was so peculiar, yet this particular Cat Demon represented his strongest force. Reaching the third-tier, rare level, when the Beast Tide descended upon them, it was these formidable Cat Demons, along with the equipment from the trading area, that successfully repelled the onslaught. They were ranked 49th on the leaderboard, securing a place within the top 50. Suddenly, a shadow emerged at Yang Yun's feet, coalescing into the form of a cat demon. Cloaked in a hood and shrouded in black fur, only its amber eyes shone brightly. My lord, I have detected mechanical constructs flying in the sky. They may well be the invaders, reported the Shadow Cat Demon. Yang Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Mechanical constructs? Has that merchant come for us? Is he near? He was uncertain of Su Ming's true strength, but the fact that he had claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, with even the combined scores of the second and third places barely surpassing his own, was a testament to his formidable nature. His power is immense. A direct confrontation would be futile. Seek an opportunity to assassinate him. Understood. The Shadow Cat Demon nodded before swiftly disappearing. Yang Yun recognized that negotiating with the enemy or pleading for mercy was out of the question. His arrival here had made that abundantly clear. Now it was a fight to the death. Sorcerer Cat Demon, prepare your most powerful spells. This enemy is extraordinary and may threaten the very existence of our territory. Berserk Cat Demon, I will equip you with the finest gear. You must hold the line and buy us time. Yang Yun had set the traps at a considerable distance, with sentinels placed behind them, granting him precious time for preparations. Meow. The cat demon in knee-high boots stretched lazily, approaching Yang Yun with the demeanor of one just awakened, casually inquiring, My lord, is this enemy truly so formidable? You seem quite flustered. Yang Yun turned to the cat demon in knee-high boots, who towered over him by two heads, and replied solemnly, This enemy is not merely strong. He is exceedingly powerful. His unit is mechanical, and he claimed first place during the Beast Tide. Mechanical? The cat demon in knee-high boots scoffed with disdain, extracting a fish from its boot and savoring it with relish. It then remarked, Isn't it just scrap metal? There is nothing to fear. Yang Yun maintained a serious expression, stating, I know you are formidable, but we must regard every lord with the utmost seriousness. Their true power is unfathomable, especially one who has achieved first place during the Beast Tide. Meow. The cat demon in knee-high boots licked its fur and declared, I have my own ways of dealing with such scrap metal, my lord, just watch. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sky resonated with the ominous hum of approaching drones. Yang Yun's expression changed drastically as he shouted, They're coming. The GX-90 ruthlessly breached the enemy's airspace, prompting the arrow towers and lightning towers within the territory to spring into action, launching assaults into the sky. Yet, how could these ordinary arrows and lightning strikes penetrate the armor of the drone? They merely ricocheted off upon impact. The ordinary cat demons on the ground could only watch helplessly as the drones invaded their domain. How dare this mere scrap metal act with such audacity? A cat demon clad in knee-high boots drew 2 daggers from her boots and hurled them at the drone above. The sharp blades pierced through the drone's armor, obliterating it and sending it crashing down. Accompanying the destruction was a self-destructing mechanical dog that plummeted alongside it, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! The ground trembled violently, the shockwave flinging numerous ordinary cat demons into the air, while the scattering metal shards claimed many lives. Simultaneously, a radiation zone formed at the site of the explosion, deterring anyone from approaching. The cat demon in knee-high boots changed color, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of the devastation. Then, a multitude of GX-90 drones surged into view, densely packed and all equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs, sending shivers down his spine. How could there be so many? The expression on the cat demon's face finally shifted. Boom, boom, boom. The self-destructing mechanical dogs continued to rain down, leaving their territory pockmarked and the cat demons suffering grievous losses, forced to flee in disarray. Those fortunate enough to survive could not escape the effects of the radiation zone. Yang Yun's complexion turned pale as he received continuous reports of territory breaches and casualties among his forces. Suddenly, the cat demon in knee-high boots contorted his face in rage. Inhaled deeply, causing his chest to swell, and then, meow. The sound transformed into a powerful sound wave directed at the drones above. Yet, the drones merely swayed slightly, descending a fraction before stabilizing and regaining their previous altitude. How is this possible? The cat demon staggered back in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. My voice is potent enough to penetrate metal shells and destroy internal components. Why was it not harmed? As darkness enveloped the sky, a murky green substance resembling souls erupted from the bodies of the fallen cat demons, coalescing into spheres that shot towards the drones above. This was the most formidable spell of the sorcerer cat demons. 2 or 3 drones were struck down. Yet this did little to hinder their relentless execution of Su Ming's commands. What? The sorcerer cat demon trembled, realizing that his most potent spell had only inflicted such minimal damage. The disparity in power was insurmountable. As the first wave of bombardment concluded, a second wave commenced. More drones. More are coming. Yang Yun, witnessing the emergence of new drones, felt as if he had seen a ghost, howling in despair. After the first wave of bombardment, all his defensive structures had been decimated, and the losses among the cat demons were catastrophic. Meow. The enraged cat demon roared. Originally tasked with thwarting the enemy, he found himself rendered helpless as foes descended from the heavens. In a fit of rage, the ferocious feline creature leapt high into the air, its sharp claws slicing towards the hovering GX-90. Though it merely left scratches upon the metallic shell, it failed to bring the machine down. In response, the GX-90, following its directives, released a self-destructing mechanical dog. The moment it was deployed, the explosive canine immediately locked onto the airborne beast, lunging forward with force to clamp down on its arm. Just as the enraged creature attempted to pierce its assailant with its claws, it noticed the machine's eyes flickering ominously. The next instant, boom, it was obliterated into nothingness. What on earth is this? How can such scrap metal possess such power? The cat-like creature in knee-high boots finally displayed a look of terror. At that moment, a synchronized sound of marching echoed from the distance, and as it turned its gaze, a battalion of attack mechanical dogs emerged in view, perfectly aligned and outfitted with an array of weaponry. This suffocating sight brought forth an expression of despair upon the cat-like creature's face. It was over. Upon witnessing the enemy's mechanical army making its entrance, Yang Yun realized he had no chance of overcoming them. Not even the slightest. Su Ming, I am from the Anti-Mechanical Alliance. If you dare to harm me, they will undoubtedly spare no mercy on you. In response to Yang Yun's final words, The only answer was the merciless bombardment of RX-20. Chapter 67. Cultivating land is no match for quick raids. The battle concluded with an overwhelming force, leaving Su Ming without the need to deploy the GT Wind or GT Storm for strikes. You have successfully destroyed a lord's territory. Territory range, 60 squares. Would you like to incorporate it into your domain? Indeed, this method of occupation proved to be the swiftest. Su Ming chose to claim it. Occupation successful. Resources acquired from the opponent. With 20,000, energy crystals 36, 870, exotic crystals 1 for 156, crystal cores 3, equipment 40. In raid mode, you randomly obtained one of the opponent's buildings. Thunder Tower construction blueprint, purple. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This adversary was quite affluent, having also secured a rare defensive tower blueprint, which was rather satisfactory. After confirming the spoils of war, RX-30 entered to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, transporting the bodies back to their dwelling. Remember to categorize the blood during collection. Do not mix it with the local monsters, Su Ming reminded. After all, there was a significant difference between the local creatures and the units summoned by the Lord. If they were to be conflated, it could result in the refinement of a mixed blood potion, substantially diminishing its quality and effectiveness. Once the orders were given, Su Ming glanced at the black cat nearby. At that moment, the shadow cat demon appeared somewhat disheveled, glaring at him with a murderous intent. It was unexpected to learn that the units did not perish upon the Lord's demise, Su Ming remarked coolly. He had been aware of the shadow cat demon lurking nearby, as the scanning capabilities of GX-86 were not to be underestimated. Therefore, when the ambush was initiated, he seized the opportunity to capture her directly. The shadow cat demon was merely of the 8th tier, advanced, making it effortless for him to handle her. Although he typically refrained from engaging, his strength was evident. Having consumed such a plethora of permanent attribute food, it would be laughable if he could not overpower an 8th tier, advanced being. Your previous lord has fallen. How about aligning yourself with me from now on? So meaning Wayif, the shadow cat demon, an assassin, held some utility, being capable of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Thus she could be retained. While GX-86 possessed formidable scouting abilities, there were many tasks that machines could not perform, necessitating the assistance of others, such as infiltration. You shall not think of it. You would do best to kill me now. Otherwise, I will not spare you. The shadow cat demon glared fiercely at Su Ming. She certainly had spirit. Su Ming remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. You witnessed the battle. You know what kind of unit I am. You are not indispensable to me. Your continued existence is merely due to the value you still possess, at least more than a corpse. Corpses not only yield resources, but can also be used to collect blood and create potions, proving to be quite significant. Without granting the shadow cat demon an opportunity to retort, Su Ming turned to depart, intrigued by the treasures the mountain beast was excavating. Before leaving, he commanded, if she has not made up her mind by the time the battlefield is cleared, dispose of her. Since she was unwilling to submit, he would not force her. Upon receiving the command, GT Wind and GT Storm flickered their crimson lights, signifying their acknowledgement. The shadow cat demon cast a glance at the two mechanical entities yet to engage in battle. A surge of fear towards Su Ming welled up within. It dawned upon them that the earlier confrontation had not witnessed the full extent of their opponent's strength. Upon arriving at the region where the mountain-digging beast was located, they found themselves on a stony plain, dominated by a towering mountain that served as a natural barrier. Su Ming summoned the GX-86, tasked with reconnaissance in this area, and soon spotted the mountain-digging beast, a creature of considerable size resembling a mole, tirelessly excavating with its claws as if to undermine the very mountain before it. Were it not for the knowledge of its quest for treasure concealed within the mountain, one might assume it was emulating the fabled figure of Yugong. Yet, how did it ascertain that the treasure lay within the mountain rather than upon its summit? Curiosity piqued, Su Ming followed closely until he reached the entrance of the excavation. The hollow eye offered no guidance, perhaps due to the vastness of the area. The entrance was too narrow for a person to enter freely, compelling Su Ming to refrain from rashly venturing inside, aware that danger would be inescapable within such confined quarters. After thoughtful consideration, He dispatched the RX-20 with instructions to retrieve the mountain-digging beast without engaging in combat. Upon receiving the command, RX-20 darted inside, while Su Ming monitored the situation through the GX-86. However, the darkness, coupled with dust and debris stirred by the mountain-digging beast, rendered the visuals indistinct, allowing only a vague outline of the creature to be discerned. The RX-20 quickly caught up with the mountain-digging beast and, without hesitation, clamped onto its rear, pulling it outward. Startled by the sudden assault, the mountain-digging beast retaliated with its sharp claws, managing to pierce through RX-20's metallic armor, a testament to their keen edge, Su Ming noted. Unperturbed, RX-20 continued to tug at the mountain-digging beast, despite sustaining multiple injuries. What audacious wild dog dares intrude? This is not your den. Hold tight and release me. The creature barked angrily, interrupted mid-excavation by an unknown assailant. It was no wonder it was incensed. Moments later, RX-20 successfully dragged the mountain-digging beast outside, which continued its tirade. Upon emerging, the creature suddenly sensed an intense gaze, its body stiffening as it raised its head, locking eyes with Su Ming. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mountain-digging beast mimicked a mouse. Su Ming smiled faintly, realizing it was merely a rodent. Tonight, he could indulge in a feast. The mountain-digging beast trembled at the sound, bolting away while exclaiming, "I am not a mouse. Do not consume me. My flesh is tough and tasteless, all mud and grit." Though it sprinted, the creature remained in place, for RX-20 held tightly onto it. "Why run? I have no intention of eating you," Su Ming remarked. The mountain beast abruptly halted upon hearing the words, casting a glance at Su Ming, just in time to catch sight of his amiable smile. "Humans are the worst. You shall not enslave me or compel me to assist you in seeking protection." With that, it resumed its frantic dash. Su Ming found this creature rather amusing and remarked, "So, you're in search of treasures?" The mountain beast stiffened momentarily, hastily denying, "What treasures are there?" I am merely digging a nest, yes. Just digging a nest." Su Ming replied, "Digging a nest? Then you should go elsewhere, for I discovered treasures here a few days ago. Do not attempt to seize them from me." The mountain beast was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "What do you mean you discovered treasures here a few days ago? I have been excavating for several months." Su Ming smiled faintly. "So you admit you are indeed searching for treasures here?" Chapter 68. The treasure chest in the mountains. Recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, the mountain beast had no choice but to divulge everything he knew. "Our clan inherently possesses the ability to seek treasures. No matter how deeply the treasures are buried, they cannot escape my keen senses. Several months ago, I discovered that there was treasure hidden within the mountains, yet I could not locate the entrance, so I opted to dig in from this point, as it is the shortest route." The mountain beast was quite frustrated, having succeeded in his venture. He was suddenly confronted by human intent on seizing the treasure he had found. After articulating this, he struggled slightly and cautiously added, "Could you possibly set me down? This dog of yours is quite uncomfortable for me." Su Ming cast a glance at him and replied, "With your remarkable digging abilities, what if you decided to flee?" The mountain beast raised a claw and assured, "I won't run away. I promise not to escape." RX-20 received the command and set the mountain beast down. "Ha ha ha, not running would be foolish. Do you take me for a fool?" As soon as he was released, the mountain beast swiftly wielded his claws, digging a hole in the ground and burrowing into it. Boom! Just as he delved into the earth, a missile shot forth, creating a massive crater. The thunderous sound was deafening. This was merely a warning. "Next time, I shall aim directly into the hole," Su Ming stated calmly, knowing the creature's acute hearing would catch his words. The mountain beast quickly excavated another exit, and upon seeing the large crater not far away, his eyes widened momentarily. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, he chuckled nervously. "I did not run. I merely wished to sharpen my claws, yes, just sharpening my claws." Su Ming disregarded his sly remarks, turning his gaze towards the passage. The mountain beast immediately understood and hurriedly declared, "You seek the treasures within, don't you, my lord? I shall excavate them for you right away." "How much longer will it take you?" Su Ming inquired. The mountain beast raised a finger, fervently promising, "A month, my lord. Grant me a month, and I shall surely present the treasures to you." Too slow, Su Ming retorted, glancing at RX-20. Go blast open the passage. Wait, this. The mountain beast's words were cut short as multiple missiles were launched into the passage. Boom! Earth trembled violently, and the entire mountainside shook with ferocity. The passage immediately collapsed, buried under a cascade of rubble. My lord, what are you doing? The mountain beast exclaimed, bewildered, while lamenting the loss of his claws after months of labor, now rendered futile. Su Ming replied coolly, your digging is far too slow. My method is much more efficient. Several RX-30 units entered the scene, clearing the debris from the passage in merely 10 minutes. My lord, machinery is truly remarkable. The mountain beast's eyes sparkled with admiration at such an efficient clearing process. Once the area was cleared, Su Ming prepared to launch missiles again, relentlessly bombarding the mountainside. Thus, the cycle of bombing and clearing continued unabated. As we drew closer to the treasure's location, a resounding roar echoed from the mountain just as Su Ming was preparing for a fifth bombardment. The tone of the roar suggested that its owner was of considerable strength. We had roused the Mountain King, and it would not be long before he discovered our presence. After all, the Mountain King was a formidable Tier 6, rare entity. The opening beast became flustered, realizing that the violent tremors caused by our relentless bombardment had disturbed the creature, and its wrath would soon descend upon us. Peering through the GX-86, Su Ming indeed spotted a large gorilla with green fur charging towards us, clearly enraged. A mere Tier 6, rare, creature posed no significant threat. 10 GT Wind and GT Storm aircraft promptly ascended, heading straight for the furious green gorilla. Let us proceed. How much farther is it to the treasure? Su Ming remained indifferent to the so-called Mountain King, his focus more keenly set on the treasure hidden within the mountains. The opening beast glanced at the mountain in alarm, witnessing Su Ming's fearless demeanor. Could it be that this human was even more formidable than the Mountain King? Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, it hastily responded, perhaps one more bombardment will suffice. No sooner had it spoken than a series of roars and explosions resounded from the mountain. The battle has begun. Su Ming nodded. One more bombardment was indeed necessary. Subsequently, the RX-20 launched another missile, obliterating the area ahead and allowing the RX-30 to conduct a thorough clearing. My lord, it's done. It's done. The opening beast exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, my lord is extraordinary. It took less than 2 hours to clear the passage. Without needing the opening beast to say so, Su Ming was already aware that the passage had been opened. The passage contains a treasure chest. No traps detected at present. The holographic I provided this notification. Seeing this message, Su Ming mused. Indeed, a treasure chest. Given its concealment within the mountain, its quality should be commendable. I hope it does not disappoint. He dispatched the GX-86 for further reconnaissance, followed closely by the RX-20, before finally entering the passage himself. The corridor was no longer as narrow as before. It had been blasted open sufficiently to allow a person to stand and pass through. The opening beast had not lingered behind, but had followed closely, eager to witness the treasures after such a prolonged excavation, even if they might not belong to it. As they traversed the passage, they entered an expansive underground chamber. This space was remarkably spacious, evidently man-made rather than naturally formed, adorned with numerous constructed steps and mysterious carvings upon the rock walls. However, the patterns had suffered corrosion, leaving their meanings obscured. At the center of this chamber stood a treasure chest, prominently displayed upon a pedestal. Wow, this is indeed a relic. Who knows what other treasures may remain here? The opening beast rubbed its hands together with excitement. A relic? Su Ming inquired, turning his gaze toward it. The opening beast quickly elaborated. It refers to a place once inhabited by ancient or prehistoric humans or other beings. It could also serve as a constructed tomb. In essence, relics often contain many valuable items, but they are fraught with danger, as one may encounter unknown monsters or traps set by other humans or creatures. Su Ming gradually comprehended the nature of this place. Observing such extensive damage, it became evident that this relic had existed for a considerable duration, with many elements having succumbed to corrosion. He resolutely approached the location of the treasure chest. The mountain beast, noticing his intent, hastily cautioned, "My lord, there may be peril here." However, Ming paid no heed. For his holographic eye had already scanned the vicinity, revealing no threats. Perhaps dangers once lurked here, but they had since deteriorated. Upon reaching the pedestal, Ming beheld the treasure chest before him. Golden treasure chest. Opening it may yield valuable items. To his astonishment, it was indeed a golden treasure chest. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. This marked his closest encounter with a golden treasure chest to date. The last time he had obtained one was as a reward during the Beast Tide. "Let me see what treasures the golden treasure chest may bestow," he proclaimed. Open. Chapter 69. Weather Controller. Obtain the blueprint for the Weather Controller, orange. As the treasure chest opened, a radiant orange blueprint fell into Ming's hands. An epic blueprint? Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. He never anticipated such fortune, acquiring an epic blueprint from a golden treasure chest. Weather Controller Blueprint, orange. Capable of unleashing extreme weather. Materials required for construction: 100,000 wood, 1,000 liquid metal, 1,000 solid metal, 50,000 energy crystals, 1,000 exotic crystals, 500 crystal cores. Upon examining the materials required for construction, Ming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The quantity of materials was staggering, yet it was certainly worth it. Unleashing extreme weather was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Truly, it befits an epic structure. Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His hard work and excavation had not been in vain. The mountain beast excitedly climbed onto the pedestal, curiously leaning towards Ming, peering at the blueprint in his hands. "My lord, what treasure have you acquired? Is it a human mechanical creation? That holds little value. I had expected the Void Zero Enhanced technique." Curious about the mountain beast's disappointment, Ming inquired, "Why did you assume it was some void technique? Such a convoluted name." The mountain beast candidly replied, "In truth, it pertains to the ancient elven relics. The Void Zero Enhanced technique is their most potent spell. I anticipated it would be found here. After a brief search, I discovered nothing of use. Many artifacts have decayed with time, such as the houses, weapons, and murals here, devoid of any exploration value." With that, Ming left the ruins. Upon stepping outside, he spotted the shadow cat demon, who appeared to have a plan. Ming cast her a glance, but said nothing further. "My lord, you have acquired the treasure, so I should take my leave." The mountain beast prepared to sneak away. Although it had lost a precious item, it reasoned that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. They could always seek again in the future. "Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? You intend to depart?" Ming inquired. He remained fair, knowing that if the other wished to leave, he would not forcibly detain them. The mountain beast cautiously responded, "My lord, your wisdom and might are unparalleled. Remaining here would only tarnish your grandeur. I shall take my leave." At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the mountains as a massive green-haired giant ape was being hauled out, its colossal frame toppling numerous trees in its wake. The mountain beast's eyes widened in disbelief. The mountain king had been slain. The shadow cat demon gasped in shock upon witnessing the mountain king's corpse. She was acutely aware of the mountain king's strength. During her time serving the previous lord, she had visited this place and knew the mountain king's formidable prowess. Yet now he had been vanquished. A 6th-tier, rare-grade powerhouse. She instantly recognized that the new lord she accompanied was unfathomably powerful. This commotion naturally drew Ming's attention. He glanced over and noticed 5RX, 30 units diligently transporting the mountain king's lifeless body. "You are reluctant to stay, and I shall not insist." Ming returned to his residence, refraining from further cultivation of the land, intending to first construct the weather controller. The shadow cat demon silently followed, uttering not a single word throughout. Upon seeing Ming depart, the mountain beast hurriedly approached, sincerely stating, "My lord, I have reconsidered and decided to accompany you." Without pausing, Ming glanced at this suddenly wavering creature and remarked, "Weren't you afraid of tarnishing my eyes? Why do you linger now?" The mountain beast chuckled sheepishly, quickly justifying, I can cleanse myself, and once clean, I shall pose no threat to your sight." Witnessing Su Ming effortlessly vanquish the Mountain King had altered his perspective. As the saying goes, it is comfortable to bask in the shade of a great tree. He need not fear being preyed upon and could live in ease. Furthermore, the thought of turning away only to have a missile zooming in from behind, obliterating him completely, was indeed terrifying. Su Ming remarked, "Then ensure you cleanse yourself upon your return." The mountain beast patted its chest in assurance. "I will certainly wash thoroughly." The shadow cat demon quietly trailed behind, having overheard the exchange. In just a few sentences, one first-tier, rare rank creature had been persuaded to join. He was truly formidable. The trio returned to the residence, where Su Ming addressed them. "This place is spacious, yet many facilities are lacking. You may find a spot to settle or construct your own dwelling." The mountain beast replied, "No problem, my lord. I can simply dig a hole." Su Ming turned to the shadow cat demon and inquired, "Do you have a name?" The shadow cat demon shook her head. "Then you shall be called from now on." Su Ming derived her name from its first character. "Your duty will be to ensure the security of our territory. Report any incidents to me immediately." And nodded in affirmation. "What about me, my lord?" The mountain beast endeavored to assert his presence. Since he was following Su Ming, he felt compelled to demonstrate his usefulness, lest he be abandoned swiftly. "Go to the west. The excavators are mining there. See if you uncover anything extraordinary." Aware of the mountain beast's talent for treasure hunting, Su Ming wished to retain him. The mineral vein discovered by the goblin tribe might conceal other treasures, for such a vast area could not merely be home to crystal or, surely, deeper within, there lay more. At this moment, the mountain beast's capabilities would come into play. After assigning them their tasks, Su Ming prepared to construct the weather controller. It required both liquid and solid metal materials, which he possessed in some measure. As long as they were not specific materials, it would suffice. Having selected the location, Su Ming immediately began the construction. A metallic sphere levitated at the center of a circular base, accompanied by 3 parallel white rings, with 4 special metallic spheres arranged around it, resembling energy storage devices. Weather controller, level, Tier 1, Epic, Weather 1, Lightning Storm. In a designated area, unleash devastating lightning strikes and storms to obliterate the structures within. Power level, 9, Rare, cooldown, 10 days. Weather 2, unlocked. Weather 3, unlocked. Weather 4, unlocked. Upgrade requirements. Energy crystals 50, 000. Exotic Cristal 5, 000. Crystal Cores 500. The Lightning Storm. Su Ming promptly opened the panel and discovered his ability to summon lightning storms that will across the map, even in unexplored territories. This power is remarkable, allowing him to unleash it anywhere on the map. However, the cooldown period is somewhat lengthy. Releasing it requires a 10-day cooldown, which is indeed substantial. Yet the capacity to deploy it anywhere justifies the extended wait. The Anti-Mechanical Alliance has been persistently monitoring me. Should I ascertain their location, I would undoubtedly unleash a lightning storm upon them to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the city of trolls, Gao Ran was clearing new territory when he suddenly felt a chill and instinctively turned to glance behind him. Was it merely an illusion? Finding nothing there, he attributed the cold sensation to a trick of the mind. A message had arrived from the Lord of the City of Platinum. Half of the lords have consented to dispatch troops to assist Su Ming, while some demand resources before they are willing to mobilize. This outcome did not surprise Gao Ran. As long as they do not overreach in their demands, he can accommodate them. But he must clarify one point. The lords requiring resources must understand that once they seize Su Ming's territory, they shall not claim any spoils. Furthermore, how is the preparation progressing? The Lord of the City of Gold replied, "It is estimated that we will need about a week." Gao Ran nodded, urging for expedience. A week is not a long time. It can be considered quite swift, especially after just enduring a beast tide, which necessitates some time for recovery. He then inquired, "Among these lords, are there any troops skilled in reconnaissance?" "A few possess such abilities. Inform them of Su Ming's approximate location and instruct them to scout ahead. Once they gather intelligence, we shall proceed with our forces." He was not foolish enough to gather all the lords only to storm Su Ming's territory blindly. Understanding the opponent is a crucial aspect of warfare, for failing to do so could lead to total annihilation. Chapter 70, Upgrading the Castle. Expanding once again. Having successfully vanquished a lord, the territory has significantly expanded, now encompassing 190 units, thereby allowing for further enhancements to the Mechanical City. Mechanical City, level, 7 stars, initial, territory range, 190 units, effects, reduce production time in the mechanical factory, increase storage capacity. Upgrade requirements, with 80,000, territory 130. Exotic crystals 70, the conditions for upgrading have been met, and I am even poised to advance to the next tier. I recall that reaching this next stage would unlock new capabilities within the mechanical blueprint. Ming swapped out the totem, and soon beheld the capabilities yet to be unlocked. Unlocked when the castle reaches. In addition to this, the conditions for the other 4 capabilities are available for viewing, while the remaining ones remain obscured. Unlocked when the castle reaches. Unlocked when the castle reaches. Unlocked after capturing the siege tower. Unlocked by defeating the dark dragon. The potential of the totem should not disappoint. Ming commenced the upgrade of the castle, promptly advancing it to the next stage. Mechanical City, level, 1 star, territory range, 190 units, effects, reduce production time in the mechanical factory, increase storage capacity. Upgrade requirements, wood 150,000, territory 200, exotic crystals 200. The required territory range for the next level has escalated to 200 units. Is the increment of 50 units per level rather excessive? Ming murmured to himself. Previously, each upgrade necessitated only an increase of 10 units, but now it has surged to 50, an astounding 5-fold increase. However, Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Even with the castle elevated to the next stage, the cooldown for the mechanical factory was still a mere reduction of 0.1 minutes. Since the upgrade, it had cumulatively decreased by 1.8 minutes. The RX-78 self-destruct model mechanical dog now requires only 1.2 minutes for production, translating to a mere 72 seconds to create 1 mechanical dog. With the castle's level increased, could it potentially produce them instantaneously? The thought alone is quite terrifying. A landscape teeming with mechanical dogs, yet devoid of human presence. With a perplexed state of mind, Ming proceeded to unlock the new capability of the mechanical totem. Storage enhancement. Warehouse storage 500. Ming's eyes sparkled. An immediate 500 storage. I have a penchant for such straightforward and substantial enhancements. The warehouse's storage capacity has now soared to 1305. This is indeed a formidable figure. For the time being, the issue of capacity appears resolved. Yet I now face a shortage of resources. Glancing at my current inventory, I observe that while I possess a fair amount of exotic crystals, the crystallized cores are rather scarce. To manufacture high-quality machinery, such as the reconstituted warlord, a significant number of crystallized cores are required. However, these are the most challenging resources to acquire, necessitating the defeat of rare-grade monsters, of which there are alarmingly few in the vicinity. It is an arduous task for a single individual to sustain the operation of such a colossal mechanism. The pace at which I can acquire resources alone is far too slow. I truly require the collective assistance of others. Ming activated the biological blood collection factory and commenced the refinement of blood potions. This endeavor has become my very own cash cow, as I am capable of producing blood potions with permanent attributes that are bound to sell like hotcakes. Before long, all the blood refinement was completed, and Ming categorized them into 3 tiers: A, B, and C. Tier: permanent attribute increase of over 5 points. Blood potions refined from the corpses of lower tier units yield significantly superior quality, making these potions exceptionally valuable. Tier B: permanent attribute increase of less than 5 points. These potions are derived from the corpses of relatively weaker units. Tier C: permanent attribute increase of less than 1 point. Essentially, these are the potions refined from local monster corpses. The quantities of the potions in each tier are as follows: Tier 50, Tier B; 130, Tier C; 342. The overall inventory is indeed quite impressive. I will reserve the tier A potions for myself, allocate the tier B potions for trade with other lords, and sell all of the tier C potions. I have devised a sales strategy that will maximize my profits. In the chat channel, a lord attempted to ambush my territory, but fortunately, I detected the threat in time and repelled the attack. Now that the plundering mode has been activated, many lords are vying against one another. The number of participants has dwindled to only 1,098, and this is merely the first day following the beast tide. I have just successfully defeated a lord, resulting in a substantial expansion of my territory, not only gaining a wealth of resources but also acquiring 2 architectural blueprints. This is far more gratifying than the tedious process of exploring and conquering zone by zone. The prowess of the esteemed lords is truly remarkable. I now find myself apprehensive, fearing that others may discover my territory. As the lords engaged in fervent discussion, the chat channel was suddenly cleared, and a single message dominated the entire conversation space. Ming, Lord, bold, enlarged, highlighted in red. Permanent attribute blood potions will soon be available in the trading zone. Everyone is welcome to purchase. A full 30 seconds elapsed before other lords could resume speaking. The appearance of Ming has caused quite a stir. Did I misread that? Permanent attribute blood potion. Is such a thing truly available? Incredible. Ming is remarkable. He is offering items with permanent attributes for sale. His vision is unparalleled. Has he amassed enough of these items to trade? The lords were left in astonishment, particularly those who had previously obtained permanent attribute food, for they were acutely aware of its rarity and the high requirements for acquisition. At that moment, one lord noticed something extraordinary. "Look up at the sky," they exclaimed. "Wow, Ming is truly impressive. This special effect is astounding." Ming had not yet exited the chat channel, primarily to observe the reactions of the other lords. Suddenly, he noticed them discussing the phenomenon above. He exited the chat channel and gazed skyward. His name still hung prominently, but now accompanied by a new line of text. Permanent attribute blood potions will soon be available in the trading zone. Everyone is welcome to purchase. This was precisely what he had just announced. Could this be the effect of the title lord? It seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? A hint of incredulity flickered across Ming's face, as if every word he uttered was destined to be proclaimed to the world. Despite its ostentation, which might even evoke envy, there was an undeniable charm to it. Yushu and the other lords had already been privy to this news, yet they were still taken aback upon witnessing the announcement made by Ming. Observing the message in the chat channel, Yushu felt a surge of curiosity. The title had transformed from landlord to lord. Could this signify something of particular importance? Was this truly the sole special reward bestowed by the beast tide? Chapter 71. The Sale of Blood Elixirs and Ming's Tactics in the City of Trolls. When Gao Ran first encountered this news, her initial reaction was disbelief, followed by a suspicion that Ming had lost his mind. How could he dare to sell such a rare commodity? Was he not merely augmenting the strength of his competitors? The Lord of Platinum City remarked, "Perhaps Ming is in need of resources," which prompts him to sell permanent attribute food. The Lord of Golden City concurred. That seems plausible, considering the messages from the previous 2 dead lords. Ming's mechanical troops rely on production and require substantial resources. The Lord of Platinum City added, "This clarifies why he previously sold various high-level and rare equipment instead of utilizing them himself. The armor of the machines serves as protection, thus negating the need for additional gear. It is reasonable for Ming, being one individual, to sell surplus equipment in exchange for resources." At this juncture, Gao Ran interjected, "Let us not forget that Ming is able to sell a considerable amount of equipment after each wave of beast tides, implying that he has the capacity to forge equipment. Now, with his sale of permanent attribute food, does it suggest he possesses production capabilities?" Upon hearing this, both lords paused, their eyes widening in astonishment. Finally, the Lord of Platinum City stammered, "This surely cannot be true. If he can indeed produce continuously, would he not be invincible?" The Lord of Golden City echoed, "Indeed, with the perpetual accumulation of permanent attributes, who could stand against him?" This conjecture was both terrifying and outrageous. Yet, if the speculation held any truth, it indicated that Ming harbored boundless potential. Observing the shock on their faces, Gao Ran continued, if he truly can produce. He is indeed formidable. However, his troops are mechanical, not of other species, and machines cannot consume permanent attribute food. How much can he consume alone? Even if he grows stronger, can he withstand our vast armies? One's strength is ultimately limited. Upon witnessing Su Ming's sale of permanent attribute food, she too felt a wave of shock. Reflecting on Su Ming's previous continuous sales of weaponry, a dreadful hypothesis emerged. He possessed the ability to produce permanent attribute food. However, upon further contemplation, even if he had this ability, the enhancement would be severely constrained, as his troops were mechanical and could not grow through permanent attribute food. There was concern, yet it was not overly worrisome. The two lords, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the implications. The Lord of Platinum City chuckled. You have a point. His troops are mechanical and cannot be enhanced through permanent attribute food. Even if there were enhancements, it would only benefit him alone. I almost overlooked that. The Lord of Golden City laughed heartily, amused by their own fears. Gao Ran spoke in a serious tone. We must prepare in advance, leaving no time for him to grow. If we can take him down, the building capable of producing permanent attribute food could very well become ours. At that point, upon hearing this, both lords' eyes gleamed with fervor. If they could obtain it, it would mean unlimited enhancement for themselves and even for their troops. At that moment, they envisioned their dominance over the entire region, followed by all territories, ultimately conquering the world. Just as they were immersed in the joy of their fantasies, Gao Ran suddenly exclaimed, "It's listed!" The two swiftly opened the trading area and beheld the permanent attribute food that Su Ming had put up for sale. Refined, mixed blood potion. Consuming grants 6 attributes, followed by a feeling of discomfort, ultimately yielding a permanent attribute increase of 0. 5. Refined, mixed blood potion. Consuming grants 7 attributes, followed by a feeling of discomfort, ultimately yielding a permanent attribute increase of 0. 6. Refined, mixed blood potion. Consuming grants 8 attributes, followed by a feeling of discomfort, ultimately yielding a permanent attribute increase of 0. 7. Indeed, he was capable of production, and in considerable quantities. A glimmer of greed flickered in Gao Ran's eyes. Although these offerings did not surpass the permanent attribute food he had previously acquired, they could be produced continuously. The blood potions did not sell out instantly, prompting Gao Ran to make an immediate purchase. However, upon seeing the required resources, his expression stiffened. It required a crystal core, the lowest at 0. 5. Demanded a single crystal core. Gao Ran's face contorted. Crystal cores were hard to come by, obtainable only by vanquishing rare-level monsters. They could also be exchanged for other resources, but the prices were exorbitant, truly deserving of the title of a swindler. The Lord of Platinum City forced a smile. Besides purchasing with crystal cores, acquiring them with energy crystals demanded 50,000. Crystal cores 10,000, rare-level metal materials 50 pounds, and 5 buckets of blood. And this was merely the price for 0. 5. Each increment of 0. One would elevate the price further. This was ruthless. He aimed to drain our resources. The Lord of Golden City gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt immense envy. The Lord of Platinum City remarked, the quantity is diminishing. Many lords are purchasing. I must buy some as well, or I risk being overtaken in strength by others. It's expensive, but it must be acquired. Such items provide tangible enhancements. For every one I purchase, another lord buys one less, gradually widening the gap. In the chat channel, the blood potions listed by Su Ming incited a frenzy among the lords. Wow, it truly increases permanent attributes. Su Ming has lost his mind, selling such items in considerable numbers. Could Su Ming possibly produce these? This is too astonishing, and so expensive. Damn, the swindler. By the way, what exactly is this crystal core? I've never seen one before. Ha ha ha, I'm about to strike it rich. There's a rare-level mine right next to me. Soon, I'll leave you all far behind. Some people just have too much money. To purchase such an expensive blood potion without hesitation is absurd. In the city of Earth Dragons, permanent attribut blood potion. Available in bulk? Luo Qilong was astounded, taking out the blood potions he had obtained from trading with Su Ming, which were significantly superior to those listed above. Now, witnessing Su Ming's sale of these potions, he felt a twinge of regret. If only he hadn't deleted it earlier. Otherwise, he could have directly messaged him for a trade. The blood elixirs. Previously, he had requested 5 barrels of Earth Dragon blood from me, indicating that my Earth Dragon held considerable value for him. I was certain that if I added him as a friend, he would readily agree. Luo Qilong once again sent a friend request to Su Ming. After all, his Earth Dragon possessed a trace of dragon lineage and belonged to the upper echelon of military units. Thus, the elixirs produced would undoubtedly be of the finest quality. I believed he would not refuse my request. 10 minutes later, Luo Qilong discovered that his friend request had been deleted. Such a proud individual. You squander this opportunity, and soon enough, you will come seeking my assistance. After purchasing 3 vials of elixirs from the trading zone, he urged his Earth Dragon to continue on its journey. Sitting atop the dragon, he gazed at the elixirs he had acquired, murmuring to himself. That arrogant fellow mentioned that they would have special effects when consumed by military units. I wonder if there is any truth to his claim. Well, it is worth a try. In the 7-colored Python City, Yushu noticed the elixirs for sale in the trading zone and was taken aback. However, her astonishment was not due to the elixirs themselves, but rather the quantity being offered. He had merely chosen this moment to sell, and he possessed even more superior ones. Yushu analyzed the situation. Although she did not have any elixirs herself, she had learned from several friends that Su Ming had been selling these elixirs to them, which indeed had the effect of permanently enhancing attributes and was not insignificant. It could be said that their effects were several times greater than those in the trading zone. The inferior products were placed in the trading zone, while the superior ones were traded privately. This tactic sent shivers down Yushu's spine. Moreover, private transactions were considerably more affordable than purchasing in the trading zone. The only drawback was that she could not dictate the terms of the trade. It was solely up to the other party. Over time, whenever Su Ming found himself lacking a certain resource, all he needed to do was mention it, and someone would be more than willing to procure it for him. After all, who could resist elixirs that could permanently enhance attributes? Chapter 72. The S-Class Hybrid Blood Potion. Infiltrator within the confines of Area 88888. Only a little over 1,000 lords remain, each possessing an abundance of resources, for otherwise, survival would be impossible. It was not until nightfall that the blood potions displayed for sale were entirely sold out, yielding a commendable harvest. 400,000 crystals, 30,000 ethereal crystals, 198 crystal cores, 5,000 pounds of various metals, and 150 barrels of true blood. The yield of ethereal crystals was less than anticipated, amounting to merely 30,000. This can be understood, as at this stage, lords require ethereal crystals primarily to upgrade their structures, while the need for crystal cores is minimal, if not entirely absent. Only the foremost lords can afford to trade in crystal cores. A considerable amount of true blood was also collected, totaling 150 barrels. This allows for the refinement of more A-class blood potions and even the attempt to concoct a 100 potion. In summary, one could say it was an exceptionally lucrative endeavor. With the blood now placed in the factory, Su Ming prepared to refine the 100 blood potion. Gazing at the operational panel before him, he remarked, "I wonder what attributes a 100 refinement will yield. Regrettably, as the blood is not from the same troop type, I can only produce a hybrid potion. Refining a 100 blood potion necessitates an immense quantity of 500 blood, a staggering requirement indeed. It took 10 barrels to fulfill the necessary amount for the 100 refinement. Refining hybrid blood potion. Upon consumption, attributes increase by 100, granting a boost in strength, followed by a permanent attribute enhancement of 40. Upon witnessing the results, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. There were no adverse effects and a permanent attribute increase of 40 points. Truly, the 100 refined potion is remarkable. The hybrid potion now rivals the permanent attribute foods he had acquired previously. Such high-tier goods deserve to be classified as S-Class. With 140 barrels of true blood remaining, he could refine 14 bottles of S-Class hybrid blood potions. However, Su Ming did not intend to exhaust all his resources. He refined only 10 bottles of S-Class potions. reserving the remainder for other classifications. The enhancement effects of the 10 bottles of S-class hybrid potions were consistent, yet the permanent attribute increments exhibited slight variations. The hybrid potions utilized different troop blood types, leading to discrepancies in effectiveness, though all remained within a fluctuation around 40. After consuming one, Ming felt invigorated, filled with strength, and proceeded to craft armor and new mechanical legs for the Silvermane Wolf. This time, the metallic materials were more than sufficient, allowing for the creation of superior enhancements, even improving upon the existing design. Moments later, Ming summoned the old wolves, outfitting them with the newly crafted mechanical legs and armor. The revamped armor was significantly lighter than before, with all equipment levels reaching the rare tier. Although their inherent strength was merely advanced, their combat prowess, bolstered by the armor, was now capable of contending with rare-level monsters. Grateful for the master's generous gifts, after the upgrades were completed, the old wolves prostrated themselves before Ming, expressing their utmost loyalty. The Silvermane wolves behind them followed suit. Additionally, Ming produced A-class refined blood potions, distributing one to each Silvermane wolf. He then remarked, while equipment is undeniably important, one's own strength is equally vital. Old Wolf instinctively understood the situation, his tail wagging with excitement as he expressed gratitude for the gifts bestowed by Ming. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you, he declared. With that, he dispersed his companions, allowing Ming to take a moment to rest. The territory, now bereft of protection, was vulnerable to the encroachment of wild monsters. Yet, Ming harbored no concerns. The land was teeming with GX, 86 units, akin to countless vigilant eyes monitoring every movement around the perimeter. Furthermore, the skies were patrolled by the GT Wind and GT Storm, while numerous mechanical dogs lurked in the shadows below. With such a robust layer of mechanical guardianship, there was little cause for anxiety. Perched on a tree at the boundary of the territory, a figure concealed itself within the trunk, its tail hanging down and swaying gently. Observing the drones on patrol, as well as the aerial movements of the wind and storm, doubts began to surface regarding its own significance. With such formidable defenses in place, is my presence truly necessary? It questioned itself, feeling an unsettling sense of superfluity. What reason could there be for sparing my life? Is it merely my abilities that are of interest? Uncertain of the intentions of the enigmatic Ming, it was acutely aware of the man's terrifying nature, finding it impossible to decipher his thoughts. As it closed its eyes to rest, its ears twitched slightly, attuned to the sounds of the surroundings. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes open, pupils narrowing as it fixed its gaze in a particular direction. An intruder. It refrained from immediate action, instead observing the patrolling GX, 86 units, and GT Wind. No detection? How curious. The intruder had traversed the first line of defense, yet remained unnoticed. Did these machines rely solely on dynamic vision to identify targets? This revelation indicated a vulnerability in their capabilities. Upon realizing this, it swiftly sprang into action. Having pledged allegiance to the new lord, it could not allow the intruder to proceed unchallenged. Soon, it had stealthily positioned itself behind the intruder, yet it hesitated to strike. It discerned that the figure was merely scouting, not intent on assassinating Ming. Cloaked entirely in black, the identity of the individual remained a mystery. As it contemplated moving to the front, it suddenly noticed the GT Wind and Storm converging in its direction. Had they finally detected something? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, it refrained from acting impulsively. At that moment, the cloaked figure also became aware of the approaching machines and halted its advance. What a formidable defense, it thought, narrowly avoiding detection by these mechanical sentinels. However, it had gleaned some understanding of their capabilities. Preparing to retreat, it understood that further progress would inevitably lead to exposure, making escape difficult. Unbeknownst to the intruder, its movements had already been meticulously observed by Ming as it crossed the first line of defense. As the cloaked figure hastily withdrew, it suddenly froze, turning back in alarm. Someone is watching me, just as it sought to identify the observer. Several beams of red light descended upon it. The GT Wind and GT Storm had zeroed in on its position. Damn it! The figure clad in black reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly transforming into dozens of bats that dispersed in all directions, evading the adversary's targeting and ensuring a safe escape. Dark observed the entire scene, and upon witnessing the opponent's abilities, she formed a general hypothesis. He must have already detected the intruder. In an instant, Dark vanished from her location, reappearing outside Su Ming's door. "My lord, we have detected an intruder." Moments later, Su Ming's voice resonated from within the room. "Please come in." Dark opened the door and stepped inside, her eyes scanning Su Ming's chamber at an astonishing pace before returning to him. Su Ming stretched lazily and inquired, "Who is the intruder?" After the adversary breached the first line of defense, he received an alert. The GX-86 scanner had promptly pinpointed the intruder's location, yet it had refrained from taking action immediately. The transmitted visuals indicated that the opponent was merely probing, making it unnecessary to raise alarm. "It might be a vampire," Dark suggested. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "A vampire? I encountered one during the last wave of beasts. Could there be a connection?" "Indeed," Dark nodded. "If it weren't for the escape abilities he displayed at the end, I would not have been able to ascertain that. No wonder, with the cover of night aiding him." The GX-86's thermal imaging failed to detect him immediately. It was only after crossing the first line of defense that the joint scan made the discovery. Su Ming understood that the opponent had employed some form of concealment skill to evade the initial probing of the territory. However, since the intruder was merely scouting, there was a possibility of a return. Further contemplation led him to conclude that this vampire might harbor intentions regarding his domain. If that were the case, thorough preparations were in order. The next time the adversary returned, he would have to extend the courtesy befitting a host. Chapter 73. Pursuit at the Vampire Manor. Observing Su Ming in contemplation, and chose not to interrupt, patiently waiting until he concluded his thoughts before speaking. "My lord, I have left a special mark on the enemy, which allows us to trace his location." "Oh." Su Ming's eyes brightened. "Are you able to ascertain his position now?" And nodded affirmatively. She then closed her eyes to sense the mark, reopening them moments later to declare, "It is peculiar. Multiple imprints have manifested, seemingly dispersed, likely related to the method he employed to escape." Su Ming replied, "Then we shall wait to try again. If we can pinpoint his location, we need not wait for him to come to us. We can strike directly at his lair. I was indeed wise to leave you behind." He produced a vial of blood potion and tossed it to her. "Take this. Once the mark becomes whole again, locate his hideout," and accepted the vial without inspecting its contents, nodding in acknowledgement. It was only after departing from Su Ming's chamber that she glanced at the blood potion. Upon opening it and inhaling its scent, she felt a surge of strength coursing through her. Her eyes widened with excitement as she eagerly consumed it, her gaze now as wide as saucers. "What is this? My attributes have increased by 8 points, and it's a permanent enhancement." Stunned, she remained in disbelief, never anticipating that her new lord possessed such remarkable items, and that he would bestow one upon her so readily, especially on her very first day. Overwhelmed, she realized she could not fathom his intentions, as the mark within her consciousness began to coalesce and shook off her astonishment. "I must not betray my lord's trust." Resolutely, she vanished into the shadows, pursuing the vampire. Meanwhile, 2 GX-86 aircraft took to the skies. The following day, Su Ming reorganized 50 GT Storm and GT Wind aircraft, adding yet another warlord to his ranks, bringing the total to 3. He could have formed more warlords but refrained from doing so, as it would consume a considerable amount of crystal cores, a scarce resource at this stage. He preferred to ensure he had sufficient foundational resources before proceeding with further reorganizations. Upon claiming his daily allotment of 40 free GT Storms, Su Ming opened his private messages to find a note from Tao Yao Yao. "Tao Yao Yao, Su Ming, I have cultivated another golden fairy gift. I am now ready to trade it with you. Tao Yao Yao, also, I am just 1 level away from becoming the castle lord. I will soon catch up with you." This message had been sent during the latter half of the night, a time when she should have been asleep. Su Ming glanced at the trading area and accepted the golden fairy gift that Tao Yao Yao had sent. This girl truly had remarkable luck to cultivate another golden fairy gift so swiftly. Fairy gift. Gold greatly increases the probability of obtaining rare items. Purple. With a chance to acquire epic items. Orange. With a sense of anticipation, Ming activated the gift. A flash of purple light enveloped him. Acquired. Territory range 5. Purple. Ming. Increased territory range? Such rewards can be obtained? Ming was astonished. He promptly opened the panel and saw that the territory range indeed increased by 5 squares, rising from 190 to 195. He recalled that Tao Yaoyao had mentioned her units lacked combat power and could not venture out to explore, yet their houses could be upgraded. This must be the means by which territory expansion is achieved. The gifts from the fairies are truly akin to blind boxes, capable of yielding anything. Ming marveled. He initially thought he could only acquire resources, construction blueprints, and weapons, but unexpectedly, he received a reward that expanded his territory range. What a wondrous unit! Ming sighed in admiration once more. Then he replied, Ming, I accept the items. You can have the potions. Let the fairies drink them and see if they have any special effects. Tao Yao Yao, huh? Ming, this is far too precious. Upon receiving the potions, Tao Yao Yao was taken aback. Moreover, the effects of these potions were exponentially stronger than those she had seen in the trading area. Such a rare commodity, and he casually traded it away. Ming, it's nothing. Feel free to use them. If you need more, just ask. Tao Yao Yao, Tao no. This is too valuable. I can't afford it, and I can't take your things for free. The potions in the trading area were exorbitantly priced, and the effects of the current potions were 10 times those listed, making the cost prohibitively high for her. Ming, consider it a gift. In exchange, I would appreciate your assistance in cultivating the light orbs. Does that work for you? Tao Yao Yao, oh, that is acceptable. Tao Jiao Yao, Ming, just wait for my good news. Ming, Odait. By the way, observe any changes in the fairies as well. Tao Yao Yao, no problem. Realizing she was not receiving Ming's items for free, Tao Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Does this mean I have truly latched onto Ming's leg? After acquiring the potions, Tao Yao Yao excitedly summoned the fairies. Hurry over, Ming has gifted something wonderful again. The fairies fluttering above the fountain of fairies heard the call and immediately gathered around the table, casting curious glances. Tao Yao Yao took out a small dish, poured half of the potion into it, and pushed it in front of one fairy. Try this. It's a precious gift from Ming, with effects similar to the food we had last time. Similar to the food from last time? The fairy's eyes lit up at the mention. Grasping the edge of the dish, propping herself up, and leaning her head towards the dish, slurping the potion eagerly until it was empty. Tao Yao Yao watched the fairy intently and, upon seeing her finish the potion, excitedly asked, Do you feel any different? The fairy blinked and contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. Perhaps it was because she had not consumed it all. Tao Yao Yao urged her to drink the remainder. After the fairy had drained the entire bottle, Tao Yao Yao noticed a faint glow emanating from her. There's been a change. Are you like last time, able to cultivate a golden sphere of light? Tao Yao exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the fairy felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body as she swiftly ascended above the fairy spring. After a brief interval, a purple sphere of light emerged from the water. Not golden, Tao Yao expressed a hint of disappointment. However, she noticed that the cultivation time had significantly decreased compared to before. Just as Tao Yao was preparing to distribute the remaining elixir among the other fairies to observe their transformations, she noticed changes in the fairy who had just consumed the elixir. You have leveled up, reaching the rare tier. In Mechanical City, after a night of pursuit, and had returned, bearing several wounds upon her form. I apologize, my lord. I ventured too deeply into the enemy's stronghold during the chase and was discovered. I was injured while retreating, and said, lowering her head. Ming did not cast blame, but inquired, Did you locate their stronghold? Indeed, it is a vampire manor. There are numerous powerful beings surrounding it. I counted no less than 10 rare-tier individuals. There may be even more within the manor, and hesitated for a moment before voicing her suspicions. I suspect that there may be not only rare, but perhaps even epic-tier beings within, otherwise they would not have detected my presence. Chapter 74. The Vampire Manor family in the dimly lit expanse of the Vampire Manor. Several maids diligently tended to the estate's flora. Tall and exquisitely featured, they embodied the essence of beauty, though their pallid skin betrayed a lack of color. It was noon, with the sun at its zenith. Yet an eerie gloom enveloped the manor, as if a peculiar force repelled the sunlight. At that moment, the grand doors of the castle swung open, revealing a graceful lady who stepped outside. Adorned with a jeweled tiara, her golden locks cascaded to her waist. Her complexion was on the pale side, and her deep, commanding eyes exuded authority. Clad in a flowing red gown and donning white lace gloves, she radiated elegance and nobility. The butler, Buck, walked beside her, shielding her from the sun's rays with an umbrella. Behind them, several maids pushed a dining cart, following closely. The lady tilted her head towards the sky and elegantly remarked, "The weather is delightful today. The sun shines perfectly, ideal for a picnic outdoors. Buck, do you not agree?" Buck, the butler, offered a slight smile and replied with gentlemanly grace, "Indeed, Countess, everything has been prepared to your satisfaction." As they strolled into the courtyard, the maids arranged an array of pastries and brewed a pot of blood-red tea before discreetly retreating to the side. The lady gracefully lifted her teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea before taking a sip, emitting a sound of contentment. "Delicious and fresh," she declared, finishing her cup in one go. Buck promptly refilled it. "My lady, this is freshly extracted blood from an otherworldly being, harvested just yesterday, and at the peak of its flavor and freshness," Buck informed her. The Countess took a macaron and savored it alongside the tea. After finishing one, she inquired, "Where is Emile? She should join us to indulge in this exquisite tea. Drinking more will benefit her growth." Buck replied, "Countess, Miss Emile is currently in prayer. I brought her a cup before my arrival, but I fear she may not wish to partake." Upon hearing this, the lady shook her head in exasperation. Has she become bewitched? Obsessed with prayer to the extent of ignoring such delectable blood? She lamented her child's transformation, even questioning if she had been brainwashed. The lengthy lifespan of their kind had established peculiar customs. Each individual was free to pursue their passions, provided they did not threaten the family's interests. Even if Emile's fondness for prayer contradicted their lineage, it was permissible, as long as she did not engage with the church or similar entities. Her husband, on the other hand, had a penchant for red wine and was deeply invested in winemaking. For the past few days, he had captured numerous otherworldly beings to enhance his brewing craft, seemingly making notable progress. Their eldest son was engrossed in the study of various blood arts, bearing the weighty responsibility of reviving the family legacy. As for their youngest son, he had tragically passed away a few days prior, and the perpetrator remained at large. The lady took a delicate bite of the macaron and, after swallowing, asked, "Was there an intrusion into the manor last night?" "Yes, but we were unable to apprehend the intruder. They managed to escape," Buck replied. He then added, "It seems they followed young Master Occam back here." The elegant lady, upon hearing the news, could only shake her head in despair. To be so obsessed with blood magic that one is followed here by a mere kitten, truly, one is regressing in their studies. Ball, remaining silent, adhered to his role as the butler and refrained from interfering in the affairs of his employer's household. He continued, "It is said that young Master Occam has discovered a realm inhabited by humans from another world, and it is possible that this individual is responsible for the death of young Master Laren." Suddenly, the teacup shattered, and a fierce glint flashed in the lady's eyes as she turned her icy gaze upon the butler. "Are you certain?" she asked, her tone chilling. The butler, while gathering the broken pieces of the teacup and replacing it with a new one filled with red tea, responded, "I cannot be entirely certain. I heard it from young Master Occam." He added, "The blood magic that young Master Occam has diligently studied is not without merit. It seems he has established a unique connection with young Master Laren, which led him to the territory of these otherworldly humans." The lady's expression darkened. "Very well. Where are they? Tonight, I shall lay waste to that place. Those who kill my family shall not go unpunished." The butler felt the weight of the Countess's wrath and adjusted his attire before saying, "Madam, please enjoy your afternoon tea. I shall inquire about the enemy's location from young Master Occam." As the butler withdrew, he walked along the manicured path of the garden when he suddenly halted. Gazing up at the sky, is it merely an illusion? Do I hear a buzzing sound? Buck focused his keen ears, and upon closer listening, noticed that the buzzing had vanished. Just as he dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a missile struck fiercely, piercing through the peculiar black barrier above and landing in the garden, creating a large crater. A maid tending to the garden was thrown into the air by the force of the explosion, screaming, "We are under attack." Buck hurried back to the courtyard, where he found the lady still leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea. "Madam, enemies are approaching. It may be those otherworldly humans." "I see," she replied coldly. "I did not expect them to be so audacious as to launch an assault on my estate. They're truly courting death." More missiles rained down, but they seemed to have a mind of their own, striking only the garden and sparing the vicinity. "Find that otherworldly human and eliminate him." The Countess's eyes turned crimson, her voice icy and laced with an otherworldly allure. The maid, who had collapsed, suddenly stiffened, her eyes glowing with a red light. She stood upright, and from her smooth back, a pair of demonic wings unfurled, propelling her into the air. This commotion caught Occam's attention, and he swiftly made his way to the garden. The once immaculate garden was now marred with craters, devoid of beauty. He noticed his mother and butler Buck still indulging in their afternoon tea and rushed over. "Mother, there are enemies invading. Why are you still so at ease?" Occam implored urgently. The Countess replied apathetically, "It is the same kitten you followed last night. Now they have come to attack our estate." Occam was taken aback. "What did you say? They dare to be so bold." Last night, after being discovered during his infiltration, he planned to venture into the territory once more, intending to gather intelligence before launching an attack the following night. However, he was taken aback when the enemy dared to assault their estate today. "Mother, this individual from another world excels in various mechanical creations, exhibiting formidable lethality." Occam recounted the information he had gathered last night, vividly describing the mechanical designs he had encountered. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles continued to rain down, apart from the courtyard, which remained unscathed. The floor and soil in the garden were nearly plowed through. I realized that this individual from another realm was significantly stronger than those I had previously encountered. The combat maids we had dispatched were swiftly annihilated. The words of the Countess left Buck in a state of shock. The combat maids were no weaklings, each possessing first-tier abilities, rare level. Yet the enemy had dispatched them with such alarming speed. "Buck, expand the dark curtain. I wish to summon the crimson moon." "Occam, my child, do you possess the confidence to confront that human?" Chapter 75, Assault on the Vampire Manor. Upon ascertaining the location of the Vampire Manor, Ming endeavored to mobilize the giant cannon, hoping to deliver an initial strike. Regrettably, the distance proved too great, exceeding the cannon's range, forcing him to abandon the attempt. Observing Ming's actions, and inquired, "My lord, do you intend to launch an assault on them?" Ming replied, "What other course is there? Now that we have discerned their position, should we not act? Shall we merely wait for them to attack? I am loath to place my safety in their hands. Allowing them to strike first would turn my territory into a battlefield, leaving it pockmarked and difficult to manage. It is far better to transfer the battlefield to their domain. After all, should it be destroyed, it would not concern me. But they possess epic-level warriors, and we." N's words trailed off as she noted the serene smile gracing Ming's face, seemingly unfazed by the prospect. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her. Does the Lord possess epic-level strength? How could that be? You should remain here to recuperate. With that, Ming departed from the territory. As N was an assassin, her involvement in the forthcoming battle was unnecessary. After a morning-'s journey, Ming arrived at the Vampire Manor. The scene was peculiar. Despite it being broad daylight, the area ahead was shrouded in darkness, as if enveloped by shadows. Vampires abhor sunlight, and this veil of darkness served to shield them from its rays. If I shatter this shroud, will their power be significantly diminished? The presence of this obscurity led Ming to surmise that the vampires were not yet capable of traversing freely under the sun, still fearing its light, suggesting their strength had not reached such levels. 10rx, 20 units lined up in formation, and in the next moment, a deluge of missiles descended. To Ming's astonishment, the missiles encountered no obstruction, piercing through the darkness and landing in the manor's garden. It was not a protective barrier. This was an unexpected outcome. Thus, he could not directly dismantle the shroud to let sunlight in and weaken their powers. Quite clever, indeed. They had not employed the darkness as a defensive mechanism, but merely to obscure the light. With this realization, Ming no longer lingered on the existence of a shroud and commanded the offensive. After a round of bombardment, as preparations commenced for a second wave, dozens of vampire maids erupted from the manor. They appeared grotesque, with sharp fangs and claws, their faces exhibiting a ghastly pallor. First tier, rare class. A trifling matter. Observing their strength, Ming merely smiled faintly. The RX, 20 units promptly elevated their mounted machine guns, and in an instant, a torrent of fire erupted, a barrage of bullets directed at the airborne vampire maids. The bullets, infused with light attributes, naturally countered the vampires. In mere moments, the maids were riddled with bullets, falling to the ground, some even entangled in the branches above. Since it was not a protective barrier, an all-out assault was warranted. With a commanding gesture, Ming deployed an additional 20 RX, 20 units, and began to advance. In the skies above, the GX-90, equipped with self-destructing mechanical dogs, initiated a surprise attack. At that moment, the dark curtain suddenly expanded, enveloping Ming's position and encompassing the three regions behind him. They have arrived. Ming immediately became vigilant as the GT Windstorm and GT Storm ascended into the air. They did not rush to join the fray, but first scanned the surroundings for any dangers. At that moment, a blood moon replaced the sun in the sky. The crimson light descended, and sharp roars echoed within the manor as more vampire maids emerged. RX-20 advanced steadily, coordinating with a well-trained squad. Facing the onslaught of the vampire maids, bullets from the machine guns rained down, taking them down. Strangely, the vampire maids, riddled with bullets, did not perish. Instead, they rose once more. The bullets embedded within their bodies were forcefully expelled, and their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. The revived vampire maid seized one of the mechanical dog's legs, swiftly dragging it closer, her sharp claws scratching at it. Soon, more vampire maids descended upon them, dismembering the mechanical dog. The scene resembled a horde of infatuated women, utterly captivated, consuming their prey. Undying? Or perhaps a self-healing ability? No, the vampire maids previously slain did not possess such powers. Ming furrowed his brow upon witnessing the resurrected vampire maid, but quickly recalled the earlier encounter with the vampire maid he had killed. They were not truly immortal. Someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. Human, I ask you, did you kill my brother? At that moment, Occam confronted Ming, demanding answers. Vampire, Occam. Level 5 rare. Traits, Frenzy Blood Moon Knight Blood Sorcery Elite. Description, proficient in various blood arts. Brother? Ming paused, recalling the vampire he had encountered during the last wave of beastly hordes. Not long ago, I did indeed slay a vampire. Are you his brother? Indeed. I had yet to settle the score with you, and now you come to me. I shall use your blood to honor my brother. Occam roared, a faint red mist emanating from him. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was composed of tiny droplets of blood. As the blood mist fell upon the vampire maids, they instantly became frenzied, their eyes glowing crimson. Ming frowned, realizing that the traits of Occam were manifesting in every vampire maid. Truly, a noble of the vampire lineage, capable of such feats. Ming was astonished, yet he remained undaunted. His approach to combat was straightforward and brutal. Shoot, bombard. This was the aesthetic of mechanical brutality. A self-destructing mechanical dog was deployed, and a small mushroom cloud erupted within the manor, creating a zone of radiation. The shockwave from the explosion rattled Occam's spirit, causing his expression to shift multiple times. Even the Countess, who was enjoying her afternoon tea, was startled by the violent blast. This human, boom, boom, boom. Before she could fully process her astonishment, several more small mushroom clouds arose, the explosions shaking the entire manor. The courtyard and castle began to tremble precariously. This is not merely an explosion. It carries with it a pollution effect. We must not allow the bombs from the sky to descend upon the estate, for they would not only contaminate our food, but also taint the blood pool. The Countess abruptly rose from her seat, causing the chair behind her to topple. "Fear not, my lady, for I shall immediately eliminate the aerial contraptions and ensure that these bombs do not fall upon the estate, thus preserving the sanctity of the blood pool." With that, Buck unfurled his demonic wings, his once genteel visage transforming into that of a bat-like fiend, and he swiftly ascended into the air, his claws poised for attack. However, at that moment, a self-destructing mechanical dog from the GX-90 suddenly lunged forth, attempting to bite Buck. Not a bomb? Is it alive? Buck had no time to react as the creature clamped down on his arm. Noticing the flickering red light in the mechanical dog's eyes, he swiftly realized the unsettling truth. It was not a living being. It was a mechanical construct. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted in the air, causing even the heavens to tremble. At this juncture, more GX-90s soared into the fray, and their self-destructing mechanical dogs were unleashed, charging towards the burgeoning mushroom cloud, igniting another violent explosion. Chapter 76. The Countess Occam persistently commanded his vampiric maids to initiate an assault. Yet even with the enhancement of blood magic and the bestowal of infinite resurrection capabilities, they were no match for the onslaught from the opposing force. Damn it, why are these scrap metals so resilient? Moreover, they were firing light projectiles. Could it be that they were not from another world, but rather agents of the church? Su Ming's firepower thoroughly suppressed them. No number of vampiric maidens could withstand his relentless barrage. At that moment, a self-destructing mechanical entity lunged forward, and Occam's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the terror these mobile bombs possessed. A single detonation would create a gaping crater, accompanied by a dreadful nature of contamination. Even as vampires endowed with formidable vitality and healing abilities, exposure to such radiation would render them exceedingly feeble. This pollution could permeate their very blood. Dozens of vampiric maids bravely positioned themselves to intercept the self-destructing mechanical hound, while Occam swiftly retreated to avoid the explosion. Boom! The vampiric maids were obliterated into fragments. And just as Occam contemplated a sigh of relief, he witnessed more machines emerging from the dust. His countenance darkened, revealing traces of despair. In the darkness, under the illumination of his mother's crimson moon, he found himself in such a wretched state, even risking disgrace before her, and utter embarrassment to the O'Trevin lineage. Just then, an arm plummeted from the sky. Upon seeing this dismembered limb, Occam's pupils constricted, and his mental defenses crumbled, despair etched across his visage. It belonged to Butler Buck. He was dead, blown to bits. How could he, so powerful with near-infinite regeneration, have met his demise? Who was this human to possess such strength? Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a hand rested upon his shoulder, a chilling voice emanating from behind him. As the future heir of the family, to exhibit such cowardice in the face of a formidable adversary is truly disappointing. Occam shuddered at the words and lowered his gaze. "Forgive me, mother. I was wrong. The pressure from the enemy is overwhelming, invoking a fear that feels insurmountable." The Countess raised her hand, releasing a swarm of diminutive red bats that gnawed at the mechanical hound before them, rendering it incapacitated. "Do not blame yourself. This foe is indeed formidable. Leave this to me. By the way, summon your father." Father? Occam was momentarily taken aback. He realized that his mother might not be able to contend with this human either, or else she would not have instructed him to fetch his father. I will go at once." Without a moment's hesitation, Occam hurried back to the castle. The Countess fixed her gaze upon Su Ming. "In this world of the survival of the fittest, I shall not question why you have chosen to assault my estate. Since you dare to approach, allow me to savor the exquisite blood coursing through your veins. It has been far too long since I indulged in the direct consumption of blood." The Countess's voice, once elegant, gradually took on a coarse timbre as her garments strained against her expanding form, bursting at the seams to reveal sinewy muscles. Her previously delicate and refined features morphed into a grotesque visage of a bat, and massive demonic wings unfurled from her back. "You proclaim yourselves as vampires, yet I perceive more of a bat-like monstrosity within you. A graceful lady, suddenly transformed into a grotesque creature, left Su Ming utterly astonished. Vampire Countess. Level. First tier, epic. Traits, Night, Blood Moon, Elite, Boss, Frenzy, Bloodthirsty. Description, possesses an elongated life and formidable offensive capabilities. Epic. Su Ming was not taken aback. He promptly summoned his warlord. Allow me to savor the essence of your blood. The Countess lunged forward, creating a gust of wind. At that moment, a colossal machine rose behind Su Ming, its massive shadow enveloping the Countess. Witnessing this scene, the Countess momentarily froze. The warlord raised its arms. The gun ports on its back aiming at her, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The Countess sensed impending doom. Her grand demonic wings enveloped her, unaware that it was the gravest decision she could make. The bullets, imbued with formidable penetrating power, pierced through her demonic wings. The Countess emitted a cry of agony, realizing she had severely underestimated the potency of these projectiles. Not only did the bullets possess immense penetration, but they were also infused with light attributes. She attempted to evade. Yet more bullets rained down, relentlessly suppressing her, forcing her to channel her blood into her wings to bolster her defenses and self-repair capabilities. Such remarkable regenerative prowess. Yet the toll exacts on you must be considerable, Su Ming mused with a faint smile. RX-78, RX-20, GT Windstorm, and GT Storm were subsequently deployed. The skies and the earth were dominated by mechanical creations. Terror flickered in the Countess's eyes, even though she could effortlessly dismantle these scrap metals. She was currently constrained by the warlord. Moreover, the firepower of these mechanical hounds was already formidable. If they joined the fray, her self-repair speed would be utterly inadequate. Disintegrate! The Countess roared, her form suddenly fragmenting into countless tiny bats, scattering in all directions to evade the assault. Did you think that by splitting, I cannot strike you? So means Maid City. Jex. 86 initiated scanning, and the screen immediately displayed hundreds of red dots. Those were the Countess's fragmented bats. Eliminate her. The warlord swiftly locked onto the fleeing bats in midair, and bullets rained down, while lasers erupted from behind, mercilessly pursuing the airborne bats. RX-20 opened its maw, flames surging forth, hurting the bats into a confined space, where they were subsequently gunned down by GT Windstorm and Storm. Under the combined onslaught, only a few bats survived, landing in the courtyard to revert to the Countess's form. Su Ming did not relent in his assault. As soon as she touched down, missiles were already hurtling toward her, compelling her to evade hastily. He advanced steadily, continuously compressing her available space for survival. The mechanical hounds, along with GT Windstorm and Storm, overwhelmed the Countess, leaving her gasping for breath. Even more terrifying is the presence of a formidable warlord lurking in the shadows. After several desperate attempts to flee, the Countess found herself cornered at the castle gates, unable to maintain her bat-like form, and reverts to her human guise. Her pallid complexion and the numerous bullet wounds adorning her body rendered her incapable of self-recovery. The Countess, visibly distressed, had never felt so beleaguered since attaining her epic status. Her piercing gaze fixated on Su Ming in the distance, as a dark red bloodbat stealthily emerged from her back, launching a surprise attack. However, after flying a short distance, a laser beam descended abruptly, obliterating it in an instant. The Countess was taken aback. How could her meticulously concealed actions have been detected? Engaging in covert maneuvers? All your movements are under my surveillance, Su Ming remarked coolly. The moment the Countess summoned the bloodbat, a small red dot appeared on the screen of the GX-86. Without hesitation, he commanded its immediate eradication, speculating that an epic-level monster might yield a plethora of valuable loot. Just then, Mother, Father are here, Occam shouted, bursting through the grand doors, only to witness the horrifying scene of his mother being pierced by a barrage of lasers and bullets. Mother! A tremendous shockwave shattered the castle gates, sending Occam crashing backward. As the doors threatened to crush him, a powerful hand intervened to halt his impending doom. How dare these beings from another world be so audacious as to invade my estate? Chapter 77. Is one machine not enough? How would you respond to having several? After encountering the smaller adversaries, larger foes emerged, and just as the larger ones were subdued, an even greater threat appeared. Ming could not help but express his frustration. Immediately, various firearms were aimed at the imposing figure that suddenly materialized at the door. The barrage of firepower was unleashed. "Do not be arrogant, blood feaster." A deep voice resonated from within the castle, as immense demonic wings, akin to a formidable shield, blocked the entrance before stepping outside. Vampire, Ultravon Caesar. Level, Tier 3, Epic. Traits, Night Blood Moon Boss Elite Blood Pool Amplification. Description: the Vampire Manor family possesses formidable power, backed by a blood pool that grants them nearly limitless regenerative abilities. As the opponent manifested, Ming's holographic, I promptly captured the information about him. A blood pool? Ming furrowed his brow. It appeared to be quite a troublesome entity. Drink! Caesar bellowed, unleashing a surge of blood energy that repelled all nearby mechanical constructs. His rugged, dark purple skin radiated authority, and his countenance exuded a fierce dignity. "You have destroyed my manor, slain my wife, and murdered my children. Your punishment is death." With a roar, Caesar's eyes glimmered with crimson light, causing the repressed machines to levitate. In the next instant, they fused into molten iron, which then transformed into sanguine blood. Caesar opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully, drawing the blood into his being. How vile! Tainted with the taste of rust, it pales in comparison to the wine I brew. Aside from a warlord, the rest of the mechanical army was annihilated. Caesar glanced at his ineffectual son and commanded, "Gather your mother's remains and deposit them into the blood pool." Upon witnessing his father's overwhelming power, Occam's face lit up with joy. However, upon hearing his father's order, he hastily replied, "Father, the remnants of mother have been tainted. Placing them in the blood pool may defile it." Moreover, the mechanical constructs fired light projectiles, likely from the church's forces. Caesar examined the fragments of his wife and indeed noted signs of contamination. "Then collect your mother's remains for now. After the battle concludes, I shall cleanse the impurities from her body before placing her in the blood pool." As for the church, he does not hail from the church, but from another world. Caesar's voice boomed, resonating even at a distance where Ming stood. Ming was intrigued by how these local forces were aware of their origins from another realm. Instead of hastily attacking, he opted to listen to what the adversary had to say. Humans from other worlds who arrive here acquire various unique abilities. When they slay us, they receive rewards, and we too gain rewards for their demise. Have you forgotten the exquisite taste of the blood from those beings in recent days? Upon hearing this, Ming raised an eyebrow. Local creatures receiving rewards for slaying a lord? This was news to him. The prospect of vanquishing such a powerful human and the rewards it could yield was tantalizing. Their blood would undoubtedly be more delectable than that of other beings from different realms, allowing him to brew the coveted divine wine he longed for. In Caesar's eyes, a brilliant light burst forth as the demon wings behind him flared violently, unleashing a swarm of black bats that surged towards Ming. "Blood food, you stand no chance against me. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable, and you shall be nothing but sustenance. Is that massive scrap metal your only weapon? In my eyes, it is utterly insignificant." Caesar laughed heartily. Ming, observing the approaching mass of black bats, merely smiled faintly. "Scrap metal, you say? Allow me to show you the taste of being vanquished by it." A multitude of RX 78, 20, GT Windstorm, and Storm units re-emerged, launching an assault on Caesar. "Can your blood pool's formidable regenerative capabilities withstand my firepower?" Ming spoke coldly. The blood pool granted Caesar tremendous recuperative powers, yet he was nestled against a factory whose overwhelming production capacity could easily counteract Ming's assault. "Ha ha! You foolish scrap metal will only serve as my blood food, a mere supplement, albeit lacking in flavor." At that moment, the warlords initiated their offensive, unleashing a barrage of bullets, missiles, and lasers that decimated the black bats, leveling the garden before them. As bullets and missiles rained down, Caesar chose not to withstand them, but to evade swiftly. These projectiles, imbued with light attributes, were a natural counter to his kind, and he sought to avoid them at all costs. Is that colossal scrap metal your trump card? Once I obliterate it, what will remain of your offensive capabilities? Caesar's hand transformed into a claw, blood coalescing into spheres that he hurled toward the warlords. Although his right arm was severely damaged, it sparked with electrical energy. "Excellent!" exclaimed Occam, who was nearby, gathering fragments of his mother, unable to contain his excitement. "So means my infantry. A trump card? Indeed. This is one of my aces, but who said I possess only a single one? More than one?" Caesar was taken aback. Before he could fully react, another warlord materialized, its immense presence casting a shadow over him. While he held a level advantage, he could not underestimate the opponent's firepower. A single hit could force even him to grimace. Scrap metal remains scrap metal. No matter how large, it is still scrap. Even an additional piece of scrap remains just that. Let me obliterate your prideful scrap. Bloodbath tsunami. Caesar's body erupted with a torrent of blood, which transformed into a vast ocean of bloodbaths surging towards Ming. This maneuver demanded immense energy, and despite his reliance on the blood pool, he could only perform it once. In an instant, a deluge of crimson waves surged towards Ming, prompting the two warlords to retaliate. Countless bullets, missiles, and lasers poured forth in an attempt to disperse the impending tide. Futile. My blood pool continuously replenishes. All your efforts are in vain. Caesar bellowed. "So mean as Mirkith. The blood pool is impressive, but can it rival my industrial prowess?" A third warlord emerged. Caesar's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such formidable machinery. Ming possessed 3 more. Yet he remained unperturbed, intensifying the output of the blood pool. Then, the fourth warlord completed its reassembly and was deployed. In an instant, flames erupted and the incessant sound of cannon fire filled the air, transforming the soil of the garden into molten rock. The castle behind Caesar also suffered extensive damage. A colossal tide of bloodbaths was vanquished. How, I ask? Can your blood pool endure this onslaught? Should I unleash another warlord? How will you respond? The fifth warlord of war was deployed. The machinery factories within the territory operated at an astonishing speed, with 4 production lines continuously churning out GT Windstorm and GT Storm, later to be reassembled by Ming. What? How does he possess such formidable machines? Occam was completely bewildered, oblivious to a fragment of his mother slipping from his grasp. Caesar's expression darkened, as the 5 warlords loomed over him like colossal beasts. The crimson light emanating from their eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression and annihilation, rendering his countenance grim and forcing his head to bow. "I am willing to submit," he uttered in a voice laden with humiliation. Submit? The mere utterance of that word struck Occam like a bolt of lightning. He could not fathom that even his father, a figure of such might, would utter such a term. Though he longed to confront his father, the sheer power before him compelled him to swallow his words of inquiry. "No acceptance of submission," commanded Ming. "Annihilate them." Countless laser cannons unleashed their fury, reducing the entire castle to ruins. Chapter 78, Blood Pool. Special reward: the warlord of Wutai reduced the vampire manor to smoldering ruins. The castle lay in shambles, with several centimeters of earth stripped away from the estate. Ming dispatched the GX-86 for reconnaissance, confirming that he was the sole survivor in this desolate place. His caution was warranted. After all, Caesar, a vampire, possessed formidable vitality and self-healing capabilities, making it impossible to ascertain whether they might suddenly revive. The RX-30 commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Soon, the most valuable corpses were retrieved and transported away. The master of the vampire manor, O'Trevin Caesar. Ming cast a glance, and information materialized before him. Dissection yields: energy crystals 30,000, exotic crystals 2,000, crystal cores 200, exotic crystal cores 1, concentrated essence of blood 5, blueprint for bloodthirsty walls purple, bloodthirsty maniac orange. In addition to the first 3 resources, Ming noted the emergence of a new resource: exotic crystal cores. Such materials typically dropped only from the defeat of epic tier monsters. Presently, his factory upgrades scarcely required this resource. The only applicable structure would be the modification factory, being a legendary building, yet the upgrade demanded 10,000 exotic crystal cores, of which he currently possessed merely one, rendering the upgrade a distant dream. Beyond the resources, he also acquired a significant amount of concentrated essence of blood. This permanent attribute sustenance provides considerable enhancement, albeit with notable side effects. The essence could be sold to other lords in exchange for resources. Ming remained resolute in his decision not to utilize it personally due to its detrimental consequences. Moreover, he obtained a construction blueprint and an epic tier weapon, a stroke of fortuitous luck indeed. Bloodthirsty Maniac consumes the wielder's blood to gain a 50 increase in attack power, triggering a bloodthirst effect upon striking an enemy, allowing absorption of the target's blood upon slaying. This weapon bore traits akin to those of vampires, though regrettably, opportunities for him to wield it were scarce. He primarily remained in the rear, directing combat rather than engaging directly. He instructed the RX-30 to return to his territory for dissection, as the probability of acquiring double resources from the factory had significantly improved. He could not afford to squander this chance. Subsequently, the corpse of the Countess was also transported away. Dissection yields energy crystals 10,000, exotic crystals 1,500, crystal cores 500, exotic crystal cores 1, concentrated essence of blood 3, blueprint for afternoon courtyard blue, blueprint for sonic wave tower purple. Aside from the resources, there was merely a standard building blueprint and a defensive tower blueprint, unremarkable, lacking any epic tier quality. As for the remains of Occam and the steward, Ming held little interest, simply directing the RX-30 to return them. The area had been reduced to ruins, and he wondered whether the blood pool had been destroyed. Ming held a keen interest in the O'Trevin family's blood pool. It could potentially be a rare building or artifact. Or perhaps, the blood pool served as the source of their concentrated essence of blood. This was a permanent attribute sustenance, and if he could seize control of it, he would have an inexhaustible supply of concentrated essence. But what if it had not been located? Could have been vaporized? Gazing at the desolation before him, Ming felt a twinge of frustration. It seems I may have acted too hastily. Had I known, I would not have employed 5 warlords. After a fruitless search and on the verge of giving up, Ming stumbled upon what appeared to be a cellar door, resembling an underground entrance amidst the ruins. A cellar? Perhaps the blood pool lies within. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Upon opening the cellar door, he discovered it was not a long-abandoned space. Signs of recent use were evident. He sent in the GX-86 to scout ahead, followed closely by the RX-20, and only after confirming the absence of danger did Ming proceed inside. The cellar was both deep and expansive. Upon entry, he observed wine racks on either side. Yet the bottles had been shattered in the chaos of battle, staining the floor and shelves a deep crimson. However, Ming detected that this was not wine. It was blood, merely contained within wine bottles. He felt no surprise, for they were vampires. As he delved deeper, he encountered a small brewing room. Within stood a large vat filled with a viscous crimson liquid, connected to a smaller vat, which in turn was linked to an even smaller one, culminating in a fixed wine bottle. The scarlet liquid was meticulously refined, ultimately dripping into the bottle to create what was termed wine. Suspended above the large vat were several corpses, hanging upside down with gaping wounds upon their heads, from which blood dripped. These must be the lords they had slain. After a cursory glance, Ming ascertained that there was nothing of value here. Even the brewing blood lacked utility. As for the lords, they had long perished, their blood nearly depleted. Departing the brewing room, Ming ventured further into the depths. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, imbued with a chill. Passing through several doors, he arrived at a peculiar stone chamber, untouched by any decor, appearing as if it were a natural formation. At the far end of the chamber stood a statue, adorned with wings and prominent fangs, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. Ming did not recognize the figure. Yet the pool beneath the statue piqued his interest. Blood Pool, a creation of the Outriven family, specifically designed to grant them formidable regenerative and self-healing abilities. Even dismembered flesh can recover when immersed in the blood pool. This structure is exclusive to the Outreven, classified as a special building. Its destruction yields unique rewards. Remarkable, even torn to shreds, one could survive. Sumin Marvid. Thankfully, his firepower was sufficient. Otherwise, facing an opponent backed by such a blood pool would likely render him incapable of victory. Regrettably, the blood pool was an exclusive structure, one he could not claim for himself, yet its destruction offered special rewards, which was not entirely a loss. Confirming the absence of other items in the vicinity, Su Ming commanded the RX-20 to obliterate the blood pool. The RX-20 promptly launched several missiles, reducing the blood pool to ruins. Successfully destroyed a special building. Obtained additional rewards. Acquired cultivation room construction blueprint, orange. An orange glowing blueprint materialized in Su Ming's hands. A cultivation room? Curiosity sparked as he gazed at the blueprint he now held. Blueprints for cultivation chamber, orange, capable of cultivating, enhancing, and healing creatures. Construction requirements: 80,000 wood, 50,000 energy crystals, 1,000 100 crystal nuclei. The notion of creature cultivation appears rather intriguing. Perhaps I shall test it with a silver mane wolf upon my return. After securing the items, Su Ming exited the cellar, having gathered the essentials. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the absence of a prompt indicating territory occupation. Is it still unclaimed? Could there be areas yet unexplored? No. This differs from exploration. To conquer, one merely needs to vanquish the adversaries present, and their territory will naturally fall under one's dominion. Su Ming felt a twinge of curiosity. The act of pioneering is distinct from that of conquest. Pioneering requires thorough exploration before claiming, whereas conquest demands only the eradication of foes. But now, could there still be living adversaries? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, instantly on high alert. Scanning his surroundings, a distant church caught his attention. Chapter 79, NTR. The fanatical vampire girl devoted to the church through the imagery transmitted by the GX. 86. Su Ming witnessed a golden-haired maiden kneeling within the church, her lips murmuring fervent prayers. Such intense combat had evidently disturbed her tranquility. Upon entering the sacred space, Su Ming observed a cup of fresh blood resting at the entrance, its hue gleaming vibrantly. Beside it lay several solidified crimson masses, resembling gelatin. Su Ming discerned that these were not mere confections, but rather coagulated blood. Was she human? No, she was a vampire. This thought flickered through Su Ming's mind. She abstained from drinking blood and engaged in prayer like a human. She seemed utterly unlike a vampire. Ascertaining that she posed no threat, Su Ming boldly pushed the door open. At that moment, his holographic eye obtained the following information about the maiden. Vampire, Charlotte, level, 3rd tier, rare. Description: a vampire girl devoted to the light, fervently praying in hopes of gaining the church's recognition, seeking a celestial emissary to guide her. Not a human, but a vampire. Su Ming's vigilance heightened as he noted her lack of defenses. He approached her confidently, accompanied by his mechanical dog and drone. Just as he contemplated how to deal with her, Charlotte suddenly turned to face him. Lowering her head, she performed an unusual gesture and then knelt. Kissing the ground with her forehead, her arms extended before her. "O emissary of the church, at long last you have heard my prayers and come to guide me. I have prayed for 682 days, cleansing myself of the darkness within my being and soul, prepared to embrace the light." Su Ming. Is this girl delusional? Or perhaps brainwashed? Could it be that all adherents of the church are this fanatical? His perception of the church began to shift subtly. The church, which he understood to represent justice and the forces of light, while vampires embodied evil and darkness, now seemed to present a more complex reality. Before him stood a golden-haired girl, undeniably a creature of darkness, yet she fervently embraced the church and its light, a notion that invited skepticism regarding her mental state. In light of this, the church's methods appeared rather formidable. "I am not a member of the church, nor am I here to guide you. I have come to end your life." Su Ming did not conceal his intentions, curious to observe the response of this brainwashed vampire girl. Charlotte remained prostrate, unwavering in her posture, and with devotion declared, "I am grateful to the emissary for ushering me into paradise, cleansing my darkness entirely, granting me the opportunity to once again embrace the warmth of the light. The church endures, and the light is eternal. Su Ming, is she unafraid of death? Does she take pride in this fate? Amidst his incredulity, he could not help but admire the church's brainwashing techniques. Contemplating this, Su Ming found himself reluctant to take her life. Instead, he inquired, "What do you know of the church?" The church, being a local power with considerable strength, might reveal valuable information through this zealous disciple, preparing him for future encounters. The Holy See guides us towards the light, dedicated to extinguishing all darkness in the world and constructing an eternal realm of radiance. Within this paradise, there is no illness or the burdens of aging and death, no wars or disasters, and people live joyously and carefree. Su Ming inquired, "Have you ever encountered anyone from the Holy See?" "Not at all. I have learned everything about the Holy See from books." From books? Is it possible that such reading could lead to such indoctrination? I shudder to think what would transpire if one were to engage directly. It is quite terrifying. Where can one find the books about the Holy See? In my room. Curious about the nature of such captivating texts, Su Ming intended to have her show him. Before they set off, he recalled a matter and asked, "Your parents perished by my hand. Do you not seek vengeance for them?" Charlotte displayed no hint of anger, calmly responding, "They embraced the darkness and became its denizens. I have implored them multiple times to return to the embrace of the true Lord of the Holy See and to welcome the light, but they could not comprehend, even forcing me to consume the blood of demons. Now, the emissary has come to rescue them, to guide them to paradise, hoping they can cleanse the darkness from their hearts and ultimately find solace in the light." Su Ming felt that further questioning was unnecessary. It seemed they had been thoroughly brainwashed. "Rise, take me to your room. I wish to see these books." "Of course, my lord." The golden-haired maiden stood, her gaze meeting Su Ming's, her pupils widening in astonishment before hastily kneeling in a peculiar display of reverence. "She did not mistake me for an emissary. It is the true Lord. What an honor for Charlotte to be personally guided by the true Lord." Her voice trembled with excitement. Su Ming was rendered speechless. Had he transitioned from being an emissary to a deity? "I am neither a deity nor an emissary, merely an ordinary lord." Charlotte, seemingly oblivious to his words, continued, "My lord, may I behold your true visage, so that your likeness may be eternally imprinted in my heart and soul, remembered for all time." Su Ming sensed that meaningful communication was becoming increasingly impossible. If she believed it to be true, then so it was. Thus, he refrained from further contradiction. Whatever she claimed was accepted as reality. Very well. With permission granted, Charlotte lifted her gaze, her vibrant, fervent red eyes fixating upon Su Ming, committing his image to memory. Su Ming, in turn, scrutinized her features. Golden hair framed her delicate visage, and despite a slight pallor, she bore no discernible flaws. If only her eyes were not alight with fervor. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Ming asked, "What leads you to believe that I am the true Lord?" Charlotte averted her gaze, bowing her head as she respectfully replied, "Only in the presence of the true Lord do divine birds and steeds accompany." Divine birds and steeds? Su Ming paused, glancing at the nearby drone and robotic dog. Had she mistaken these contraptions for sacred beasts? Subsequently, Su Ming noticed the statue of Charlotte, who had been fervently praying, accompanied by an animal and a bird. The features of the statue were rather indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern its likeness. However, to identify the mechanical dog and drone as divine creatures seemed rather far-fetched. Indeed, it appeared that she had been thoroughly brainwashed. Su Ming chose not to correct her, even feeling too apathetic to explain. "They are my divine beasts. Rise and lead me to your chamber." "Yes, my lord," Charlotte replied with another bow before leading the way. Upon exiting the church, the sight of 5 mechanical lords elicited another gasp from her. "My lord has even brought your formidable servants." Su Ming, accustomed to her exaggerated expressions, replied nonchalantly, "It is your piety that has moved me. Naturally, I could not make the journey to fetch you in a meager manner." As he observed Charlotte guiding him back, a peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face. "Is your chamber in the castle ahead?" Yes, my lord. Then there is no need to return. I have already laid waste to that place. With a facade of reverence for the light, he had assumed she would reside elsewhere, only to discover she too dwelled within the castle's walls. Alas, he had missed the opportunity to comprehend the intricacies of the Holy See. Charlotte displayed no trace of anger, as if all of this were inevitable and entirely reasonable. She assumed a gesture of reverence, earnestly declaring, "The Lord has purified the land of sin. May their souls find redemption in paradise, far from darkness." Su Ming had long grown accustomed to her antics. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Successfully conquered the vampire manor. Would you like to incorporate it into your territory? Territory range, 10 tiles. Chapter 80. Rescuing from the Holy See and constructing the cultivation chamber, Su Ming returned to his residence with Charlotte, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Holy See from her account. The Holy See, located at the heart of the world, wields considerable influence as a member of the forces of light, dedicated to the eradication of darkness. Beyond this, her remarks were largely filled with praise and fervent devotion typical of a zealous follower. Afterward, Su Ming instructed her to settle into a nearby house. Is this truly the sacred ground of the Lord? O Lord, I wish to establish a church in your honor, to pray for you, and to serve you faithfully throughout my life. Charlotte made a gesture of prayer and then kissed the holy ground beneath her feet. Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to her behaviors and understood how to interact with her. He casually surveyed the area and pointed in a direction, saying, "All right, that will suffice." The space was ample, allowing her the freedom to arrange it as she pleased. Once Charlotte departed, 2 notifications appeared before Su Ming. You have distorted the beliefs of a follower of the Holy See, abducting its most devoted disciple. The Holy See's favor towards you has diminished. The attention of the mechanical city has increased. Upon reading these notifications, Su Ming felt exasperated. What did it mean that he had distorted her faith? It was merely her own misunderstanding. He brushed it off, indifferent to the reduced favor. After all, he held little affection for the Holy See. After addressing matters concerning Charlotte, Su Ming retrieved the blueprints for the cultivation chamber and, having selected a suitable location, commenced construction. The design featured a predominantly white aesthetic, adorned with decorations reminiscent of DNA double helices and cellular biology. Upon completion, he upgraded it to a rare level, given the current abundance of resources. He then opened the cultivation chamber's interface. Cultivation chamber, level, first tier, rare, cultivation pod 1, and used, cultivation pod 2, and used, cultivation pod 5, and used, upgrade requirements, energy crystals 100,000, exotic crystals, 500, crystal cores 100. Su Ming accessed pod 1, which presented 2 options. Enhance heal, however, both options were gray and unclickable, as no individual was lying within the pod to activate it. Could it indeed assist in enhancing and healing individuals? Su Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. While this structure could prove useful, its significance was limited for him. As a mechanical entity, any injury or damage resulted in immediate disposal, followed by the creation of a new unit, rendering healing largely unnecessary. Nevertheless, within his territory were the Silvermane wolves and shadow cat demons. And now a vampire had joined their ranks. This chamber could provide a place for their healing and enhancement. Dark, Su Ming called to the sky. 2 seconds later, a shadow slithered from behind him, and Dark emerged from his shadow. My lord, what is your command? Her tone was markedly more respectful than before. Nowadays, she regarded Su Ming as increasingly enigmatic. He had indeed not been jesting about exterminating the vampire's manor. He had accomplished it in less than a day. Not only that, he also brought one back. Furthermore, she observed in the shadows that the vampire made peculiar gestures towards Su Ming, then knelt down, followed by what appeared to be a foot-kissing ritual. She could not discern it clearly due to an obstruction, but the mere fact that he could compel another to kneel was sufficient to instill a sense of dread within her regarding Su Ming. Thus, when Su Ming called for her, she appeared promptly, her demeanor imbued with greater reverence than before. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, who remained oblivious to the transformation within her, he pointed towards the cultivation chamber and said, "Were you not injured earlier?" I have procured something that can heal your wounds. Go and give it a try. Dark hesitated for a moment as she glanced towards the newly erected structure nearby before stepping inside. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, she encountered 5 capsule-shaped pods. And soon the frontmost pod opened, revealing Su Ming's voice emanating from within. Lie down, it will heal your injuries. Though she was perplexed about how this contraption could remedy her wounds, she nevertheless reclined within. As the pod's door descended and sealed, an unfamiliar liquid began to fill the chamber, startling her into a reflexive urge to escape. Do not panic. This is a necessary part of the healing process, and you shall not drown. Hearing this, she relinquished her flight instinct, allowing the liquid to envelop her head. She found the sensation of being submerged unpleasant, even loathsome. As a hypnotic gas was released, she inadvertently slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, on Su Ming's end, the panel displayed that Dark was now lying within the cultivation pod. Her various data points, along with the extent of her injuries, were laid out before him. Head, moderate, mild concussion. Neck, mild, slight misalignment of the second cervical vertebra. Muscle strain, chest injury. Moderate, fractured ribs 3 to 6 on the right side. Sternal fracture, limb injuries. Left arm, moderate torn biceps. Right arm, mild fractured radius. Soft tissue contusions of the hand. Left leg, moderate ligament strain of the knee joint. Muscle hematoma in the calf. Right leg, mild ankle sprain. Skin abrasions, surface wounds. Moderate, multiple contusions and lacerations across the body, totaling approximately 25. With 3 deep wounds on the back reaching the subcutaneous tissue, the information was exceedingly detailed, enumerating every injury. Su Ming clicked on the treatment option, revealing a selection of healing medications, ranging from mild to severe, as well as treatments for various body parts. It was not merely a direct healing. The medications needed to be administered. Following the recommendations, Su Ming opted for a moderate healing potion. Subsequently, the required materials for the moderate healing potion were displayed, with the alternative of spending 10 energy crystals for immediate use. Intriguingly, a formula appeared, suggesting a convenience for gathering materials. Without hesitation, Su Ming expended 10 energy crystals, as the materials for the moderate healing potion were not entirely available. Soon, a stream of green liquid was injected into the cultivation pod, commencing the healing of Dark's wounds. Healing initiated, estimated time, 3 minutes. During Dark's treatment, Su Ming transitioned to the enhancement option. The procedure mirrored that of the healing, only substituting healing potions for various enhancement elixirs. Su Ming pondered for a moment and opted for the rare-grade enhancement potion. A warning emerged, indicating that the recipient's body might not withstand it, potentially leading to peril. However, there was no prohibition against its use. One could still proceed. After some contemplation, Su Ming reverted to the Advanced Enhancement Potion and subsequently selected the Advanced Speed Enhancement Potion. The Advanced Enhancement Potion cost 100 energy crystals, while the Advanced Speed Enhancement Potion required 500 energy crystals. He wished to ascertain whether the enhancement's effects justified such an expenditure of energy crystals. The reason for abstaining from the rare-grade potion was a concern about causing irreversible damage. Such a risk would be entirely unwarranted. 3 minutes later, the healing concluded, and the various attributes of it returned to normal levels, with her injuries reported as healed. Yet, she remained unconscious. Following this, a vial of red and blue liquid was injected, initiating the enhancement process. This procedure was brief, lasting only 5 minutes. When the time elapsed, the liquid within the incubation chamber was drained, and the chamber door opened with a soft hiss. And slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of lightness. The efficacy of this treatment was truly remarkable. In her understanding, healing from injuries typically required consuming herbs or restorative potions, and after a while, recovery would ensue. This method of lying down and simply sleeping through the healing process was entirely novel to her. As she stepped out of the incubation chamber, her feet touched the ground, and she suddenly sensed something unusual. She felt lighter. Her legs had become significantly more agile, and her strength had noticeably increased. And gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. After a single treatment, she had grown stronger? Did she truly perceive this change? I have bestowed upon you a slight enhancement. How does it feel? Chapter 81. Reconnaissance of Other Lords. The first use of Lightning Storm, Ming summoned the Silvermane Wolves, intending to enhance their physical constitution while also exploring the possibility of healing their disabilities, despite their mechanical prosthetics rendering them indistinguishable from normal wolves. He was eager to test the feasibility of limb regeneration. The Elder Wolf reclined in chamber number 1, while the other 4 Silvermane Wolves occupied chambers number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Following the completion of the scans, various data metrics materialized before Ming. The indicators for the Silvermane Wolves barely surpassed the lowest tier, achieving a subpar level of performance. The Elder Wolf fared slightly better, reaching a moderate standard, having consumed 2 permanent attribute-enhancing foods that provided some uplift in its attributes. Ming was not overly concerned about the inadequacy of their data. After all, they would primarily serve in the rear lines, clearing minor foes rather than engaging directly in battle. In fact, the poorer the data, the more it underscored the efficacy of the breeding chamber's enhancements. Commencing treatment for the Silvermane Wolves, he discovered that the healing potions possessed no capability for limb regeneration. He then switched to the enhancement options. The Silvermane Wolves were limited to using lower-tier enhancement potions, as even the intermediate ones would result in their demise upon consumption. The Elder Wolf, however, could utilize intermediate enhancement potions, although the use of advanced ones would also lead to fatality. While its constitution was somewhat lacking, the support of mechanical armor compensated for this deficiency. Upon completing the enhancement for the Silvermane Wolves, there was a slight improvement in their constitution. Moving forward, he resolved to have them consume more blood potions, hoping for potential changes. After enhancing the 8 Silvermane Wolves, Ming conveyed the unfortunate news regarding the impossibility of limb regeneration. Surprisingly, they did not exhibit sorrow. Instead, they appeared quite pleased. The mechanical prosthetics significantly surpassed their original forms, and they feared that healing might render them weaker. Thus, the inability to regenerate limbs was, in their eyes, a cause for celebration. Subsequently, Ming distributed blood potions for them to take back and consume. Once this task was completed, he began refining the blood potions. Although the territory of the vampire manor spanned only 10 squares, the number of vampire maids was substantial, yielding a total of 78 bottles of C-grade blood potions. Kaiser and the Countess managed to refine A-grade blood potions, a testament to their epic status. Refined Vampire Noble Blood Potion, upon consumption, grants a 150 increase in Berserk attributes, followed by a permanent boost of 15 in attributes. While not as potent as the concentrated blood they produced, the blood potions bore no adverse effects and were, nonetheless, quite commendable. Following the occupation of the Vampire Manor, Ming's territory expanded to 205 squares, meeting the requirements for upgrading the castle. After completing the upgrade, the next level of castle enhancement would require not only resources, but also an expansion of territory to 250 squares. As night fell, the forest grew increasingly perilous. Even with the newfound strength of the lords, they chose to remain within the safety of their own domains after dark. At this moment, several figures were stealthily scouring the jungle for something. Have we located the position of the unscrupulous merchant? I believe I spotted something resembling a drone flying over there. A drone? That must be the place. Let us proceed with caution, as his drone may possess reconnaissance capabilities. Rest assured, my unit is the Shadow Core, capable of concealing itself within the shadows, undetectable by drones. That's good to hear. I will provide cover for you shortly. Your task is to gather as much intelligence as possible. Should any situation arise, I will reveal my unit to facilitate your retreat. Very well then. As we engage in these clandestine activities, no one shall uncover our deeds. What clandestine activities? Let us not employ such unflattering language. We are conducting reconnaissance. Do you understand? I comprehend. The 3 shadows seamlessly merged into the darkness, effortlessly infiltrating the walls of Ming's territory. At the very moment the Shadow Core breached the territory and abruptly opened her eyes, someone has infiltrated, possessing a concealment ability akin to mine, though slightly inferior in comparison. and swiftly melted into the darkness, pursuing the intruder. She refrained from acting rashly, opting to observe from the shadows. Shadows? Such peculiar beings. Are they other lords? And chose not to alarm the intruders, continuing her discreet observation. The Shadow Corps rapidly passed through the first line of defense, relaying their findings back. The Lord of Shadow City received the transmitted information and remarked, "There are numerous drones. And something is also flying overhead. Is that a small Gundam? What is the situation inside?" Another lord inquired. "I have already traversed the first line of defense. These machines are as useless as scrap metal before my Shadow Corps, completely oblivious to our presence. We must not be careless." Before long, the Shadow Corps arrived at the second line of defense. Here, they encountered an increased presence of GT winds and storms, along with a multitude of mechanical dogs patrolling. The defenses are indeed formidable, but are they truly effective? Time passed without notice, and the Shadow Corps withdrew, choosing not to penetrate the third line of defense. They had noticed a significant gathering of mechanical constructs nearby, likely having sensed their presence. Advancing further could lead to discovery. What is the situation? Simple and effortless. The Lord of Shadow City signaled with an OK gesture, stating, "However, the merchant's strength is indeed formidable, boasting a plethora of mechanical constructs." I glanced briefly and counted at least 200 or 300. 200 or 300. That is quite a number, yet with so many lords united. 200 or 300 should suffice for each of us. Of course, there is nothing to fear. These scrap metals are utterly ineffectual against our forces. Ha ha ha! I share your sentiments. Let us return, for the wilds at night are perilous. The two swiftly departed, unaware that two GX-86 drones hovered above, monitoring their every move. Once they had left, and had already materialized in Su Ming's chamber, observing him as he scrutinized the footage transmitted by the GX-86. "My lord, why did you not execute them, but instead allow their departure?" And question puzzled. Su Ming replied coolly, "Eliminating them now would only attract larger prey." When these two lords approached the vicinity of the territory, they had already been scanned by the GX-86. After all, the monitoring range of the GX-86 extends far beyond the boundaries of the territory. Unoccupied areas outside are equally under surveillance. Larger prey? A moment of surprise flashed across N's face, quickly followed by an understanding of Su Ming's intention. However, the abilities of these phantom troops were indeed extraordinary, as they could even traverse through walls. Su Ming felt the urgency to strike first. Soon, the GX-86 provided a new image, showcasing the territorial positions of two lords. Su Ming first locked onto the location of the Lord of Phantom City, gaining a comprehensive view of every blade of grass, tree, and the arrangement of buildings, including the positions of defensive towers. The dense placement of structures made it quite difficult to resist the urge to take action. A smile crept across Su Ming's face as he activated the weather controller, selecting the enemy's location. This was a release that disregarded distance. "Let me bestow upon you a tempest of lightning." Within less than 3 seconds, a mass of dark clouds gathered above Phantom City, followed by a relentless barrage of lightning strikes. Chapter 82. The astonishing weather weapon and Gao Rant's response in the stillness of the night. The majority of lords had succumbed to slumber, with only a handful of troops vigilantly patrolling and safeguarding their territories. Those lords who remained standing were undoubtedly formidable. It was during this tranquil hour that a message erupted in the chat channel, sending shockwaves through the ranks of all lords. United, they cried out to eliminate the unscrupulous merchant. The merchant had seized control of a weather weapon, and my territory was besieged by a devastating lightning storm. Every structure lay in ruins, including the recently upgraded castle. I am finished. Escape is no longer an option. I took a perilous risk to convey this message to you all. The walls and defensive towers have been obliterated by the tempest, and my troops have suffered catastrophic losses, leaving me defenseless. The merchant's mechanical forces have infiltrated my land. I do not expect anyone to come to my aid. I merely wish to impart one crucial truth. The merchant wields a weather weapon. He possesses the power to unleash meteorological assaults upon any lord. The forces of nature are insurmountable. He can obliterate your territories and extinguish your lives at will. Furthermore, the merchant's location is near the St. Yopham marshes, close to Mount Dutu. Lords in that vicinity must flee immediately. You may be his next target. As the news broke, the chat channel erupted with disbelief and incredulity. The mention of a weather weapon left many lords in a state of shock. A weather weapon? My heavens, could it be true? Surely, it cannot be. Does Su Ming truly possess such an arsenal? Or is this mere fiction? No wonder he claimed victory amidst the beast tide. He wields such a terrifying instrument. To control the weather is to command nature itself. It feels almost surreal. Yet, there is nothing surreal about it. Consider the perilous realm we inhabit. The possession of such a weapon is indeed frightening, yet I surmise that its use must be heavily constrained. Most lords were astounded by Su Ming's mastery of the weather weapon, with some urging him to clarify the veracity of this alarming claim. However, upon reading the message, certain lords hastily arose from their beds and ascended to higher ground, scanning their surroundings for any sign of Mount Dutu. Some lords, upon realizing that they were situated in a plain with no sight of the mountain, breathed a sigh of relief. Others, however, turned pale, for they were perilously close to Mount Dutu. Oh no, I reside near Mount Dutu. This is disastrous. I am too. Is relocation an option? I do not wish for my demise. Condolences, my friend. You can only blame your unfortunate location. As a member of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance, should not the Alliance dispatch troops to support me against Su Ming's impending assault? The Anti-Mechanical Alliance. Surely, the merchant cannot possess a weather weapon. That is too far-fetched. It feels like a ruse to lure us into uniting against him, a ploy not without merit. I share that sentiment. Otherwise, it would be utterly terrifying. The Alliance members were equally engaged in discussion regarding this matter. But the higher echelons of the Anti-Mechanical Alliance possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. Gao ran. This matter is indeed true. Unscrupulous merchants possess weather weapons. Before his demise, Zhuang Yuan conveyed all the intelligence he had gathered, thus meeting his end with purpose. The Lord of the Platinum City gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. It is indeed true. With such formidable weaponry at his disposal, should he unleash a tempest upon us, we would be utterly unprepared. The Lord of the Golden City was equally taken aback and suggested, should we not delay our assembly? He hesitated, seemingly receiving messages from others. After glancing at them, he continued, several lords have messaged me, expressing their desire to withdraw from this siege. Some have even suggested postponing the offensive, while numerous newly joined lords wish to disengage, fearing retribution from the unscrupulous merchant. Gao Ran exhibited little reaction, as if he had anticipated such developments. He spoke calmly. What do you think the unscrupulous merchant aims to achieve by employing such a powerful weapon to eliminate a single lord? The two lords furrowed their brows, remaining silent. It is a demonstration of power, a warning to us. Yet, he has somewhat miscalculated. The more he resorts to such tactics, the more compelled we are to initiate an offensive, and swiftly. Listening to Gao Ran's words, the lords of Platinum City and Golden City exchanged concerned glances. The former remarked, I do not quite grasp your meaning. The lord of Golden City nodded in agreement. Gao Ran smiled slightly and elucidated. Your panic and fear play into the unscrupulous merchant's hands. This is precisely the effect he desires. Such weaponry undoubtedly comes with significant limitations and cannot be employed repeatedly in quick succession. Therefore, we must act contrary to his expectations, striking him when he is least prepared. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both lords brightened. It seemed to make sense. If the weather weapon could be used continuously, he would have already rendered himself invincible. However, the Lord of Platinum City still harbored reservations and stated, I concur with your perspective. But what if the weather weapon is not merely on a cooldown, but has a finite number of uses? This was not mere contradiction, but rather an exploration of potential scenarios. After all, they were preparing to besiege the most formidable lord in the 88888 zone, and all possibilities must be considered. Gao Ran nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Thus, during the offensive, forces should be dispersed, launching waves of attacks. According to the intelligence relayed by Zhuang Yuan, The unscrupulous merchant possessed only a few hundred machines, perhaps 200 or 300. They had not ascertained the internal situation of his territory, so they assumed he had 500 to 600. Moreover, these machines had a critical flaw. They struggled to identify units capable of hiding or becoming invisible. Therefore, we would stage a feigned frontal assault with a portion of our forces while another segment infiltrated his territory, coordinating our efforts to catch him off guard. I refused to believe he would dare to employ weather weapons against his own territory. Upon hearing this plan, the eyes of both lords sparkled with intrigue. This method indeed seemed viable. If the unscrupulous merchant dared to utilize weather weapons in his own domain, it would be tantamount to self-inflicted damage, 1,000 losses for every 800 inflicted upon the enemy. Just then, Gao Ran received a private message. The sender conveyed a single word, achieve. Following that, he vanished from his friend's list. The disappearance from the friend's list signifies that he has perished. He was a lord who had been scouting alongside Zhuang Yuan. Gao Ran is indifferent to his demise. Yet she ponders the meaning behind the message he sent before his death. It seems he met his end too swiftly, leaving little time to convey more information. Could it be that he succumbed to a weather weapon? This implies that the limitation on weapon usage is not merely a cooldown period, but rather the number of times it can be employed. But what does this particular character signify? Is there a connection? As Gao Ran contemplates, she softly murmurs the character. Done? He was annihilated by a nuclear bomb. A spark ignites in her eyes as she feels clarity wash over her. He must have been unable to complete his final spelling, resulting in a typographical error. What he intended to convey was a nuclear bomb, a weapon long possessed by the unscrupulous merchants. It appears that this nuclear bomb must be taken into account as a crucial factor. Only by engaging in battle within the merchant's territory can we significantly curtail his weapons usage. Furthermore, fighting within his domain requires little consideration. One can simply charge forth and slay the enemy. Yet for him, the calculations are far more complex. With this realization, she swiftly issues commands to the lords of Platinum City and Golden City. Accelerate the assembly of lords. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate the unscrupulous merchants once and for all. Chapter 83. The Black Mist Shield successfully annihilated a lord's territory. Territory range, 80 units. Acquired resources, wood X50 000, energy crystals X10 000, exotic crystals X2 345, crystal cores X7, equipment X50. In plundering mode, randomly obtained a building from the opponent, acquired blueprint for Black Mist Shield, purple. After unleashing the lightning storm, Su Ming dispatched only a few mechanical units to effortlessly obliterate the opponent's territory, achieving victory with remarkable ease. These shadow troops were not ordinary beings. Upon defeat, they vanished like phantoms, leaving no opportunity for refinement in a blood agents. Su Ming sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity. He examined the newly acquired blueprint, intrigued by its title. Blueprint for Black Mist Shield, purple, creates a special area of black mist centered around the building, impervious to external scrutiny. Construction requirements. Wood X5 000, energy crystals X2 000, exotic crystals X100. Generate black mist? Concealment? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a valuable asset. What is paramount in battle? It is information. Had he not discerned the architectural layout of Ghost Shadow City, the lightning storm he deployed would likely have been far less effective. Now, with the Black Mist Shield, the enemy's attempts to probe his territory would be akin to navigating in total darkness, utterly blind to his defenses. Soon, news of another successful territory destruction reached him. Su Ming promptly dispatched a warlord to execute a dimensional strike, employing thunderous tactics to obliterate the foe. He acquired a further 75 units of territory, along with a wealth of resources and a blueprint for an electromagnetic tower. Opening the map, Su Ming noted that his territory and the two newly conquered lands were somewhat distant from one another, not connected. Should he bridge them? After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the idea, opting instead to treat these two locations as strongholds. Should the anti-mechanical alliance lords launch an assault, He could utilize these positions to encircle them. Then, he would strike decisively. With this strategy in mind, Su Ming stationed a considerable number of mechanical units at each location and decided to leave a warlord behind at both sites. Once everything was arranged, a private message chimed in. It was from Yu Shu. Yu Shu, I've received word that Gao Ran may launch an attack against you at the latest by the day after tomorrow. He likely fears your weather weapon, believing you cannot use it continuously, and intends to deliver a devastating blow. You should prepare yourself. Yu Shu, by the way, do you really possess a weather weapon? The day after tomorrow, at the latest? Sumin Mirlis Mail Fantli. He only feared that his adversary might be too intimidated to approach. As for the weather controller entering its cooldown phase and becoming temporarily unusable, he was not overly concerned, as it was not a significant consideration for him. After all, it was the enemy who sought to attack him. The battlefield was on his home turf. Should he deploy the lightning storm, there was a possibility it could adversely affect his own territory. Su Ming, do you know the location of his territory? Upon seeing Su Ming's response, Yu Shu was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Did he truly possess a weather weapon? If he knew the opponent's location, could he use it directly? Upon reaching this realization, Yu Shu felt a surge of dread. Could he truly strike at any location at will? Yu Shu, I'm not entirely sure. However, I can assist you in gathering intelligence. She was attempting to curry favor with Su Ming, although he had not joined her alliance. Maintaining a cordial relationship would alleviate her concerns of becoming his target. Su Ming, mechanical nonith. Yu Shu, by the way, I have discovered some rare-grade metals. Could I exchange them for your blood serum? Su Ming, mechanical certainly, exchanges can be made at any time. Su Ming, mechanical additionally, I require Yuper metal, Tianwu gold, and Tianshan silk. Should you or anyone else come across them, please feel free to reach out. I can offer a B-grade blood serum in return. B-grade? Yu Shu was taken aback, implying that he possessed A-grade or perhaps even S-grade blood serums or higher. She yearned to inquire whether there were even superior serums, but thought better of it, lest she provoke his ire. Yu Shu understood. After completing the transaction, Su Ming closed the chat. The metals he had just mentioned were essential for the modification of the giant cannon's muzzle, which was not available in his territory, necessitating that Yu Shu and her companions seek them out. Upon returning to his residence, the conquest of two lords' territories further expanded Su Ming's domain, reaching a total of 360 squares, sufficient for upgrading his castle by 2 levels. He mused that exploration was the slowest route to advancement. Seizing others' territories proved to be a far swifter method, abundant in resources and rewards. With this thought in mind, Su Ming promptly dispatched the GX-86 to scout for additional lords in the vicinity. He had noted the message sent by the Lord of Ghost Shadow City before his demise and had also observed communications from other lords, seemingly indicating the presence of several nearby lords. During the waiting period, Su Ming completed the construction of the Black Mist Shield. It ascended to the rare grade, enveloping a vast area, including all buildings and even the location of the giant cannon. Roughly estimating, it covered at least 100 squares. The generated black mist posed no threat to himself. In fact, it was imperceptible, only visible upon accessing the panel where the coverage area of the black mist shield could be seen. However, from the enemy's perspective, the area appeared pitch black, akin to an unexplored region. Even aerial reconnaissance would fail to unveil the circumstances concealed within the black mist. After attending to all matters, Su Ming enjoyed breakfast while awaiting news from the GX-86. At that moment, a mountaineer beast rushed to his side, breathless with excitement, exclaiming, my lord, I have discovered something monumental." Su Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A monumental discovery? How significant is it?" Noticing the mountaineer beast panting, he casually handed it a vial of blood serum. "Drink a bit and speak slowly." The mountaineer beast eagerly opened the cap with a pop, gulping down the serum in a few swift swigs. As soon as the last drop was consumed, its eyes widened in astonishment, feeling a surge of strength coursing through its body, as if its attributes were permanently enhanced. It gazed in shock at the empty vial in its hand, then turned to Su Ming, finally realizing what it had just ingested. "Grateful for your generous bestowal, I am able to partake in such a precious substance. In life, I shall be your devoted servant. In death, Su Ming interrupted his prepared oration. Let us speak of matters at hand. What did you discover? Yes, yes. The mountain beast eagerly nodded, increasingly feeling the inscrutable nature of his master. Such a valuable item offered so freely, and seemingly without concern. Could it be that there are many more such treasures in your possession? If I strive diligently, might I earn even greater rewards? With this thought igniting a fervor in his eyes, he resolved to contribute more, seeking further favors from his master. Behind the crystalline, or vein, I sensed an even more extraordinary entity and delved deeper for investigation. Master, guess what I uncovered? It is Ogulahar steel. So mean.Early, steel. This seems to be a material requisite for the modification of the colossal cannon's base. Indeed, it is an epic-grade metal, exhibiting excellent energy storage capabilities without the need for extensive processing. My late father spoke of it. This special metal is stringently controlled by the Church, and anyone who dares to hoard it is deemed a heretic. The Church values it so highly, they would even go so far as to label hoarders as heretics? It must indeed be a remarkable substance. Can the excavator soldiers extract it? So meaning Wayith. The mountain beast shook his head, uncertain. The excavator soldiers have yet to reach that depth. Even if they did, the extraction would not be straightforward, for a fearsome creature resides there. Understanding dawned upon Su Ming as he nodded. Very well, I shall proceed there after I finish my meal. In the meantime, ascertain the conditions in that vicinity. Rest assured, my master shall await your news. Upon receiving his command, the mountain beast promptly returned to the goblin tribe. On his way, he passed the dwelling of the silver wolves, noticing them consuming a blood elixir, which left him astonished. Such feeble creatures also receive your favor? The mountain beast could not comprehend this. At that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that such a precious item truly holds no significance for you, my master? Certainly not. These silver wolves must have rendered commendable service. Indeed, it must be so. Chapter 84. The adventurer's backpack. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mine, Su Ming observed the relentless activity of the mining robots, tirelessly transporting the mined energy crystals. These mechanical workers exhibited no signs of fatigue, operating continuously both day and night. As he watched the industrious machines, Su Ming recalled the Ogulahar steel he had discovered deep within the mine and resolved to enhance the level of the mining factory, fearing that the current level might hinder their ability to excavate effectively. Mining factory, level, first rank, rare, mining robots, 200, exploration robots, 10, treasure hunting robots, 1, upgrade requirements, energy crystals 10, 000, exotic crystals 500, core crystals 5, upon upgrading the factory to the rare level. The number of mining robots increased to 200, and a new type of specialized robot was introduced, the treasure hunting robot. This unique robot bore a bulbous head that encompassed its entire body, equipped with slender limbs that rendered it somewhat comical in appearance. After discerning the capabilities of the treasure hunting robot, Su Ming realized that its function differed from his initial understanding of treasure hunting. The robot's abilities were confined to the mine. Outside its influence, it was rendered ineffective. The treasures it sought included metal veins of rare grade or higher, treasure chests, and various other items. As the treasure hunting robot emerged from the factory, it scanned its surroundings eagerly, seemingly detecting something of interest. It promptly dashed into a corner of the mine, 50 meters within, pointing excitedly at a spot as its head flickered incessantly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Had it truly uncovered treasure? To his astonishment, something valuable lay so close at hand. Just as he prepared to investigate, he noticed an exploration robot racing ahead. Instead of excavating, it began to sketch the surrounding terrain. Moments later, a small map was completed, and upon its return, the exploration robot halted abruptly upon seeing Su Ming. It glanced back and forth between the distant mining robots and Su Ming, then seemed to reach a decision, presenting the map to him. Observing the exploration robot's actions, Su Ming discerned the methodology at play. The treasure hunting robot was tasked with locating treasures, which would then be mapped by the exploration robot before notifying the mining robots to excavate. However, since he was present, the process bypassed the mining robots, delivering the map directly to him. Examining the map, Su Ming noted its remarkable detail, with an X marking the treasure's location. Upon reaching the designated spot, his holographic eye detected something beneath the soil. 3 meters below the surface lies a backpack. A backpack? Had others ventured into this place? Su Ming felt a surge of surprise. A backpack could only be a human artifact, unmistakably not left behind by any other creature. He summoned a mining robot to commence excavation. Before long, a weathered leather backpack was unearthed from the earth. Adventurer's backpack, a bag left behind by a deceased adventurer, potentially containing treasures or relics. Curiosity piqued. Su Ming opened the backpack to discover a piece of copper-hued metal, or Ogu-Liha steel, a unique metal capable of storing energy. Upon encountering the information regarding this metallic ore, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This adventurer had previously visited this place and ventured deep into the mine, yet appeared he could not escape, perishing here, perhaps due to the monsters lurking within. A heightened sense of caution enveloped Su Ming. Subsequently, he noticed that the metallic or bore twisted inscriptions. Do not speak of having entered. I cannot even make it through. I am doomed. If someone finds my remains, I implore you to return my belongings and convey to them not to come here again. There is no path to survival. These were the last words of the adventurer. The mention of relics piqued Su Ming's interest, yet upon rummaging through his backpack, he discovered no items apart from the metallic ore. Could there be a hidden compartment? He patted the backpack and turned it upside down. Only a few minute metal shavings trickled out. Aside from that, there was nothing. Gazing at the metal shavings on the ground, a possibility dawned upon Su Ming. Had the items decayed? These shavings might have originated from some sort of tool. Otherwise, the adventurer would not have been able to etch inscriptions onto the metallic ore. If indeed they had deteriorated, then the relics mentioned in the letter would also be lost. Remarkably, the quality of the backpack was commendable, having remained intact despite the passage of time, albeit somewhat tattered. At that moment, a mountain beast rushed over, its curiosity piqued by the copper-green metal in Su Ming's hand. Is that not Ogu-Liha steel, my lord? How did you acquire it? It inquired, marveling simultaneously. Truly, my lord, you've managed to obtain something even before entering. Someone had ventured in before, extracting the ore, yet had failed to escape, meeting their demise here. Su Ming secured the item and asked, "What is the situation within?" The mountain beast, undeterred by the origin of the metallic ore, began to report on the conditions inside. "My lord, the monsters within may be formidable. It is an epic-level creature, significantly stronger than those of rare grade. Should we postpone our entry?" Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "Epic level, you say? Let us venture in and see." The mountain beast's eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, that is indeed an epic level. As long as it does not exceed Tier 5, we can manage." Without hesitation, Su Ming stepped inside, leaving the mountain beast momentarily stunned. "My lord, you can contend with epic-level monsters now. Truly remarkable," the mountain beast exclaimed, swiftly following after him. The greater the strength of its master, the more advantageous it was for it. Navigating through the crystalline or vein and along a passageway, Su Ming observed the rock walls shimmering with a copper-green glow, indicative of Ogu-Liha steel. However, the quantity was sparse, not yet reaching the true or vein. After approximately 10 minutes, the mountain beast halted and pointed to a pit several hundred meters below. "My lord, the monster resides down there. This pit is filled with abundant Ogu-Liha steel, but to extract it, we must first deal with the creature. The monster's level has reached the epic tier, likely Tier 2. Su Ming gazed down at the slumbering lizard, its body adorned with a coppery hue, embellished with wart-like crystalline formations resembling refined Ogu-Liha steel. Ogle giant lizard. Level, Tier 2, epic. Traits, Ogu-Liha steel ferocious boss elite. Description, a colossal lizard that has resided here for an extended period, subsisting on Ogu-Liha steel, or prolonged consumption has led to significant mutations, enabling it to refine the ore within its body, with the crystalline formations serving as irrefutable evidence. After comprehending this information, Su Ming nodded. Tier 2 epic creatures were manageable. Such monsters were not excessively formidable and could be dealt with. Not long ago, he had successfully vanquished a Tier 3 epic vampire. As Su Ming prepared to make his move, the mountain beast offered a suggestion. My lord, during the battle, it would be prudent to refrain from employing the mechanically explosive canine, as I fear its immense power may cause the entire mine to collapse. Su Ming shook his head. That is not my intention. He had indeed considered this. Not only could the RX-20's destructive capability jeopardize the integrity of the mine, but he also harbored concerns regarding the radiation produced by the explosion affecting the metallic ores. Thus, it was preferable to avoid its use whenever possible. Chapter 85. The Auguli Hostile Metal Factory. With a substantial deployment of RX-20 units, Su Ming opted not for a high-low attack strategy. Instead, he commanded a portion of the mechanical dogs to divert the attention of the ancient giant lizard. The creature roared as bullets penetrated its scaled armor and missiles detonated, searing its skin and eliciting anguished cries. The ancient giant lizard swiftly pivoted, evading the barrage of gunfire, while its formidable tail lashed out, sending the mechanical dogs flying. At that moment, GX Windstorm and Storm soared overhead, launching a frenzied assault. Bullets, missiles, and lasers rained down. After a relentless barrage, Su Ming observed with astonishment that the ancient giant lizard appeared unharmed, despite witnessing bullets pierce its scales. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the reason for the absence of wounds. The bullets had breached its armor, yet the creature's self-healing occurred in less than a second. Su Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it possessed a regenerative ability akin to that of a vampire. Just the previous day, he had dealt with a vampire mansion, leaving a lasting impression of their formidable healing prowess. However, this was different. The ancient giant lizard's healing capability stemmed from a rapid replenishment of energy within its body. He noted that the crystals adorning the creature had dimmed considerably. These Auguli Hostile crystals were not mere ornaments, but possessed the capacity to store energy. With this newfound understanding of the lizard's recovery mechanism, Su Ming felt more equipped to confront it. By persistently attacking and depleting its internal energy, he surmised that it would eventually reach a point of exhaustion. The mechanical dogs positioned around the mine began to provide cover fire, coordinating with those in the pit, alongside GT Windstorm and Storm, to deliver an all-encompassing onslaught. There was no moment of respite. The ancient giant lizard found itself with little room to evade, enduring the relentless assault. The bullets piercing its body likely weighed upwards of 180 pounds. As its energy reserves dwindled, the crystals on its form gradually lost their luster, starkly contrasting their initial brilliance. The wounds became increasingly pronounced, and the speed of healing slowed, revealing traces of blood. Suddenly, the ancient giant lizard emitted a furious roar, charging toward the corner under the weight of intense fire. It swiftly unearthed a piece of copper-green metal from the soil and swallowed it whole. It was Auguli Hostile. Once ingested, the crystals that had dimmed regained their radiant glow. The bullets lodged within its body were forcibly expelled, and its injuries healed rapidly, restoring it to a vigorous state of combat. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that merely consuming this metal resulted in such a remarkable transformation? The efficiency seemed almost absurd. Rejuvenated, the ancient giant lizard initiated a counterattack, its massive form displaying surprising agility as it lunged towards the mechanical dogs, crushing one with its powerful jaws. In response to the aerial threats posed by GT Windstorm and Storm, it had its own countermeasures. It stood firm, seemingly holding its breath, as the Auguli Hostile crystals glimmered brilliantly, compelling the energy within to be forcibly expelled in a dazzling beam. Several unsuspecting GT Windstorm units were pierced by the light, plummeting towards the ancient giant lizard, culminating in explosive devastation. The ancient giant lizard was exhilarated upon witnessing the downed machinery, but its eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of more GT storms and tempests approaching. As a barrage of missiles and lasers descended upon it, the creature swiftly dashed away, leaving behind mere afterimages, and swiftly consumed the Auguli Hostile, or to recuperate. I refuse to believe that your consumption can surpass my firepower. Even a being as formidable as a vampire, with its remarkable regenerative abilities, cannot withstand such assault. How could a creature reliant on consumption for strength endure? The mechanical army advanced like an iron torrent, obliterating all life in its path. After enduring several rounds of bombardment, the ancient giant lizard lay prostrate on the ground, its body riddled with bullet holes, scorched by missile explosions, and marked by laser penetrations. Upon dissection, one can obtain giant lizard flesh X40, energy crystals X40, 000, exotic cristal X8, 000, crystal cores X3, exotic crystal cores X1, lizard skin armor, purple, metal factory blueprints, orange, algoliha steel crystal X2. Upon the demise of the ancient giant lizard, Su Ming's eyes sparkled at the sight of the loot. Epic building blueprints, and a metal factory nonetheless. Although uncertain of their effects, Su Ming understood that they would undoubtedly prove useful. He commanded RX-30 to transport the remains for dissection, then summoned the excavator soldiers to commence digging in the vicinity. As for the energy crystal veins, there was no rush. He already possessed over 100,000 crystals, sufficient for his current needs. 200 excavator soldiers began their operations, and in a short span, a substantial chunk of Auguliha steel was unearthed and transported away. The exploration troops scoured the area, searching for rich deposits, with some directing the excavators in their tasks. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Su Ming handed a bottle of A-grade blood potion to the mountain beast, instructing, "Stay here and keep an eye on them. Report any unusual occurrences to me." The mountain beast's eyes gleamed at the sight of the potion, and it broke into a foolish grin. Upon receiving its assignment, it stood upright and declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill this task." Su Ming departed and returned to his dwelling. A prompt emerged. Dissection of the ancient giant lizard complete. Double rewards obtained. Double rewards triggered? Does this mean I have 2 epic building blueprints? Joy surged through Su Ming as he gazed at the 2 blueprints with excitement. It seems fortune has smiled upon me after all. The bronze-colored factory, complete with a conveyor belt atop, had been constructed. Remarkably, there were 2. After elevating both factories to the rare tier, Su Ming opened the panel. Metal factory, level. First tier, rare. Function, metal fusion, metal refinement. The ability to fuse and refine metals. Could fusing metals yield new types? Su Ming clicked on metal fusion. Numerous fusion schemes appeared, such as fine steel flowing, sand steel, iron ingot, silver ingot, celestial mercury mithril. There were numerous metals available for fusion, even epic-level metals, albeit with a risk of failure. The success rate was not guaranteed. However, the fusion of rare-level metals was assuredly successful. It seems that only by ascending to the epic level can one achieve a complete fusion with epic-grade metals. After gaining a certain understanding, Su Ming turned his attention to another function, the ability to refine metals. For instance, it could transform fine steel into pure fine steel or molten fine steel. This function not only purifies metals, but also facilitates their liquefaction, quite a remarkable capability. This feature proves to be immensely useful, as certain constructions require the use of liquid metal, thereby resolving a significant dilemma. Su Ming accessed the modification factory, selected the giant cannon, and chose the base, identifying the need for Auguliha steel as the material for its construction. However, he soon stumbled upon another option. Supercharging base, level, epic, requirements. Auguliha steel crystal, old steel liquid. Effect, capable of energy storage during cooldown. Stored energy can be consumed to reduce cooldown time. The supercharging base, which surpasses the ordinary charging base. He initially intended to create a standard version that would not require waiting for energy crystals to charge, allowing him to prepare in advance for an enemy assault. Little did he anticipate the existence of an advanced version. Not only does it allow for pre-charging, but it can also consume energy to shorten the cooldown time of the giant cannon, effectively enhancing its power. 2 shots from the giant cannon would render everything to ashes. Chapter 86. Modifying the giant cannon base, the excavator units incessantly mined for Auguliha steel, which Su Ming subsequently refined. In addition to the Auguliha steel itself, the modification of the giant cannon base required 2 distinct forms of refined Auguliha steel, one being the purified Auguliha steel crystal, and the other the liquefied Auguliha steel. After an hour, Su Ming successfully completed the refinement of both materials. Once the quantity of Auguliha steel was sufficient, he commenced the transformation of the cannon base. Remarkably, within just 2 hours, the modification was accomplished. The base, shaped like a disc, supported the cannon's body, adorned with 10 circular apertures along its outer rim. Su Ming activated the cannon's panel, revealing the following information. Ancient Tesu's giant cannon. Attack method. Artillery strike. Charging. Cooldown time. 30 minutes per shot. Consumption. 5,000 energy crystals, 500 anomalous crystals. Increased consumption enhances power. Charge level. 0-10. The panel now displayed additional information regarding charging. Su Ming promptly initiated the charging process, only to discover that a single charge consumed an astonishing 100,000 energy crystals, an increase of 20-fold. To fully charge the cannon would require an eye-watering 1,000,000 energy crystals. Su Ming found this rather excessive, as his current supply was insufficient for even 10 charges, even with the use of anomalous crystals. Upon further investigation, Su Ming realized that charging was proportional to the cannon's maximum potential. This implied that the cannon could unleash a power 20 times greater than the normal consumption. However, it seemed that charging once would only allow for a single shot. He began to delve deeper into the mechanics. To his surprise, he discovered that the cannon's charging could be utilized in increments. It was not a one-time expenditure. The amount consumed could be determined by himself, reminiscent of a prepaid card system. It was not necessary to exhaust the entire sum at once. He decided to proceed with an initial charge. The sum of 100,000 energy crystals was indeed substantial, and even with his considerable wealth, it stung a bit. After completing the first charge, a pale green crystal materialized within one of the circular apertures on the cannon base. After some contemplation, he realized he could charge with anomalous crystals as well, opting for a second charge to ensure reliability. He expended 10,000 anomalous crystals, completing the second charge. The quantity of anomalous crystals was significantly less than that of energy crystals, making the expenditure feel somewhat painful. When the lords came to attack, he was determined to unleash a devastating barrage upon them. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the cannon's might. At that moment, the Reconnaissance unit GX-86 returned. Had it located a nearby lord? Su Ming raised an eyebrow